Tell me if it's funny, disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. You never know why.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the group stage here at the Jönköping Major, live from Sweden. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the desk is Stokes, and it's time to take a look at what happened yesterday and prepare you guys for the final day of groups to decide who's moving forward to our playoff stage in Jönköping itself, and who unfortunately will have to stop here in Stockholm and head home a little bit early. Stokes, what was your take on yesterday's games?
Oh, yesterday was electric. We're actually going into day 3 without a single person confirmed for the main stage, which, I mean, that means every game, for the most part, means something here today. Remember, guys, we have 2 streams going. Stream A, that's right here, twitch.tv/rainbow6. But if you put a Bravo right after that, that'll send you over to our B stream. Also, Twitch has this cool little feature called squad streaming, which you can obviously click that button and watch both the streams at the same time. Obviously, the best viewer experience, you get all of the Siege all of the time, right?
Yep, absolutely the case. So once again, saw some great matches going on yesterday that really subverted the expectations, I think, of quite a few of the groups. We're seeing a lot of teams get off to the front running inside of their groups on day one, but then fell down a little bit, it seemed, on day two. Isn't that right?
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, I will say there is quite a few teams that I'm pretty sure everyone is pretty high on right now, including things like W7M and KZ, but, you know, a couple of the other teams that aren't doing too hot here, teams like Mirage, you know, teams like SANDBOX, one that we really wanted to see as well, but, you know, unfortunately enough for SANDBOX, things just not working out at the current moment. I do believe that they currently have the worst round differential, but, I mean, they still have some games today, so there's still some saving graces here, at least get some good games under their belt here on the group stage of Jönköping.
We had some interesting change in the kind of standings for me that I was paying attention to yesterday over in Group A, where the Soniqs, surprisingly, were able to take complete control of that group, leading by a pretty safe margin. We'll talk more about the actual points in just a second, but seeing them surge ahead after a pretty rough day one, or a little bit of an on and off day one, now to kind of take full charge of the group, and instead seeing MNM fall by the wayside, for they had a pretty successful start to things back on day number one as well. They are now tied with Black Dragons. In the meanwhile, like you said, we definitely have some groups where teams are leading and actually are very close to being able to lock things in with just one game today. Groups B, Group C are good exceptions to that for both W7M and Team Liquid. Once again, LATAM looking strong here at this major. Think they're going to be going all the way yet again here? Or?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think the team that I really want to talk about the most from yesterday, a shocking victory here. If you didn't see it, you definitely have to go see the game, don't you? Direwolves versus FaZe on Skyscraper that you and I got to cast. A 7-3 victory by Direwolves. I don't want to go too deep into it. That should be enough shock for all of you at home right there. Again, make sure you go and view that later on. What a game that actually kept Direwolves in it for the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and really keeping APAC in it in a lot of ways as well here. We've been seeing a lot of the other APAC teams struggling to perform inside of this group stage, but it seems like there may have been a brief moment of light for the Direwolves, and we'll have to wait and see throughout the rest of their games today if they're going to be able to keep things together and still be able to potentially make it outside of this group, and of course move onwards to our playoff stage. As these replays come to a close in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we can now focus our attention on what exactly each of these groups does look like heading into the third and final day of this group stage. And I believe we'll start things off with Group A here in just a moment. Here we go now as we take a look at it. This is going to be the Group A standings as it starts off. We already talked a little bit about this earlier, but it is indeed the Soniqs currently leading this group by a healthy margin as well. Even if one of the second and third place teams, or fourth place teams, they're all three tied at the moment, are able to get an outright regulation win to start the day, it's still going to leave them 1 point behind the Soniqs at this point here due to the relative safety they have with those 3 outright wins in regulation.
Yeah, we're actually going to be starting on this stream with Soniqs versus Black Dragons here today, which if Soniqs win out in regulation, just fully done. They are in on the main stage, and going to be an exciting thing for the Soniqs. I'm sure Super will be happy about that. So let's see what's going on over with Group B, shall we? Some action here today that's been quite some fun, and well, I'll get it up on your screen right now. Group B results. Team Liquid, such a dominant showcase.
Liquid out and in front here now with 12 points to their name. Also a very healthy lead, much like we saw with the Soniqs in Group A. It is going to take quite a bit of an effort for Heroic or TSM to catch up to them. Liquid more than likely pretty much locked in already with just that one extra victory for themselves. But for Heroic and TSM, they need to find a way to surge ahead of each other to be able to secure that second place later on today. We'll then move forward past this as well. Take a look at the potential chances moving forward on this one into Group C, where we see, once again, a pretty dominant showing from the first place team, and W7M leading with 12 points, meaning 4 direct regulation wins, not a single one of these going to overtime, and an overall round differential of positive 14 compared to the next highest team here is Spacestation down in third place with only positive 3. They're also currently tied with BDS, I believe due to the head-to-head matchup, though, in the way that that resolves itself, BDS still holds the second place position. Fury, unfortunate once again here, as they have been struggling to get points onto the boards. We've seen just 4 direct losses there, pretty much already done and dusted for this event.
And you can say the same about SANDBOX from our previous group. They actually have the same round differential, -17, 11 rounds won, 28 rounds lost for both teams respectively. Let's throw on over to Group D, get our last group out of the way for the day so we can start talking about some Siege action and what's going to be going on for the rest of the day. It's going to be the Wolves topping this one out, 11 points, 3 wins, 1 OT win as well, and then FaZe FaZe Clan versus Direwolves yesterday. An amazing game, and it's made it to where things are tied up in the points, but not in the round differential. That's where FaZe is currently dominating here, and that's why they're in second. And unfortunately for our hometown boys, their first time at LAN, Mirage just couldn't get it done. They're going to be walking in with a very, very minuscule chance to go to the main stage today.
I believe we'll be able to look at some qualification chances here as well for each of those groups. We can get those up in just a moment. We can see where exactly each of these groups are looking like in terms of their chances to move forward. Here we go, back to Group A, where, as you can see, the Soniqs just simply need another win, whether it's in regulation or overtime. They will be able to lock in their playoff berth with their first game here today. And important to note as well, even in an overtime loss scenario, if we do see MNM win their game, the Soniqs will also get full confirmation on moving forward past that. Take a look at Group B, see how things are looking there in terms of the chances to qualify now. As once again, it's going to be very similar here. Team Liquid with a near guaranteed chance to qualify, even via regulation loss. Heroic as well with a regulation win on their first game of the day. They can bump those chances up to 83% and leave them in pretty good straits. It's definitely TSM has got to do a little bit more work here in Group B to try to lock things in today. Moving over to Group C, I'll throw this over to Stokes now to break this group down.
Group C, let's get right into it. W7M, the team of the hour, the team of the LAN, it seems. Everybody so hyped about how Julio and the rest of the gang have been playing, but it's all been about KZ. And you can see that, well, practically everything is locked in. I mean, even a 97% chance to go to main stage with a regulation loss. If they lose in overtime, they even go. So this group practically done when it comes to that top slot. Spacestation and BDS, very close, neck and neck. This day going to mean a lot to both of these teams, but you definitely can't say the same for Fury.
So now our final group in Group D. Let's take a look at how the chances are looking here. Should be pretty similar to the past three groups here, as the stats are looking pretty much the same as well here. Once again, Wolves pretty safe at the top at this point with a 100% chance to qualify. Guaranteed moving forward with a regulation win, overtime win, or an overtime loss in their first matchup. Chances even still looking good on a regulation loss. FaZe Clan is the team that needs to get out in front quickly here, as the Direwolves are going to be looking for another upset, of course. And if they are able to find that, their chances will increase as well. We'll have a little bit more of a contest between them and FaZe to be able to still move forward to Jönköping itself. With that out of the way, it's time to now take a look at the schedule for today's action. Bound to be a great day, just like the past 2 days, folks. We've got 16 games of Siege lined up for you today between this stream, of course, and our coordinated stream over on the Bravo channel. Here on this stream, you can look forward, of course, to things starting out with the Soniqs versus Black Dragons. Then we'll have the Direwolves going up against Mirage. Good chance for them to get some serious points indeed. Team Liquid will face on Heroic after that. Then we'll see BDS take on Fury. MNM will go up against Black Dragons. Then we'll have FaZe against Mirage to round out that group. SANDBOX will take on Heroic. And finally, to end the day here on the main stream, we'll have SSG up against Fury.
A lot of action to be had on both of our streams here today. So let's get Bravo up so you guys know what's going on over there. It's going to be CAG versus Marshmallows and Molotovs. I just cannot get enough of that name whenever we get the opportunity to say it. It's Wolves versus FaZe up next, followed by TSM versus SANDBOX. And we have W7M up against SSG. Kind of mad that we're casting over here during that because I'd really want to watch it. Then you have a CAG up against the Soniqs, followed by the Wolves on Wolves match. Then TSM versus Liquid. Make sure you do not miss that 6:30 time slot. W7M versus BDS. We'll wrap things up with a bow on our B stream here today.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it is time to get things started here at the Jönköping Major, as we are going to be moving into our first games of the day here. Stokes, any crazy expectations you have for today? Anything you're looking to see out of these games before we go to a break and get ready for our first match?
You know, Mirage looked a little disappointed on the couches last night when we were talking to them, and Mohesi got his name right this time. He made sure to correct me last night. He's like, Stokes, my name is Jesse. It's Mohesi, Jesse Mohesi. Come on, man. I was like, you know what's funny? I think our Jesse actually told me that at one moment in time, and I just completely forgot. So either way, I really think that Mirage can actually win some games here today and really throw a wrench into a lot of people's plans inside of their group. It could make things really messy if Mirage all of a sudden wakes up and starts winning some games here.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the matches coming outside of Group D. I think that that's going to be a very tight race potentially between FaZe and the Direwolves, especially when you consider as well the Direwolves have Mirage as their first matchup. Currently the weakest team in the group, obviously, with what you've been saying. Might be putting up a little bit more fight today, but the Direwolves as well fighting for survival, and they've got a good chance to knock down FaZe. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to go for that. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day is just around the corner. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the start of day 3 of the group stage here at the Jönköping Major.
So to design Solis device, we were looking for something that needed two hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis kit is made of three main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has two bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
가라 그래? 홍콩? 이름이에요?
하게 엄마 그래.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah. Okay.
Let's go.
사차. 갑시다. 食わなきゃいけない。
2人とも？
それね。
これ？
ゼロ。ゼロ。
おじいちゃん。
そうなの。
でもめっちゃ減ってるよ。
お前ビビりすぎだって。
オッケー。多い？大丈夫？
じゃあいただきます。
いただきます。
キムかちょっと。美味しい。
ナイス。いとこ。はい。なんだっけ。ホットアンコールド。おお。罰ゲーム。罰ゲーム？レベル2。これ？ちょっと。もうちょい。これ。いけんの？いいよ。匂いはやばかったけど。もうパパッといこう、パパッと。いただきます。余裕だね。
Welcome back to the Major. We have just one day left in the group stage. Guess what? Nobody is confirmed for playoffs as of yet. We still have 16 teams in the running to go to Jönköping and play at DreamHack Winter, and only half of them will make it. We are starting to see the groups shape up quite significantly. We still have a few undefeated teams, but for other teams, they're going to have to be fighting tooth and nail for even the smidge of a chance to make it.
And this is going to be one of those series that could kickstart what we want to call the miracle run for some of these teams in the group. There are 3 teams currently tied in this group, all on 5 points, I believe it is, at the end of yesterday. And today is their final chance to qualify in for the playoffs.
I think it's pretty safe to say that this is the closest of all of the groups that we have right here. Taking a look now, Soniqs started the Major with a loss to MNM. The very opening game was their first regulation loss and their only regulation loss. They've managed to come through pretty confidently. But since then, the rest of the team has shaken up. You can see each of Black Dragons, MNM, and CAG have one regulation win. It is CAG falling behind a little bit in terms of the wins, but they've made up for it in those overtime losses. They're not going down without a fight, even though a lot of people would probably say some of those overtime games CYCLOPS should have won. They were favored for, and yet they couldn't pull through when the pressure came to them.
Yeah, so when you look at these groups, like you said, keep in mind that the dividing factor between the tiebreaker is actually round difference. So even though CAG are at that equal points, they're going to have to make up for quite a lot of rounds to push them over into that playoffs contention, which is going to be very challenging in their 2 matches today.
This is exactly how I like the groups playing out. It feels like you're playing a bit of a game of rock, paper, scissors, because at the start, MNM beat Soniqs, then Soniqs goes and beats Black Dragons. Black Dragons get beaten by CYCLOPS, but then beat MNM, and then Soniqs go and beat MNM, and it's just, it becomes hectic, and it means that these rematches get hella exciting, because often you think, if Team A beats Team B, on one day, they'll do it on the next day, not here at the Major, not when the competition is this close. It's all inter-regional matches as well, and I think a lot of people came into this group thinking it was going to be pretty cut and dried, but that has proven to be wrong.
No, absolutely not. This is the group that I'm the most excited for, because any one of the 3 teams in that low to midfield could make the miracle run going into the playoffs. In all the other groups, there's sort of like one outlier team that definitely can't make the playoffs, but this is the one group that's like everyone is still in it. Everyone's going to go 100% focus concentration for every game to get every single round that they can, because round difference is going to be that tiebreaker between all of them.
That's it. Well, let's start breaking down these teams. We've got CYCLOPS and MNM in their second last games of the group stage, and could well be for one of these teams the second last game of the entire Major if they are to be knocked out here in the group stage. CYCLOPS from Japan, from APAC North, Gatorada Anitson, Suzuki, Blackray, and Ayagata. These guys are the longest running 5-man roster in Rainbow Six right now at this level, and I'm pretty sure the longest running roster ever. They have been together for, checks notes, 2 years and 10 months without a single roster change.
I love the self-checks notes commentary going out there as well. Yeah, these guys have been together for a really long time, and what that means is that they've got this super cool synergy between them where they know exactly how each other plays out. They know the little ins and outs of their play style, and it allows them to pick these very operator picks, bring along these pocket strats that they just know so well, because they know exactly what their teammate is going for, even though it might seem unconventional to the rest of us at home.
And you need to know your team so well when you have that caricatured, aggressive playstyle that CYCLOPS love. They thrive in the chaos, they live and breathe it, and they need to always be right at each other's hands and having each other's backs in order to enable that playstyle to work. MNM on the other side, this is a team that has been a rising star within Europe since they made it into the EUL, and they also haven't made a roster change in the last year. They have been sticking with these core 5 and improving event after event. My question, where are we going to go? Where is it going to be? Let's check out the map, Vito, and see what the battleground will be for CYCLOPS versus MNM. Okay, this is exciting, Mandy. We're actually rematching. We are going back to Chalet for that most infamous game between these 2 teams where CYCLOPS had that advantage, that significant, what was it, 5-1 lead, and MNM came back.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. This is going to be great. MNM are the kings of Chalet. They are so good at it. The first match that we casted of the entire major was that MNM versus Soniqs series, and MNM put a big showing against the Soniqs. I think that was a pretty decisive win. That was like a 7-2, 7-3, I believe it was. And against CAG, like you said, it did end up being a very close affair, but MNM proved their dominance on this map. But CYCLOPS don't back down. What on earth? I'm just so excited for this one.
I'm really excited to see what MNM can do on Chalet once again, considering it is their best map. Like, they have never lost Chalet since they formed this roster.
Yeah.
MNM are undefeated, and even when it looks like they might fall to the sword of an up-and-comer like CYCLOPS, they come back. But CYCLOPS have shown they have some fire on this map, and people do say as well, when you rematch on the same map, often it favors the team who has lost previously and has that chance to go reiterate, look at their mistakes, and get back into the game with a fresh perspective and a better understanding of their opponent.
Yeah, that's exactly right. CYCLOPS are clearly going to repeat this map because they found something, right? You don't want to just go back to a map that you've lost off the back of nothing. They must have reviewed it, looked at it, and said, all right, that was so winnable that we reckon we can do it again. Even against MNM on one of their strongest maps, and that is Chalet. And I think that just oozes confidence from CYCLOPS to go for this rematch.
And CYCLOPS now have the confidence of a win under their belt with their regulation dub over Black Dragons. A huge win after BD have proved to be quite a thorn in their group side. In fact, taking down MNM just that same day. Honestly, it's really hard to call this game, Mandy. It's really hard to put one team in front of the other because while MNM have the head-to-head, CYCLOPS have the fire, they have that passion, they have a win under their belt, and they are gunning for revenge on Chalet. Here we are at the Major for the final day of the group stage, and we are getting into CYCLOPS versus MNM. I cannot wait to see which of these teams will keep their dream of Jönköping alive and which one may well go out in groups.
Now, I'm going to point back and keep in mind that the tiebreaker is the next, is going to be the difference for the tiebreaker, right? It's round difference. And for CYCLOPS, because they've had those 2 overtime losses, they need to claw back a lot of rounds as well as wins if they want to stay in contention for that playoff spot, right? They're down, I think it's a -5 or -6 at the moment in the standings, and so getting a win is mission critical against MNM.
Wow, we're already seeing the bans start to come through. It is the Monty and the Twitch ban. Now, funnily enough, Anaton was the highest rated player on CYCLOPS in the previous matchup that they played on this map, and he was a Monty main. So that is a really nice ban from MNM. They don't want to deal with that at all.
I was going to say, I think if you could pair Monty with any pro player in the entire world, it would probably be Anaton, maybe Pengu as with the other one. But you know what? He doesn't count. He's washed. He's retired. Who cares? It's Anaton now. He is the Monty drop shot king. I think there's this really famous clip of him on Oregon, or is it a coastline? I can't remember what it is. It's one of the older maps. And he goes around, he rounds the corner, he drop shots someone with the Monty shield. That's just like the most iconic thing ever. And so, you know what, MNM, fair enough, ban that one out.
I also really love this ban from CYCLOPS going onto the Twitch. Users mained Twitch in the last match that they played. He played really well. Now, I can't exactly remember its individual impact, but I can tell you for sure that Twitch is so good, not only for taking out a lot of default cams on a map like Chalet, you can get access to a lot of ground if you can early in the round take out those defaults, ones like Lobby and Solar. But furthermore, there's so many operators on the defense that get countered by that. Not at least the Twitch, the Echo, which is what Nello has jumped onto right now.
Yeah, this is a good one. I'm pretty excited for this first opening round because we've got that mirror and that we no longer have that Twitch interaction. But like you said, that mirror is going to be on the board, and CAG have to start dealing with the roam that's coming out on that ground floor. Neo's already got one that's he's put inside of the dining room, and the next one is going to go, I imagine, on the single wall here facing the breach.
Nice little setup. I always get scared when I see teams pick this bomb site. Historically, it hasn't had the highest success rate on the defense, and it relies on a successful roam. And there is one ingredient that CYCLOPS have in their arsenal that they didn't last time this match went down. Wow, nice impact trick. That's really cheeky from Nello. I wonder if he's able to get the second exothermic. Nah, couldn't quite able to, but still, that's a decent amount of hard breach denied. I was just quickly going to mention the Ying pick from CYCLOPS. That was banned by MNM last time, and now Anaton is going to pick it up.
Well, keep in mind, even though Ying has been picked, Users has also picked Warden, right? And so if they do go for that execute, it's going to be mission critical that Users is there to stop that onslaught from coming through.
Bit of a Dockerby Ying combo to put a little bit of pressure on MNM, but it's always hard to tell what CYCLOPS are going to actually do on the back of it. Tyrant exchanges fire with Ayagator, who starts to fall back at CAG, getting pretty decent map control here on the top floor. But there's still quite a few MNM roamers just hanging around on the ground floor. A lot of good map control still for MNM as this tug of war begins.
CAG is starting their roam clear from this south side of the building because that is the real estate that's been given to them. The rest of MNM are simply playing in that dining, in that solar-sided area of the map. And now we can see Black Ray, he's on that sledge, and he can start opening up that vertical and flushing out the mirror that was inside of dining. I think that's going to force Users off his position. I imagine he's fallen off that mirror now and is playing further back inside of West Main.
Slow and steady for CYCLOPS. MNM is still not forfeiting all of this ground, all of this roam. Still have quite a bit of map control. Tyrant shooting another drone and then falling back down blue. But MNM, they're not really under that much pressure right now, to be honest. CAG haven't really shown where they're going to execute as of yet.
Well, CAG is just starting to work through this mid-round, and Neo I can see as a C4 prepped as Black Ray is working that vertical above inside of lobby. They still haven't cleared out Users, who is inside of that dining and could use this mirror lethally if he wants to clear out any positions inside of lobby.
It's a big player. Black Ray might see him. Oh no, he doesn't quite. The drone would have spotted him out. Users is not in a position to deny the Ying Candelas as the Warden Anaton, in fact, finds the opener, and CYCLOPS begin their execute. 20 seconds left and ticking away. Users finds one. He can drop down the hatch, surely, but Suzu is forcing that diffuser down with Anaton to cover. What a flick there from Annie. He finds his second on the round as MNM must retake. They go blow for blow, and the Users gets aggressive with a C4. Solotov to peek outside the main breach, but CYCLOPS have taken up favorable post-plant positions. It will be now on Users to try and stick this. He fakes it, and well, that's all she wrote. CAG kick it off with a strong attack onto the basement.
Yeah, it looked a little bit scary for CAG through that mid-round, like you said and pointed out. That mirror was open, and Black Ray almost fell short to Users that was trying to retake into that dining position. Thankfully, CAG were able to convert that ground floor control that they had into that bottom main stairs push, eventually get that plan off in a really off spot in tandem with that Ying, and really the Warden just wasn't there to stop it in time, and they're able to clean up the round in the post-plan.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, MNM won't dwell too much on the errors of the past. They will continue to switch it up here and go bar on the next round. Looks like CYCLOPS also switching it up. 5 operators repicked and not crutching on that Ying. That's what I really like to see from CYCLOPS. They are a team that, while they are great at having these pocket picks like Monty we saw in the previous game and the Ying here in that previous round, when you crutch on a specific operator, it can be counted, it can be picked up on, and MNM are a team that I think have quite good adaptability, so I'm keen to see CYCLOPS continue switching this up.
Once again, CYCLOPS in true CYCLOPS fashion, like you mentioned, are going to bring out something new. Now, I can only imagine we'll see that Capital be used in a more direct attack to clear out this corner library position. That's where Nello is currently putting down his ADS. But of course, ADSs from Jaeger don't actually catch Capital bolts. It's only Wamais that do that. And so if Anaton can get one of those fire bolts into that sneaky position, a direct attack for CAG might be the way to go. Anaton as well, now just opening up this window like we mentioned, starting to get that line of sight into that corner library position. That's Users on the other side. Now, last time we saw Users in this position, he had this really nice C4 lineup onto the balcony that ended up taking down all these players. Here it is right now. He brings it out, and it actually doesn't connect onto the player on the rappel. He goes for the aggressive peek anyway, and is flushed out. That for Capital Fire as well doesn't even connect, and so Users is still safe in his position.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's a huge play from Users. Even though the C4 didn't work, he finds a kill and gets back into position without being traded. CYCLOPS can be really upset about that one. And Gatorada trying to flush out the position using the Flores, but that's also ineffectual for now. Flashes to go through, Users fully blind, but they're not committing to it as Tyrant plays aggressively from the mirror. CYCLOPS, what is going on?
Another Flores drone to go through, but that one was once again too shallow to clear out the position that Users is in, and he's still holding on. Meanwhile, though, we do have a lurk going on from BlackRay, just making his way in through the jungle, and in fact, there's only one player on the site. If CAG identify this and they want to pivot to a hop in through that double window, they could probably make it work.
Yeah, CYCLOPS are in fact pivoting at the moment. As you can see, most of their players moving away from Library, but MNM still have quite a bit of control on the top floor. We had Neo over in office as he resides at the moment. Good ability to control some of that ground floor. BlackRay, though, made his way into jungle, as you mentioned before. And Aegator has actually jumped all the way into this window above Snowmobile, but he doesn't have control above. And, well, CAG, the cost of that Library push was dear, and the cost of the rotate was far too great. MNM reply with a round of their own.
Yeah, not so great from CAG. The utility game didn't really work in that corner. Library Users, he held onto his ground, and by the time that CAG decided to change their minds and pivot for a lobby side attack, try and hop in through that window below the fireplace stairs, just try something new, it was just far too late. All of MNM had their number. They were able to hold on to their positions in that top floor and shut down the final push.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I got a feeling, Manny, this is going to be a pretty tight game. Both teams have a lot at stake here with the group being tied up so strongly. And in fact, there is a possibility that CYCLOPS could be eliminated from playoffs contention if this game does not go their way. If CYCLOPS cop a regulation loss, then, well, their fate is outside of their hands. There is a full chance that they will be completely eliminated if that happens.
One more important note that we have sponsored by Sprabruni and Wrath is that if CYCLOPS, if MNM win this game 7-3 or better, they will qualify for SI, right?
It's huge.
That's huge. That is absolutely massive from them, and so there's huge stakes going into this game as well. They can 100% qualify themselves in. Here we go as well. The defense, just to break it down really quickly, MNM, they're going over to this kitchen bomb site. They're playing a castle setup upstairs, which is blocking off any of the lines of sight from the window repels, as well as doing this extension over on the library side. We can see being contested by Aegator immediately.
I love the fact that MNM is sticking this Warden every single round as well. It hasn't really played much into effect yet, but it's nice to have that tool in your arsenal and rotate him over to where that potential Ying push is threatened late in the round. Tyrant on this roam at the moment as CYCLOPS paying their attention first to the library and bar, of course. But unclear as of yet whether this is a hard roam clear. Only 2 players over there at the moment. The rest of CAG shaping up around the balcony. And BlackRay down here peeking into the car garage. Looks like perhaps CYCLOPS are rotating to go and clear downstairs. I always wonder, Mandy, like, it's an interesting game, isn't it? Do you go and try and hard clear areas where there are players, or do you try and figure out where there aren't any and then take the free map control?
Well, I think Chalet in general leans into more of the latter. It's one of those maps where you just want to get the free real estate you can. The map is not that big. It really is not that big, and so if you want the map control that you can take, you may as well go for it. And I think that's why we can see CAG now, they've actually pivoted off this library control and they decided to go for this solo side take instead, because they were contested early out on that entry. Another reason we can see is that lurk that comes from the ground floor. Hang on a moment, I need to stop talking. Molotov is in the middle of an engagement from Aegator just outside of this bathroom window, but we can see CAG are being really cautious about entering into the building.
Solotov has been really good at this event so far. He's got the down on Aegator. I think he knows about it. Doesn't want to commit to a jump out. Unfortunately for MNM though, CYCLOPS has found a kill of their own. The Candelas to threaten a push here. Gatorada gets flashed, but Suzu's pushing on in. Solotov does end up taking down BlackRay, but he is traded back again. And the pickup will come through, so Aegator's actually going to survive here. Mandy, with Solotov going down, that's a huge pick. Do you remember in the first game with Soniqs, he went 10-0, 10 kills before he was even killed a single time?
Yeah, Solotov is one of those big impact players, like you said, and now MNM as well are down in the man advantage. But there's only 30 seconds left to go. It's not looking super good for CAG with the control they have. Site control is well and truly in MNM's favor, and that is made even better with users to keep down someone with the smoke.
But he has been traded back, and this seems like it may turn on the flip of a hat. It's all up to Nello now, the clutch god himself. But Souza will force that diffuser down. Nello got the 1.5. It's a great gun for the situation, but he's not able to cross because Aegator is there to lap him up. And CAG once again take the lead.
Well played from CAG in that attack. They were being really cautious about the entry. Now, that discussion that you had about how do you approach Chalet? Do you take the free real estate that you're given, or do you just try and face the entries head on? CAG did the latter, right? They did the former. They went for what real estate do we have? And that's why we saw them being very cautious, trying to jump in through library. They saw that they were being contested early on, and AG said, just chill, guys. I'm going to go rotate over to bathroom. Let's put pressure somewhere else and try and catch them off. And we saw that as soon as CAG were able to find that off pick from a window or from the weird entries that they were able to get through, they all started collapsing in on the site. I think that's really a great approach to Chalet.
Yeah, and it's also great to see that CAG aren't one-tricking. They weren't relying on that Monty to get so many rounds in the previous matchup. They are also showing that they have quite a strong Monty-less Chalet. But of course, MNM here are the Chalet Kings. They are so good at this map, and you can't really ever count them out. Keep in mind that the previous time these teams played, CYCLOPS went 5 out of their 6 attack rounds won, right? And yet when we moved into the second half, MNM won all 6 of theirs.
Spooky stuff. Spooky, spooky stuff. You go say you can't call it until the half flips, right? Suzu now making his way onto this snowmobile breach. Just getting it off on the right side. He's not going to fall to that same mistake looking for the impact trick that Nello was going for last time. The rest of CAG, the diffuser is in the big garage side of the map, so I can only imagine that CAG will start to pivot some of those resources over onto that north side, clearing out trophy and eventually getting into big garage.
Small correction to what I said before. It was actually a 5-1 half for CYCLOPS that was replied with a 5-1 half from MNM, which went overtime, and then MNM won 1 attack, 1 defense. So
spooky stuff.
Similar stuff, but essentially what I'm saying is MNM, yeah, they're really good at attack. So even 2 rounds here on their defensive side could well be enough to put away CYCLOPS in regulation.
And here we go. The clear of CAG does start on this north side of the building. We've already got Aegator here inside of Piano. He's just hopped in through the window. Meanwhile, some cutoffs as well from that double window. He's realized he's got to fall off, and Solotov,
oh no, Aegator
is about to feel the wrath of Aegator jumping off the balcony and taking down Solotov.
Yeah, but not before Solotov was able to find a pick, so that's a really unfortunate happenstance for CAG. Could have saved his teammate Aegator. MNM feeling a bit of pressure with the Dockerby call ringing it out and falling back to site for Usus. Again, I will reiterate, Solotov, huge player to take down. But funnily enough, it has been Usus who's top fragging the server as it stands.
I think this is good timing for MNM to start falling back as well. They've burned essentially like a minute and a half, right? There's only a minute and 12 seconds left for CAG to pivot this control now down to the trench part of their push. They still need to get open this line of sight that's going to cut away connector as that wall is still closed. They also still need to open up an entry hole inside of that elbow position, and it's going to be very hard to do when Usus is contesting you like this.
Oh, Usus is really feeling a lot of pressure now as the wall opens up. Falls back, Gatorada to formulate that breach. But it seems to be mostly just a single-faceted push from CAG. I don't believe they have a... Okay, sorry, actually, I'll correct that. They do have a breach on Snowmobile as well. There's no one playing there. So this is still quite a one-sided push.
Just want to point out that Flores is being very impactful at the moment into this late round, taking down not only the Malisi Banshee, but the shield to follow up with it. But there's only 26 seconds, Dev, and CAG have got to go for something here.
Neo and Usus holding these strong positions on site. They will be the impact players, but also Nello above. He's not able to confirm the kill. Oh, he does! And in fact, MNM lap them all up. It's all on Aegator now. He's found 1, but he's going to have to find 2 more. And every one of those MNM players found their man. Surely not Aegator! He's got to get the ace! Oh my god!
It doesn't matter. Well fucking played.
A hair's breadth away from the ace, and 1v3 clutch was Aegator, but MNM, thank their lucky stars.
Oh my god. If every round's gonna be like that, we are definitely aging a couple tens of years.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. All right, MNM. Okay, don't give us a scare like that. They had the grip on the site right at the end there. CAG, they did all the right steps to make that push work, but then when the push came to shove, the gunfights worked out in the way of MNM. It was Neo, the one in that power position behind the pillar, that was able to take the 2-on-1 gunfight. Once that execute came through, that in tandem with Nello as well, winning out his flank and the ground floor, ended up working out for MNM, and they take out that round.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Come on, Andy. This is proven to be a bit of a banger. Not that we expected anything less. These teams gave us a real show in the previous matchup. This time around, though, MNM are getting more defenses than we saw from them previously. Pressure is on for CYCLOPS to nail through as many attacks as possible. Really, a 4-2 half is still not enough to guarantee a regulation win or even overtime in my mind. MNM are really good at attacking this map. They are the kings of Chalet, and they're already doing better than their last innings against CYCLOPS here.
Alright, so fun fact, sponsored by Sprobrian Wrath 2.0, CAG will be eliminated if they lose in regulation, unless Soniqs win in regulation 7-1 or something like that, which is ridiculous. And CAG win 5 rounds. This is very, very specific.
There are some ways that CYCLOPS can get eliminated in regulation, and there are some ways that CYCLOPS can get eliminated in overtime, or one way. But at the end of the day, what really matters for CAG is if they want the best chance of making playoffs, they got to win this, they got to win it in regulation. An overtime win makes it possible, but anything else is just, the matter is out of their hands.
MNM looking for this extended roam on the Solar side. That's Neo, the one playing just above inside of Solar, while the rest of CAG start to formulate their attack around the map. It seems like this Office and Solar side is actually going to be their point of contest too. They're not going to toy around with the corner library like they have previously and failed, I believe it was both times, and so they're trying something different, and it seems to be pretty successful so far. Airgator with the first pick of the round.
Yeah, that's a big one, but traded back immediately. Airgator has been the brightest star for CYCLOPS, and with him going down, that is a real big blow to their push. Also the Finker and all of her heals. CAG, though, have taken some good map control on the ground floor. They're still worried about Neo, who resides above. Already found a single pick, but Gatorada is on for this lurk.
Gatorada looking for this roam clear on this piano side of the map. It's Tyrant and I believe Neo on the other side of this to face his Wrath. A couple flashbangs to come through, but no one to be met on the other side.
He's really revealed his position now, hasn't he? And he's solo entering here with no drone ahead of him. Tyrant, he's playing a dangerous game here. Right up next to the balcony window. He may well have been spotted. Black Ray could swing him. But he's got to land this kill. Tyrant actually falls back at the worst possible time. And CAG can regain that man advantage.
Not only that, but it's actually forfeited off that mezzanine position too. The rest of MNM have decided to completely fall off that top floor. There is only 35 seconds in fact, so probably the right call in the macro game sense. CAG have to press the attack.
There is still one in library, right? Oh no, he did fall off. Oh my god, I got a bit scared there. CAG must have drawn that out. Thing is, look at this mirror from users. Time is ticking away though. Here we go, 4v2, CAG. They can't afford to make any mistakes now. Black Ray's in the site, going for the flash. Neo from below could be the difference maker. Yuzu's being abused on site and he cannot survive. It's 2 pistol kills to close out the round. And CAG once again take the lead.
Yeah, it was pistols galore there, and the execute, you got to go fast, you know? There's only 20 seconds left, and they had to press the attack. CAG, I like that they changed their approach that round. They realized that doing this silly little library micro game is, it ain't it. Users is too good in the corner of library with this silly C4 lineup. Let's just go and roam clear across the map instead. And being able to catch out some of those roamers falling off, notably Black Ray on that double window. He found that pick onto the mezzanine position, and as soon as that pick came through, they had to forfeit that top floor control, go back down to the site and try and play out the time with only 30 seconds left. And CAG, yeah, change of philosophy definitely works out for them.
It's worked out for them, but I still feel, Mandy, like CAG realistically need the 4-2 here. It's not like, oh yeah, 4-2, they're winning. It's 4-2, they've done the bare minimum because MNM have such good attacks. The CAG need to show that they can do that as well. Now we are actually seeing for this final round of attack, a shield from Anaton. It's not the Monty, that's been banned, but it is the Ossa. And for, I believe we're going to Dining, for this Dining attack, I wonder what the plan is. Is this a lobby push, playing behind the Ossa shields to take fights on site?
I just want to point out as well on the note of that Ossa that in fact Nello has brought the deployable shield and Alibi, he doesn't have any impacts, and there's also no C4s in the entire lineup.
No explosives
there's
at
no
all.
C4s in the lineup because Warden on Solotov also doesn't have explosives. So dealing with those Ossa shields is going to be quite challenging in the late round.
It's a really dangerous game for MNM. CAG could not have asked for a better lineup to play against. But what are they going to go for? They've got that Thermite, which makes me think it is going to be a Fireplace push. At the moment, just taking control of the lobby, and Suzu is droned at all. He knows it's fully free. I mean, MNM, you can have a beautiful setup, but if you don't have anyone here shooting drones, then CYCLOPS will just take it for free.
Yeah, this is really conservative from MNM. They've got this full bunker set up with 3 shields playing upstairs and piano inside a closet, yada-yada. But what that is doing is that's giving CYCLOPS so much free real estate. And like you pointed out really early in the round, it's probably going to be a minimalist take from CAG. That is what this Ossa entails them to do. And already they're starting to get this control on this games and bar side of the map.
One thing we haven't seen much from CYCLOPS is fast pushes. They've usually been quite slow this game, and then explosive executes in the late round. But if they keep up this pace and get this main breach open with a minute and a half, a minute to go, they could really work something, bait a couple picks.
Now we can see it's Suzu. He's the one with those exothermic charges and is going to be able to put them on this wall. No wall denial and no way to impact trick the wall either. We can see the top of that reinforcement still closed off. And that breach should go on fairly easily. Really, CAG have everything they need to win this round. They just need to take their time and be careful about it.
Going for the full breach on both walls. The thing that's a bit scary here is he's actually opened up the wall from the hallway as well, which could be great unless if a player comes through a flank up from blue. So CAG really have to make sure that they're covering all of their bases and not vulnerable to flanks.
Well, we can see it's actually Aagator currently, that one on the flank watch. He's on his drones. I'm not sure if we can get a view of that. There we go. That's the one in the basement just down there. So there can be no flank from the basement. CAG have thought of everything.
So what is the play then from MNM? Because CAG have just waltzed into sight. There's no explosives. Anaton is taking damage to that gas, however, and Nello gets aggressive. The smokes actually cover his position. And now CAG have to be really careful. They have to flush him out. They can't assume that under the cover of smoke, someone hasn't tried to make a play.
Oh no, I think they might have left it a little bit too late. But Aagator's coming up from behind the hatch. He might be able to backstab Nello.
Oh, but Nello's just dancing around out of sight. Aagator, I think, knows it. He's pinged it. And now CYCLOPS should be able to take him down. But on the long line of sight, it's Neo and Solotov. Aagator coming up from the basement. Suzu from behind from the trophy window. And here comes Aagator in sight. Tyrant. He's denied that diffuser, and now it's all up to CAG. Aagator forcing it down into the smoke. And Suzu has to cover here as the retake comes on through. Tyrant goes down. It's all up to Neo now. In the 1 versus 2, dropping down the kitchen hatch. He's got 2 Japanese gunners to take down and a diffuser to tend to in the next 30 seconds. As CYCLOPS retreat, they take up post-plant positions. They've got the advantage. What is Neo going to be able to pull off? Biding his time, playing around the reinforced wall. He starts to stick it. Aagator starts to push forward. It's a bait, but it's not going to work out for MNM. CYCLOPS, they managed to win the half, 4-2.
That was a bit scary from CYCLOPS. They had everything that they needed to win that round, but it got a bit scary once that plant denial came through. It was the smoke that stalled them out with only 27 seconds left to go or something ridiculous like that. And I thought, oh no, CYCLOPS, you had everything going for you. And they almost choke it out. Thankfully, they're able to make it work. I think it was a tandem of that push up from Westmain from Aagator and one of his teammates jumping in through the trophy window to go for that backstab as the redundancy in that plan, just in case that front take didn't work, because it almost didn't.
Well, that's the thing for CYCLOPS, like, if plan A doesn't work, let's just jump in a random window and kill everyone.
Exactly right. That's such the CYCLOPS way, and it's really great that they were able to do that. They didn't hinge everything on just that Osa play working out. Going for that backstab in the back of the site was really what rattled the defense of MNM, and even though it came down to a 2 versus 1, in the end it was pretty decisive for CAG.
I gotta say, if I had a bingo card for this major, something I would love to have on it is team that tries to execute with smokes actually gets pushed through the smoke. Because I swear, the number of times you see attackers put their smokes down and defenders take advantage of the block lines of sight to retake map control, oh, it's scary. And the fact that Nello didn't have a bigger impact there genuinely surprises me.
Nello was in a bit of a tight spot, but here
He
we
was.
go. We're actually going to go back down to the same bomb site, but with a different team defending it. It's CAG that's going to take us over to that kitchen bomb site instead. And how are MNM going to approach this? Are they going to also go for this lobby-sided take, or is it going to be solo? It seems like lobby-sided is the way they're going to go, already making an entry point down here in the garage.
Users has been quite the force of power in the first half on his defense. And now he's on the lurk with the Nook, no less. There's quite a bit of mobility on the defense as well. Anderton running amok with that Warden 1.5. Still a lot of map control held upstairs, but here comes Aegator. He might actually find Usus, I think. Oh no, it's in fact Solotov who's taken him down.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a really quick entry from MNM. Both Solotov and Usus were able to get their way into the building with a whole 2 minutes to spare. Already so much control of the ground floor for MNM. That top floor, like you mentioned, is still being held onto CAG, but they're starting to fall off from these positions now as well. A lot of control now given to MNM.
MNM are so good at attacking this map. It is their highest win percentage on attack or defense on any map, 68%.
Oh, look at that. So CAG are considering perhaps retaking through that basement. So they've just used that yokai drone to see if they can spot out where the flank drones of MNM are. Now, I think that's Tyrant, I believe, who's sitting on the flank drones. So Red Like, our lovely observer, could we steal him? There we go. So that's the flank drone that's currently sitting in the basement, preventing the 2 CAG players from flanking. And what they're doing is they were using those yokai drones to check if there was a flank drone inside of Wine Cellar before they decided to go for the push.
CAG just assessing their options. Not making a move too early, not going to give MNM another pick. As the breach has been made on this main dining wall, Nello actually falls back with the diffuser rotating towards the trophy window. Makes me wonder what the play is here for MNM. Is this main breach just a bait?
I have to wonder as well, where are the rest of the MNM players so far? Surrounding the site seems pretty empty. Oh, hang on, is that Solotov making his way in through the top floor? Already making his entry through.
Oh no!
He's going to take the engagement onto Gatorada, taking him down very low, but not being able to finish off the kill.
Both of them so low on HP. And MNM are running low on time here. Uses to march through as well. Gatorada. Oh, he's going to try and trade his teammate, but Nello's done the damage that MNM have been searching for. It's now up to Anderton and Suzu. Anderton caught in such a precarious position, and it's all on Suzu. A 1v4 is not going to happen. An explosive round from MNM. It turns out Dining was a bait after all. They full sent it Cyclops style.
That was really awesome from MNM. I love the way that they assess their options through that mid-round dev. Once you get to that position where you've got both the top floor breach open and the ground floor breach open that goes into the site, you have 2 choices. You either go, okay, let's just send it in with the control that we have, use that breach to just cover the vertical, whatever, that type of thing. Or you say, let's be ambitious and send it in through the top floor, actually get all the way to Solar, and then that way that push becomes too pinched because you have the breach open and you also have Solar Stairs control, right? MNM realized after droning through that top floor that they were given all that respect and control from CAG because CAG spent all their time loitering around in the basement, right? And that was some great read from MNM and great calls from Nello. Like you said, you pointed out him rotating over to that trophy window to help out his teammates and make that push work with a step ahead.
One step closer to tying up the scoreline for MNM. But like we've said before, we've seen 5-1 halves from them on this map. And like I was saying before, 68% attack win rate on Chalet. That is insane. Like, Cyclops don't have an attack or defense win rate that high on any map. Few teams would. Nearly 70% of rounds won. They really know the intricacies of this map, and it doesn't mean playing methodical, playing the same way every single time. It comes to those adaptations like you called out.
They're smart. MNM are super smart about the way they use the architecture of this map. And I think this is going to be quite a challenge for them though, because we have seen a castle setup come out from CAG. It's one that's blocking off that library box as well as the both double windows, one inside of bar and another one inside of the library as well. So getting through all of this utility on that library side of the map is going to be quite challenging for MNM. I wonder how they're going to approach it.
And MNM haven't seemed to struggle as of yet for the lack of the Twitch, which CYCLOPS banned, and it was a fantastic performance from, let me double check which player that was. It was Usis actually who played the Twitch a lot last game. He's had a phenomenal match so far. He's on the Vert operator this time with Bach. Solotov's also enabled to play that knock, which was banned out last time by MNM.
BlackRay seems to have some kind of awareness that Solotov is down here in the basement. Oh, he even takes the big wide swing onto it as well. Backs off. Both them training a little bit of damage. But what are MNM trying to do here? They're just trying to probe through the map and see what they can find. We see a couple players over on that library side of the building. I think Clone has just gone through and thrown out library as well. Lots of things happening for MNM. Lots of small bits of progress, but no kills have amounted of it just yet.
Here comes a nade from Tyrant, but Saniton just peeks him. Oh, but the second nade now from Neo. He was not able to survive. A good quick trade from MNM.
Yep, when you're stuck between two sets of grenades, what do? You're warded. You just run around and eventually you're going to be taken down. Now they've got this mezzanine control, and because that library box has been segmented off with that castle barricade, they probably have no idea that a Gatarada is just sitting inside waiting for them to cross his line of sight. There we go, he does, and Nello falls short to that rotate inside of library.
It's back and forth now. Neo's taken that control upstairs. BlackRay falls back. 3v3, 45 seconds to go, and that buck is still up. So there's actually a lot of time. Wow, are you kidding me? There's 3 CYCLOPS players within high-fiving distance in the site, and well, one of them tries to get away and actually gets taken down. So that sends a message to the 2 remaining CAG players that they do not have a lot of mobility here. BlackRay though, oh, he actually contests and does find that long line of sight up through the dining hallway. It's up to Usis and Neo now to even this up, but BlackRay is not done yet. All on Neo in the 1v2, and CAG are going to have to dodge this nade. Nice attempt, but Alligator is there to support with the CYCLOPS skin. And of course, that leads him to the victory. It's a 5-3 lead now for CYCLOPS, just 1 round away from getting another point on the board.
Scary stuff for MNM. I think that as that mid-round went on, they got a little bit ahead of themselves, jumping in through library. Even though they found that pick with the grenade, they hadn't actually drawn out Gatarada, who was still sitting inside of that library box, being covered by his castle barricade and a rotate. There was also still a player on the top of library stairs that they were going into contest as well. And it just felt like MNM jumped in a little bit too early, got a little bit too excited off the back of that pick that they had. And eventually CAG were able to claw back the trades and the zones of the map that they had. And yeah, I think MNM ran out of time for that execute right at the end there.
Speaking of time, it's CYCLOPS who have actually elected to take a moment to discuss this final, potentially penultimate round. It's their tactical timeout right now. What will they be saying right now? They've also, of course, given MNM a chance to discuss. But to be fair, CYCLOPS only barely won that last round. It looked very sketchy, and now that Bar Games is locked, they have to decide, do they go back, retry Kitchen Dining, or do they try something completely different?
And it seems like try something completely different is going to be the way to go for CAG. I expect nothing less on this roster. They're also deciding to bring along the mirror for this setup, pretty similar to what MNM were doing. I wonder where Alligator is going to put his. MNM, they put theirs inside of the dining room and inside of this single wall as well. And I can only imagine that a CAG may employ a pretty similar strategy to aid the roam in the ground floor.
One operator I'm really excited to see is the Pulse. I really want to know what the play is. I really want to know if we can see any vertical C4s, because we do have 3 of them. Actually seeing quite a bit of hard breach from MNM brought out. We've got the Thatcher to support the Thermite and the Ace. Buck for some vertical game. And of course Tyrant to do what Tyrant does on the old Lurkerino. But I will be very surprised if CYCLOPS don't have a pretty sophisticated roam here.
Yeah, even though they have a sophisticated roam, the lineup from MNM would indicate to me that they were going for something a little bit more minimalist. They are bringing along that double hard breach, so if they just want to get control of the main breach and then get control of Garage, opening everything up with the Selmas, they can. They really don't need to take this top floor if they don't want to.
CYCLOPS win this round, they will go into a playoffs position. They won't lock themselves into it, but as there is currently a 3-way tie on points between MNM, Black Dragons, and CYCLOPS, with CYCLOPS being the bottom of it, they get 1 point from this game and they will go up into that 2nd place. A regulation win would be huge really put MNM on the back foot, their chances would suffer. But Tyrant says, stop talking about it, Dev. I've got work to do. He's found one. He's found a double. This is a huge round for MNM.
Oh, he could have been on for the third, but just on ADS's at an unfortunate time, Anderton is able to trade one back at least for CAG. MNM now in the man advantage, and like we commented on, they are looking for this big garage tape. But hang on a second, this is AEgator getting aggressive in the big garage.
Oh my god!
Off guard, and he in fact does, evening up the man count and taking down Neo.
What a game from AEgator as well. He's on 12 kills at the moment, 3.0 KD on this mirror of all operators. He's been a driving force for CYCLOPS in this game. The playmaking just doesn't stop.
Solotov, though, is looking to try and chase him down, coming down these west main stairs now. I believe AEgator has fallen back off to his teammates over back on the site, and indeed he has. Still, only a minute left to go. That's plenty of time for MNM if they want to make something work. They do have that redundancy in hard breach. That's Nello with those two exothermic challenges, and he's got to choose what he wants to get open first. That's the first breach now, going onto this big line of sight that's going to cut the side in half.
AEgator, C4 in hand, ready to deal some damage to make a statement here and put CAG on overtime. But Solotov, he's so keen, so aware. He watches it, and look at this, pushing on deep from Nello. He's all the way in blue, but he's been taken down. Not without damage, though, from MNM, as Users is deep in the site and looking for another one. Anderton, triple kill, traded all up to Suzu. Up on the hatch. Solotov's got no clue, and he forces down that diffuser. Suzu hears the telltale sound of the case open, and as he sprints up, it's going to have to be a post plan. Is Solotov going to live up to the name? He absolutely won't. Suzu C to clutch the 1v1 for CAG, and they will go to match point.
IGL coming up big for CAG right there in that final 1 versus 1. For Solotov, that position that he tried to go for the plant, they happened to have info on. He hadn't shot out the default cam, I believe it was, in the site. And so they had that yellow ping there, and it allowed Suzu to make the call. All right, he's definitely sticking that plant. It's time to go. So well played there from CAG, keeping their composure, even though MNM went for that rush execute onto the back.
My God. This is quite a lead now for CAG. They'll be feeling confident. They've taken their tactical timeout already. MNM electing not to take theirs. They just want to get back into it. They don't want to give CYCLOPS the chance to think about these defenses because, Mandy, let's be honest, it is defense that's been so difficult for both of these teams on Chalet. MNM was able to find 2 of their own. But now that CYCLOPS have done the same, they found this match point. I think taking that tactical pause was an excellent idea. They've had extra time to think about the strat, the play style that MNM's been playing into. However, now CYCLOPS do have to go back to a bomb site they've already lost in Kitchen Dining, and MNM will be ready for it.
I think for MNM, I imagine they're still keeping their composure in the game. Those last 2 rounds in particular, I feel like could have gone either way, especially that last round. It just felt like one of those games of Siege where sometimes the one-on-ones don't quite go your way. Sometimes the trades don't go your way. It happens, right? When you're going for that big, fast-paced push, you just get in a bit of a tussle there. And I think MNM are not going to be too rattled over it. Now we can see something pretty unique, though. Nello's actually bringing along the Amaru. And what that means is there's no more hard breach in this lineup. It's going to be a rush.
We've got the Amaru in through the solar window, and Tyrant has made his way in through bathroom alongside the sledge. And that's good top floor control very early, but CYCLOPS, will they contest this or will they forfeit it?
It actually seems like they are just holding on to the top floor control, and CYCLOPS aren't even going to think about contesting them because they have the info of Anderton down below. They're going to use it to try and leverage this 1 C4 they have in their pocket, try and fight off these vertical angles and try and sit in some blind spots, I suppose, from the vertical. They don't want to fall short to Solotov here.
Well, Anderton, he's going to go for the C4 play, but the timing could not be better. Solotov walks straight back onto it. The buck has been gone down, but not before he was able to open up a lot of the floor. Nello's got information as well. Could enable a floor bang from Users. He wants to go for that pre-fire, but Blackray wins it, traded back immediately. But CYCLOPS retain that man advantage. Nello's going for broke into the site on the back of the information from that drone.
Nello is in a very cheeky position, but it's actually Gator on the other side with that Oryx that could climb up the hatch and backstab him if Nello's not careful. Gator, what's...
Oh, no!
Gatorado instead on the site himself, traded back by Usus. Now, a minute 20 seconds left and still a 3-on-2. Plenty of time for either team.
Usus reveals his position shooting the Prisma. Tyrant, where is he? He's upstairs. He's got to have an impact here. Diffuser in pocket for Usus. And CAG just waiting patiently, and he's got info. Not much, but he knows where players aren't. And he's got that pulse. Tyrant starts to move his way forward. Ayagator still waiting near that hatch as Anderson can play this perfectly. Ayagator goes up the hatch, not hurt as of yet, but Tyrant rotates back upstairs to double bluff on Suzu. CYCLOPS are so close to this regulation win, and they get it! MNM cannot stand up to the Japanese as CAG find revenge. A dish best served on the snowy plains of Chile. A huge 3-point win, putting them in second place in their group.
That was such a mission critical win for CAG to stay in this group. Once again, reiterating, CAG, MNM, both tied on points currently inside of this group. That was so critical for them to win, especially off the back of 2 overtime losses earlier yesterday.
APAC fans and Japanese fans and CYCLOPS fans rejoice, but for MNM, there's a lot of work to be done if they are to make their first playoffs. We'll be back after a short break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
What a match that was. That was a real treat. On the rematch, it was revenge for CYCLOPS. Everyone criticized them. Did you see the choking meme as well?
Yes.
I saw the choking meme.
G2 snuck into that choking meme somehow.
I know. They managed to get on the collar on the dog tag, but CAG, they're known for it. They're known for playing so well and then letting it slip right through their fingers. MNM also, can I just say, they have copped their first L on Chile in, I believe, ever with this roster.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Cal the other day, and he was saying it was like 15-0.
Yeah,
which is why it was such a big deal that they managed to come back and retain that streak against CYCLOPS. I think they took that personally.
Yes, they absolutely is. CYCLOPS, they went for that revenge tour back on Chalet. That is a move of confidence. That really is. You don't just go back to a map that you lost like a day before. That is crazy from CYCLOPS. But they made it work. Clearly, they'd VOD reviewed MNM. I want to point to that round where CYCLOPS decided to bring out the, it was the OSA play, and MNM didn't have any impacts in their lineup, even though they had 3 operators that might have been able to do it. I think that just goes to show how deep the CYCLOPS prep went to go into that rematch, and it definitely paid off.
And what's more, you know, Monty was banned out. Anderton really leaned into that in the previous time that they played. This time Monty banned out. They play the Ying, they play the Ossa. Even on defense as well, the turning point for this game for me was when CYCLOPS won one defense round really, really close. Like, it was very, very fortunate for them. It was a very tight one. And then immediately after, they're not on match point yet. They take a tactical timeout. They take the extra time to discuss how they're going to play out this defense, and they win 2 rounds in a row. They bring that pulse, and oh man, it was so tight.
Yeah, I feel like even though the scoreline was pretty dominant in the end to CAG, I don't think that reflected just how close some of these rounds were. A lot of these rounds did come down to a 2-on-2 or a 1-on-2. I'm thinking back to that round where Solotov was in the 1 versus 1 with Suzu, and Suzu won it off the back of some info. It was actually this round here that Gator went for that aggressive peek, and then they tried to go for this site rush that came out. It was exactly this one, Suzu getting that retake onto Solotov. A lot of rounds ended up like that in that 1-on-1, and it just feels like this game was way closer than what the scoreline tells us.
Well, yeah, this would have been overtime had Suzuki not won that 1 versus 1 on the Jaeger. It also would have ended even faster had we seen that earlier 1v3 attempt on CYCLOPS' attack on the basement. That was very, very early on. It was only round 4. And I think it was Gator almost got that ace with the 1v3 on Flores, and he was literally about 300 milliseconds off of winning that.
Yes.
So this game was
so many rounds in that game like that. That was crazy.
A real treat. And I got to say as well, it's really exciting for CYCLOPS because I think everyone was hoeing in on them. Did you see the really rough Reddit post that someone made?
No.
I'll show you later.
What?
Someone went in on CYCLOPS, and it was actually hard to read. It was like a whole paragraph just like saying like, I used to be a CYCLOPS fan, but
Oh no.
I hope that person is watching now, and I hope that they are giving some respect to CAG.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because that was a bit scary. Oh no, poor CYCLOPS going in on the Reddit. But they played really well that game. The prep clearly went into that game. And yeah, I think they came out on top. That was a brave re-attempt that they did onto MNM, but it proves pretty worthy. 7-3 scoreline. It's dominant.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, just huge performances across the board. Gator definitely the one at the top of my list personally for CAG. For MNM though, we often talk about Solotov when they played Soniqs. We talk about this a lot. One of the most impressive stats of the tournament so far, in my opinion, is Solotov got 10 kills before his first death in that game. He was a bit quieter here. He went negative. Uzis was really the main playmaker. Tyrant also had quite a few impact kills. But of course, for CAG, it was, I mean, to be honest, I think the load was shared. The kills largely on Gator, but think about it, right? Suzu had that really impactful clutch. Anderton had the pulse play in the final 2 rounds that really brought them across the line. And it goes to show that, look, these guys, they might have been together for a really long time, but they still keep it fresh.
I think what I want to point out here is the 2 entries of CAG. So Gator and Black Ray. I think what they did in that game that tipped CYCLOPS over the edge was being really good at shutting down Solotov. It's really scary playing the entry on Chalet, right? Especially against a player like Solotov, who's super proficient at moving around through the map. We saw it in their first match they played against each other. He was just lethal. Like you said, 10 kills before he died, right? This time around, the entries worked out really well for CAG. It felt like Gator and Black Ray were playing a lot closer together. They were there for the pinches and the refrags, and I just think it was constantly that Solotov was in a 2-on-1 situation wherever he was, and they did a really great job of shutting him down in the early rounds.
Yeah, there were a lot of traded opening kills on both sides, I will say. Let's have a look at how this shapes up the group, because man, does it have implications. Right at the top of the group, Soniqs are still looking mighty fine, but CAG have gotten themselves back in the game. They put themselves on the map. Look at them, their second regulation win. And on top of the fact that they have 2 overtime losses, it means they are all the way up in second place. They've got a playoff spot, Mandy.
That's crazy. APAC miracle run, baby! That's insane. CAG, they still have one more game to play today. It's against the Soniqs, I believe. I believe we're going to be casting that one later, aren't we?
Ooh, let me double check the roster.
I could be completely wrong, but I believe that we are casting that 1 versus 2 match later.
You know what we are, and that is very poggers.
Yes, we are. This is so exciting.
So you know what? Funnily enough, there is a chance that CAG can make it to playoffs without even getting any more points. Like, this is now on MNM and Black Dragons. What about that, right? That is ridiculous. 8 points for CAG, and if they can get more against Soniqs today, they can guarantee their spot in the playoffs. A full 3 points, and there's no looking back. We'll be seeing CAG in the playoffs if that happens. Oh man, this is so good. I'm so keen. Final day of groups, and Jönköping is just moments away. We'll be back in just a moment for the next game, which is a huge one. Wolves versus FaZe Clan, so stick around.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Olo can do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. Working follow above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Colt's on the case.
Vai partir terceiro triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des! That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed it more!
Consegue levar o round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
He's connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy.
For the kill!
Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing, Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in Stage 1. What a performance. Beat the dead. Surprise! Oh, no! What has just happened, Dead?
LMG Fuse. I think the Zofia one. Okay, let's go. Isso vai. Dá-lhe mesmo lá. Botei. I'm gonna try to the. Which is this? The let's go. Depois você fecha e bota dele. Boa? It's good. Not very hot. It's good, like a jelly. It's good. That one. Approve it. The first one's approve it. Not done yet. Napier Furry. I'm win. It's still not that much. Let's try. Nossa, mano, eu vou ficar com essa aqui, certeza. The first one. It's good. I like jalapeno, so it's jalapeno, you know? It's good.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we're gonna be starting out. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feels so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we're gonna be starting out. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feels so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Once again.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. You never know why.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember star in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
It's time for the big one, Mandy. We've got Wolves and we've got FaZe, and there is a lot at stake, not just here at the 6 Major with playoffs on the line at our final day of groups, but also FaZe are not yet confirmed for the 6 Invitational, and that may change in this match.
Oh, this is going to be such an exciting one. The two titans of their region going up against each other. Wolves, of course, first place in EUL and having a pretty good showing so far here in Sweden. And FaZe, yesterday, they fell short to the Direwolves, but we still put them up there as one of the titans of LATAM. They were, of course, the Berlin Major Grand Finalists, 1 round away from winning it out, and this is going to be a banger matchup.
And let's not forget as well that FaZe, 1 year ago in Sweden, were major champions. They finally took that mantle. They finally won a championship on the international stage, and ever since then they've been looking to do it once again. You can see that they currently reside in 2nd place, with Wolves very comfortable in 1st after an overtime game against Mirage to kick off their campaign. They have been flawless ever since. Unfortunately, you can't say the same for FaZe. Not only have they already lost to the Wolves, but they also lost to the Direwolves.
Oh no, they're losing out to all of the Wolves. All the Wolves. I just can't take them down. FaZe, of course, this is going to be a mission critical game for them to win. I believe they have one more game later today that they have to try and claw back and stay in playoffs contention. But here it is. This is the playoffs probability for this group. And yeah, it just seems like FaZe, even when they lose this one, they go down to 33%. That is tough.
Well, on top of that, we've got Direwolves Mirage happening on the A stream at the moment. I won't spoil the map video for you, but I would highly encourage you to get that on your screens, as well as this one, obviously. I will be asking production routinely for the updates on that match. And of course, because all of the games are going on at the same time, this group could drastically change in the next hour. Wolves and FaZe going head-to-head, Direwolves and Mirage going head-to-head. If FaZe can get some points against Wolves today, that will be huge for their chances of making playoffs, keeping in mind that FaZe later on will also be playing Mirage for a chance at more points, but they really need all the ones they can get. And if you think about it, right, like FaZe have already copped the L to Direwolves, which means that FaZe have to get revenge by beating other teams in the group as well. And Wolves, currently undefeated, are the ones with the biggest target on their back.
Yeah, so this one is the test of the midfield, right? FaZe, they're going to get tested by Wolves here. Arguably the much more difficult test. Direwolves are being tested by Mirage. Now, the Direwolves Mirage one is a must-win for them, right? That is your 3rd and 4th place game. Direwolves should win that one out, in theory, which means that FaZe have to win this one to stay in that 2nd place spot, which is where they are currently, right? And so both these games for both these teams, mission critical. For Wolves, if they lose this game, technically are still in playoffs contention as well, so not as mission critical. It's really on the onus of FaZe to claw one back after that upset from yesterday.
Well, let's start talking about the boys in yellow and just how they have been so good at this tournament. I've got to say, these guys are incredibly social. They're always hanging around the hotel, so it's easy to get some good insight on them, and I can tell you for sure that they have been really confident but not cocky this event. Wolves historically have struggled at international events. They've dominated EUL all year. There's no question who the best team in EUL has been in 2022. It's the Wolves, right? But come Berlin, they made it to playoffs and then bailed out early. Come Charlotte, I don't even think they made playoffs in Charlotte. Wolves have slowly been making progress, and they're modest with it, but we need to start seeing them being championship contenders because they haven't all year long, and yet they so believe they deserve that they can do it.
I think the story for Wolves for me is that it's going to happen eventually, right? These guys have clawed their way up in the standings through EUL for the past year, essentially, right? Right at the beginning, when they first came to EUL, as this 5-man roster, I think they finished like 6th or 7th or something like that in the EUL. Slowly, every single stage, they've improved their standings. They went from 6th and 7th to 3rd and 4th, and then they came 1st, and now they're consistently 1st in EUL, and now they're consistently at these majors. It's about translating that progression into being a grand finalist team, into being in that playoff semi-final type of spot, and I think that they're going to back themselves in to do that, right? Their progression has been linear. It's going through. I don't think they're too upset at what they've achieved so far.
No, but FaZe, of course, are the ones that have to really work for it. As we get through the map veto, FaZe get the final ban. It's a choice between Bank and Cafe. They're going to pick Cafe, which does give Wolves the choice for the starting side. And I'm looking at a very small screen. Looks like they've chosen defense.
There we go. So Wolves are going to start out on the defense of Cafe. Now, to be honest, I don't have a big amount of insight into how Cafe plays out for either of these teams, but I feel like Cafe is not a super common thing that we see out of FaZe. Maybe off the top of my head, I could be completely wrong, but in recent times, it doesn't feel like FaZe play a whole lot of it. Whereas for the Wolves, I feel like I've seen them play it a little bit more recently. I think starting out on the defense as well does lean into the Wolves, hopefully a little bit, especially with the way that FaZe, attack. I think that Cafe is one of those maps that you sort of need to do step by step, and I don't really know if that leans into how FaZe plays.
Well, Wolves have played quite a bit of Cafe recently. They don't really ban it whatsoever. They do have quite a large map pool, so it's no surprise. The main highlight games, I would say, is they managed to 7-2 MNM on Cafe in EUL this stage, as well as TT9 7-1 later in the season. So undefeated 100% win rate, and also they played it in the French League, if you want to count that. They beat a team called 3-2-1. But as for FaZe, they're also undefeated. They have played it 3 times in recent history. It was also meant to be the decider game when they played Team Liquid in the Copa Elite. That did end up going ahead. But the other games they've played in Stage 3, I think the biggest and most notable win is 8-6 over W7M. Now, FaZe are kind of the boogeymen for W7M. They always manage to get that win over them. W7M really struggled against that opponent. And in fact, W7M said they're very thankful that FaZe was on Liquid side of the bracket in the Copa Elite. It's what enabled W7M to get to that final. But FaZe, you know, they've got good performances on Cafe. I quite believe in them. You know, I think that they have a pretty decent chance on this map. But the question is, do they have that motivation, the right headspace? You can see right now they are getting into the right headspace. Is this going to work out for them? What is the motivational speech going to do for them?
I think this is a curious map pick for FaZe. I feel like with the way that FaZe play, it's a very fluid play style, right? When I chatted to them, they said, we think we're a team that just plays a very fluid play style. We have a lot of options, we're very flexible, and because of how long this roster has been together and the IGLing power that they have in Astro, who is one of those flex players on the roster, that they have a pretty unique playstyle. So when it comes to playing maps like Cafe, which I think are a bit more methodical, kind of step-by-step-ish, you have things that you need to clear and they're critical to clear, it feels like it cuts down their options a little bit on the attack. It doesn't really feel like a FaZe map is sort of what I'm trying to get at here.
I will say for FaZe, I remember, I mean, this is quite some time ago. I think they played it at... I think this was Six Invitational last year, actually, so I know I'm probably stretching back the memory a little bit, but I was amazed at how well FaZe played this map, particularly because people often talk about that FaZe playstyle. They don't mind just hard-hitting a single area. They formulate a really good strategy and just go for it and execute, often with smokes or some kind of clever utility and good positioning, and I was amazed at how good their attacks were on Cafe. That was quite some time ago. But nonetheless, FaZe, they need this. They absolutely need this win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Wolves going into this defending half as well, I really like the way that Wolves have been playing this major. It feels very characteristic of them, especially with Rise on the IGLing. I just think that their frontline, backline kind of lineup has been really working out for them in this group so far. And I think on a map like Cafe, it'll work out against a map like FaZe. I'm really leaning into Wolves, to be honest, as we break down this desk further and further. Like, the more I think about it, the more I feel like they've done pretty well in this veto.
Wolves undefeated in their group so far, and all but locked in for the playoffs. For FaZe Clan, they fight not only for the playoffs at Jönköping, but also for the 6 Invitational. A win here will confirm them to go to SI. But for Wolves, they need this win. They need, in fact, just 6 rounds in this game. A single point for Wolves will confirm them to the Jönköping Major playoffs.
First 2 bans to go out are Nomad and Ying. Okay, interesting. So for Nomad to be banned out, I think that puts a lot of discipline on the attack to make sure that they have that flank court set up and they have as much map control in their hands as possible before they go for the execute, because otherwise they're going to be gravely punished by someone retaking up either through a hallway. I can imagine that pixel position, for example, if you're doing a top floor attack, there needs to be a gun trained on those kinds of lines of sight because you don't have air jabs to try and block them off anymore, that kind of thing. Cade to be taken off the board does make things a little bit easier on the attack as well, even though Thatcher is still in play. It just gives you a bit more flexibility in the operators that you can play because you're not forced to pick Thatcher every single time. Good ban from FaZe.
Love some of the skins we're seeing as well. I know I always get distracted by the skins in the big FaZe, but I do love them. They are
Love the
terrifying.
drip. You always talk about that.
I appreciate the drip, especially because when we have restrictions on what skins are and aren't allowed actually in the game to be used. Like mostly people just run team skins or the old Pro League skins. In fact, I can see an EUL skin on Bibu. There you go. Speaking about Bibu, what an OG. I mean, I feel like that guy has just been the iconic French Rainbow Six player since the dawn of time for Rainbow Six.
You know, yesterday we were back in the hotel, right? And Bibu messages me because of course the soccer is going on, right? And he messages me, "You want to come and watch your team lose?" Since Australian French were playing yesterday. Oh, it was terrible. He is the iconic French fan of the roster, isn't he? Anyway, we're starting out on this ground floor bomb site, going into kitchen and cooking. It looks like an extension over into VIP are what Wolves are going to be leaning into. Yeah, I think this is pretty extended roam as well, with the hatch being opened. Pretty ambitious from Wolves to go for this first extended roam. FaZe, though, on the other hand, have replied with a slightly more util clear type setup. We've got the floor res in play, and they're already starting to put pressure onto this bakery side.
But of course it's FaZe, so they're going to cut once only after measuring 100 times. So let's see what they're measuring at the moment. Bit of drone work done. Shaping up around a couple of different aspects of the map. Perhaps it is going to be a bakery push. I quite like that. The gridlock in tandem with a smoke to try and prevent retakes. That Nomad band out from FaZe does encourage that gridlock to be used, but of course the impacts have now taken down all of those track stingers.
Astro putting his pressure onto this reception side of the map. He's already got a drone in through this double window. He's starting to get some good info on the hallway. Meanwhile, the rest of Wolves. Oh gosh, starting to get aggressive as well in small bakery is Mowgli. He can take some of those gridlock tracks, and somehow Rise is there to help him connect a shot onto Astro. That's one of the FaZe players going down early.
Yeah, wow, and a second one now as well. Mowgli's been a bit of a menace. FaZe caught lacking there. Astro ill-advised. He walked straight into a crossfire. Is that the fallback from Rise? He's actually managed to get back on. No, sorry, I was confused. I got baited by Shinka. So we still have Rise playing his position in VIP. We also have support from Mowgli on these white stairs as more smokes go out. But P4, in fact, on these stairs. Oh, he's taken out. Cyber wins out the fight with the F2.
If there's any player to do it, it's going to be Cyber, isn't it? The superhero of FaZe, now getting control of that second floor, but he may be met by Mowgli, who's just playing as well underneath that hell position, tucked away. Actually, not in the hell position, just in this side of this hallway at the top of the red stairs. Has a long line of sight, but Cyber has wrapped around over to 90.
Game of cat and mouse between Cyber and Mowgli for now. But it's hard to see how FaZe can find an in here. Rise needs to be cautious not to lose his life. He's already lost his shield. And if he falls, that's really the last line of defense for Wolves before FaZe can look to the site. And especially with Mowgli going down a cameraman, this is looking a little bit sketchy. FaZe make a rotate, go bakery side. Telegraphed by the opening of the wall. Bibu holding firm inside of bakery. He has to have an impact, and he does. The diffuser down, the iconic Frenchman traded back. Cameraman though, oh my God, Cyber. It came down to a 1v1, but he is so quick on the trade. And FaZe open up with the first round.
I was going to say right at the end there, great call from FaZe to go in for that bakery rotate. As soon as they found the pick, that one extra pick they needed to even the man count onto reception, they decided to consolidate all their plays into one spot and back themselves in to play the trade game from there. And like you said, Cyber, he's super proficient on that entry role, and as soon as he got that pick into bakery, it all worked out in the hands of FaZe. I think for Wolves, yeah, they were able to identify early on what FaZe were going for, and that was a very minimalist ground floor take, but eventually FaZe, with their problem-solving skills, surround them like vultures through the mid-round and find some extra picks that lead them back in.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it, that Wolves can have such an advantage and FaZe can find a way back into the game. I know from talking to Wolves about the Clubhouse game where they dropped the point to Mirage, the thing that they really struggled with was when they started to have really bad reads on their opponents. For example, Rise was saying Wolves were succeeding on all of their hard breach scenario. They were K tricking all the hatches, they were impact tricking as well, and Mirage wasn't able to find an in onto the Clubhouse basement, and yet Wolves decided to feed them picks because they thought that Mirage were going to go for a specific kind of rush, and Wolves tried to play to counter that, but instead Mirage was just sitting there guns up and found all these freebies from Wolves. So Rise really blamed themselves. Wolves blamed their own team for having a bad read. And honestly, I think that's partly what happened there and why FaZe was able to find so many kills back in the mid-round.
I think that's going to be the story of this entire game, to be honest. Wolves, that's where they struggle with, right? They struggle once they have the man advantage to keep all their plays in this same disciplined story in the defense. And then FaZe are one of those teams that could definitely punish them for it, especially with this very probe style attack that they like to go for. Wolves have got to be much more disciplined in this series if they want to close it out against FaZe.
And FaZe do have such a peculiar playstyle. Sorry, I got distracted. What's Cameraman's charm? I know, I'm talking about the drip again.
Oh God, you're talking about
Can we have a look at Cameraman's charm for a second? Stop aiming, mate. Stop aiming. Was it the flip side charm? Am I going crazy? Stop.
Such a loser.
No, is that a Brazilian flag? I can't tell. I think it's a Brazilian flag. There you go. That's even cooler. I'll give him that.
FaZe are looking for this top floor take now. You're such a loser.
Just keep talking, Mandy.
But look now on this white hallway window, just trying to cut off anyone that may be in that Timbers area. Meanwhile, Mowgli, the YMI sitting inside of pixel position, is playing pretty conservative so far, I say, as he moves around through the couch. FaZe just in a problem-solving phase at the moment, trying to figure out, are they going to go for a regular pixel take, or are they going to go from Eastern? Already they're crawling their way into default plants.
Who's that? Astro, first man in the building, and he leads the charge. Souls has found a pick. It's back and forth as Cyber has now taken control of Cocktail. I don't think Wolves are very aware of it. Bibu at the top of White Stairs will try and save the round. He's found one pick, but with that diffuser down, it's going to be a 1v3 retake. Lot of angles to check here. Difficult crossfire to navigate. The flash goes out, but he decides he needs to take this fight. The re-peek, the player on the window is so difficult. Cyber not able to spray that down, but it's fine because Astro's there. Close in Cocktail. And that's FaZe to lock down yet another round on the attack.
Really well played from FaZe. That was a pretty unique attack and not one that you see every day, and it was very FaZe-esque. I'm not really sure what other words to describe it as. FaZe are not the team that are going to drop Red Hatch, take Cigar, and then clear Pixel.
They're not going to do the normal slow
FaZe
stuff,
are not going to do that. FaZe are always going to go for something where they can find an in onto the map, where they can probe their way around. All 5 players are looking for the interaction. That is the FaZe MO, right? Whenever there's a crime scene that's happened somewhere on the map, there's usually only 1 or maybe at the most 2 FaZe players there. These guys are playmakers and they like to hold on to their own ground, but they do it with great timing. What we saw there was 5 players all with their own separate entry point, but they all did it in a 3-2-1 go, and that really threw off the Wolves in their pixel-centric setup.
There's a reattempt for Wolves onto Bar here, and they'll be much more cautious of that waltz in, I expect. Honestly, even to some degree, you want a bit of barbed wire or Malusi on Bar, so they can't just walk up from Cigar Shop and from under New Hatch and take this map control away.
I'd actually have to agree with you on that. I feel like Wolves at the moment are really leaning into this active intel. You've got the Mirror on board, for example. You've got Warden. You don't even have barbed wire on the Jaeger, for example. You've got a bulletproof camera. That's also active intel because you need to be on it. I just feel like a little bit of passive intel into the way that FaZe are playing would be beneficial for them because it's just so hard to get a read on what the attack is doing.
I like this. We got the Twitch. Oh my god. Twitch drone actually got shot. Unfortunate by Cameraman. I was going to say that's really nice. He managed to get a Twitch drone into Cocktail really easily, but not to be, unfortunately. He's got his one downstairs. You can take out that inside default camera really easily. Looks like he is going to go throw it back up into the window so he can check for util on side, perhaps take down one of those mirror windows.
So FaZe are actually changing their approach going into this attacker lineup. We've got Monty on the board, and I imagine Astro is going to be actually dropping that Red Hatch and making space for his team. Now, of course, the utility game is going to be the next step for that attack, if that is what they are going for. It seems like Cyber still using some of those Twitch drones to try and aid the push for where he can. Jumping it through, of course, inside of Freezer, but that does get muted out now. This attack is being stalled out pretty hard by these mute jammers. There's a couple of them segmenting off this long bar side of the map. The only real intel they have for the entry is Astro on that Monty right now.
Oh, but as you say that, it's a quick couple kills, leaving Wolves at the deficit here. FaZe have once again found themselves in a very strong position on this attacking side, Mandy. Wolves struggling to retake, to recompose, as that Monty stares down Rise on this mirror window.
This is going to be a tough one for Wolves. They're starting to really be surrounded by the FaZe players here. You've got Cyber, who's putting a lot of pressure here on this single new window, already sending in his smokes, just trying to aid the push that FaZe are going to by the Monty. Oh, Rise is able to get a big swing onto Cyber, but not before the fuser's going down.
Hasn't gone down yet, though, and that means Bullet is now having to 1v2 with Rise down on the ground, not likely to be able to be revived here. They're not going to take the risk. Bullet doesn't have any nades left to his name. Can see that diffuser on the ground.
P4 just sitting inside of Cigar as well, inside the box. Bullet is able to isolate this 1 versus 1 in the box, but he has to connect the shots and he can't. It's actually Bibu all the way from the rotate hole on the other side to find that kill.
Yeah, wow, well, it's funny. There were really only 2 points of action that round, weren't they? There was the initial just kerfuffle, where FaZe found a one-man advantage, and then there was the second one, where Wolves came out on top significantly. FaZe unable to get that diffuser safely into bar. They fell short. And Wolves have found their first round.
That was a nice setup from Wolves. I really like the 2 mute jammers that were inside the long bar and by the rotate. What that meant was even though FaZe were trying to send in drones to look at what their cocktail mirror setup looked like, they just couldn't get a read on what the defense was like. They sort of went for broke with that Monty push that came through from Cigar. And I want to point out as well, Rise taking that fight onto the single window really opens up the defense. It means that you no longer have to worry about the pressure of someone swinging in and killing your entire backline. It also means that you can start to move your way through the long bar because or that single rotate because you're not being cut off from that window anymore. I think that was a really instrumental gunfight to take and was really instrumental in closing out the round for the Wolves.
And I will say for Wolves, as consolation of losing the first 2 rounds, I think they're starting to get a bit better of a read on FaZe, aren't they? And I think especially going back down to this basement, they know that FaZe, even though it seems like they're just going for a fast bakery play, they're just setting up everywhere on the map to try and be slightly more favored towards them, and then baiting for kills in the late round by being in unpredictable positions and trying to punish Wolves for attempting to retake ground.
I want to see how FaZe are going to be able to drone through this map because I think that the big telltale of that last round was just a lack of intel. Like you said, Wolves are starting to get a read onto FaZe, but it's also in part due to FaZe not really having a read on the defense of Wolves. So we can see now Twitch drone is gone inside of the bakery. I think that's just about to be mute jammed out. There we go. It's actually been shot out by that player in the back of bakery, but they're still going to hold on to this Monty push.
Oh, here comes the Capitão's fire though. Puts Bibu in a real pickle as the Monty has made his way in. A player to support from Prep. No one able to support from Small Bake. The smoke goes out, running straight on through, and it's Mowgli. He finds one. He can get the Monty in the back, surely. He's worried about the Small Bake window, and that's where he meets his demise. Still, the Monty survives, but Bibu is hella distracted. Souls can march on in. It is back and forth. P4 and Rise, the last players left to try and salvage this round for Wolves. The FaZe have gone hell for leather.
Oh, look at that as well. There's even a rotate on that bakery wall. If Astro wants to make his way into the bomb site, we can see P4 now starting to block off some of those lines of sight with those Azami barricades. It's allowed him to take a slightly more aggressive position here inside of this kitchen room.
That Monty is just so annoying. Always giving more information to FaZe. P4 can at least block up some of these lines of sight and give Wolves a chance at evening this up. Soul's already taking quite a bit of damage there. So if Wolves gets into a gunfight, they may be able to take him down. As Cameraman's actually going for a bit of a flank all the way out the back.
Oh, this is so the play from Cameraman. They are so occupied by whatever Monty is going on at the moment that Cameraman could definitely get some free space here. But he's actually not going to do that. He will decide to reconvene with his plays over in Somewhere Bakery instead. Long line of sight for Souls through that Keeper barricade as Rise tries to get aggressive. Look for some heroics. Same thing with P4. Now taking a very aggressive engagement onto the breach, but the Monty's wrapped all the way round.
Yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? And Souls is taking down Rise, so it's all on P4. No more keeper barriers left. Astro forcing that diffuser down, but there's no one actually covering right now. Surely he can plant, but he was just baiting after all, and now he is gonna be abused. FaZe Clan, they are no chumps on their cafe attack. 3-1 in the lead.
That is so annoying. That is so frustrating. This is a really great game of Cafe to watch. I criticized FaZe at the beginning by saying that this isn't really a FaZe map because on Cafe, you need to do things 1, 2, 3. You need to do things step by step. When you drop the hatch, you clear pixel. When you clear pixel, you go through white. But FaZe always have something up their sleeve that they've not, in a single one of these 4 attacks, have they done anything like it. Even for that bakery push, they didn't go for like some fancy U-Seal clearance back bakery or whatever. They just sent in Astro, who was going, guys are here, yellow pings, send in a Capital Firebolt, make the entries work, and they're happy to play that trade game through the mid rounds because they know that they have the problem-solving skills to win out the round even in the man disadvantage. That's FaZe, that's their identity, and it's very hard for Wolves to deal with.
FaZe do have to be careful though, because there's been some moments where Wolves have thrown a spanner in the works and it's looked difficult for FaZe to recompose. For example, I'm thinking about how the smoke on the small bake run-in, and Mowgli just Stewie 2K'd right on through it and found a kill. Almost found a second as well, and if he had taken down that Monty of Astro, that round would have gotten very difficult for FaZe. So they're so fortunate they were able to take him down before he did more damage. But Wolves, they can't just have one flash of greatness here and there. They need to start stringing together some rounds because they're down quite a deficit now. 2 rounds. FaZe has in a way almost won this half already.
Just want to circle back to FaZe one more time. They are not afraid of making mistakes, and I want to come back to that later on as they go through more and more attacks. We've got 2 more to dissect of them. Meanwhile, for the Wolves, they've decided to take us over to a tertiary bomb site instead, Reading and Fireplace. This is one of my favorite bomb sites because there's so many ways that you can play around that top floor and make a train your own with that kind of architecture. And let's see how FaZe approach this. They are looking for this top-down clear. Soul's opening up the hatch at the moment and starting to get that drone work in through the top floor.
Wolves really have to get a move on. Cafe is quite defender-sided. You'd expect a 4-2 half if you were watching EUL or Brazil, judging by the stats from Stage 3. And, well, I mean, FaZe are used to playing this map. Both teams, in fact, have quite a lot of experience on it. Second most played map in BR6 as well.
Actually quite a passive hold though from Wolves. The util does go in. It actually clears quite a lot of it here inside of Cocktail. Cameraman as well, with that pressure from the window, is taking down Bibu, and there's still a player locked inside of Cocktail, now even taken down by Bullet. Just feels like FaZe have got a really good grip on this round.
It's so claustrophobic for Wolves as they continue to fall. It goes from bad to worse to disaster as Rise and Shinka must do their darndest to hold on here, but FaZe already have a man in the building. There's 2 of them, in fact. It's a refrag and one unnecessary. Shinka can find 1 kill, but he's going to have to ace up. As FaZe have taken full control of the top floor, Shinka can fall back to sight down in Reading, but it's not going to do much. Hang on a second. 2 kills. The E1D to slow him down for just a moment, but he's got time to work with.
He's got time to work with, but there is a player in the
Oh my God!
Turn to him. Shinka could make this one work now. 1-on-4, turn it into 1-on-2 with a minute left to go. FaZe, they have to be very more careful than this.
I mean, this was a 1v5, Mandy. Could this be the first 1v5 of the major? Shinka, a true gunner, SMG-11, and Hope. He's taken down that Gemini to once again starve information from FaZe. Astro and Cameraman, some of the most experienced players in Rainbow Six. They can't afford to make a mistake. They will go for the trades. No util to speak of, just their trusty guns. Starting to force that plant down. Shinka will have heard that. He comes in from the hallway. He knows he needs to take this fight on Astro. He needs to land this crucial shot, but Astro holds firm, denies the 1v5, and gets FaZe a 4th round immediately. Wolves will call the tactical timeout.
Oof, that clutch had me a little bit tongue-tied there. Shinka almost bringing that one back. But for FaZe, I feel like they had a much better read on that top floor setup than what they did when they failed that attack on the top floor last time. It just felt like there wasn't enough utility up there on that top floor for the Wolves players that were sitting in Cocktail to play with, you know, that the mute jammers, they were taken out pretty easily, right? There was no shield there. There was just your ADSs that were inside of that Timbers position. It just felt like the Wolves players didn't have a lot to work with in that particular strategy on Cocktail. It really relied on them just holding on for a little bit and maybe going for the full off or something like that. And FaZe fully capitalized on that by getting on those cut-offs early, just sending in that utility in a true FaZe fashion to take the round.
Wolves, what are you going to do now? You've won a single round after 5 attempts on the defense of Cafe. Lelouan with some fist pumps to get the team going again after a bit of a briefing. Got to get back into that headspace and can't afford to lose even one more defense. Usually it's not advisable to take that tactical timeout on your final round of a half because, as people say, you can't really take much strategic knowledge into the next half because you're playing a completely different side. But when it comes to the mental game, that's what's so crucial. And on top of that, Wolves cannot afford to lose any more of their defenses here. To go down 1-5 would be a travesty.
So Wolves are taking us back up to this top floor bomb site, which is the one that they won, I believe, but they're changing their philosophy going into it. Not only are they shifting their mute jammers a little bit more to the front line inside of Cigar and inside of this red wall, but they're also bringing along the Azami in the hands of Rise, trying to make this piano position a fortress. We'll see where he decides to put them down. Even a big aggressive rotate hole, not just a line of sight, a rotate hole on that backstore wall will make things tricky if FaZe tries to go for piano control.
Oh, the implications of this match could be huge, Mandy. FaZe, after copping that loss to Direwolves, their chances of making the playoffs looks dire. But if FaZe can find some wins against Wolves here, find some points out of this game, not only will it prevent Wolves from being locked in, Wolves need 6 rounds to lock playoffs, but it will also mean that FaZe will have a serious shot at the playoffs. They will overtake Direwolves as they are currently tied on points.
So this is interesting to me. We've already got the diffuser in pretty odd hands, and that's Cyber at the moment, who's on the Twitch, and he's not even near the hatches. He's nowhere near where you would expect the push to come from. He's over on that east side balcony instead, just trying to get info through those windows. We saw him send through a Twitcher in through there a little bit earlier, and he's going to send another one through. Meanwhile, the rest of FaZe are working this front side of take, trying to see what in that they can get.
It's so hard to clear out that Azami and Piano, isn't it? In FaZe, they're not one to tackle problems head on. They're one to look for a weakness and exploit. Astro's got some really good info, though, at this setup. And there is a player down outside on that east balcony still. Haven't really had much of a lurk inside the map from FaZe, which does surprise me a bit because it's going to be really difficult if they don't start rotating some util over to clear these Hell in a Cell positions. They're going to need something else magical.
Oof, and there we go. Bullet punishes the misposition of Rise, and now they're starting to clear out this position inside of Bar. 2 Zofia charges and a nade to follow through, and I imagine that the execute is going to be explosive once again from FaZe.
Ooh, direct trade from Bibu and Cyber. And Rise losing control of Piano is devastating for for Wolves, but I think it looks like P4 has actually taken up a position inside Piano as well, playing behind this keeper barrier. 3v4 for the Wolves as the French try their best to hold on to win a second round in the half. They cannot afford to let FaZe get away with 5 attacks and P4's on the front line. He's taken down! What a snappy shot from Souls. Shinka, he couldn't 1v5, but can he 1v4 to close out the half? Or Wolves' tack timeout would have been for absolutely nothing. FaZe know how to play these advantages, but it's a nuts shot from Shinka. SMG-11 in hand, he got the down onto Astro as well. It's Cameraman, it's only Cameraman. Left for FaZe, he's got to 1v1 against Shinka. He goes for that revive, and Astro, he actually faked it. He's not got Astro left, and it's Shinka with the 1v4 to keep Wolves alive.
Oh, FaZe, you did it once, but you can't do it twice like that. Shinka just made a fool out of FaZe in that 1 versus 4, playing it to perfection inside of Bathroom and punishing FaZe for not knowing exactly where he was, right? FaZe definitely should have been able to clean up that round. 1v5 and a 1v4. Come on, guys. And that's 2 rounds now on the board for Wolves. They're going to go onto their attacking half, and we'll see if they can translate that success in that last round.
Oh, man, that has got to be a bit of a confidence booster. That's exactly what you need if you're Wolves. down in the dumps after a miserable start to the match. But finally, a 1v4 from Shinka. He's cracked double digits as well. Look at him, 10 and 5. Playing the support roles, playing those clutch positions. He has delivered.
It is not every day that we get to say that about an SMG11 player, right? That is the curse of being an anchor on a team, right? Your whole team is dead, and you are alive with a shotgun and an SMG11, and you're playing on Cafe, a ginormous map with long lines of sight, and Shinka's just like, well, dang.
No, I was
Better
amazed.
clutch up.
That first spray that he got from inside washrooms, he not only found a kill, but he also got the down at the same time. That is nuts. Really surprising. I mean, to find 2 kills with the SMG11 with the 17 bullet mag is it's not easy, I can tell you that much.
So FaZe are taking us down to this ground floor bomb site, and they're playing an Azami setup inside of the bakery with a rotate that's going to allow them to come back and fall back into the site for when the inevitable execute comes through. The Wolves starting to shape up their way around this ground floor. This is a very unconventional game of Cafe. We're not seeing this top to bottom take, trying to play the vertical, all the usual business. We're seeing a lot of this direct head-on challenging of utility game from both teams.
Now, while we don't have the Monty from Wolves, we've got Rise on the good old Blitz. May bring in the Blitz train. Oh, wow. Good shot from Astro. Mowgli was just quickly peeking to try and toss a nade. But, wow. FaZe have actually taken the kill and fallen off of Bakery completely.
Oh, and that's a set of your nades gone as well on the side of the Wolves. Could be a little bit dangerous here, but like you said, they have fallen off of Bakery, and they have this control to get onto the wall, but not without losing one of their players. Shinka, he can start to get this line of sight on the Bakery wall at the moment. He's still got a couple of X-Kairos in his hands, but in fact, not enough to make an entry hole. So this is going to stay as just a line of sight into the bomb site.
It's interesting. He could have made an entry hole if he'd switched it to the 4 and then put the 2 above it. It would be just crouchable. But he instead decided for a really strong line of sight. With no other hard breach on the roster, it makes you wonder where will Wolves eventually try to entry from.
There is a player, I believe, creeping down the brown stairs at the moment. Who is that on their drones at the moment? I believe it is someone on the attack. We love that we cannot see the icons. Oh no, P4 on the way now down the brown stairs on the Nook, of course, very characteristic. And here we go. This is the Blitz train that you're talking about for Wolves. They're going to have to funnel because really there isn't that many points of entries for this bomb site.
Oh, but Bibu keen on this long line of sight. Worried about that Azami barrier, but Rise has done some damage on the Blitz with a nice headshot onto Bullet. Marching on forward now, he's walking into a crossfire. He knows there's a player stuck in this corner, but he gets flanked by Cyber. Where's the rest of Wolves? Shinka, your job was to take down that player, and instead you've let FaZe once again get the advantage.
Wolves really getting stalled out now by that lack of entry point into the bomb site, just desperately trying to look for picks elsewhere. It was Rise in that hallway, and now it's Shinka to replace him, but Souls is in a very uncomfortable position, is making it work out for him because there is no hole there.
Oh, big entry from P4. He's got the rotate, gets another one! Is he good for 3? He's absolutely nuts! It's all on Cameraman now. A 1v2 as P4 has got to force that diffuser down. Shinka is taken out. And surely that means Cameraman can clutch it. P4 is not going to be able to get this diffuser down. Cameraman with the 1v2 to put FaZe onto 5 rounds.
Yeah, really nice game there from FaZe. It just felt like they retained their composure through that mid-round. As they realized Wolves could not get an in onto the bomb site, they sat in some pretty precarious positions, notably the one right in the corner of that kitchen that took ages for Wolves to eventually clear. They ended up having to make a rotation through all the way into that red hallway to eventually clear him out. P4 almost there with the heroics, so close. He was good for 3, but not for 4, and Cameraman was there to close out in the 1 on 2.
Man, this is not how I expected this game to go down, Mandy. We're up 5-2 for FaZe. Wolves have been undefeated in their group so far, only dropping a single point in their opening game to Mirage. And since then, no one has been able to touch them, including FaZe. Wolves won 7-4 on Clubhouse, a dominating scoreline considering how strong FaZe have been in the past. Runners-up at the Berlin Major, champions here in Sweden a year before. And now FaZe, after what was a terrible second day in the groups, losing to both Wolves and Dire Wolves, they come back and they're looking for revenge.
I've got to say, after watching that one attack run from the Wolves, I feel like this is just a game of the minds between these two teams, right? I expected Wolves to do something a little bit more conventional once they flipped onto their attacking half, but Wolves say, FaZe, we know your game. We can play that game too. And both of them go for these very unconventional attacks, making it really hard for the defense to get a read onto them. And as a result, it's really just enabling a lot of these attacking playmaking. We can see Rise, he's able to pick something like the Blitz, try and make something work in the hallway. You don't often see that in Rainbow Six Siege, but at this level of play, at this major, against these two Titan teams, that's the kind of game that we expect.
Wolves really feeling that pressure now, no more mucking around. And when it comes to those calls, like you're saying, to play that aggressive FaZe play style, to play that heavy execute style, it's such a tough call. And I know within Wolves, you've got, Rise, essentially the captain, who's making the decisions. And then you've got Bibu, the old guard, who's got a more old way of viewing the game, and P4, who brings that younger, more aggressive approach. They need to be able to make these calls quickly, as FaZe can't be allowed to find match point.
Well, I would actually disagree with it. I feel like the calls have been relatively slow. There's been a big problem-solving phase for every single one of these attack rounds. A grenade below from Mowgli does open up that line of sight, and he can connect a couple shots onto Souls, but not take him down.
Second nade might be able to find him, but while standing on the bench, no, he is actually taken down. The bench doesn't protect him. It's a big pick, but unfortunately for Wolves, it doesn't last long. That said, it does eventually last for a little while longer as, well, FaZe have just been picked to pieces. Bullet desperately jumps out the white window, but Wolves will take him down. Rise will not be fooled, and Wolves can find their third.
This is a really tough game to dissect on both the attack and the defense. It feels like the entire dynamic of this game is the attack goes in and they spend about a minute to a minute and a half just simply problem solving, not doing anything, just thinking and talking and problem solving. And it's very segmented in different parts of the map, right? You don't have all 5 players doing a thing and having the same idea. It's 2 or 3 players on the attack coming up with their own idea. And what that means for the defense is they need to take their time, be disciplined, and say, okay, what is the attack trying to do right now? How do we not give away our lives and accidentally walk into a lurk, accidentally walk into someone who's got a weird line of sight that they've just opened up on their own, or something like that. And really, it's been such a difficult game to dissect because the explosivity in that mid-round is so difficult to follow.
Yeah, it's been... I mean, honestly, I cannot imagine trying to observe this game. It's been so challenging.
You can't imagine trying to observe it. Imagine being in the lobby, right?
Oh,
we are saying we have a top-down view of what the attack is.
We got no idea what's going on.
And we can barely tell you what is going on in the attacking comms. Imagine being FaZe right now, right? Or imagine being Wolves on their defending half. What are you thinking to try and anti-problem solve the attack problem solving, you know?
Well, I think they're trying to make the game a little bit more simple. Dictate these avenues and angles with Castle and Mira to try and force Wolves into playing their game instead of this chaos that we've seen both teams on their attack do. And I will once again reiterate, this is a heavily defender-favored bomb site in both of these teams' regions. And yet we're seeing this higgledy-piggledy attack that has been surprisingly so successful.
Mowgli once again trying to find success on that exit entry, going down into reading and making use of those vertical grenades. Now, are there any FaZe players inside of Cocktail this time? There is, in fact, just one sitting inside of the Cocktail in the exact same spot that he was laid out before, so he's going to have to be a little bit more careful about that. That Soul's exactly the same player too, and is actually going to be contesting the window from on top of the hatch. This hatch is usually open, but it is a Rooney, and he can get himself out if he needs to.
He can, but he's actually going to stay for a little while longer. Finds one kill, finds a double, Souls! A huge play. But Wolves keep pace, FaZe bite back. It's Bullet to flank upstairs. And FaZe, they have match point within their grasp now. A 3v2 as Bullet falls back towards the site. Mowgli trying to play cutoff, but FaZe don't fall for it. P4 and Mowgli have got to get a move on.
We've been in this situation before, Dev. it is not over. Even though FaZe currently have the man advantage, we've got Astro on very low HP and still a minute and 15 seconds left to go. Now, Fuser is not in a bad spot. It's currently sitting just inside of that cocktail. It's very retrievable for P4, and if he wants to reconvene with Mowgli, who's currently got control of that exit door and look for a plant and cover, it's very possible for Wolves to achieve right now.
But FaZe stay quiet, waiting for the move from the Europeans. P4 and Mowgli drone out the site, and they see that reading is fully clear. Mowgli wonders, is this a bait? What's going on? Do we retain control upstairs? How can we move forward and get that plant down? P4 will have to drop into pillars in order to get into that plant position, but FaZe completely unfazed, completely unworried that they don't have that control and reading. They're confident in their numbers and in that retake. Mowgli now to move towards, sees that mirror window, doesn't spot the player that moves down into mining, does spray down as well, revealing his position, but Mowgli now going deep. P4 forcing that plant down, and it's going to be on Mowgli to cover. He is a nutty player, but can he stand against the full might of FaZe? Astro taken down, P4 steps up, and it's all down to Bullet on this retake, and he can't get it done. The Wolves salvage yet another round.
Perfect from the Wolves. Cool, calm, collected. That is exactly it in that 2-on-3 situation that they had right there. They knew that they had the diffuser in their hands, and they actually had been given quite a lot of real estate from FaZe by them clearing out reading, right? All of the FaZe players are just shaping around the map. They were just ready for the retake. And what Wolves ended up doing was, don't plant in the default spot. Don't plant where you have to eventually worry about that pillar's flank. Let's go in deep. Let's plant somewhere in an off position, somewhere where Mowgli can isolate that gunfight on that top white player. That was just so well played from them to remain composed and do something unconventional in a very, very niche situation.
Wolves are fighting back, going toe-to-toe. They've made these attacks work out the last 2 rounds in a row. But you know what, Mandy? It means that FaZe can now go back down to kitchen and cooking, where they started their defense and where they found their first defense round. Wolves can't let FaZe find match point here. If Wolves do find 6 rounds in this game, they will confirm themselves to playoffs, but it's not just that. Wolves want to guarantee that they will be going into playoffs with the first seed, and that means maintaining their undefeated streak within their group.
This has been a really oddly paced game of Siege. I don't think we've seen anything like it, right? It's not every day that you have such a slow early round to an explosive mid-round to a slow mid-round, and then a late round that eventually comes out right. This is very, very unique, especially on a map like Cafe, where often you do get that linear progression throughout the map. Anyway, enough nerding out. FaZe, they've gone down to this kitchen bomb site. Now, last time we saw them play this, they did this extension over into Bakery, and Wolves are pretty successful at clearing it, except they couldn't get a breach on. They couldn't get that entry point that they needed to open up the bomb site. They have only brought the Hibana again this time, and that makes me a little bit worried.
Cameraman is the man to play VIP. I think he managed to take out the Twitch drone as well. Precarious position. He's kind of trapped here with that upside down rappel position. Usually you see an SAS play. Oh my god, look at this play. The C4, it doesn't pan out, but FaZe elsewhere do damage. Cyber on for a double. Wolves falling to pieces, but trying to claw it back. They've taken down Cyber, managed to eventually trade him, got Astro low, who's now fallen back, but still Cameraman is in VIP. It's going to be on Shinka and Bibu to show what they've got.
Once again, Wolves in a clutch situation. We saw them do it last time, but it seems a little more unlikely this time. They don't have that much real estate. They haven't been able to work through that early to mid-round as successfully as they've had in some of the previous attacks. Shinka now is going to make his way over to that VIP double, trying to look for this same peak. Once again, it is Cameraman on the other side in that Christmas tree position, who will be the next point of contest.
And Shinka can't afford to lose this fight. Flash goes out. Nade doesn't find it. Cameraman hiding all the way back near the Christmas tree, but Bibu's found Astro. Finished off what was left of him. 3 now left up for FaZe, and Bibu needs to win this fight. Cameraman way back, dark in the corner. Is he going to win the fight? Bibu's good for it. And this 2v4 has now become a 2 versus 2 and a very winnable scenario for the Wolves, hungry, marching forward.
Some great decision making on the last 2 players of Wolves to isolate the 2 one-on-ones on this right side of the map. Oh no, they're going to sneaky beaky like into the site depth.
Oh my god, and Souls caught out. Isn't taken down as of yet, but that's a hell of a lot of damage. Bullet doesn't have a C4. Souls does have 1 impact to potentially work with. But now the onus lies on FaZe as Wolves begin to plant that diffuser impact ineffectual, and the double peak likely to come at a moment's notice. It's Shinka now in the 1v1. We've seen him clutch it before. Can he land the crucial bullet? It's not happening. Souls gets the kill, gets the round, and finds match point for FaZe.
So close again for Wolves in that 2-on-4. So close. The composure that the Wolves have got in these situations is just unmatched, unlike anything I've ever seen before in these clutch situations. Everything looks doable, right? We don't normally say that when you're at such a man disadvantage. You've got no map control whatsoever. The only thing they had at the start of that 2-on-4 situation was Garage. And that is it. And somehow, from nothing, they turn it into something. Shinka making that rotate over to the double window. Somehow, Bibu wins his own fight there on the white stairs. This is just such an impressive series so far from the Wolves on this attack half in these clutch situations. FaZe, they really need to tighten things up. They really need to be disciplined, because otherwise you're going to get punished by Shinka, the clutch king.
It's true, Shinka has been nutty this game, but FaZe now finding their 6th round means that not only are we here on match point, but we are on 6 invitational point. The Berlin Major runners-up, the November Major 2021 champions could well return to the 6 invitational for 2023 if they can just win this next round.
That's crazy for FaZe, but I can assure you that is not what they're thinking right now on the server. Right now they're going, guys, we're on the defense. We have no idea what Wolves are going to do on their attack, so let's just stay calm, be ready for absolutely anything. The Wolves, though, they have brought something a little bit more conventional to their lineup. We do have the Ace on board for Shinka, as well as a big set of explosives. We've got your Ash, we've got your Zofia, 2 sets of nades as well to follow on Rise and Mowgli, so I can only imagine that they're trying to play the utility game with the lineup that they've got.
Wolves need to dismiss any thoughts in their head about where the scoreline currently lays, about how excruciatingly close this match has been. 3 clutches we've seen so far.
That is crazy.
They need to just focus on this one round as it stands right now. Shinka to begin the breaching game as FaZe look to defend a bomb site where they have not successfully defended before.
Once again, just to reiterate, change in philosophy for the Wolves. They're not going to do this odd, weird mid-round stuff anymore. They're doing this direct, and that's to open up this red wall, try and clear out Cigar, and then go through Pixel with this lineup of explosives that they've currently got. We just had Cyber fall off as well from that position inside a Cigar, so if the drones go through from the Wolves, they'll know that their entry is safe, and that's Rise to be the 2nd in the building.
Yeah, but fighting from a man behind makes it very difficult now for Wolves. Could it be the upset? Could it be the first loss of the tournament so far for the French? FaZe holding on to their positions. No need to get aggressive here, as cameraman holds this Washroom's position with such confidence.
He holds up with confidence because the way he's playing it is super conservative. Normally we see half of that wall open and we have the Pixel player challenging it and whatever, but they've actually moved that shield really far back. That's now inside of that Timbers position. Just, we love you, Red Like, thank you so much. That shield inside of Timbers position is normally what we see inside of Pixel, and now cameraman is going to elect to bring that shotgun, play it nice and close. What that does do, though, is that gives Wolves quite a lot of real estate to go inside of that piano room, get that wall open with Shinka's Selma charges and start to cut down the defense.
Flank, potentially, from Cyber. Shoots a drone and falls back, forcing Shinka to watch for his position. An ill-advised push, but hello, Astro! He's gone for 2, and now Wolves just have Bibu and Rise to try and clutch it out.
Not looking so good for the Wolves, though. man disadvantage, and only 18 seconds.
It's going to be desperation. FaZe are right on the cusp of it. And it's Astro once again. He's been the playmaker all game long. He is the OG, and they will confirm their 6th invitational. FaZe take down the Wolves, give them their first loss of the tournament, and take the full 3 points, rocketing up the standings into 2nd place in their group.
Well, thank goodness for that as well for FaZe. Off the back of a big upset loss yesterday, they're able to claw one back in true FaZe fashion. That must be by far and away the most interesting cafe game I have ever watched. And not interesting in like a weird way, interesting in like a, wow, that was crazy. We've never seen the attacks that FaZe do. We never see the response that Wolves could give. That series gave us everything strategy-wise that a nerd could want out of Rainbow Six Siege.
Well, Manny, it goes to show that this group is not done yet. FaZe are not out of it. Look at the smile on that man's dial. We'll be back to break it down in just a moment.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
You call it the group of D, I call it the group of death. This group has turned out not to be so simple after all. Wolves are finally defeated. FaZe have taken them down, taken the full 3 points with it as well. Mandy, we're eating our words that we had at the start of this game.
Well, look, the FaZe might have fallen short to Dire Wolves, but they didn't fall short. They fell short to the actual Wolves as well. Exactly. So it's not looking too good. Wolves are just the kryptonite of these guys. It's not looking too great for them, unfortunately. But what that does mean is that Wolves, they've made it. They've made it.
So spoilers for the other stream, but Mirage has actually taken down Direwolves 7-5, I believe was the final score in regulation, and that means that now there's no way that Wolves can't make the playoffs. There's no way that two teams can overtake them. So Wolves are confirmed for playoffs despite losing. So congratulations to Wolves. Of course, they'll still be fighting for the top seed later today when they play against Direwolves. But also, I can reassure you that FaZe are not locked in for the playoffs despite playing that game. They will be playing Mirage later today, as Wolves will be playing Direwolves. And if Direwolves win in regulation and FaZe lose in regulation, then they will be tied on points, and that second spot going to the playoffs will come down to round difference. So that's the only way that Direwolves can make it to the playoffs. Otherwise, FaZe will be looking hot, and they will be returning to the main stage.
Just looking at some of these replays from the last matchup, this was the crazy 1 versus 5 attempt from Shinka. He's able to collect 2. It ended up being a 1-on-1 and he couldn't close it out. And honestly, if there's any story that came out of this game, it is Shinka in those clutches. He was involved, I'm pretty sure, in every single clutch, even on the attacking half as well. He was the one that was working that problem solving to try and claw back the rounds from the man disadvantage. That is the true sign of a support player, right? You're on the defense, you have the SMG, you go, dang, I'm the last one alive. You're on the attack, all your entries die, and you've got Hibana with the Bearing 9. All right, sick. You know, that's kind of what it is for Shinka, and he really made it work for Wolves in this series.
Yeah, I think every time Shinka ended up in like a 1v3, 1v4, it's like, sick, I get another chance to clutch.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, the 1v4, that was hella impressive. The 1v5 failed attempt was also impressive, but when it works out, you got to give it the extra credit. Huge game from Shinka, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for Wolves. They played well at some points, but to be honest, FaZe had their number, and I think particularly just having such a convincing attacking half at the start for FaZe really got them across the line and set themselves up for success in the second.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I really want to highlight Shinka and the way that Wolves played that attack, you're exactly right. FaZe ended up having their number. And when you're constantly left in clutch situations like that, it's actually often a bad sign, right? It means that you're not really winning out in the macro game. And so you've got to rely on your player to step it up and try and bring back rounds, right? So for FaZe, they played that macro game to perfection against Wolves. It was very back and forth. It was a battle of the minds and eventually came up with this very dominant scoreline of 7-4.
Yeah, and highlight players, obviously it's always going to be Cyber who steps up, but overall FaZe had great performance there. Good moments from Cameraman, I will say as well. I think he ended up with a 2.0 KD. You got to watch out for Cameraman. He's not a player, how do I say this nicely? He's not a player usually lighting up the highlights, and he often plays those more supportive roles, but you can't sleep on him because he will find you and he will take you out. FaZe, though, after that win, I think they're going to be very satisfied. They've quelled the doubts that perhaps had started to swell within inside them yesterday in the day 2, and of course that means they are now set, really looking good for the playoffs. They're not locked in as of yet, but as you can see on the groups, 9 points means that Direwolves will have to win over the Wolves in regulation, and FaZe will have to lose to Mirage in regulation for any chance at Direwolves knocking out FaZe from playoffs contention.
So let's just reiterate this over again. FaZe has to lose to Mirage for Direwolves to have a chance in this for playoffs.
Is it?
Oh dear.
Okay.
Okay.
It may be the case.
Math on broadcast
okay,
time.
so I'm thinking if that happens, it'll come down to a tiebreaker. And I know Sprabuni and Wrath, our statisticians, will double check this later. But I'm looking at the round differences as it stands right now. FaZe is on +7, Direwolves is on -7. That means let's say Direwolves 7-0s Wolves and FaZe lose to Mirage 0-7. Wouldn't that mean that both of them have a 0 round difference and the exact same number of points, and we would go to a rematch?
My brain is too small for this situation.
Can we get Sprabuni, please tell me. Please
Sprabuni and
let me know,
Wrath,
man.
we need you. We're too stupid for this.
You know what's funny is when we were in the green room before, Sprabuni was like, Dev, there is one scenario where we can have a rematch today in this group. And he ran through, it was like, it has to be this score in this game and that score in that game. And I was like, okay, that's super cool, but it's not going to happen, so I don't have to worry about it. I think we have to worry about it now, Mandy. I think we do. This is going to be a phenomenal end to the major group stage. Next up, we do have TSM versus SANDBOX Gaming here on the B stream, so stick around and enjoy the show.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for cross-play. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
That looks scary.
This one just beat me down. That one's definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Of course. There's 3. It's Hi-Fi Night Mode TV.
Man.
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought too.
I never heard anyone call it dynamic.
I thought there was like a video setting that was like dynamic.
That's what I thought. I was thinking
contrast.
like monitors, there's like Dyac equalizer, but too
So
much.
I gotta do this one now. Is that how
Is that
it works? Is this the first one? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wish we could. Recruits overpowered.
You gotta tell me what it tastes like.
It's also very good.
What's it taste like?
It's not bad. Not spicy. SSG.
I'll guess. I want to say Rogue. Not Rogue.
That's wrong.
What?
Was it on Villa?
That wasn't his first Pro League game. I think we both just have to do it at this point. I think
we both do the
we're
math.
both correct.
We both do this first kill. We can do the team.
Yeah, we both knew exactly what was up. We were both right, and now we pay the price.
Yeah. Ready?
Let's roll. 1, 2, 3.
It doesn't taste like anything to me. It's like there and it just goes away.
That one's very not spicy. Tower.
That's what I was thinking.
I thought
the
it was
other
a
map
trick
I
question.
could think would be theme park.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's too obvious. Now.
Yeah.
Here we go, the orange.
Oh, you get to try it.
Yeah. I'd be kind of disappointed if I didn't get to try it anyway, so.
What's it taste like? It tastes like glory.
It's got a little bit more heat to it.
What's it taste like though? Just heat?
No, it's kind of like it's like just a hot sauce. Is it getting too spicy for you? Is that why?
I'm just bored.
Oh, you're
I want
putting
some taste. Yeah. You
Oh.
got some honey milk?
Yeah, get some boba going here. Yeah, throw some on.
Oh, yeah. Let's get some boba going.
Okay, that was a little extra.
A little extra.
Holy hell.
I believe 2.
1.
Wow. They broke up the show matches.
What show matches did we win?
Curry weren't there. And we
now-
get to have fire in the hole.
Yeah, we might be firing in the hole
Yeah,
later.
hopefully,
too.
hopefully just the mouth holes. All that, the sauce will be.
Might be firing the hole at the hotel toilet. Oh my God, you just fired in the hole all over the plate.
3, 2, 1, eat. I did not get taste of that. That's kind of hot, but
it's warm. This is a builder.
Yeah,
definitely. Console garage. I had to shoot that radio.
Yeah,
that was literally like in my strat sheet. Shoot stupid garage radio.
That's probably why I didn't know. Is I always shoot the radio. It didn't even occur to me.
All right, get the sauce out.
Oh yeah. Okay, this one. A ghost with a knife. Oh, and this is Ontario improved. This is a Parky sauce.
It's gonna be.
It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. See, I can't even. See, it's so thick. I can't even shake.
Give me that.
Look at that. Oh wow, you're a pro. This is straight up his throw up. Dude, I don't want to eat this. You have an empty soul. It tastes like nothing. Just pure emptiness.
This is garbage.
It is. I mean, I don't want to say anything, but we are.
This is the first one of like the milk I kind of need. This is terrible.
I'm gonna guess, because you said his name. We'll go with Demo. Mandy.
21. Oh, from Apex. What is
the Lord?
Licks your ears.
Yep.
Oh my God, that comes out.
Oh yeah. Don't have it all.
Doesn't smell great. I'm gonna be real here, Chief.
Let's make my nose run.
It touched my tongue.
Well, you did put it in your mouth. How is that be hotter? Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, same.
That really sucked.
I'm honestly.
Taros.
It's either that one or that one. Like, there's no way.
That one, 100%. You guys are liars.
All right, now it's time to look at the bottom.
Yeah, what do we got? This is the last.
Friendly fire.
Dude, your plate is just a mosh pit of sauces. I would like to invite you to look at the sauce for a second.
I'm looking at it.
When you put it on,
I put it on.
It started to spread, but the edge is separated.
I have no idea what that means.
So that looks scary.
Want to do a little final cheers?
Yeah, we could do a little. Don't put so much on one.
All right, ready?
Get away from me.
3,
yeah,
2,
let's go.
1. Oh, it's coming. It's coming, all right. This is like a 6', 300-pound man coming to tackle me. But he's as fast as Usain Bolt.
So like Plum.
Yeah, it's like Plum, but like human form.
Okay, yeah, that's concerning because it's not that spicy.
It's in my throat.
Is it gonna get bad?
It's getting pretty bad.
We're gonna be dying.
This one's beat me down.
Really?
Yeah.
This is doing nothing for me.
How do I get it out?
So, what we have here now is there's still a meatball. There's only 6 sauces. So you guys are really yanking our chain here.
Toilet time together. We hook arms. We skip that way.
Yeah, we can go blast the porcelain together.
Yeah. Yeah. Toilet time.
I think we'll do that. Let's get out of here.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so
high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Once again.
Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feels so high, you never know why.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
pre-fires the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Oh, look and do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, TSM.
TSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. Work, it's Bolo above to save the round for his team.
Explosion goes off, Bolt's on the case.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream. Blue and Stonix hopping over here for just one quick game as we're getting ready to jump into the third round of matches for the day here. Specifically on this stream, we've got TSM getting ready to go up against SANDBOX Gaming, and both of these teams are currently fighting for their survival. So Stokes, what do we make of this matchup getting into it? It just hasn't been the best of days so far for SANDBOX here, isn't that right?
I think you can say that for either of these squads, but we definitely have to start with the Greek tragedy, which is SANDBOX Gaming. They really have never been able to hit their stride at LAN ever since way back in the day, like 2019 SI. Ever since then, things have just not been the same. Here's a look at the group for you of those that don't really know what's been going on. And in case you haven't, Heroic actually having a big comeback yesterday. TSM and Liquid were the teams of the hour, at least for the first day, won all of their games. Then Heroic bouncing back in a very serious way, taking both of their games in 7-1 fashion. Means they only dropped 2 rounds in an entire day. Pretty crazy stuff. But now that leads us to TSM versus SANDBOX, the two teams in the bottom of the heap at the current moment. But TSM still with a considerable chance to try and make it to the main stage.
Now, some people seriously, like SANDBOX is clearly like out already, right? Unfortunately, or well, I should say fortunately, they're not. They're actually still in contention. Unfortunately, though, they are just about to be knocked out here. There's plenty of ways for them to be bumped out, even just in the middle of this matchup. For instance, if they lose 3 rounds here, yeah, as you can see, they are technically still in it. As you can see, it's a 0.01% chance and a 0% chance under an overtime win, regulation loss, regular loss. That's because if they lose 3 rounds in this map, that's it. They're done. They're out.
That is,
and more importantly, too. Sorry to interrupt.
You're okay.
If Heroic and TSM, with their score combined, if that equals 3 rounds or more, then they're also eliminated.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yes, it is just a bit low.
Now, I will say...
And that would only save them for this round.
I don't know about you. You've been casting esports for almost a decade. That is the lowest percentage I've ever seen on a graphic. Yeah. That is ridiculous.
And we round it up, by the way, that. So I don't actually know that for a fact, but I'm just
that would have been
funny.
Yeah, funny, haha. Definitely funny, haha. But yeah, so still the most minuscule chance possible for anyone to make it to the main stage. And if it did happen, that would be one definitely for the history books. But they're lined up against TSM, a really dominant day. You know, the first day, the second day, not so much. They ended up losing in 7-5 fashion, then 7-1 to Heroic. So looking to have a bounce back day.
Now, important to note that TSM is also currently not safe in this matchup.
Correct.
TSM could very well be eliminated via this round of games if they take a regulation loss here against SANDBOX Gaming and Heroic take a regulation win in their matchup. That locks TSM out and pretty much seals the deal for this group, meaning the other 2 teams will move forward into the playoffs.
Now, for our TSM fans, just realize that that is a large ask out of Heroic. Liquid have not dropped a single game thus far this LAN. Every single one of their victories, John, coming in regulation. They haven't even touched overtime in all 4 games.
There's also some other. I'm giving you guys a lot right now in terms of playoff contention.
You should see the list.
Yeah,
to be fair.
I just want to make sure we get through this whole list before the game starts. Okay. Not only do we have playoff contentions, obviously playing into this one, we're at the tail end of the group, so I hope we have playoff contentions. We also have 6 invitational updates that are potentially going to be coming into play on this map. If SANDBOX is eliminated from play in this matchup, then that will mean that MNM is going to be confirmed for SI, and alongside of that, SANDBOX will also be eliminated from SI contention themselves if they lose 6 rounds in this game.
Wow, this means quite a bit to SANDBOX, but the same can be said about TSM. They're already out for the year when it comes to SI contention, but SANDBOX still has some opportunities. They're going to kick us on over to bank up against TSM, which, John, if you remember all the way back to the 6th Invitational this year, when TSM ended up lifting the hammer, trusting the process, as Intero said, Well, they went back to Bank up against Empire, and they played extremely well after suffering a loss in the semis, getting knocked to the lower bracket because of Bank. We're back here again today to see if they can get it done up against SANDBOX Gaming.
We'll have to see if they can get the job done. We do have all 10 players in the server, so just going to be another minute or two away from getting things started, ladies and gentlemen. SANDBOX have a date with Destiny here now, not only for their survival in this tournament, but for their survival overall, moving into the 6 Invitational in just a few months' time. I got a nice little stat there about Bolo. Stokes, read that up for me.
Bolo's skilled player, but that is not normally. This very, very insane. They need to check him PC and game. Maybe he not cheating, but maybe he using the game deficit. And this can't seem on game screen. He needs to check up.
So just to be clear, the setup we have in this room right now, there's a very big monitor in front of us that we can see from our desk that just has the gameplay on it. The monitor that actually has all the stuff that you guys are seeing at home,
like a 21
it's on like a pretty tiny screen below that one. So Stokes just had to get up, walk all the way up to the screen so he could actually read that text, only to read that meme. And I thought, good bait, whoever put that in there for production. Just want to give you a shout out for that one.
Actually ridiculous. Yeah, I can't believe that I've been forced into a.
Just made Stokes walks halfway around the room to read a copy pasta.
I flew across the world in order just to do that. That's really what it's come down to. But speaking of what it's coming down to, a couple of moments separate us from TSM and SANDBOX here on Bank, and it's going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see how SANDBOX can try and thwart TSM's strategy. I'm excited to see Envy Taylor play again. Oh, he's been one of my favorite players throughout history. He's just such a nice guy, and you know, if you ever saw Mantis FPS play back in the day, you'd definitely be a fan as well. They also have some other interesting players and other interesting ones out on the field as well. Have Jason Bolo Doty, I'm sure you don't know who he is, on your screen right now, and the SANDBOX lineup. Also, a little funny tidbit that we were talking about yesterday in the room. You and I obviously weren't at Berlin, but SANDBOX was, and something was said about Good Boy apparently there that I had no idea about. So I walked into the green room and I'm like, okay, is it just me? Or does Good Boy look a little like Faker? And everyone was like, yeah, we were joking about that like all of Berlin. And I was like, yeah, he's even got the glasses. Like, it's so crazy. Like, right when I saw him, I was like, he's got like a thinner faced Faker right there. That's dope. And actually, another cool little fun fact, he's actually the youngest player at this LAN. He's 2 weeks younger than Spoit is, actually, which that is our Berlin Major champion. Shout out to Spoit. But yeah, we're finally going to get in here for TSM versus SANDBOX. Let's get through this ban phase. It's Habana Dokkaebi. She's been getting so much play at this LAN. She's just got so much in her kit nowadays.
Absolutely the case. First ban, of course, out now for the defenders as well. Valkyrie being removed from play. Last one should end up, actually, no Azami knockout here. We're going to go towards Echo instead. It's Bank, though, so it makes perfect sense for Bank. A lot of these bans so far in this group stage, at least the ones that we've been casting, I've noticed, have been very map-specific here at this tournament so far.
Yeah, I also made a critical blunder in naming my animal because for some reason, all Siege people name their animals after
I told you not to do it.
Stuff. Well, you know, I'll be honest with you. It was originally supposed to be Echo, like EKKO from League, but we ended up spelling it the right way because I didn't want everyone to look at me and be like, you really chose a name from League. So my cat's name's Echo.
You just chose a name from Siege.
Hey, you know, and Echo's rocking with us, so I'm rocking with him. You know what I mean?
All right, well, let's see how SANDBOX will fare. Remember, SANDBOX are already at the red line as far as elimination is concerned. They cannot lose 3 rounds in this game, otherwise that will already seal the deal for their elimination. And aside from that, if TSM plus Heroic manage to get 3 rounds combined, as of course Heroic is playing on the other stream right now, that will also lock out SANDBOX from being able to make it to the playoffs.
Man, really doom and gloom today, huh?
I mean, I'm the storyline guy, you know, I gotta make sure everybody's got all the info.
So. Yeah, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed with this one.
Would you rather be like, oh, they just won this game, maybe they're still in it, and then like someone comes in 5 minutes, there's like, no, they're out, or would you rather have that info ahead of time, you know?
I think it depends on the person. I'm more of a show me the Carfax kind of guy.
Yeah, see, on the sand, that's why I've been reading the list out.
I mean, I guess, Jonathan.
Plus, we got like a whole dedicated staff team to give us these back points now, so.
Well, not used to this. Usually I just go over to Jesse and be like, give me numbers. Oh my. Well, let's get into this one and see what TSM can get going on this offense. We've already got Gasher on the Ying, so I love the opener here for TSM, but past that, this is bare bones TSM strategy. We got Buck, we got Thatcher, Ash Zofia gonna back that up. The mainstay soft breaches that we've been seeing for a myriad of years.
Some of you may be wondering, all right, where's the hard breach to be able to take things out? Well, thankfully, they still got plenty of that in the secondary department between Gasher and Achieved. 4 of the can openers being brought to the table here, so they still should be able to get all of the usual spots open down in the basement.
Yeah, this isn't your dad's Rainbow Six Siege, okay? This is new Rainbow Six Siege. We're in year 7 now, baby. Almost year 8, actually. God, I'm getting old. Oh, no. Well, yeah, that means we got secondary hard breach nowadays, as well as secondary EMPs. Those aren't going to be along for the ride for TSM, but they don't necessarily need them, as these hatches are going to be pretty easy access. And in fact, they'd probably want some more throwables if they had, X-ray vision. We're able to see that CYCLOPS is in fact on Rooney, which is going to give them a little bit of problem with those hatches. I think they have to take some damage or try and get rid of it through other means.
Very, very slow rolling opening around here. TSM hoping to get that aggression out through the blue stairs, but not spotting any of it here. As it's only NV Taylor leaning up towards the top, but no one on the side of SANDBOX actually going for the direct peek and potentially taking the duel against the members of TSM that should be ready and waiting for this. TSM in the meanwhile are getting ready to try and pop things open on the can openers, and indeed they'll be able to chuck the first one of those down now. Second one I believe also had gone down onto the other opening, a bit closer towards the site itself, so that should deal with both of those, and indeed it will. Using up all 4 of the can openers here and now, however, so they will actually not have another one available to be able to deploy, of course, to the security hatch there, as well as any of the walls leading into security itself if they were going to be wanting to open those up.
All this time, all this quiet movement from TSM around the map, well, it's all been worth it. They've been getting hatches open and doing all the hard boring work that's required in Rainbow Six, getting those reinforcements busted open, claiming map control from SANDBOX, and well, looks like Merc is going to be the first contact. He was immediately jumping out of the loan office and more than likely transition down to garage. That's usually a late round play that you'll see him go for, but Merc gets taken out. Bolo gonna quickly trade that back. They'll get smoked off here for the elevator. Ying's out from Gasher as well, as Bolo will go for 2. I believe he pushed through the smoke as well here. Snake trying to manage the Kiba barrier, and he does it extremely well. Static to go down. TSM, they've opened the floodgates. This plant starts here. I don't know if CYCLOPS has an answer. He'll be able to at least deal some considerable damage to the player count, but it's going to be all up to NV Taylor and a pistol inside of Vault. He's got the shotgun in hand now, but he can't get it done. Nothing doing. It's up to Snake and his pistol instead, and he'll get the frag.
So TSM locks in their first attacking round here, taking swift control of the basement. Unfortunately, SANDBOX not able to put enough pressure on the back end of the site over towards the elevator banks as well as the garage entrance there, and as such, TSM finds a weak point to pierce through, getting themselves into the site just when time was starting to become a constraint for them as well. We were seeing them struggle a little bit with getting those hatches open because the laser gates that have been deployed over on the top of those hatches didn't necessarily have the best utility spread to be able to work with that. So I had to, once again, spread out those can openers as much as possible and did eventually open up a pathway for them to be able to sneak towards lockers.
That's a triple for Snake as well there. Bolo picking up the other 2 kills, and I really love how Snake shut down that outside annex there, right? Over on the Vault side, that would have been a very considerable rotation for SANDBOX to try and deal with the elevator, but he snapped it shut, made sure that there was no way that they could have gotten through that space, and that's really what opened things up for TSM, and specifically Bolo, that allowed him to try and get that second kill. He didn't have to worry about somebody approaching him from that side, so pretty straightforward affair from that, isn't it? He's got to worry about the hallway and the window for the actual sites, and well, when you're Bolo Jason Doty, whatever you want to call him, we call him a billion things here nowadays, well, it's probably going to work out for you, isn't it?
Certainly the case. Let's see if TSM can make the second round work for themselves as well. Players on SANDBOX starting to present their positions a lot more out and about, at least at the start of this round. They go for the open area hold this time instead of the repeat on the basement hold. A little bit too one side in the favor of TSM once they actually reach the site threshold. So SANDBOX do peel things back a little bit and go for their second site instead here. TSM just setting themselves up in fire positions if SANDBOX are going to peek out to challenge them early on. More than likely not going to be the case. Confidence has not really been flowing for SANDBOX throughout this group stage so far, so aggressive play has not been something that they can necessarily rely on to make early impact.
TSM, we saw how measured they were in the first round. They follow through on the second. The drone game already looking good, and we've got Bolo in upstairs. So they're doing two things, right? They got Bolo with gun in hand, and they got some drones spun up for him. Snake's gonna hop in. He was Thermite the first, or rather Thatcher the first time around. This time he's going to be on Zofia. So a better gun in his hands with the M762. Good Boy's gonna get discovered, but he is Auric, so there's a lot of transitions he can attempt here.
Spam from Achieved. Fortunately, off angles. The metal bar is going to eat up the large majority of it. Static as well here. Continuing to wait for an opportunity. Both these teams doing a very tepid dance around each other at the moment. Neither one wants to be the first player to make a mistake, but you also have to try and net yourself that first kill sooner rather than later. And Achieved having a bit of a hard time locating his target now that that member of SANDBOX dashed past him again. Seems like they've gotten out of dodge for the time being. Good Boy, though. A nade going directly in his direction, but looks like he makes it out of dodge there. As it's not cooked enough. He gets himself through the hatch, but that does also send him away from his pivotal position upstairs into the basement.
TSM's pressure forces SANDBOX back downstairs. Well, except for their setup on site. That one glaringly obvious, though. As TSM begins working on the small office, some nice angles over into the kitchen area as well, but Good Boy's been able to transition back up the hatch that CYCLOPS currently laying on, making things a little bit easier for him. Static also going to be down low, but he's been droned out, and unfortunately for him, he's definitely not the same character as what Good Boy has at his disposal, so he's going to be stuck down there unless he can get up a staircase successfully. TSM, they hit their mark. Static and Good Boy on the ground. TSM open the gates again.
Catching them on rotation, I believe, trying to work their way back up through main stairs to reposition themselves closer to the site. TSM lock them out and now pretty much have a free potential plant opportunity for themselves. If this smoke does not end up getting challenged, CYCLOPS, though, will be able to work his way up to the top of these main stairs and potentially cause the players on TSM to split up too much here. There we go. Arukaze also able to pick one up for SANDBOX as they battle back into the site. Gasher, though, starts to take that control right back away from the SANDBOX roster as him and Achieved pick up the response kills, leaving only Arukaze in the fight now for the 1v3. There were no winnable angles as well. Can't even really spot out the player upstairs due to the awkwardness of the angle itself. Bolo rushes back in from small to finish things off as we see another closeout from TSM.
All right, List Bearer. Round 3, I believe, right?
Yep.
What does this mean?
List Bearer? What?
List Bearer. Bring it out. Tell us what's going on.
Oh, wait.
Wait, I got to get through my papers here.
So like we said, SANDBOX is eliminated if they lose 3 rounds. That means if they drop this round here, that is it. They are out of contention for the playoffs. And if they lose 3 rounds after that as well, see we go 6-0 here, that means they're out of SI also.
And that doesn't matter if they win a round at all. If TSM gets 6 rounds, they're done for SI.
Pretty sure, the way it's been phrased to me, yeah.
Whew. That is, that's going to be a very tough pill to swallow. Not only are you knocked out of one major, but you're taken out of the most important one for the year, the one that everyone wants to attend, the one that we are hopefully going to attend in Montreal. So who knows? Very excited for that stuff in the future. TSM, though, as of right now, 2-0. They've been lighting the world on fire here. SANDBOX haven't been really able to hold a candle to them just yet. Hopefully this changes up soon. It seems like they're about to throw out everything and the kitchen sink. I think he's just going to run out here and get this drone actually for himself. Don't think we're going to go too far on this. A little bit of a pre-fire there. Not really going to hit anybody, obviously, as it's literally just the opening part of the round.
Just a roll of the dice.
I love the consideration there.
Sometimes you get lucky with those. We've seen that happen once or twice, where someone just goes for a random pre-fire and it just sings a headshot out. So,
well, that one right there will require someone on TSM literally being the Flash, like just faster than light. Like,
true. So we are going to see TSM continue to set themselves up. It's going to be a bit of a slow rolling round, of course, as TSM need to rely pretty heavily on those repelled angles and the intel they will get from those and the players that throw their drones in from those positions, of course, like we just saw right there. That's going to find out the banana player from SANDBOX. More likely going to reposition at least a little bit, so TSM will need a second drone in there a little bit later on in the round when they're ready to move forward here. And Merc indeed trying to peek a cheeky angle here to see if it presents anything, but not present at this point.
I forgot that you could even get up on that angle. They tried to take that away, actually, because of the other like metal sheets that they put on that side. That used to be open. You could look in towards the meeting door and things along those lines. That's just giving him a better angle. If anybody even touches the top of that stairwell, if Envy Taylor rotates to that 5 ping, he's going to die as long as Merc is there. So really having to play with that sixth sense, that voice in the back of your head telling you right and wrong. Hopefully it chooses right for SANDBOX and Envy Taylor. TSM, they found some cracks around the map. They've gotten inside the building. Static's been discovered inside of Kitchen, but Snake might be quick to the trigger. And it's actually going to be Bolo that falls first to NV Taylor. Sael gets Gasher and SANDBOX with a great start for the first time.
3 up and running now for TSM. SANDBOX may be able to keep their run alive for just a little bit longer here. Picking up this round, of course, but it needs to be consistency from this point forward. Otherwise, it's elimination for them. And important to note, too, that if you guys have the other stream open, if Heroic has won a round at this point, that also means that SANDBOX is already... I just don't have that open in front of me, so can't confirm that for you guys, but we'll follow that up in a few moments.
Oh,
as we do see Sael getting absolutely dunked on by a nade there. Brought down very, very low as a result of that, but thankfully, he's going to be able to juice himself back. We got a dock. We didn't even talk about that yet. Sitting on NV Taylor there, brought into the fold. Snake makes quick work of Sael anyway when he gets the direct peek into Jay.
Well, TSM, they've been able to crawl back into this round. SANDBOX with 2 big kills early on, but 2 straight back from our offense. NV Taylor to try and stunt growth, and he'll successfully achieve that. Merc goes down. The 3 versus 2, the 3 versus 1, achieved of all people in now via the windows, and he's on fire, literally, as he'll be able to take down our Kazi. Goes for the swing. NV Taylor, good for it, though, as he'll take him down, and SANDBOX will at least stop the ship for now.
First round going up on the board for them. They do find a little bit of a safety point to play on with the second floor hold. TSM, unfortunately, just having to give away too much to be able to take any significant map control connecting to the site itself. And as a result of that, SANDBOX trade their way to a win as they slowly fall back in the process, giving TSM that rebaiting them in, ultimately shutting them down once they're inside of the Lion's Den. Basement is up next here for SANDBOX as they'll make another attempt at this for the first time, since round number 1.
It's a good thing that SANDBOX is able to put the handbrake on the train here for TSM at the moment. TSM is one of those teams where it's like a snowball, right? They just get going down the mountain and all of a sudden you've lost a game 7-1. So, able to at least slow them up a bit. Remember, a 3rd round for TSM meaning the most to SANDBOX. They do not want to see this go down. They'd really like to just claim victory here at 7-2, but such a tall ask for them, especially given the circumstances of their last couple days here, probably in tatters. As obviously so very close to elimination, practically already there. And for those of you that weren't here for the preamble, a 0.01% chance for them to make it to the main stage.
Let's see now as TSM let's go for a few reselects on their operators, but nothing we aren't used to seeing when it comes to these basement assaults here. So of course, going to be Gasher bringing the Ying into play here for this one. It's going to be trying to blind out the hold from SANDBOX, assuming they can work their way into it this time, which they actually should have a better time of that. But note the Aruni that had been picked up before by the SANDBOX roster has actually gone away, so no more laser gates that are going to be standing in the way of TSM and their potential attempts to hard breach to set up for a security push.
Well, TSM are going to put Snake back on the Thatcher. I think this is a great choice, a great pairing, you could say, here with Gasher and Achieved and those hard breachers. Makes the hatch work a heck of a lot easier. You know what else makes rounds a lot easier, John? When you kill people. And that's what Merc's going to do. He's going to take down Good Boy, our Faker-esque type player. Not really putting it together here today. 0-4 at the current moment. Sael's been able to at least counter that out. Got the 4 kills necessary, but it's been the TSM show, all except for 1 round so far. Merc back onto the drone game here. Only 3-3 as of now. It's really been Snake that's been causing a lot of troubles here for SANDBOX. 4-2-0, at least in round 4. Slow moving past that Good Boy assault. Not really too much going on. SANDBOX trying to contest the stairwell here with Static. This could go very wrong, especially since he is on that smoke. Some hot pings coming out. I do believe there's one actually over inside of open area. There's 2 actually over in this space. Banshee will hold things up. They've got a kind of fake setup there inside of the elevator as well, which could catch TSM off guard with that Prisma in behind that. But oh my, TSM 5-2 after they pick up 2 more bodies. SANDBOX, a lot of time on the clock for TSM, and they have to try and find a way to get around it.
Yeah, still over a minute to go, so you can bet TSM are going to be relying pretty heavily on the drone intel. In fact, Merc already working his way down there with his. We had another one in the area just about a minute ago from another player as well, so Definitely wanting to double and triple check this before they commit to it. As in a 5v2 scenario, there's not a lot that can throw this off. However, a haphazard push without properly checking the angles, that is one way things could fall by the wayside. If TSM end up shuffling all into security door, for example, they want to avoid those types of pitfalls. So they'll take the rest of this round very, very cautiously. Not too cautiously, of course. They only have 38 seconds remaining, so they do need to make this push sooner rather than later. But certainly taking their liberties with it, given the extra time they have now because of the inherent player advantage. You're seeing this come to bear here. No panic at all being shown by these members on TSM, knowing they only need to knock out these 2 targets on the inside. Artokaze will be the one standing in the way, but it seems like Achieve just got the intel, drops down, he doesn't even realize it. Artokaze down for the count already, just up on static now for the 1v5. Needs to clutch this out, otherwise, there we go, in the 1-1 trade, TSM locks in a 3rd round and locks out SANDBOX from the playoffs.
Well, might as well call it a flawless round there for TSM as Bolo trades out the last kill. TSM will thwart SANDBOX plans of trying to pull this one from practically dust, from the mud, but it won't happen. TSM getting that 3rd round and obviously looking to take it one step further. They are one step closer to closing out this game as a whole. When they hit that 6th round, they could be in some serious trouble.
This is also good news for fans of another team at home.
What team would that be?
MNM.
Oh.
Congrats, you just qualified for SI.
Oh my, no way. Marshmallows and Molotovs?
Yep. If SANDBOX is eliminated from play, then MNM is confirmed for SI. So that means they are now in.
I really just want to get like a massive Stay Puff Marshmallow Man and just like gift it to them as like an organization. Just a good Ghostbusters meme.
It's good sponsorship opportunity.
It would be. It would be. Yeah, absolutely.
Where's the Stay Puff marketing team when you need them?
It's very true. It's very true. But you know what else is true? TSM, pretty dominant showcase here so far, huh?
Absolutely the case. Shutting things down so far in the 4 rounds that we have played out. SANDBOX only able to resist things in their upstairs hold, where TSM just had a little bit too complex of a clear to be able to work things for. SANDBOX able to win that one out for themselves. But on the more well-played sites, this is a very nice drone position too that spotted out static. I'm not even sure if he caught this as of yet. He's going to hear that barricade opening, and he'll play this smart, backing away from the situation. The nade comes in, but obviously a little bit too late. And the angle, I think, would have not ended up impacting him anyway from his previous position. But this drone is still here. He still hasn't noticed this thing or shot it out.
Indeed.
He's realized it now, though, I think. Yeah, so the drone is just back, but here we go. It took him a good, like, 30 seconds to realize this thing was here. But
yeah, he's going to be able to hold on to archives, at least for now. He's going to be able to get back on cam. He's got a bulletproof up on the top of square as well. Snake attempting to get a drone back in here and assist TSM with this info clear. Static's going to be able to at least EMP 1. That's a new thing that was implemented here for bulletproofs over this last year. Makes them a little bit just stronger secondary utility, more of a reason to take them past their info game. Bolo's going to enter on the top floor again, and he's got a kill. Saw that one coming from a mile away. CYCLOPS just not able to outwit Bolo. That first bullet accuracy from this man, disgusting. And he just reads the entire defense like an open book. Artokaze goes down. Good boy has to go down the next level as well as TSM knocks him down a peg.
Good boy, and NV Taylor now going to be positioned out here, trying to play this one out with the small amount of map control that they have left for themselves here. And even that is not a lot to play into. Good boy, and NV Taylor trying to weight this one down, trying to waste as much time as possible. There's another drone sitting in the back of open area that's gone unnoticed here as well. Just giving over that free intel. They know about this hop, and there we go. Instant denial from Achieve. SANDBOX. Bolo actually accidentally clipping off Merc's head, I think, as he tries to work his way, because we saw that aggro peek come out from the last member alive on SANDBOX as well. Not a huge deal at the end of the day, as they still have complete control over the round. Number 4, locked in there for TSM.
Like Oryx actively putting his head in a guillotine, huh? Just hops up that thing and it's lopped off. TSM 4 rounds. SANDBOX only really looking confident in 1. Past that, it really has been the TSM show. They've been running amok of things. Bolo, Merc, Snake. It's been all across the board here. I think the person we've seen the least out of is Gasher, by my feeling, and yes, it will be. But obviously, Gasher's got a lot to do. He's been running the majority of the hard breach, you know, trying to set things up, especially when it comes to that execute time. If you guys caught it when they were working things in from the server, he was talking quite a bit, and that's what you want out of your hard breach. They have to dictate what is happening when it comes to that time. Most of the time, the IGLs are usually in like that flex position where they can try and pick up a lot of different operators and stuff like that, and when it gets down to your hard breach doing their job, you really want somebody that's vocal. Gasher doing a fantastic job at that.
All right, so SANDBOX still trying to fight for whatever they can inside of this matchup. TSM is well inching closer and closer to not only knocking SANDBOX out of playoffs, which they've already accomplished, but also knocking them out from SI. Keep in mind that that is still a play contention here too. If SANDBOX was able to bring this one back and win this in regulation without TSM winning 6 rounds, which that kind of goes hand in hand with winning in regulation, of course, then they are going to be able to potentially preserve their SI spot. However, if TSM goes the full distance and picks up at least that 6th round, then SANDBOX indeed will be eliminated from the 6th Invitational as well. And also, SANDBOX will be unable to deny TSM from being exited from this group.
Well, mirror strategy upstairs, one that we really never ever see. There's going to be one facing in from the janitor closet, or papers, if that's what you guys call it. There's also one inside of the CEO office that's facing in towards another region, I do believe. Either that or it's faced in towards that. But either way, you really got to worry about the windows towards this northern side that Merc's playing on when it comes to things like this. That's why that one mirror is faced in towards Bolo, more than likely be peeking here in a moment. Actually, he's on the other side of windows, so might make it a little bit easier for him. And well, Static's gonna be able to at least get the drones out initially here. He's gonna be able to get rid of the mute jammers though, making things a tad bit easier for TSM's assault later on. Already got a good foothold on the base floor as well, and this is gonna shore up the rotations from SANDBOX. We're not gonna be able to use this mid floor as much as they wanted to before. And funny enough, CYCL's actually gonna keep his face in that angle, but it works out for him this time. Severely damaging achieved. A couple bullets away from death at the moment.
Chief going low, but really the only player in this game that has suffered any damage so far. Bolo, a much more pivotal one. This is where we saw TSM kind of fall by the wayside on the previous round. The inability to make these repels have impact against the SANDBOX hold, causing problems for TSM's entries into areas like J as well here. Going to try to put some more presence on the inside of Square as well now. Try and start pinching out this site. Merc as well, patiently waiting for the banana peak to come in. He has the right idea behind this. There's definitely a player in that area. You can see that as we just go over to Good Boy's position a second ago, but the actual angle needing to be lined up is going to be tough to find, as now Snake becomes the first to go down here. Arokaze catching him out, and Good Boy actually turning the tables onto Bolo, knocking him out instead.
Yes, indeed. Frag grenade out, almost lands on CYCL's doorstep, but he's able to skirt that and stay alive. 40 seconds to TSM's name. A lot to do, a lot to see. It starts with this kill up against CYCL, but hasn't come yet. Achieved will go down. Might have been slamming a magazine there. Either way, not able to send bullets down range and loses his life, loses his lunch and loses the round. SANDBOX with a flawless one, but they probably wanted that a couple rounds ago. It'll keep him in this one though. Keep the scoreline decently close. We're going to switch sides here as TSM will take that half 4-2.
Of course, as we switch those sides, SANDBOX walk away with their 2 consecutive victories on the upstairs site. But aside from that, it is all TSM all day. Just a little bit of a weaker attack, it seems, for TSM on that site, not having the best read into it. And SANDBOX as well, having a lot more confidence to play from the inside of their site setup when compared to the other 2 rounds. Unfortunately, parts of that site setup had fallen apart on most of the other site holds, preventing them from being so aggressive. As such, SANDBOX had a much easier time actually contending against the aggression from TSM on the 2 holds upstairs.
TSM's going to send it into the basement for their very first defense, as suspected, and I'm sure all of you were suspecting this as well as the opener. It's one that has stood the test of time when it comes to Bank, even past all of the changes. Always a solid place to play things like a turtle strategy or things along those lines, but I don't believe that that is what TSM will be going for here, especially with Merc on Oryx. This is one where he really likes to get quite active, loves this op. They throw it in every once in a while, and it's a good wrench to throw in, right?
Yeah, absolutely the case. Let's see if this is going to potentially trip up the SANDBOX players in the late round more than anything here. Forcing them, of course, to be able to fire into those and take out those EDDs and slow down their overall take pacing as well once they notice that he is in play. That will potentially cause some big problems, especially into the late round where we oftentimes see those EDDs actually blow up and in some cases knock out a player from the attacking roster. So Static going to continue to move himself forward. He knows the bulletproof, hidden a little bit deeper in garage, so chucks down the shield a bit prematurely. In the event there's going to be a peek, more than likely would not be the case now because of the fact that we do end up with that shield deployed. But Gasher tries to make it work. Now he's got the intel that player's moving forward again. However, not a whole lot you can do about it. Meanwhile, we've got another shield push happening on the other side of the equation as well. The Monty being played by Envy Taylor, trying to take control of server.
All right, Snake, you're going to have to deal with the Monty here. Smoke positioned in server. A solid location. Had a Goyo canister there, and he'll burn it. Doesn't have anything extra to try and thwart any more plans, at least when it comes to those. He does have those smoke babes, though, and that's what we're really looking for. NB Taylor's going to rotate away because he has 0 assistance here. All he'd really be doing is just allowing Merc to get this kill more than likely. He was more than likely looking for the shield bash with that dash, right? Knock him down on his booty, take him out. That's one of the main counters that we've seen to Monty, at least in the last couple of years with the addition of Oryx. Static trying to do his best, trying to do his due diligence, work up this garage. Hasn't worked out the greatest for him just yet, although he hasn't taken too much damage, he's just taken some time. It's a slow burn here for round 7.
Gasher continuing to slowly lurk back up to the top, waiting to see if SANDBOX have established any presence on their own. Back over by the main stairs position, and they have not. So DSM is free to weigh this aggression out however they would like to, but look at this secret insertion going on now for Good Boy. He's worked himself into the enemy's nest without them having an idea, and Sahel also getting a good entry. This will be an amazing distraction now. Good Boy more than likely free to frag out here unless they suspect him. Good Boy, though, gonna get caught out. Polo able to respond to things as well, but Arukaze trading it back, keeping us even. Polo, though, making up the big difference right now as he strikes true to take down Static and sends the player advantage back into TSM's favor. Arukaze and NV Taylor now all that is left in play, and Arukaze already committed to the basement with the case in hand as well. NV not really going to be able to support things. He's boxed out behind a Molotov, so that's it. NV, unless you could give us an absolutely incredible clutch from a 1v3 on a Montaigne, which, let's be real about it, it's probably not going to happen. And this round will also go to TSM, and they'll lock in their 5th.
Got a feel for NB Taylor on this round right here. He, I'm not even lying, spent the entirety of the round
just an extra attack pause now.
Server. That's all he did the entire round. He clambered down that ladder, messed around with that, messed around with Snake over in the corner. They popped a Goyo canister. He's like, all right, I'm going to leave. And then he came back like 45 seconds later and then just ended up getting locked out again because of the other Goyo canister. It's just really sad tale. And, well, for the rest of SANDBOX, one that they really wish they could get back there because Arukaze did so much, especially off the back of Good Boy. He made the entry, didn't get the kill, but Arukaze surely did. TSM able to claim the round, though, even past all of that. Fantastic utility across the board is what saves their hide.
TSM now just 2 rounds to go and 1 more round away from knocking SANDBOX out of the SI contention as well here. An unfortunate day need for SANDBOX. They just cannot seem to hit the ground running with either their attacks or the defenses that have been played out so far. Only 1 round deep in the attacks, of course, so a little bit more room potentially for Redemption to show up. But it is looking more and more like we are heading toward an eventuality of TSM closing down this game in relatively quick fashion. It's all on SANDBOX to change our expectations, but no sign of a pause showing up for this team either. It seems like they're moving full steam ahead with the current strategy, and unfortunately, that strategy has just not worked.
A lot of change-ups here from SANDBOX. Gonna bring the Lion in. Good Boy was trying to switch out some offs with him earlier. Static also going to adopt the Nomad in as well. Merc trying to end things early with that spawn peek coming in from top square, but nothing to it. SANDBOX did not want to try and adopt that angle. Instead, they dropped immediately down the ladder. They're trying to get some presence down low in server early on. This is something that we saw Achieve do pretty often on their offensive side, and one that is the hallmark of the map that is Bank.
Envy continuing to creep forward here now, having cleared out the initial positions in the basement. Not like that's going to be too much trouble, given the site that we play into here, which is the top end. A little bit more work going to be done, of course, is a link up with some of the other members on his team, having cleared out the basement and made sure there's not going to be any late round shenanigans coming up through blue. Could still potentially see it, is the thing. We've got TSM still with full control over main stairs. They're going to keep that control as they take the fight against SANDBOX. They try to work their way out directly from electrical. It's set directly into a pinch here. Arukaze with 1 trade back in his team's favor, but that is it. Mark has already shut down Static, and now it's just him on rappel upstairs, only catching a player from TSM more than likely because they weren't aware of his position, and now that element of surprise is gone. Full lock onto him, and he's not even in the building anymore, so this round pretty much over, and so are the chances for SANDBOX to go to SI.
You said it, John. You said it right there. And a very sore strategy is really all I can say. I don't want to beat them up too much. They're going to do that themselves. So, yeah, just not really what I expected out of a round where, you know, it just carries so much weight behind it. I don't think a rush into the defensive setup is at all what you should.
It's a choke point. Like,
it's just,
you need another angle there.
You're just asking to get shot. I don't really know what any brain cells were being considered inside of that is just very silly. But SANDBOX, I guess they wanted to test TSM. That's the only way that I could really see that working out. But, I mean, you surely tested them. How'd that work?
Well, unfortunately, they passed the test, so
Yeah,
TSM
didn't they?
more
Oh
than
my
ready for the challenge over the main door. Merc as well, leaving no prisoners alive. The second he spots his head, here he is on the replay, just immediately gone. Even I didn't see his head right there.
Not
Smooth
leaving a
from
doubt,
Merc.
are they?
TSM, just one more round to go here, and there's not much of a reason that we see any delay showing up for this round.
Yeah, I feel for SANDBOX for this one. I mean, it is very stressful walking into a day not knowing really what the plan for your future is, at least for one major, but then you also have to consider SI all in the same series. It's a lot of weight, man, it is. So I really feel for SANDBOX. My heart goes out to our South Korean brethren. I really hope that they can bounce back down the line and do something with this roster. But as of now, TSM exploiting them to the nth degree. SANDBOX not able to get really anything over on TSM. You know, some of the rounds they were able to find some semblance of success, and obviously they're able to muster at least 2, but I don't really see it getting past this moment.
This does also, of course, mean plenty of good news for the TSM fans at home. TSM are safe for the time being with this outright, more than likely, regulation victory they're going to be able to get over SANDBOX. That keeps them in contention for play here. As you can see, they are currently in 3rd place. This will help to keep them up and up with the other 2 teams in front of them, so they still have a chance to be able to push their way out of Group B, pending the results, of course, of the last round of games a little bit later on today. Let's pay attention, of course, to SANDBOX's play here as they try to keep themselves in this what needs to be 4 perfect rounds from this point forward, and that just takes us to overtime.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, some round of applause in the chat, whatever platform you're using for SANDBOX. This is possibly the last round that we get to see out of them here at this event. TSM have the opportunity here. Take it away. 6-2 here. The bank pick as well up against TSM. I just really didn't like that when we saw that come through. I did not trust it in the slightest, and I guess that inkling that I had definitely ended up going the way that we all thought here. TSM, once again, really getting in the way of SANDBOX's plans. They do their due diligence this time, I will say that. They drone out a lot of stuff, but it really doesn't matter to TSM. They have executioners across the board for this roster. If you put a pixel of someone's head inside of a window, it's more than likely going to get shot off, and we've been seeing it time and time again here. Is Merc going to come flying out the top of Square?
Probably not after that flash.
The same exact thing. I'm sure if that flash didn't get him,
he might have, yeah. 'Cause, I mean, at this point, right? Like, TSM is such a healthy cushion, too. Even if this round is chucked for some silly reasons, it's not going to be too much of a lost round overall for TSM here. They can easily rebound for it in a future round. As see 6-2, they've got quite the lead going on against SANDBOX here, and they've been very one-sided rounds apart from that also. SANDBOX still trying their best to play this one out, but it's them that needs to be aggressive sooner rather than later here. Envy Taylor completely detached from Arukaze once again, who is holding top square. TSM just stalwart in their current positions. They are given absolutely zero reason to move out from them, even though they are perfectly within their rights to get hyper-aggressive at this point. Just not giving SANDBOX an inch. TSM want to pad the stats as much as possible, and there's good reason behind that from TSM too, when you consider the fact that they are not secured into the playoffs as of yet. They do need to keep their round differential in a very healthy place in the event of any tiebreakers between them and a second-place team in this group. And there we go, Bolo locking it out with the 2 final kills and giving us a very quick GG in the favor of TSM.
Well, that was a TSM show right there. 7-2 dub on Bank. Not very much to say about SANDBOX's showing there. A sad tale, one that we're not really going to want to revisit in the future, one that they're surely going to want to forget, but I don't know how well that will work for them. We're going to send it over to a quick break, folks, after TSM's victory.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be breaking down the most recent game we just saw between TSM and SANDBOX, sealing in the elimination, unfortunately, of SANDBOX, not only from this tournament, but from their SI run as well. We will not be seeing them at SI 2023, as unfortunately they have placed too low here in terms of SI points that they would have gained to be able to stay inside of the teams that will be invited directly to that event. And of course, still at the bottom of this group with 0 points as well, means they are done and dusted as far as the Jönköping Major is concerned. TSM, however, still in the fight, still in the race, but definitely needed to keep this type of play alive here for the final round of games, as they'll still need to be able to eclipse the second place team on that final round.
Yeah, I think we all had TSM favored coming into this one. I don't know if we all saw it as a straight-up 7-2, but as soon as we saw Bank pop up, I saw this definitely in the cards, and, well, that's what came to fruition. TSM, they got a lot of special players on their team, but the two that stood at the top of the mountain when it came to the frags were Merc and Bolo, one that has been a TSM hallmark for some years now, especially earlier on this year when they ended up lifting that hammer.
Yeah, I mean, once again, as we got closer towards the end of the game as well, you could really tell that SANDBOX was just kind of not really in it, like we saw with that last push coming in through electrical there over towards open area. They just were kind of trying to send it in there, trying to throw anything at the wall and see if it would stick, and unfortunately nothing really was at the end of the day. TSM just way too on top of their game for this matchup. They knew what this matchup went, so they weren't pulling any punches here. Like I said, towards the tail end of the game, they probably wanted as large of a spread between them and SANDBOX's score as possible so they could increase their round differential in the event of any tiebreakers between them and the other two games.
All right, let's get the match summary up on your screen so you can see what we just saw, some of the stats around, and what Merc and Bolo were able to achieve. And let me tell you, it was quite a bit. Just look at these costs, 387.5s and 262.5s. Only 2 players on SANDBOX able to even get close to that. That was Arkazi and Sael. Both of them playing pretty considerable in comparison to their teammates, which were pretty lackluster across the board, especially with that last push there for TSM's 6th round, SANDBOX's last opportunity in that one to try and stave off elimination from SI. But like you said, they just send it right into open area, kind of a boneheaded play, and they get immediately punished by the defensive setup from TSM. They walk right into the crossfire and are decimated for it.
Overall, this matchup proves itself as well to be a nice little confidence boost to TSM. I've been mentioning this quite a few times now, but keep in mind, of course, we still have the final round of games to go for this group in Group B. TSM will need to be on top of their game to be able to still qualify for the playoffs. So having a matchup like that where everyone is hitting their shots, it just seems like you cannot be stopped. You're walking through these offensive attacks. It's got to feel good. It's got to give you a lot of confidence as you get ready for that next matchup, which is going to be against, obviously, a much tougher opponent.
Yes, indeed. And And for SANDBOX, they do have a game later on today, but really doesn't matter for them. This is the last one that truly mattered. So the wind fully out of their sails for the entire year, practically just awaiting flying home now.
Yep, they're just going to be playing spoiler essentially to some other teams, and we'll have further updates on that. Whoever's going to be the casting pair will update you guys. Let's go and take a look at the actual group standings. It's already pretty clear at this point, but we'll review it one final time as Team Liquid well locked in, I believe, to first place at this point. Don't think that there's any chance of another team to catch them. At the same time, it looks like Heroic, if I'm reading this correctly, lost their game that was going on over on the other stream, and that means that TSM now takes charge, moves ahead by 3 points past Heroic. If that is indeed going to be the score for this round, TSM now in a much better position to try and lock things in when we get to the final round of matches.
Team Liquid picked up Lagonis in September. They show up to this event and they haven't dropped a game since. They haven't even let it go to overtime, which is truly impressive, especially with Heroic getting off their games yesterday. They only dropped 2 rounds in the entirety of yesterday. They show up trying to take it to Liquid again, but it doesn't work out. They lose it in regulation. Team Liquid locking out first place in Group B.
That does not mean that Heroic is under threat of elimination, pending the result more than likely from TSM in the next matchup. If TSM is able to win it outright, should be impossible for Heroic to catch up to them, and that means that TSM will be moving through as the second place team. But if both teams end up, we see a TSM loss in the next game and Heroic wins it outright, then we'll end up in a tie situation there, as both teams will have around 9 points. That can make things a little bit spicy, but we'll have further updates on that if that ends up happening, of course, as we still have plenty more games to go before we get to that point. Short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we do come back, well, the next game ready to rock and roll here on the Bravo stream of the 6 Jönköping Major.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server, but we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least 1 team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are really glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at a teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on our player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
and welcome to Operation Solar Raid.
This season, we're introducing another new squad. It's Ghost Eyes, led by Caveira, and a newcomer, Solus, is joining the team as well.
Here's a glimpse of your new operator in action on the new Night Haven Labs map. Solus joins the defenders with an electronics detecting augmented reality headset that allows her to not just spot attacker gadgets in action, but also reveal them to her teammates.
A question arose, well, what if we have an IQ on defense? You see that there's a lot of electronic gadgets. You have breaching charges, you have claymores, and tons of drones and cameras. So it just made sense that the defense would have a tool similar to what the attackers have.
Night Haven Labs. It's an imposing research base, and it's the new map coming in Operation Solar Raid.
The whole map is very, very clean. Even the outside, it has a very corporate feel. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. The map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Crossplay and cross progression. We know you've been waiting for this feature for a long time, and it's coming this season.
This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform, anytime.
Fighting toxicity and improving our anti-cheat measures are an ongoing priority for us.
We are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody.
It is now time for you to shine in Ranked 2.0.
What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper.
Now it's time to talk Battle Pass. Operation Solar Raid is introducing a brand new progression system.
Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass has evolved to become more tactical, offering you new ways to unlock the rewards that matter to you faster.
Finally, you can play Operation Solar Raid on the season test server this week. Have fun, and be sure to share your feedback on R6 Fins.
It's very, very hot. It's muito fácil, pô. I'm win. Yeah, let's go, let's go. LMG Fuse. I think the Zofia one. Oh. Okay, let's go. Isso vai. Dá-lhe mesmo, dá. Botei. I'm gonna try to the. Which is this? The let's go. Depois você fecha e bota ali. De boa? It's good. Not very hot. It's good, like a jelly. It's good. That one. Approve it. The first one's approve it. Not done yet. Napier Furry. I'm win. It's still not that much. Let's try. Nossa, mano, eu vou ficar com essa aqui, certeza. The first one. It's good. I like jalapeno, so it's Jalapeno, you know? It's good. Nossa, cara, Pô, é fácil, é muito fácil, cara. It's Villa?
Ah, isso é muito fácil, pô. Let's go. Vulcan. Goyo pepper.
Nice.
The almondega.
The meatball.
Meatball is good.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, it's
it's
hot.
It's a little hot than the others, but it's okay still.
Yeah, not very hot. A little,
Yeah,
a little.
But we are not putting a lot, I think. Dale.
The first is Black Dragons in majors. Not?
Let me think. I think dire wolves for sure.
No.
Oh my god.
Dire Wolves in Charlotte, yes? Daquela.
Fire in the hole. With the shotgun. Let's go. Fire in the hole. Nossa, toma.
Não, relaxa, eu vou só dar uma bitoquinha ali. Pode ir? Let's go.
Now it's okay, but it takes a while too.
Não sei se vem depois.
No.
Fala aí.
Till now it's okay, but the trick is...
É menos picante que essa.
Bibo? The second one, I don't know the second one.
Eu nunca vi isso, cara.
Bibo. Who is the second guy? Joystick.
Eu nunca nem vi isso, cara.
Yeah, I just saw the Bibo one.
Oh, ok, let's go. Pode ser bom.
Let's go. Etc. Vai, dá ali já primeiro, vai.
Não,
Go first,
vamos junto aqui.
Go first.
Vamos ver a reação junto aqui.
Bora. Ah, eu conheço. I know this one.
It's very, very hot. Very hot. Vou chutar, como eu falo. 24.
18. 14, 14.
É,
pensa, dá uma porrada, saiu umas 3. I was thinking if I got correct and he didn't, I would help him. But now we are fucked anyways.
Let's go.
Let's go. It's like blood red. Oh my god.
The good news is the last.
Yeah. Maybe not, or not.
Oh. The first impression, it's okay.
Yeah,
but
the punch from this one it's worse, but this one probably is through time is worse. Probably the last one, I don't know. Orange, I don't know.
I think so. This. I don't know.
Nenhuma.
Nenhuma? Ah. Ok.
My dog likes rot fish.
More milk.
Why should I smell it?
Essa é de peixe podre, não?
Não, essa aqui não.
É só um...
Ah, vamos... Caraca, aqui.
Peraí. Peraí que eu vou também, então.
A little. Bora? Bora. Pode botar agora. Não sei diferenciar porque tá queimando tudo de todas as outras.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Olo can do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
SM said trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. Work it Polo above to save the round for his team.
Explosion goes off, Colt's on the case.
Vai partir terceiro triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des! That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed it more!
Consegue levar o round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
He's connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy.
Hold the kick.
Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing. Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in stage 1. What a performance! Beat the dead. Surprise! Oh, no! What has just happened, Des?
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon? Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara. Nossa. É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one. No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper?
Vamos, vamos! Marcha!
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí!
Maybe Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah. A hard one.
Mostra aí pra câmera.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa,
Nossa,
astrou.
Put some here. Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Não, de boa.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexing.
Canadian and ramping?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, isso aqui parece zaralhado, hein, mano.
Nossa, mas
zaralhei, velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, they are good. Just like...
They're really good.
I think the Jordan was a little harder for me. No, you just try to guess, not anything else. Like, he's always messing around with him. Kinda, no.
Should say something beautiful to him?
No. Yeah. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, véio, até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é uma quantidade boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Wait. How good?
Milos?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's inteiro, really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like...
Mano.
The Lord.
Essa aqui.
The final boss.
Pô, eu zaralhei na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa! Zaralhei.
Let's go, final boss.
Meio atrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Você fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
Vou chutar a segunda.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. Tu gostou, é ruim, velho.
Ei, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Nossa, relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. What match is this? This is number 4?
4. Yes, 4, yeah.
I'm all thrown off because we were supposed to do 3 and 4, and then Blue and Stokes took over because since they weren't here until later on the first day, they took over for us. So this is match number 4. We're almost halfway there. For final day of groups, W7M is going to square off against Spacestation Gaming, and there are, of course, playoff implications on the line, Nicholas.
Yep, teams are starting to both qualify for the playoffs and also starting to get sent home, frankly. So game by game, we're losing and gaining some teams.
Yes, that's right. We already said goodbye to Mirage. We've had a couple teams clinch their playoff spots. Both of these teams are fighting for their lives in a very competitive group. You're probably wondering what's going on with this group. Well, wonder no more. On your screen right now, W7M are in excellent shape. 12 points to their name. That's pretty darn good. BDS and Spacestation sitting at 6 points apiece. There still exists a possibility, I'm certain, of Fury being able to make it, but it is not exactly that easy. We have probabilities for you that we'll be tossing up on the screen as well. But right now, if you look just solely at this matchup, you have the playoff probability in front of you. W7M, if they win in any way, shape, or form, or even just get 6 points, they're on to Friday. Space Station's not too far behind. Fury's chances of making it are not statistically impossible, though they are heavily improbable. This will need to be the miracle runs of miracle runs for Fury to make it. Fury fans, you got to be huffing that hopium right now if you hope for them to make it. What's more interesting to me is not W7M, Nick. It's Space Station and BDS. Because one of these two teams won't be able to make it. They're both very good teams. Obviously, Space Station are defending world champions from a couple years back. BDS is a team that always seems to make it out of groups. Obviously, SI 2022 was a bit of a misnomer and an outlier under strange circumstances when BDS was the first team to go home. But since then, they've been a very consistent team. Even though they haven't made it to all of the majors, they still tend to do well when they do make it. They're going to be on the other stream. So if you want to tune in to watch them versus their match against Fury, go ahead. We're not going to stop you.
And this is the group that a lot of people looked at before the tournament saying, who's going to make it? There is 3 really good teams, and then Fury, who most people are like, where do we place them? And only 2 of them can make it. And now we're in this position where W7M, they have a bit of a lead. Of course, there's a chance they don't make it, but highly unlikely. But it's between BDS or SSU take that final spot. And they're both tied on 6 points right now. It is up to anybody right now to take it.
W7M are, of course, 4-0. That's why they have all 12 of those points. It is possible that W7M go on a perfect run and win all 6 of their matches in regulation. Obviously, that W7M team that's been around for so long, well, you know them. JV, Volps, Herds, Julio, and KZ. Space Station is a known quantity as well. Hot and Cold, Fultz, Bosco, Rampy, and the newest addition of the team, Yeti, who came in and replaced Skies on that roster. Skies going back to Dark Zero as a substitute. Whether DZ will keep him on forward, we will find out, I'm certain, relatively soon. But Space Station have had some struggles, Nick. I don't think they've gotten the results that they've wanted so far in what has been quite a competitive group. But when you're going up against BDS and you're going up against W7M, the smallest hiccup can doom your chances of making it out of these groups.
Yeah, so how SSG started off the tournament was a 5-7 loss against BDS and Cafe into a 3-7 loss against W7M on Border. And then on day number 2, they started finding momentum, right? They beat BDS in their rematch on Chalet 7-4, and then they beat Fury 7-1 on Theme Park. So day 2 was the defining factor for them, but now that we're entering day 3, that's when they gotta either make up the troubles of day 1 or continue on success from day 2 to clinch a spot into playoffs. Whereas when it comes to W7M, I mean, they've already proven multiple times in many different ways just how good they are, right? They've won every single stage of BR6, they've been to every single grand finals of CES, they've been to all 3 majors this year, kind of because they played from Mexico to back in Charlotte. So they've already proved themselves many, many times. And then again here, undefeated so far. No one is really close to LATAM if you want to look at the overall picture, because Liquid themselves are absolutely slaughtering the competition as well.
Yeah, W7M only dropping a couple rounds each matchup, never really in any great jeopardy. We're going to go to Oregon between these two teams. Give me your immediate thoughts.
I mean,
because, you made a noise.
It's explosive, right? I mean, normally when we look at a matchup like W7M and SSG, maybe one team will try and go to somebody else's turf. I don't think SSG would dare go to Chalet, and I don't think W7M would want to go to a bigger map like Bang, perhaps. But Oregon is a map that every single team can play very well, so when you take two extremely good teams, both of which are pretty aggressive in how they play the game, it can get very explosive very quickly, and it will come down most likely to those small changes in decisions, right? The one-off strats, the key operators like the Ying, the Amaru, the Lion, how you can utilize specific operators to try and leverage a small advantage in every single round. And W7M, they are very efficient at that. LATAM as a region are very, very strong at that. SSG, they have to make a statement with this match, both for the sake of their points, but also to prove that Oregon was the smart choice for them as a team to challenge W7M.
Absolutely. W7M has been such a force in Latin America, popularizing the hyper-aggressive roam game that allowed them for a period of time to have the single greatest defensive win rate in the world. Now, for W7M, the year didn't exactly get off the way that they wanted. There were visa troubles that plagued a number of Brazilian teams making it to Charlotte. I mean, visa troubles to get into America, I've had those. I know plenty of people who've had to deal with that. Obviously, they were unhappy with the circumstances they found themselves in. They didn't get to make the deep run that they wanted, and they were certainly one of the favorites going into Charlotte to win the entire event. I feel like their stock fell a little bit with Berlin. They weren't the team that were presumptive favorites in Berlin either. It was a very different landscape, and it was GDN who was moved off of the team after Berlin, and Julio was brought in. At the time, for those of you that were following along, Julio was Furia's coach. Before that, he was one of the active players on Ninjas in Pajamas, and he actually won the World Championship with them. And I know the circumstances under Nip were a little strange when he stepped off of the team. Nip actually announced last night Kamikaze is being moved off of the roster as well. Kamikaze, Psycho, and Julio were together for roughly 5 years on that team. That is quite impressive. And Julio brings a wealth of experience to W7M, whether it's in terms of his demeanor, whether it's in terms of that actual in-game leadership experience. It has seemingly put W7M back on top, competing with the best of the best in a very volatile BR6 and Copa Elite 6 environment. And here now at this event, W7M not really had to sweat the groups at all in a very competitive group against one of the best teams in North America and one of the best teams in Europe. They're still undefeated, and they've done it without breaking much of a sweat.
They have, and I really like how W7M have been allowing themselves to utilize Julio, but also enabling the other 4 members that are younger and more aggressive, where Julio will take that supportive duty role of the team, droning more, calling more, and taking that responsibility upon himself, allowing JV, Casey, Volps, and Hertz to just focus on what's in front of them, right? Winning those gunfights, getting into them in the first place, but also Julio allowing them with space, whether it's playing the Dokkaebi, the Lion, supportive operators that can help them in those fights as well. And it's why they're finding so much success. I mean, W7M arguably defined the meta game on Chalet as a map entirely when they first played domestically in LATAM, and then when they brought those same strats with them to the international stage. And there are multiple setups that we see that are now considered the default way of playing the game that a lot of people refer to as the W7M strats. They are so strong that they're now just become the norm, and other people, of course, look towards those and copy them, and that's pretty much how a meta gets established, right? One team will start something, other teams, they follow along, all of a sudden, everyone's doing it. But it came from this specific team.
Well, it sounds like we're ready to get into the game. Boy, a familiar sound that is. Right now, we're going to be following quite heavily on whether teams can and can't make it into the playoffs. We've said goodbye to 2 teams so far here in Sweden. Number 1 was Mirage, and then following shortly after is SANDBOX. SANDBOX so far 0-5, unable to get a single point so far in what has been a relatively disappointing event for APAC. That is until today, when suddenly you see Direwolves being far more competitive. You see CAG now within striking distance of actually making it out of their group because of struggles from both Black Dragons and MNM. And boy, oh boy, my eyes will be glued to that screen when CYCLOPS ends up in their match. W7M and SSG in the ban phase for Oregon. Ying is the first operator taken out of play by W7M. If you have spent even 4 seconds watching Space Station in North America on Oregon, you know exactly why they would get rid of Ying. SSG taking Smoke out on defense is... That is definitely a decision.
SSG are heavily targeting the basement bomb site in particular. Both the Flores and the Smoke are two stellar operators for that position. And Smoke is a target ban that any team in theory could do because it's always going to impact the opposing team a lot because every single member, I mean, almost every single team in the world besides Rogue, they typically bring a Smoke and no one is banning it. So you're not really going to be practicing under those circumstances of not having it available to you. So SSG, they're going to bring that fire, go out at the target ban, and W7M will just follow up with a stable Asami as well. Also worth noting, SSG is starting on the attacking side, so removing Smoke from the board gives them that first 6 rounds where they can try and get as many rounds victories as possible, and then they can swap over on defense where they've already prepared for their side how they're going to play around the missing operator.
This is going to be Space Station's first time on this map here at the Sweden Major, the Jönköping Major, I suppose. This will be W7M's second crack at it. 7-3 over Fury, the very first match that W7M played. And it was quick work, light work, you could say. It's the second time these teams have gone head-to-head as well. W7M on the first day played Space Station and prevailed 7-3. That was on Border. Border, a very different map, far more unpredictable in a lot of ways than Oregon tends to be. Oregon can be quite routine. This bomb site in particular, oftentimes, you're going to see where the defenders play pretty consistently.
So just kind of set the tone here. If you guys are not familiar with W7M, Casey, who's currently on Warden, is going to be the star player to look out for because right now at this event, he is dominating the board. Number 1 in rating at 1.64. The second highest is June from Heroic at 1.38. He's also number 1 in entry, number 1 in plus minus, and 3rd for clutches. In other words, Casey shows up every single match so far and is the player from W7M that's been pushing them forward on an individual level in these matchups so far.
Casey brings a lot to the table for W7M. There's no shortage of tools at their disposal. We've seen Volps take over games, and there have been incredible international performances from JV as well. We will use JV92. We'll just use JV as a shorthand.
Yeah.
Space Station endeavoring right now through the first minute of action to clear out off the bomb site, and that's, you saw Foltz rappelling up using the Amaru to get into the top of the tower. At the moment, being droned in by his colleagues and himself to a certain extent, but ultimately operating solo. I have to assume, like most attacking teams, that the fixation that they will have will be on Meeting Hall and over towards the blue component of the map. That's the bunker down below. Clear those out and deal with it from there. I mean, hey, there's no smoke on the board, so Elbow is going to be, the position where KZ is right now, is going to be much easier in theory to take. You don't have to worry about, well, my disc's stopping you to keep a smoke alive with a deployable shield there in that particular position. But instead, KZ is going to get a little bit brazen. He could have had an engagement there against Foltz, but immediately they will know that someone is in close proximity as the drone is shot away at, and KZ will test the reflexes of 2 separate players from Space Station. Gets out of there, but the grenade will be the first one in. It's not a player, but it still does some serious damage. And down goes one of the players from W7.
SSG can slow things down and just take 10 seconds for themselves. They don't gotta rush through it. No smoke is off the board. They have time on their side. JV has retaken that elbow position with a C4 in hand, but Volps, he takes down Volps first. It's a 4 vs 4 with 30 seconds on the clock.
They have not cleared out that back tower stairs position either. Space Station desperately need to do it. Down goes Volps, hot and cold, following in on the nade. He guns down Julio. Herds on the run out, gets captured by the Claymore, and the last player of JV92 punished by Yeti as Space Station takes round number 1.
The basement bomb site of Oregon is normally where every single team will go given the chance. And with the Flores and Smoke ban, I mean, the Flores makes attacking more difficult, the Smoke makes defending it more difficult, but I would definitely argue that the Smoke ban has a much bigger negative effect on that bomb site than the Flores. So W7M, there might be a situation where they might need to reconsider the bomb site rotation because of this ban, especially if they can't make it work. Now, the first round for Oregon is always about kind of figuring out what's the tone for this map. How aggressive is W7 going to play on the roam, and how much time does SSG need to give themselves to safely get into the building? And we kind of saw it that round. We came down to sub 20 seconds on the execute, but again, the smoke ban allows that time to be taken, and there was an aggressive early run from Hertz inside the master bedroom, but he didn't really find anything of value there because SSG was just calmly droning out and taking their time. So now that the tone has been set, it's up to W7M to either match and go more aggressive and slow down SSG further, or play safe and just try and play for that 5 versus 5 circumstance. But that is where SSG as a team, they're very strong at doing that teamwork and coordinated executes like we just saw in that first round. Do you have any information to share with us, Parky?
I don't really have much to talk about.
No, I was curious if you knew what the timer was still.
We were told that there's a technical issue ongoing at the moment. It looked, with the huddle being the way it was, that it was on W7M's side of things.
Okay.
I will say we've been very fortunate this event to mostly escape the fear of rehosts.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some slight pauses like here. Also worth noting, W7M, they were hovering that basement bomb site for a period of time during the pause, but they've actually gone to kitchen towards that tail end of it. So the question was asked, do they go basement again? Do they go basement as much as they arguably should statistically because these operator bans? The answer so far is, we're going to try something else. And they're going to play the dining kitchen, not the kitchen meeting bomb site. Now, there's 2 primary ways you can play this. One is where you play, let's say, the quote-unquote normal approach. You'll play on the bomb site as you see on your screen, you go 1 floor up and you'll hold upstairs inside of Kid's bedroom, the big window and attic where JV is currently reinforcing. Then there's a second option, which when you go into the small tower, you can go all the way to that beginning of the map on the west side, when you can play on this top floor area and try and just play the utility game against the opponents. Now, as we can see, W7M, they chose option number 1. They're going to be extending out bigger and wider on the map with all 5 members, and SSG, they have to then challenge and try and take that apart, get that vertical play going, and it's going to start in Big Tower with Yeti flying into the window.
I know that you focused on KZ, but JV has some pretty darn good stats as well. Starting off the day, or ending yesterday rather, in 4th place, falling down quite far in the standings in terms of ratings, but still just outside of the top 10. Bosco, not too far behind, and Herds in the same stratosphere as well. Oregon has been played 4 times so far in the groups. Ultimately, a very defender-sided map. 67% of all rounds played on Oregon have broken in favor of the defense. For those of you that are quick at math, that means 33% of the time the attackers win. So expect the defenders to emerge with a 4-2 scoreline. That right now is how Oregon is playing out. If that's the case, and there aren't small changes made, then you go to overtime with both the teams having the upper hand depending on who gets those 2 rounds of defense. Spacestation winning the first round attack obviously does bode well for their chances.
Yeah.
This bomb site of kitchen dining has only been played 3 times so far. It's been won by the defenders every single time. Nick, and would you look at that?
It's off to a good start.
Very first pick for Volps.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good trade between Hot and Cold and Volps because, like, yeah, sure, Hot and Cold got killed, but Volps is 1 HP with no Doc or Thunderbird on the board. And SSG, they gain what they wanted with that death. They get Kid Storm's control.
This is also a bomb site that it is not uncommon to see a Thunderbird get brought for some staying power for the defenders. It seems that they don't need it right now. Spacestation has suffered yet another casualty, and a 5v3 for W7M with a minute to go is a pretty nice spot to find yourself in. A 5v2 is even better, and that's where they go, with Yeti failing to make any significant noise. It's all on the shoulders of Rampy and Bosco. Explosions aplenty around, and W7M don't need to expend too much effort, as they just simply wait for the last 2 players, Diffuser in Bosco's hands, to make it closer to the bomb site.
The issue with having only 2 members alive for SSG is that you don't have enough verticality control here. You can open up the floor all you want, but there's not enough bodies to hold those angles. And W7M, another C4 kill, and it's all down to Bosco.
Top-rated player for Space Station so far through this event. He's got the diffuser, and he meets his fate at the hands of a very familiar gun. Bosco loving that SAS shotgun. Smoke is banned. It's a mute to do it. A flawless round from W7M to bounce back and tie the game.
And question comes again, which bomb site rotation are we going to go for? And we are going to see them hover Kid Storms as secondary choice now, despite winning that tertiary bomb site. And the great thing about Oregon is that you have 4 playable bombs that you can work with, so you're not limited to just 1 or 2 or 3. You can go all the way and really flex your strats on this map. And the great thing for W7M is that if you can win that kitchen dining bomb site, well, kitchen meeting plays in a similar-ish fashion, with the exception of how you can really hold big tower. So they have a lot of tools to work with right now. We saw Volps play Mirror in round number 1, then they did not bring the Mirror last round, now they're back on the Mirror again. So they have many different ways to set these bomb sites up. You mentioned it, Parker, with smoke being banned, Mute is probably going to get brought every single round as a substitute. You get the shotgun, get the SMG-11, of course, choose between a C4 or a bulletproof camera, both of which W7M they'd like to play around. We saw both of those gadgetries being used in the previous round. 2 C4 kills went out, and a bulletproof camera on the bomb side ensured that information was there in case SSG were to make it far enough in the round to approach the bomb site itself. In SSG, they have, again, 2 options. Attack Big Tower, attack Master Bedroom Balcony. You could go for a small tower west side clear as well, but seeing as there's no block on the board for SSG, that doesn't seem like a likely outcome. This Claymore further enhances that. When you Claymore a door like that, that means you're not intending to go in that area. You want to cover it with a Claymore for a jump out because your focus is going to be elsewhere. I mean, look at this 4 Claymore duty right now. And Hot and Cold, he opens things up with an opening kill onto Frost. That is Hurts off the board.
Frost may be dead, but the Frost mats will persist, so Herd still providing some value on this bomb site, even if the gun is gone, and immediately Herds will go on to cam duty. That's always where you go on the first death.
Oh,
speaking of, Fultz hops in Armory, gets down by the Frost mat, and KZ will just pad their stats.
That's tough. I mean, you get the advantage, you lose it right after, and KC follows up with more damage, jumps out the armory window. Nice shutdown from Mady, but the damage is done. 3v3 heavily favors defenders in Oregon because it's a defender-sided map, and to make matters worse, W7M, they keep up the aggression.
That's right, and a late reinforcement from Volps. One thing that flew under the radar now as Spacestation's in a 2v3, Rampy on Repel, is that some of those X-Kairos of the Hibana of Bosco were used on that closet wall. It got shot out by a W7M player, denying Space Station access in, and that's when the late reinforcement from W7M came into play. And we fixate an awful lot on kills, one of which Rampy just got on your screen against JV, but sometimes utility work is equally important, if not more round-defining, than a single kill or 2. Denying easy access for Space Station through that closet wall, denying them a way to walk in and get that diffuser down as easily as it could have been, is monumental for W7M. And while the numbers have narrowed, you still got to think they are in significantly better position on defense than Space Station is right now holding on to that diffuser.
No, you're right. And there's no hoppers available for Space Stations. That wall being closed, that means you got Attic and you got a door to Trophy to walk in towards. With 40 seconds left, crossfire established from W7M. They can play far back. They have 2 C4s. SG, they cannot plan. They gotta find at least 1 kill here before trying anything else.
I'll go fishing for these final 2 players, Julio and Volps. Both playing awfully safe. Julio, a name that has not been on the tip of our tongue at all. There's proximity blast that goes off. Space Station approaching from Attic side by side. Volps with only 12 bullets has not gone for the reload. Doesn't need to. Pulls out the secondary sidearm, and Julio has his teammates back. That's 2 in a row for W7M, and they'll take the lead.
There we saw it. It's so hard to attack against this. I mean, let's imagine for a second that Space Station tried to go for a plant. Well, the only member that can cover has to worry about 3 different angles. You know, the Kid Storm's door, the Attic rotate, and the rotate top white that goes in towards that old generator / new closet area. You can't cover all of it, so you're gambling. Plus, there's a C4 still in pocket for W7M. And SSG, they're opting for an early tactical timeout, and you might be wondering, why would they do that? And the thing is, with the smoke ban, being done from SSG, them starting on attack, they're counting on getting multiple attacking round victories to then go on their arguably more comfortable defender side, but it's not going to be an easy task. So they need these 2 or 3 attacking rounds. That's what they're betting on, because W7M, when they go on their attacks, they're not any worse in their defense. That's the thing about them. Statistically speaking, they're almost even across the board on both sides. Doesn't matter where they start. They can do it on both areas.
That was a timeout. just coming to an end as we get underway with W7M's second attempt at laundry and supply down below. Nick, this was the bomb site that broke in favor of Spacestation and started off this entire map. SSG took that first engagement against KZ by Blue, walked in, fought off the defense by the bottom of those stairs leading into the back portion of the bomb site, completely ignored laundry, and got pick after pick in that ensuing brawl that all happened around Pillar and very small part of this map. All this real estate on Oregon, and they choose to put 10 of their players in, or all 10 players in roughly the same spots, and Spacestation came out ahead on that. For W7M's side of things, there's been some obvious changes here. We don't see the Warden anymore. What we see out of this lineup suggests to me that there will be far more of a roam presence for W7M. And they won't just consolidate inside of the bomb site. If they choose to do that, it might come a little bit later. Now, just because the operator lineup looks like there might be a roam doesn't necessitate an actual roam. They could decide to play safer in the bomb site, and with the Ella playing with the deployable shield in elbow, it's entirely possible that W7M are going to stick to this bunker-style defense.
And Ella has a shotgun as well, so Ella herself could not be the roamer. It's down to Casey and Julio, if anything, to have this early aggression. We do see volps on the default camera. That's because he's on the bomb site. He's going to grant information to those key members that are on the more aggressive side. And the goal here is not to get a kill, per se. It's to shut down the information game from SSG, kill a drone, fall back one room, kill another drone, fall back the second room. Here we go. Casey's been spotted, and you see he can no longer aggress. He has to respect that information and fall back towards safety because the net is, it's tightening in. Rambi came from the white stairs from top floor. You had the Iana that's Folt's coming from small tower. And you don't want to fight 1 versus 2 in that position, especially without information once that default camera has been shot. The great thing about the bomb side for W7M, they have mirror windows, they have Grismot mines from the Ella, and notice 2 of them still in pocket because we're waiting to see where the main executable come from. Typically when you attack, you open up all the hatches. So you have to wait until the last 30-40 seconds to get a good idea of where the actual attack will be happening from. That's why volps is holding onto those Grismot mines, because there's no need to guess when you can know later on. JV is trying to trick those Kite Claws, so he's going to see here, Pellets goes out, so does the Claw. If there's no EMP from Yeti, which there isn't, he tricks the hatch successfully. Now, it's not a massive value as of yet, still got 10 more Kairos to go, but it's wasting time and forcing out unnecessary utility that SSG, they would have rather saved those EMPs for later on. Now, 2 of them get spent for a single hatch, and JV still got 1 more Claw in pocket.
And you can juggle that hatch, whichever you so choose, even though the one inside of security has been opened up. Spacestation taking their time with this final minute unfolding in front of them. The small changes from W7M, big changes actually, depending on how you look at it, might make a huge difference. Claw goes out for JV. Does it get it in time? Oh. Yes, it does. Denying Spacestation that hatch, and with only 2 Kairos to go, they are not going to be able to open it up. That is a damning blow to Spacestation.
It is, and it signifies that W7M, they're probably going to go for a front-side attack from Freezer and Laundry because they don't have that meeting hatch control. At the very least, backside, it looks like it's hard to attack, but they're still going to go for it. 4 members are here.
2 players stacked up on that landing to push down the stairs. Bosco, the first one to meet W7M head on, and KZ is in the same spot. They are slaughtering SSG. It's all up to Yeti, and it's another flawless round for W7M as they're up now 3-1.
Yep, I mean, I really like the Ella pick in that scenario. Not only is the shotgun so hard to fight against, despite it getting nerfed time and time again, that thing is kind of busted. But the Grismot mines, if you ask volps, where are your mines being put at? And he says, oh, one freezer hatch drop, 1 laundry stairs. If you don't hear those pop off or an EMP in that area, you know that it's clear. And even though Nuke is being played and brought by Rampy in that round, they know Nuke cannot sneak in anywhere and go unseen because of those Grismot mines. So what W7M can do successfully is put 4 to 5 guns in the same area, the same angle, and it's so hard for SSG to force their way through, especially when that Ying is banned off the board. Imagine Ying was available. Throw out Candela, smoke grenades, deny lines of sight. You get the initial opening kill, chaos ensues, you get a bit of map control, bomb site presence, and all of a sudden, SSG, they might have a really good position to play from, but that's not the case. They never quite get in and get comfortable because it gets shut down before it even begins. And you see Yeti right now, attacker repicking for his life. Lion, Thatcher, Nomad, Ash just trying to figure out what am I going to bring and what does the team actually need and benefit from. And it ends up in hot and cold actually bringing out the Monty instead. Normally when you see these bombs are being defended, the meeting and kitchen, we see people going to Osa. And you go big tower and you open up the wall, you put down a shield, etc. The Monty can do the same thing, really, right? You extend your shield, you walk around, gain information, you can safely plant. But the way W7M is playing, they're not gonna let this happen. And if you look at their lineup, they have Rook and Duck, Alibi, Jaeger, and Melusi. They're gonna swing you every single area that they can because they have no utility. No smokes, no C4s, no nothing. They're gonna fight you everywhere they can because that's their win condition.
Talked about staying power and what operators get brought.
All of it.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a Doc, you've got a Rook. You don't need the Thunderbird. Spacestation losing Rampy, who's now 1-5. This is dangerous territory. And again, for fans of NAL, you know this position quite well. When Rampy goes 1-5, it's easy for him to lose his mental and the rest of Space Station to suffer for it. Space Station are fighting for their lives here in groups. 6 points, or 6 rounds rather, for W7M guarantees them at least 1 point, and then they will make it into the groups, or out of the groups, onto the main stage on Friday. Space Station are in a tough spot if they don't prevail. The only good news is that they've got that match later on today where they can try to salvage some points. BDS will be taking on W7M, and that could be an incredibly pivotal matchup, depending on what occurs for BDS versus Fury. Nice shot from Herds, yet he doesn't see that one coming. And still patrolling this hatch, Herds with the glasses on, got his 20/20 vision, able to see all the way up from Space Station.
I know you mentioned Rampy, but I mean, FaZe is 0-4, Bosco 0-3. And sure, when one member has a hard time, SSG, they're known to struggle mentally sometimes, but Yeti has been bringing that positivity, if you'll help with that leadership role. JB now might be in trouble position, but no, he swings to confidence.
Oh my goodness, the disrespect to just swing the way they do. Hutton tries to take measures into his own hands, can't do it. He lost control of above. KZ on the flank. He shuts down Foltz. It's all on the Montaigne. 5v1. 3 of 4 rounds won by W7M have been flawless. Space Station have only been able to muster kills in 2 rounds so far. Boy, oh boy, a 4-1 scoreline. And it really does tell the story at the moment of how dominant W7M are in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, to put things into perspective, when you ask casters, fans, Reddit, Twitter, whatever, who is like the quote-unquote likely teams to make it to the grand finals and potentially win the entire thing, a lot of people are going to say W7M or FaZe Clan. And then there are some Copium Liquid fans like myself who are like, Liquid as well, because like they're really good, but they don't quite get there. And we might be in a situation where it's LATAM to beat out LATAM like at the Berlin Major, where it's like, you know, a LATAM team has to gatekeep another LATAM team in the quarters or semis because there's too many of them. But right now, that's not the case. The way the groups are built up, you have one team from each region. And right now, it's all LATAM domination with a slight asterisk next to FaZe, because while they have been very dominant in the opening day, they did not have the best results on day number 2. But for Liquid and W7M, they're not slowing down. They want to get a perfect stage here in the group stages, get all the points they can, send a message and prove a point. Of course, if you can induce fear into your opponents before the match even starts, I mean, mentally, you've already won. And right now, SSG, they need 3 members in particular to wake up. And I had to say it again, Bosco 0-4, Foltz 0-5, Rampy 1-5, and I know it's hard, especially with how confident and aggressive W7M are playing, but you have to just muster up the courage and take those fights and try and shut them down, because if you don't, they're gonna keep disrespecting you with these peaks.
Keep in mind, SSG's already taken their timeout as well, Nick.
Yeah, they have. Back in round number 3.
And what's happened since then? They haven't gotten a single kill. SSG took their timeout after round 3, and it's been 2 flawless, back-to-back. W7M, 3 flawless of the 4 rounds they've won. That is staggering. At this present moment, I don't think we have seen such a lopsided matchup in the groups, and it comes with only 4 games left on both of these streams. SSG across the board only has 8 kills through almost 6 rounds. That is tremendously bad. Again, W7M's defenses have been quite stifling. The team that popularized those aggressive roams are showing exactly what they can do and how formidable they can be when allowed to dominate the map. The attackers can't get map control. This is the end result.
Yeah. I mean, SSG, even if you lose this round and go 1-5, you gotta maintain composure because W7M might not show enough respect once that side swap comes out, and maybe SSG could, you know, set a comeback into motion on their defensive half, but that shutdown on the impact grenade on that wall, X-Kairos do not get the job done. No real breach from SSG. It's troublesome.
KZ just walks in, gets hot and cold, capitalizing off of that blind spot. Fultz's next one up, and KZ gets another inside a classroom. You can't teach that. This timidness that we're seeing from Spacestation, they managed to finally break that flawless streak with Bosco getting a single kill, but that might be it for Spacestation this round as it's Yeti, the final man standing for Spacestation. A nice read onto JV, but the Nitro Cell seals the deal. 4-2 was the score line that you come to expect on Oregon, but W7M beats that with a 5-1 first half.
Not just 5-1, 5-1 with 3 flawless rounds. 2 of those, round number 4 and 5, were back-to-back. Opening kills, it doesn't look that bad for Spacestation. They've gotten 2 of them, but it doesn't really seem to matter all that much. And I want to see 2 things, which is how A, will SSG maintain composure and play what looks to be confidently on the defensive side, because Oregon is defender side and we cannot count them out just yet. And B, is W7M gonna run over them and make some sloppy mistakes along the way, or will they maintain respect? Hertz is showing Grim.
There's no way.
I mean, we haven't seen as far as we've cast, we have not seen a Grim being brought at this major yet. And Grim is looked
Grim
at,
is a 0% pick rate as of my stats.
Yeah, I mean Grim, competitively speaking, okay, he went off it, okay.
No.
Yeah, Grim, competitively speaking, is not an operator that we're expecting to see either. In that case, you'd rather play the Lion, or the Jack, or the Dokkaebi, etc., because you don't get enough utility from the particular operator of Grim to really warrant it being brought.
If you need a dedicated flank watch as well, Grim might not be the one to get it done. You're better served bringing a Nomad. We've seen a couple Gridlocks as well, because the LMG of Gridlock is still that fire hose of lead. So if you're trying to suppress somebody downstairs, well, there you go. If you're trying to suppress somebody upstairs, there you go. If you're trying to suppress somebody on the main floor, LMG is going to work out quite well. This is a laundry supply defense for Spacestation, the team that is currently in free fall. W7M are very quick into the building, and they will pick up the very first kill. Fultz, 0-7.
Oh boy.
That's not the result you want.
It's not. I mean, Volp's gonna continue on in. Oh, he doesn't go to the flashbang, goes to the melee instead. It's gonna cost him. Hot and cold with an easy kill, but KC looking to justify those numbers and bring it back into the advantage.
Fultz still searching for his first kill. Him and Rampy being 0-1 is not what you want out of your 2 fraggers. Herds knocking on the door of the bomb site. Bosco falls, and Herds just sprints through right now.
He's in
for a rotate. KZ is read by Rampy over towards Freezer, and there will be yet another engagement. But W7M will decide to pause for now. Playing back by Pillar. EMP goes out, JV will follow as the blast goes. They know that the Black Mirror inside of the closet has been abandoned. SSG falling off towards the back of the bomb site. It's the first laundry take that we are seeing. Hertz doesn't have very much intel, and JV will try to engage long range based off of that, but it will be a reflex test towards Pillar. We're at the halfway mark of this round, and there's still 6 players left up. Pros decide to fake it. Herds reading into it, getting the Warden to line up. Engaging. Look at this from Herds. Well played. Timer will start running. W7M searching for match point right now. Spacestation to go for a retake. Rampy above has 2 kills to his name. This could be a huge round for him, and he picks up yet another. Julio down for the count. Herds the next one to go to hot and cold. It's JV to watch over the diffuser. Can he get into position to stop it?
Yeah, he has the line of sight. It's big.
He's on Freezer, though, and he gets read out by Rampy. 3 kills for Rampy. A big round for Spacestation. They win their second and their first defense. That's good and promising signs, but right now, W7M are still in such a good position.
One very small thing that definitely going to change the outcome of that round was the encounter between Volps and Hot and Cold, the Blitz and the Goyo. Whenever you're going for that melee animation as a shield, there is that like 0.75 second duration where you can get shot before your melee connects with the enemy's body. That's what happened. He goes for melee, exposes his face and his chest. Hot and Cold shoots him. If you go for the flashbang, then Hot and Cold can't see. You wait half a second yourself, and all of a sudden he's completely blinded. Then you can go for the melee, go for hipfire, ADS, anything really. Volps, with the split-second decision, took the riskier approach, which just this time did not pay off. In the midst of that, KZ did it, and Hertz did a really good job at aggressing forward. KZ pushed through that green hallway and got into a combat engagement of his own, and Hertz on the bomb side just moments after. And it was a good rotation game from W7M. Julia was up inside of lobby on Hibana watching the flank. No one came. They bought themselves 30 seconds, then rotated back to bomb side, started that plant, and it looked promising. But Rambi's flank was perfect. Instead of going for a laundry direct flank with likelihood of more drones watching it, he went for a freezer hatch drop and got that flank immediately off the sound key of the hatch drop, and that solidified SSG's position, and therefore the two got the round.
Julio's name we haven't really said a lot at all, and there's been no reason to.
Oh, he's chilling.
JV and KZ have been dominating this matchup from the side of W7M, doing most of the heavy lifting on the team. KZ in particular living up to that billing that the player has. Herds is the one to get on the board first. Rampy, after that stellar performance in the previous round, will not be particularly effective, and Foltz will join him in the afterlife, as that's 45 seconds off the board. There's still at least 2 more rounds to be played, but Foltz is struggling to get a kill. 0-8 is one of the worst performances that we've seen out of a player of his caliber so far here at the groups. Foltz is not going to be happy with it. At this point, you are so far in your own head. That it starts to weigh you down, and you performing poorly becomes a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hot and Cold is back to the window, allows KZ a free pick, yet he trades it out. But still, a double up for W7M. There's only 2 left for Spacestation.
I mean, watching this game, it feels like SSG are fighting ghosts. Like, there's no one there, but they're still taking damage. Then you just get shot from behind on location. 2v4 and Bosco and Yeti, they really gotta go big this round. Otherwise, it's match point.
This bomb site had the distinction of being one of the most favorable to the defenders when facing down long odds. Even if you were outnumbered, the fact that there are so many walls that cannot be shot through or blown open really did favor the defense. But with the changes to Oregon, it's not as friendly as it used to be, and it allows the attackers to walk in and punish you for it. Bosco punished, leaving Yeti as last alive. Diffuser going down, and Yeti gunned away by JV. That confirms W7M for Friday. They've picked up a point at minimum. They will make it to the playoffs.
Wow. I mean, not a surprise that they made it that far, but still an impressive showcasing of how they got there. And I mean, I'm sure they're not going to do anything worse now. I mean, they might know they're qualified. I bet you they want all the points. I can't read that.
We have a very tiny screen in front of us, so we can't read it. But basically it says that he was offered the role of Mountain. Yes.
There was a question in the Hot Sauce video that they did, spoiler if you haven't seen it, asking which is the tallest player here at the Major. And I was like, I don't know. But the players in the video very confidently said, Yeti. And I was like, that seems accurate. And it is. He's the tallest player at this event through all of the players attending.
Yeah, he's a big man.
Big man, yeah.
He's a very big man. And if you've ever been around him, I don't know, Snake is pretty tall as well. For
Not tall
TSM.
enough, apparently.
Not tall enough. I wonder if they measured them.
That's what the other members of the cast was asking. Did they actually measure them?
What we should do before the day is out, since we still do have all 16 teams here, line up every single player shoulder to shoulder based on their height. I would love to see that. It'd be quite fascinating.
Would be fascinating indeed.
Well, that's it for this matchup for W7M at least. They don't really have that much else to play for. It is entirely possible that BDS with their 6 points can finish in the playoffs, get out of groups. But W7M cannot lose first place in this group now. They have 13 points. BDS are sitting at 6 points. If BDS wins out in regulation in this match, and then against W7M later on, W7M will still finish first in this group.
Okay.
They have secured their spot, and they can just kind of coast at this point. And for a lot of teams, it is a very viable strategy. Why are you going to give away strategies that you have, operators that you have, picks that you have, when you can just conceal it? There's no reason for you to give away things that you don't have to show, and W7M have now a pretty easy day. They don't need to do anything else. They can just play some Rainbow Six Siege and relax. They've already lost KZ. Fultz is 0-9 now as he gets taken out by JV. W7M have successfully shut down the 2 star players of Spacestation and the 2 aggro roamers?
Yeah.
Aggers, whatever you want to call them. They're not available. Rampy only has 4 kills, that's it. Fultz 0 if W7M wins. Fultz will finish this matchup without a single kill.
I'm very surprised that W7M didn't just use 1 EMP on this wall where Hot and Cold is playing to then clear the shield, because they're throwing like 7 billion flashbangs through this doorway, and it is as they recharge. So they've failed to problem solve this position now, and it's a problem for them. There's a shield behind that one as well. The only explosive thing they have left is 2 grenades from Volps, who's not there to really use that utility. And what a stalemate because of it. Waiting for a pick, for SSG to make a move. I think W7M has to make a rotation here and go elsewhere. White stairs, big window, go attic, something. This area does not work anymore.
Herds has a tiny bit of HP. Playing on this Ash operator. Very quietly searching for one of the defenders. Yeti on the flank. But he gets spotted by Herds. There you go. W7M getting their frags just as they need. You still got Rampy here holding this position. You still got Bosco holding his as well. Bosco with only 1 kill, 2. Not a great performance for the top-rated SSG player at this point.
Barrel!
JV, do you not see him? There you go. A bit tunnel visioned. Bosco blown up. It's all on the shoulders of Rampy. With the P90, he's got plenty of ways to pull this off. But it's JV to shut the door on a Space Station comeback. A brisk affair as W7M qualifies for the playoffs this weekend. They topple Space Station 7-2.
It's a rough start for SSG as well on the 3rd day. They need these points and they can still make it. There's still hope for them, but this loss, especially in regulation, it's going to make it that much more difficult.
Absolutely brutal day for the fraggers of Space Station. Rampy, Bosco, and Fultz combining for just 6 kills. Well, Space Station still have an opportunity to make it to the playoffs, even though their chances have been hurt an awful lot. Fury is currently playing BDS. If BDS prevails, and that means the next game for Space Station will be a must-win, and BDS going up against W7M later today is going to be a meaningless match for W7M.
Yeah.
But for BDS, it could mean the difference between the playoffs and a plane home. Which will it be? We got a break ready for you. We'll come back and we'll talk about what happened in this match. There's not much to say, but we'll fill out the time just fine. Stick around. We'll be back in a minute or two.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody, and that was a really quick matchup between W7M and Space Station. It's on the players. Okay, well, never mind. Not on us. I thought it was on us, but it's on them instead. It's us talking to you, not the players of W7M, but they have much to celebrate because they are yet another team to cement their status as a playoff contender here in Sweden. We'll see more of them come Friday. There's still another match for W7M to play. They'll be tussling against BDS later on today. For W7M, that match does not matter at all, if BDS wins both of their games, W7M will still finish on top of the group, win or lose. BDS could win 7-0 against W7M, and it doesn't change a damn thing for this Brazilian squad. They absolutely manhandled Spacestation. That first half, Nick.
I mean,
3 flawless rounds. Rampy with 4 or 5 kills. Bosco with 1. Fultz with 0.
0-9?
Absolute domination from W7M. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most one-sided game that we've seen, especially matchups like how good are these teams. And it was very, very obvious that W7M, they are just a lot better, actually.
Just a little bit better.
Yeah. Oregon was like a big question mark for me as a map where I'm like, does SEC want to go there? It's a very simple map, as I said. You can just brute force it with aggression. That's where W7M shine. But you also can't take them to Chalet, because they're insane at Chalet. They're insane pretty much on every map because LATAM as a region, they play so many more games than other regions do overall, so their map pool on average is also much bigger.
Probably wondering what happened. Here you go. If you didn't tune in, it was a very quick matchup. I feel like we just started casting it, and it's already
flew by.
over. Yeah. I mean, the big story for North American fans is going to be the performance of those fraggers that we talked about. Fultz and Rampy. You've got Bosco, who can be quite consistent, but had some inconsistencies here so far at this event, despite being the best overall rated player for Space Station. On W7's side of things, they were clinical, perfectly playing their defenses, holding map control, fighting Space Station every single time SSG tried to get into the building, and that unpredictability on a relatively predictable map seemed to catch SSG off guard. This W7M team is undefeated at this point, and they have done so in regulation all 5 matches. And this is where things get a little bit interesting for W7M, because as we mentioned, they have that match against BDS later today. BDS at the moment, spoilers inbound, cover your ears. BDS at the moment is currently beating Fury. Which means that in order for Space Station to win, at minimum, as far as we're aware, SSG will have to win their next match against Fury, and based on round differential, BDS will have to lose to W7M by a certain scoreline that we will have for you when that matchup appears on your screen. But W7M now effectively determine which of these two teams can make it into the playoffs. If W7M think that their run to the championship is easier with Space Station as one of the other 8 teams, then they can go all out and destroy BDS. If W7M think that BDS are the team that are easier to beat in the long run, then they can just not bother at all in the matchup, let BDS win, and effectively control which team makes it to the playoffs.
That's the gift that you get granted when you play so well in your group that you can decide other teams' fate and who qualifies. And I mean, it's also on SSG themselves because, again, had they won more games or any games really in day number 1 and gotten more points on the board, they wouldn't be here. So it's self-induced.
I mean, you see the fans that get really upset when a team sandbags against their opponent. You know, SSG fans are going to see, if W7M decides to throw their match against BDS, because there's no reason whatsoever for them to try, as you saw on your screen, number 1, BDS just beat Fury. So things become much harder for Space Station to catch up. But number 2, W7M with their 15 points and their, plus 19 round differential, an astonishing number. W7M can just take that match off. SSG fans are going to be a little bit bitter if they see that and say, well, why are they throwing the game? It's not W7M's fault that SSG were not in a position to win. W7M does not owe you anything. If that ends up happening and W7M decides to take off the last match and let BDS skate on and get all 3 points, you can't blame W7M. They don't owe you anything. You blame SSG for not being better in their matches to be in a position where they controlled their fate, because at the present moment, SSG's fate is out of their hands.
It is. And that's really all we can say about it. We'll have to see what happens. It's the final day of group stage, so before the day is over, we'll know exactly who goes to DreamHack.
That's correct. We're almost halfway there. We've had a number of teams qualify. We've had a number of teams be definitively knocked out. At this point, we say goodbye to Fury as well, as far as I'm aware, because there's only 3 points remaining for them. Space Station are sitting at 6. So Fury is yet another team to go home, joining both Mirage and SANDBOX, and W7M is yet another team to qualify for the playoffs. We're halfway through the day, and we want some more teams to clinch their spots, and we know you do as well. So we'll toss to a break, and then we'll keep on rolling with our final day of groups here in Sweden.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed two hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis kit is made of three main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has two bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Oh my God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug boy.
What am I supposed to do? I go to the next one? Fire bolt, look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not smelling it.
It kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. Oh, is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
Cafe.
Skyscraper?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
Be my guest.
I think we're gonna like this one.
Yeah, you're gonna milk it. Yeah.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, yeah. That's like a 6. Ooh, boy. Why didn't you warn me?
Oh my God, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh, yeah. It's the weakest one, he said.
My God.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You're being too nice. It's a siege. What? If I'm being honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a dream hack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way. There was no way in hell. We have got fire in the hole. Hey, this is your special. This is your special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude,
what
are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my God. Please don't burn.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, that one was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? You're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Clubhouse. Eat that shit, boy. Eat that shit. Eat that shit.
That's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrone the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got that bastard hiding there.
Intero approved interrogation.
Oh boy.
You better stop that right now. You better stop.
That was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad when it's not liquidy. It's like just, let's go, Pablo. You gotta finish the pork. It's like some that shit. I mean.
Wow.
It's not that
it
bad.
is.
Is it bad? I'm sure I got it right.
That was ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is
like 8?
Oh my God. 8.
Oh my God.
I was first.
Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what? I was first.
I think I happen to know the answer. Milosh. I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called? I'm about to meet the Lord, boy. No. This is rigged.
The Lord? With the Lord himself.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then,
I'll split it and then you can drench it. Oh, that's enough. Dude, what? No, that's ridiculous, no.
Eat it, bro, eat it.
No, bro, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
Oh!
Oh, that's bad.
Taste it.
No, I'm good. Yes, he's cried. Yes.
I know what it is. Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew there was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude, I'm still dying.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for crossplay. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
We may be about to find out which team will join Soniqs from this group into the playoffs. Mandy, I can't believe it. We're halfway through the day on the final play day of group stage here at the Jönköping Major. We've already started qualifying teams into the playoffs. We've even seen a few teams qualify now for Six Invitational. And of course, we have sent a few teams home. We may be about to send a couple more.
Yeah, that's exactly right. CYCLOPS are trying to go for their miracle run through this group. Soniqs, I believe, are all but confirmed, actually 100% confirmed 100%. Already for the playoffs. And it's down to that midfield pack, and that's CYCLOPS, and I believe it's MNM on the other end of that, who are fighting for that second spot in the playoffs.
Well, technically, any of CYCLOPS, MNM, and Black Dragons are capable of making it to that second place in the group. You can see it's quite tightly contested. MNM and BD will also be playing on the other stream. So how this pans out, it's quite simple if you're a CYCLOPS fan. A win. In fact, even just an overtime. 6 rounds is enough to make it to the playoffs. Now, in fact, there is a chance that they lose. They lose, and yet they can still go, and that is only if the other game, the MNM Black Dragon game, goes into overtime. If you're an MNM or a Black Dragons fan, it's simple. They have to win their game in regulation, and CYCLOPS has to lose in regulation, and that's the only scenario in which case CYCLOPS don't make it out of the group. So, funnily enough, Maddie, it's actually looking quite likely that we will have an APAC team into the playoffs.
Well, okay, you can't say that one too quickly. They still have to win a couple of rounds here against the Soniqs. And the Soniqs
probabilities.
Yeah, okay. Look, the Soniqs, they're pretty good at the moment. They're looking in relatively good form. Being at the top of their group, completely confirmed for playoffs. They are chilling. They're having a good time. This is just the final matchup left to go for seeding.
Well, the question for me with Soniqs is, are we going to see their best right now? Because yes, after their first game, which they lost to MNM, they have been undefeated. But now word has come through that Gio has actually been quite unwell. Now, I did just check. He is out sitting with the players right now, so I assume he is going to be playing this match. Goddess had tweeted out that there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to play this game. I assume that would mean she would sub in, which would actually be kind of exciting. But regardless, it seems like we will have Gio in this game for better or for worse, depending on how sick he is. Regardless, I think the way things stand right now with Soniqs already confirmed for playoffs and maybe trying to just save themselves a little bit, not letting Gio push himself too hard when he's got some important games in just 2 days' time. CYCLOPS have their best chance they've ever seen of making playoffs at a major.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We were almost going to count them out after the first day they had. It was pretty rough for them, but they went for that miracle run, and just because of how tight the group was, now they have their chance to make it in. But as we said earlier, 6 rounds is the pass mark for CYCLOPS. Fate is in their hands in this matchup.
Well, having a look at Soniqs now, actually can't see Gio. He was sitting down there a minute ago. There he is, still sitting down. So it does appear to be that Soniqs will be playing with their full 5. As for the CYCLOPS side, this is a pretty big deal. This is the first team that we've seen for a long time out of Japan that is becoming competitive on the global scale. Now, CYCLOPS have been to events time and time again, and they have struggled time and time again to make it to the playoffs. If you remember, about 15 months ago in Mexico, CYCLOPS unfortunately fell short of the playoffs by the most narrow of margins. They lost to Team 1 in the exact number of rounds that would mean for the only time in Rainbow Six history we had to actually go to a tiebreaker match. CYCLOPS lost that, Team 1 defeated them, and as a result, CYCLOPS missed out on their chance to go to playoffs. They could well break that right now and for the first time get to the top 8 at a major.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the pick and ban that's come through as well. It is going to be Oregon, and CYCLOPS will be starting out on the defending side. So I'm not sure how this one pans out. I might jump over to the Classico DevMata match tracker to break that one down.
Yeah, sure. So CYCLOPS have had a couple of good wins on this map in the last 3 months, but also a couple of pretty fatal losses. Now, the last time CYCLOPS played this, it was in the final match of APAC North. They destroyed Fnatic 7-1. But if you look a little bit further back in history, there was also a loss to Reject, a loss to PSG, and a loss to Fnatic, all of which were in overtime, plus 2 more wins earlier on in the season against Sengoku and Talon. So that's a 3-3 record for CYCLOPS, but a pretty strong round differential of plus 11 here on Oregon. As for Soniqs, they are almost undefeated on this map. Of the 4 times they played it in the last couple of months, they have won it 3 of those 4, including taking down MNM in the rematch that we saw from those 2 yesterday. It was a 7-5, a tight game, but a pretty big deal that Soniqs on the rematch, after getting decimated by MNM in the opening game of the major, have found revenge, and of course it was here on Oregon. So they're showing strong form on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty impressed so far by, I just want to say both these teams, but in particular the Soniqs. I just feel like they've really come into this major with their new form, picking up, of course, Geo and Gunnar, the rookie of the roster as well. I just want to point out quickly, Geo is the one that's sick at the moment for this roster, and he's also the IGL of the roster as well. And so I feel like if they want to stay in this game, they really need to keep that mental game on a high, because he's not feeling super well, and someone else needs to step up to the plate for the calling. But like you said, if there's any opportunity for CAG to take it, it's probably this one as a result.
Soniqs have actually, like you said, done quite well at this major. When we saw their opening game, it was the first game we casted, the very first game on the A stream of the major. They dropped the ball to MNM. Quite disappointing, especially when we were speaking with Pengu and he really predicted that Soniqs would make top 4 here in Sweden for this event. You know, fast forward 2 days later, Soniqs is actually the 3rd best team at this tournament so far. If you combine all the standings of all the groups, it's W7M at the top, then Liquid, and then Soniqs, even above teams like Wolves and FaZe. So it just goes to show how strong this North American roster has been. In fact, by far the best North American squad. The next closest would be TSM, all the way down in 7th place in the combined standings. So Soniqs are looking primed and ready. They're feeling a bit refreshed. They've bounced back after that initial loss. And despite some issues with Geo, I still think that they are probably the favoured team in this match.
I think so as well, yeah. I'd definitely put them up there. They look in high spirits. That's Goddess there on your screens as well. She's having a really good time there with the team. And I believe it's just been, yeah, it's just so instrumental in this team's success as well. It's all about keeping that vibe high as we jump into the lobby.
For CYCLOPS though, fist pumps. Come on, give them a better one. There we go. Get on it for CAG for a shot at their first ever playoffs appearance at a 6 major. The Japanese squad will wave their flags high. A chance to take down the Soniqs. Even 6 rounds in this map will be enough for the Japanese roster to secure a playoffs position as we jump straight into this ban phase.
You guys on the socials actually think that CYCLOPS is going to come out on top. That's 60% vote going their way. They have some pretty cute little chat banter going on there. They love each other. Before the game came up, all of the Soniqs were also saying that they love CAG too, and then CAG replied, "We love Soniqs." This is such a sweet game. I can't wait for this one.
Just don't let Anaton in the old chat.
Okay, yeah, don't let Anaton in the old chat.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Bans, they're happening.
Be the analyst, Mandy, please. Tell me what do we got. I love Canadian. Wait, wrong team.
No, hang on a second.
Aggregator, wrong team.
Hang on. Stop analysing the chat. All right, no. Things happening in the ban phase. Zami is going to be taken out. Now, Thatcher's been taken out as well on the attacking half, so they'll have to lean into that Maverick if they want to get open some of those hatches for that ground floor, for that basement attack. Azami being taken out is also a pretty interesting one to me as well. It does make playing some of those sites, like I imagine the top floor around kids, a little bit more tricky because you don't have those Azami barricades that block off lines of sight from like the double window, games window, that type of thing.
I'm so distracted by this chat. It's so wholesome.
I know, right? I know, right?
CYCLOPS are probably the most notorious team for getting in the all chat, especially in scrims from what I've heard. You don't want to know some of the filth that the English-speaking teams have taught them.
No, you don't.
But fortunately, they keep it clean for the stream here. And it goes to show CAG in high spirits. Both teams, in fact, quite chilled out. Soniqs, of course, have very little pressure riding on this game. Not only have they already secured playoffs, but they've already secured first seed. So for Soniqs, really, this is about just making sure they don't get rattled too much. I think if you're them, you want to just have a good time. Obviously, still try and win, because if you can win even when Geo is sick and while CYCLOPS are fighting tooth and nail for a playoff spot, that tells you something huge about Soniqs. But, of course, you don't want to press too hard. You don't want to be upset with each other if you're making mistakes. There's no point arguing. Just have a great time. Whereas for CAG, I mean, they're always having a good time. Maybe a little bit too much of a good time, even when it's a serious match.
Look, I think the thing is for Soniqs, even though this is technically not mission critical for their playoffs run, as they've qualified in, it is still important for them to, I suppose, gain the experience out of an international event. It's not every day that you get to play against a Japanese team. They're very far from each other, geography-wise, of course. So getting all the experience that you can is worthwhile. And hey, if you love each other in the server too, that's great. CAG looking for this roam, starting out on the top floor. It's actually AA Gator all the way inside of Armory, supported by Gatorada inside of Kids. They're going to play this chop-down kind of fall-off inside of security, I imagine, is the next step for them, and Soniqs will have the challenge of clearing it.
Will this be a full dedicated roam clear for Soniqs, or a little bit of a taunt on the site? Not too much pressure put to blue yet. We've seen a lot of teams just go and try and clear out that blue utility and then rotate back elsewhere. Blackray feeling a bit of pressure on small tower as he waves to the Yokai drone going past him. It looks like it is a big tower push for Soniqs.
Yep, backsided take for Soniqs, and what that means is CAG have identified that and started to fall back off into this ground floor, identifying that they're not looking for the roam clear in this small tower master side. Instead, it's only Gunner that's here on the lurk. We can now see the pressure coming out from inside of Meeting on the side of CAG. They don't want to give up this ground floor straight away, as Kansen will make the entry onto the stage.
Still, this is only the roam clear. There's still a lot of ground to be taken for Soniqs, but they do claim the opening pick. A great shot there from Kansen with the G36. Ayagator taken down. Not able to move any of the pester drones he might have caught. I don't believe he did actually catch any, so it may be a moot point. But Soniqs really just going for this one-sided take, aren't they? They've got meeting control, they've got the hatch open, and they can get to work figuring out their execute.
Yeah, this is well identified from Soniqs. They don't actually need to take the rest of the map, aided by those air jabs from the Nomad, right? They only need control of Meeting and of Bunker if they want to do a backsided take. There's no point in going and loitering around Laundry and loitering around Freezer if you don't need to. And those air jabs are preventing Blackray from being able to retake through Green and retake through Meeting.
He's still so tempted though, isn't he?
But he can't. There's no rotate.
He could go prone and try and shoot it off, but it's a risky game to play. Does tempt out a... Oh, there you go. He is actually going to go prone. But meanwhile, Soniqs are executing on the site. All 5 of them now already gone onto that basement floor. So that means that that flank could eventually come out. Anderson trying to hold his way, but Kansen on for the entry. Here's the great flank from Blackray, though. Soniqs have to be careful. They don't rely too much on that air jab because it has been taken down. As has Geo, though, with the diffuser in pocket. Rexon marches forward. Soniqs flood the site and claim as many kills as they possibly can. Gatorada finds one, shotgun round in the corner, gets another one, traded back, but Blackray's flank was more than enough to secure the round, and he should find it easy to deny this plant from Rexon. No way! Let's go! Are you kidding me, Rexon? How do you win that?
What on earth is that from the Soniqs? Perfect late round calling in that execute. As soon as they went for the execute, they realized, oh no, Blackray's actually gone for the flank. We can't go for default plant anymore. And they flipped the switch, changed their approach, and decided to go deep into the site instead. Go for that flood and look for kills. And that was the perfect call to make once they had realized that flank was coming through, right? There is no way that they could have got that done safely, the original default plan, right? Amazing adaptation from the Soniqs, and that's Geo, of course, the sick IGL, making big calls like that to keep Soniqs in that round.
And you got to put it down to Rexon as well. He started planting with, I believe, 1.5 seconds on the clock. According to my calculations, that would mean that there was, what, 5.5 seconds where he had to just sit there holding down F. And Blackray, all he had to do was go and shoot this defenseless player. But it took him too long to get there. And by the time he ran the corner and went to spray down that player, well, Rexon was so quick on the sticks, a quick up and winning that fight. That's some nutty behavior and a really good opening round from both Rexon and Kansan, who've had a phenomenal stage, particularly Rexon, and are not slowing down here at the Major.
Again, starting off in this T3 position. Of course, the bomb site is Kids and Dorms. They are going to look to go to that top floor bomb site, of course, without the Azami since it's been banned out, but instead with the aid of the Mirror. Now, BlackRay's still got one in his pocket. The second one, I'm not sure where that's gone, but someone we need to keep an eye on is Gunnar because he does have the Amaru with the diffuser in his hand.
Gunnar living up to the name as always, and what a pick onto Anaton. It's the smoke player, of course. You really couldn't ask for a better player to take down early on in the round with all of that smoke gas utility, ineffectual for the remainder of the round. Plus, Anaton's a bit of a nutter, so you want to take him down early so he doesn't have the chance to demonstrate his clutch ability. Still a pretty strong setup from CAG despite losing one of the linchpins. It just might mean that the rest of the team won't have quite so much mobility and ability to play aggressively as Soniqs begin to put some pressure on this white stairs area.
So the Soniqs have got some pretty tough decision-making to go through here. There is a mirror, which is inside of that attic pit facing into Trophy. There's also a shield there, so if they want to go for this front-sided take, unless they're going to do something cheeky with the Amaru, which could possibly happen, it's going to be quite challenging to clear out that utility.
What's going on here, Gunnar? He's up and he's in. Starts forcing that plant down. Geo's been taken out by BlackRay, but this plant is surely to be secured. Kansan rotates and is able to take down Gatto downstairs. It's now all on Ayagator, and wow, quite a strategy here from Soniqs. Love to see the refreshing playstyle that they have brought to the table. Ayagator 1v4 becomes a 1v3. Gunnar a little bit too egregious on that peak, but it doesn't matter because Grix is there for the cross. Wow. Beautiful fast play there from Soniqs to get that diffuser down.
Yeah, really well played. When you see a mirror and a big line of sight like that open inside of pit, you don't want to do something like go into Armory and try and loiter your way around a master bedroom, that type of thing, because you're going to fall short to those lines of sight, right? Like you said, great change of pace. As soon as Kansan was able to get control up the white stairs, uncontested by Gatarada, he called out to his team, all right, we kind of have minimalistically what we need to go for this, game's window execute. That was the pocket strat of the Amaru. And that way, they forgo all the utility they had to deal with inside of pit and eventually went out the rounds.
Pretty big deal there for CYCLOPS that Soniqs has had such a good start. Keeping in mind, Soniqs, there's not a lot of stakes for them on this game. It's just having a good time and continuing to demonstrate their exemplary. You know, practice makes perfect, right? And there's no better practice than an official game. Scrim's not quite the same. For CAG, though, there's a lot more riding on that than just a bit of a practice game. If they get 6 rounds here, they qualify to playoffs. So that is where their focus is. And starting with 2 Ls in a row on the defensive side is far from ideal. They really need to get stuck into it, especially because, on my mind, there's a lot of good defenders still in, especially that Mirror, which hasn't really seemed to help CAG very much.
BlackRay is going to start out in this small tower looking for a spawn peak. Meanwhile, Anderson's still, of course, setting up some of that site construction. Pretty extended roam so far from CAG. They're looking to hold 3 players here on this ground floor. Meanwhile, Soniqs looking for a small tower across take. Gunnar the one to drone in, of course, just making his own way in. It's actually a lurk on his side as the rest of those Soniqs players reconvene around lobby.
Once again, slow early round for Soniqs. They know that CAG love to play quite aggressively and they don't want to fall into the trap. They're not getting too desperate for early map control, playing it nice and steady. Gunnar, I love the use of the Hell Presence reduction here. He walks straight past that camera, eventually does take it out, but he doesn't check his corners. And guess what? BlackRay is there. Gunnar taken down. Good opening pick for CAG.
That is your lurker taken away, but my question is, what have the rest of Soniqs been able to achieve? Last time we saw them loiter their way around lobby, that like master side type thing, and we can actually see one of those players, I believe that's Kansan up there on that top floor, creating some vertical lines of sight, immediately contesting in that next step of the roam, and that's inside of security.
The question is, will CAG continue to play mobile? Will they potentially gift Soniqs an opportunity to refrag? It's BlackRay we're looking at here, right? because he's cut off now. He wants to rotate to green. He does actually manage to get that cross, and it looks as if he'll fall back to side. So CAG happy with the advantage they've established for themselves, with the exception of Aegator, who may well have been misthrown. No, he hasn't. Wow. Well done from Grixer. A very cheeky spot for Aegator to play in. I didn't even realize you could prone on the bench like that, but Soniqs will not be deceived.
Now this is a challenging part through the mid-round for the Soniqs, though. That meeting hatch is electrified, I believe, by the Kaid Claw, and there's nothing that Soniqs have got in the pocket to actually deal with that. So going for the backtake is not really an option unless they can use a Twitch drone to get that somewhere underneath E-Box. I imagine it's going to have to be a front take for the Soniqs.
But you got the mirrors to deal with as well. He does decide to take down one mirror, but surely he loses the Twitch drone here. There you go. He does have one left. The Hibana might be employed here to try and take down the mirror window. Nope, not going to happen. You're right, though. Like, how are they going to open up this rear hatch? At the moment, with 20 seconds left, it's kind of a moot point. They just have to send it. They don't have a choice. It's a 4v4 now. Desperate execute for Soniqs. Anaton, first line of defense in Freezer. C4 goes out. Huge amount of damage on Geo and Rexon, but that might not stop him. Rexon marches forward once again. He's a hungry, hungry man, and he finds one, gets a double! Goes in with the pistol, but sprayed down. There ain't no time left for Soniqs, and CAG finally find their first round on the defense.
Oh, geez, that round got a little bit closer than I anticipated that one to be, eh?
Not gonna lie, I was just like doing some, talking about like Kaid claws or whatever, and I looked at them like, wait a second, there's 25 seconds left.
Yeah, that round got way closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought Soniqs, they had that one lost since they couldn't get that hatch open, but they managed to claw a couple picks back going through Freezer there. CAG, of course, because the site was still closed in for them, they hadn't got that E-Box hatch open. The mirrors were still up for them with the exception of the one inside of Freezer that had been open. They could just hold on to their ground and play the crossfires, and Soniqs flooded through in those last 20 seconds. It was pretty disconnected. The gunfights didn't really go their way, and eventually, of course, CYCLOPS went out the round.
CYCLOPS, interestingly, will actually go to their tertiary site instead of re-attempting dorms. On the re-attempt, laundry supply did work out, but opting instead to go for kitchen dining, which, funnily enough, is even less common than kitchen meeting. So to many teams, this isn't even a tertiary site. This is one that most teams wouldn't even dare to go for. But we have seen some really good defenses at this site, Mandy. What springs to mind for me is that Fury W7M game that we watched on the first day. W7M were nasty on this site.
Yeah, they were super good at it, and what it really hinges on for this defense is how well you can play the contest inside of that shower hallway, and how much you can contest the breach by just, I suppose, having your gun up on it. That was what KZ was doing in that matchup, or having your plant to null. And so we can see CAG putting a lot of resources and pressure inside of that hallway. We've got a shield facing it, and we've got to rotate as well so that people can contest the breach from inside of showers.
Now that shield in the hallway has been taken out though, so really good use of the Flores from Rexon. But there's quite a few elements here on both sides to deal with this. We've got double shields. We've got Kansan on the Ossa, and we also have Anaton on his Spirit Operator, the Clash. I mean, it can't get Monty, can't get Blitz, can't get Ossa on the defensive side, but Clash is that next best thing. And it could be really good for just getting information, enabling some aggressive peaks from Aegator.
Another important thing to note here is that Soniqs are going to bring along the Ossa. On the side of the defense, the only thing that's really there to deal with it is the C4 of Aegator, who's currently got it prepped in his hands, and it's now gone to the vertical. So if the breach does manage to get open, late game is going to be very much in the favor of the Soniqs, but not if that happens. Gatabrata with a great run out onto Rexon.
Wow, I just love the use of that Clash as well from CAG. Blackray, thanks to the call-outs from Anaton, is able to quickly swing that Showers hallway and take down another pivotal player in Gunner. Now Soniqs in the 3v5, this side is becoming a little bit unwieldy. Doesn't matter that you've got the Ossa, still don't have a breach on that wall, still haven't been able to contain this aggression from CAG.
That's exactly it. I think I got a bit ahead of myself talking about the late game there. It's pretty hard to get a breach on the wall when you've got a Clash in your face, right? And that's the beauty of the strat that CYCLOPS are running. Now Grixer, Geometrics and Kansan left in that 3-on-5 situation is going to be very challenging to face against the constant information that Anaton is giving on the Clash. Just look at that.
The big thing here for Soniqs is they're looking for a pick. That's what they need to go for. Get a pick, maybe threaten a plant. Oh, but I love that. Oh, that's so clever. The Clash Zap forces the shield away, and that just enables CYCLOPS to go nuts. What a round from CAG. It ends in a flawless, and they take a huge dub there on the tertiary site.
They showed us exactly why CYCLOPS could go for that tertiary site, right? They're the kind of people that will bring out operators like the Clash. That's the benefit of having a player like Anderson on your roster, right? With that Clash, he really enabled his teammates to be able to retake control of where the breach door was, retake control of that shower hallway, and that's always going to be your biggest point of contest. Even though that first deployable shield had been taken down, they had redundancy, and that was in Anderson running straight through and telling exactly what the timing was for his teammates to peek it.
I got to say, that is, I mean, just super smart. A lot of people forget about these tiny micro interactions, but for me, a huge thing is, like you said, there was only one C4, which wasn't able to take down any Ossa shields, and there were no impacts that CAG brought. But what they did have to counter that Ossa was the Clash. And when you zap an Ossa who's holding her shield out, it knocks her shields away, kind of like if she's been knifed in the shield, or if she's been hit by explosives, or hit by a concussion. And what that allowed was for another CYCLOPS player to then spray down the legs and the side of the body until that Ossa fell. And amidst the confusion, CAG just sprung into action. Where we sit now, Mandy, is actually a 2-2 even scoreline. CAG built up a bit of momentum here. And it's Soniqs that we look to now to get back into it. But they might have a decent chance, as we're likely to be going back to dorms this round.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. This game of Oregon's been pretty back and forth, I would have to say. I think that the rounds have come pretty close each time. It's very much this macro game between the two teams, right? Whoever makes decision-making quicker seems to win the rounds, right? With CAG in that last round, they were more on the ball with finding the timings in the peaks, whereas Soniqs sort of took too much time loitering around Big Tower. They didn't have very good crossfires set up as quickly as CAG did, right? They were a lot more decisive in the defense that they were going for. It's kind of been like that for just about every single one of these rounds. Just feels like whatever team is more decisive more quickly takes out the round.
We're just having a quick technical pause here, by the way, guys. But we'll be back into the game before long. I do wonder, does this favor CAG, who need to talk about what bomb site they're going to right now? Obviously, they can't talk with their coach, but they can discuss amidst themselves. Now that laundry supply is locked, now that dining is locked, really there's only a choice between meeting and going back to dorms where they failed before.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see what they're going to go for. I imagine that CYCLOPS have got something up their sleeve, so they could really do either one. I feel like meeting kind of plays into their playstyle, but dorms is probably the safer bet to go with, and it seems like that is what they're going to take us to.
For Soniqs here, I'm not too worried about their attacking side. When they played MNM on this map, they went 3-3 on their attack, but it was their defense where they flourished. They managed to edge out 4 rounds out of the 6 they played, which obviously results in a 7-5 scoreline and a 3-point win over MNM. It was actually Rexon who went nuts on that as well. 92% cost, and he got an average of 1 kill per round, which is really impressive. If you're getting 1 kill for every round in the game, you are more than doing your job.
You got your one.
Yeah.
No, you got your one and a bit more than that as well.
I got my one.
I got my one. CAG looking to hold on to this trophy hold with the deployable shield. Are they going to play a rotate inside a closet was probably my question, to see if that shield setup is going to be aided with a crossfire. But there are a couple ways that you can play this site now, right? Do you play it more closed off, where you actually keep the breaches closed off, no rotates in closet, no rotates in attic? Or do you want to play it more open with that line of sight and pit and that type of thing? I feel like those are the two different setups that a CYCLOPS could employ, and it seems like they're going for something a bit more conservative.
The CYCLOPS always, they flourish when they're playing their aggressive playstyle, when they're going for things like this, Black Ray, in small tower, looking aggressive, got his CYCLOPS skin on the Alibi's MX4 Storm. I gotta say, nice skin combo. I love the bling. I love the purple and blue
You and your
attachment skin. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful, it's fashionable. But Kansan could embarrass him. Oh, Yokai drone. I was wondering what he was shooting. good information gathered from the Yokai, and it does manage to escape. A bit of a battle bots here with the two drones seeing each other as Black Ray begins to fall back further.
A little deep-back impression there, of course. The Yoko drone aiding Black Ray to fall off from that position, even though he was being cut off from the white window. The rest of Soniqs, though, has allowed Kansan to entry in through this shower side of the map, while the rest of his teammates work that master push.
Working that master push right now is becoming difficult for Geo because of the mute jammers that are stalling out his Flores drones.
I've actually called that one wrong. It seems like they're actually consolidating their plays around that big window take instead. Gunner, he's the one with the Amaru and the diffuser in hand, and I imagine is sitting just outside of the big window. Now that shield inside is very challenging to take. Never mind, I can't even talk about this because he's already hopped in off the back of the flashbang and is getting the plant down.
CYCLOPS, hello? Hello? Anybody home? Apparently not. Might not matter though, because Gunner hasn't been able to stay in his position. It's going back and forth though. Suzu in a bit of an awkward spot. Black Ray hunted down below, thanks to Kansan. He's gone big here. Ayagator looking for the double. Oh, he gets both. That's the CAG skin coming in handy. It's now a 1 versus 2. Unless if Ayagator can pick up Suzu, there you go. Manages to lock that one in. Is he going to be able to get this disabled, though? There's a player all the way outstairs, and there's just no time to get the job done. Ayagator caught in a bit of a rough spot. And of course it is Rexon. He's a killing machine on Oregon, and he finds both the final kills to get Soniqs back in the lead.
Great push from the Soniqs. They identified that double window wasn't being held or contested as strongly as inside of Trophy. Inside of Trophy, you had that really frustrating mute jammer and shield setup that the Flores couldn't penetrate. And so they decided to flip their control, go small tower because they had a couple lurkers down there and Kansan on the Nook. And they made that entry work off the back of a flashbang and just, well, not that many CAG players to answer for the call.
And like I was saying before, I think Soniqs are going to be pretty happy with this. 3 attacks is all they managed out of the 6 against MNM, so if they can hold up with their defenses as strong as they were when they played MNM, then they should be pretty fine here. CAG are actually a far more defensive-sided team on Oregon than they are attacking. They win 66% of their defenses, but only 49% of their attacks. And funnily enough, it's actually quite the opposite for Soniqs. They're a really really attacker-favored team on this map. Oregon, they win 62% on that side, only 54% on their defense. So it is going to be a tale of two halves, I think. It would be huge if Soniqs could actually win this half outright, 4-2. But now that CYCLOPS have the ability to go back down to the basement, I do have a little bit more faith in them.
Just to hop on a little bit about the Soniqs' success at the moment, this feels like very macro-based game. It feels like I said earlier, the team that makes the better decision-making quicker is the one to win out this game. And I just feel like Soniqs are a little bit more on the ball than the CAG are at the moment. They're looking for this extended hold into what was the other side of Small Tower and now into Big Tower, trying to contest the entry directly onto Soniqs.
Interesting aggressive plays here from CAG. Wow, Ayagator's actually going to go all the way up to T3. It's quite a peculiar play from CYCLOPS. Usually you wouldn't have so many players here. Often you might have one guy just trying to delay time upstairs in T3, but late rotate up there. Soniqs have taken mostly the west side of the map as control.
Great from Soniqs. This is so much free real estate that they've been given and identified. And now these players inside of Big Tower are playing a pretty claustrophobic setup. If Soniqs can start to surround them, maybe play that cutoff around the green hallway, or just generally start to get control in Tier 1, this could be really dangerous for the CAG players that are stuck there. And that's exactly what Gunner's doing at the moment.
Yeah, but I don't think he realizes that there's 2 roamers above him right now. The Lion roars out and makes his way into T1. Love this, though. This is something that Soniqs didn't have previously, the ability to open up this hatch. But is he going to get it in time? Oh, he just does.
So I just want to quickly point out, Kansan is the one that was on the drone just then. He's just got off it. I think they do know that there are players still in the top floor, I believe. And Kansan is the one that has been put on that flank watch. He's just gotten off it to put down one of those line charges while the rest of Soniqs start to work the site. The kit is, in fact, in a front take. It makes me wonder what Soniqs are going to go for here.
Yeah, well, CYCLOPS has sprung into action. This flank started to activate here. Ayagator in T1. I'm not sure Soniqs realize they might have traded him back, but there is still another roamer, Gatorado, who's used his impacts to make rotates and vertical lines above. And now, oh no, the Vulcan canisters from Aegator are going to stall this out even further, and Gatorado still this X-Factor offside.
This is going to be a struggle for Soniqs. They're running out of options. They can't get open that lobby hatch. They have to do a back take, but like you said, the Goyo canisters are stalling out that backside.
That said, Kansan might be able to just send it on through. 1C4, Geo manages to dodge, but what a shot there with the slug shotty from Suzu. Where is Gatorado on for the flank? He's got to be there to disrupt it. Made his way down through Frieza. The plan is going in. Rexon finds one, and Geo's forcing down that diffuser. Is Grixer going to be able to cover as we head into a post plant? Grixer finds one, and there must be Gatorado to flank, but he's not there in time. And Soniqs are able to force that plant down against all odds.
Once again, I'm going to point towards the shot calling of Soniqs. Geo knows exactly what the win conditions of these rounds have been. Even though they haven't been able to get open all of the hatches, the walls are often staying closed because Cade is there on the ball, that type of thing. No matter what, Soniqs have got some way to get into the bomb site. Not only that, but they've done really well generally in that macro game. They're not being sloppy about their attacks at all, right? It looks like they were being a bit dangerous about it because they didn't dedicate themselves to that roam clear, even though there were two in Big Tower, but they had Kansan then. He was sitting there flicking between the drones. He was ready for that flank watch. And even though the flank did eventually amount to come through, Geo was like, boys, just send it. Be on the same page. Go for the flood. If I can get the plant down, I will. And that's the strength in having this IGL on the roster. He's just done such an amazing job in the macro game.
And the result of it is Soniqs going up 4-2 on their attacking half. This is even better than they managed on Oregon against MNM. And for CAG, that pressure is starting to mount. Keep in mind, CYCLOPS could lock in playoffs, but they need to at least get 6 rounds in this game and the 1 point that will come along with it. Now, there is a chance that even if CYCLOPS lose this in regulation, that they will be able to make the playoffs, but that relies on the game that's going on Stream A, which is between Black Dragons and MNM. If that game goes to overtime, then neither of those teams will be able to catch up with CYCLOPS, even if they lose in regulation. But you don't want to rely on the chance. You don't want to rely on other teams and other results going their way. CYCLOPS have to take matters into their own hands, and that means they have to go nuts on the attack.
I'm going to double down on that point too. Maybe this is going to sound overly critical, but Soniqs were very disciplined. They were not sloppy at all on their attack. Every time they went for an attack, they made use of all the utility they possibly could. They gave their way in very creative ways while keeping eye on the flank watch, while doing their due diligence through the mid-round. They didn't fall short in any single way through that utility. CAG, on the other hand, their playstyle is often quite sloppy. They often do try and skip steps and do something a little bit funky. And I think that if they don't give the respect to Soniqs and be a bit more careful, then they're going to run away with it.
Well, it looks like they might be going for something a little bit Soniqs branded, or CYCLOPS branded. In goes the Glads of Aniton, but feeling the choking grip of that gas as Aegator sends it on through. He finds the opening pick with the spear, and he just keeps sending it deep into sight, feeling a bit of pressure, and he is traded back. Gunner's found 2, and that diffuser has been left off by Gatorado. Had to fake it as that gas rings on out. Once again, a reattempt at the plan, and it is denied. A triple for Gunner now. And CYCLOPS are falling apart. Aniton's smokes have subsided, and he must rely on this DMR now in the 2v4.
What a way to disrespect Soniqs, but they just put them to bed. Now 2-on-4, of course, Gunner, the man of the hour with that 2K coming down from Frieza in the retake. It's going to be very tough for CAG to get back into this round.
And really, we look at Suzu to do something, but he's clearly not able to do anything. Huge round from Soniqs. A huge play, a huge triple from Gunner. And right on the back of it, CYCLOPS will be forced to take their tactical pause.
Just going to point out one more time for CYCLOPS, pretty sloppy, honestly. Going for that backsided take with what was very little intel onto the site, it was a gamble. That's a really big gamble to take onto the Soniqs, who are just super on the ball at the moment with their calling. Having Gunner come down Frieza and play that retake to perfection, he just used those Frieza angles backwards onto that highway hallway, as we like to call it, going in. Aegator got way too ambitious with that entry, and eventually Soniqs completely shutting down that rush of CAG. That was honestly quite disconnected from that back push as well.
I really feel like that rush could have worked. But even just little things like Ayagator, he finds his opening pick with the Finker, and he just keeps pushing. There's 2 players in freeze, and yeah, of course he wouldn't know about it, but you'd expect at least one. Why did he need to push deep?
It could have, but it feels ill-advised, right? When you go for a rush, you want to do it against a team that's disconnected in their comms, right? You want to do it to punish the disconnect in their positioning. If they're going for a big roam, then you run for it, right? But Soniqs at the moment are super on the ball in their macro. They're way more on the ball than CAG are at the moment, and I just feel like that was a super risky call for them to go for that.
Well, risky is the name of the game for CYCLOPS, and I don't think you'll ever be able to take the riskiness out of their playstyle.
That's true.
You might be able to temper it, make sure that they make the right decision on when to take risks or how much of a risk to take, but they certainly didn't have that balance in that round, I can tell you that for sure. Now they've taken their tactical pause. They're attacking dorms now. They would know that Laundry's locked. And for a moment, Glaz was teased out, I believe, but Anaton's actually seeming to stick this Montaigne for now.
Soniqs are looking to play that open rotation hole inside of the closet, which is not what CAG did when they were on their defense. That means that when they go for this master side take, they have to worry about the crossfire, not just from the trophy shield, but also from the aggression inside of closet as well. Not only that, but Rexon is starting off early inside of this showers hallway with those rotation holes. CYCLOPS have got a little bit to worry about in terms of getting into the building early game, because there's going to be a lot of Soniqs players contesting early.
I do wonder what Annie will be able to do with this Monty. When he played against MNM, I believe it was yesterday, Anaton was the MVP of the match on Montaigne, believe it or not.
Yep.
And that's not just qualitatively, but statistically as well.
CAG is starting to make their way around this master-sided attack, and I feel like this is going to be quite challenging unless Gatorada can get some value out of these Flores drones. There was, once again, that open hole setup inside of the closet, and I believe also a shield inside of Trophy 2, so these Flores drones are going to have to find some value if they want to make this push work.
Well, I think it's a pretty good 2-for-1 trade. 2 bits of barbed wire for one of your 4 Flores drones. Rexon detected outside as he goes for a run out, but thankfully Gatorada is just far back enough that he won't be visible. CAG have a little bit of intel on the back of that. Has Blackray actually air jabbed off this position? He's just air jabbing off the run out for now.
Anaton, he's the one that's making his way up those armory stairs with the deployable shield. Oh, sorry, the extendable shield. Another shield. So many shields in this game. The rest of the Soniqs, though, they're just playing pretty safe at the moment. It's conservative. They've got 4 players on the site and just Rexon holding on to this back push in case that white stairs pressure comes on later into the round.
Yeah, he's got a lot of mobility here, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. Oh, what a shot! Blackray goes down, and that's the backstab from CAG shut down. Now, Anaton has managed to clear out this trophy position, but he is alone at the moment. And he's not really able to do a lot from this position. Fortunately, Ayagate has actually taken control of Attic, and with that, he can move into pit, start putting some pressure now on the positions inside of games, inside of kids' dorms, as he starts marching his way forward, trying to duel this angle inside of kids. But what is CYCLOPS going to go for?
Oh, but look at this from Geo, playing aggressive on that main reinforcement. Do they know that he's there? I think they do. Anaton's just rounded the corner, but the shotgun in hand could be lethal.
He's trying his best. Smokes go out, and there's Suzu. Takes down Geo. Oh, but a C4 from Grixer down below. All it finds, though, is the Monty, not the player behind it. Ayagata has a great position. Suzu's picked that diffuser up and starting to move, making his call. Grix has found one, though, once again, onto Gatorada, and it's just going from bad to worse for CAG. Gassed out and, well, hopeless. Ayagata will be forced back, and just like that, Soniqs have found the match point here on Oregon.
Once again, just so much discipline from the Soniqs. It really doesn't feel like they're doing anything that special, Dev, really. They're just sitting there on the site, playing conservatively, and letting CYCLOPS take their damn time. Really, they are. CYCLOPS, they had their space that was actually given away to them in Trophy. Anaton made his way up the armory stairs completely uncontested. There was actually no one playing on that Trophy shield, even though it was there. Same thing with Attic control. That was the one point where the Soniqs didn't extend over into. It just took Ayagata quite a lot of time to get into that position and start making use of the push. It just feels like Soniqs playing a disciplined game, respecting CAG, not going for those wide swings and peaks, and just waiting for them to waste their time on the attack.
And I have some very exciting news. At the flip of a coin, this game has become nuts, right? Soniqs have match point. If they defeat CYCLOPS in regulation, then the winner of the MNM Black Dragons game right now, if it's won in regulation, will go to playoffs. Currently, the score is 6-2 to Black Dragons.
No way.
If Black Dragons can close that game out in regulation, and Soniqs do the same here, then CYCLOPS' hopes of making it to their first ever main stage event, their first ever major playoffs, will be dead.
Oh, and that's exactly the same for MNM as well, right? If they don't close out, if they don't
Well,
manage
at this
to make
point,
that comeback,
MNM, I don't think MNM can make it.
MNM not in the running for it anymore.
Because
oh,
MNM had to win in regulation.
Of course,
if MNM comes back and pushes overtime against Black Dragons, CYCLOPS make the major, regardless of the result of this game.
This is why you're the numbers man. I don't know what
I've got production talking in my ear. They're just giving me all the possibilities. I can't take any
They're
credit.
telling you all the outcomes, all the permutations, all the possible timelines in the universe. But anyway, CAG have to mount an attack onto Soniqs here. If they want to keep themselves in the game, it's looking pretty dire at the moment. Soniqs have been very dominant.
I've seen 10 billion possible scenarios. In how many of them do we win for CYCLOPS? It is just one. If they can come back here against Soniqs, it doesn't matter if they can't close out the game. Just 6 rounds would be enough to confirm the playoffs. Otherwise, they will hope that MNM can do the same against BD.
So CAG have brought along the Ossa. That would indicate to me they're going for a very minimalist take onto this meeting side big tower, but they are about to be met by a power position of the back stairs. That's Geometrics with his own little deployable shield to face the deployable shield of Blackray.
A bit of a cat and mouse game, isn't it? Blackray take down that Banshee. Geo's actually fallen off, so this is pretty big here if CYCLOPS can take that map control. But Soniqs, though, do get away with all 5 players up. It looks like Blackray has confirmed now that map control. How will CYCLOPS play this? If there's anywhere to start this comeback, Mandy, it's going to be right here, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. This is a pretty good attack from them so far. They've got all the tools that they need to do it. The Ossa, the baby EMPs to deny the wall, and not only that, but they have the Glaz as well, which is going to set up this big, long line of sight to cover for when that plant goes down.
And how fast will that happen? Because Blackray's actually gotten really advanced here. He's in meeting, feeling a bit of pressure. Oh, gassed out. That stack damage from Soniqs is so powerful. No impacts left for Gunner, and the Glaz comes in and makes its presence felt. It's going all for CYCLOPS. This might be where they can keep their dream alive. The smokes to go through. Soniqs feeling that pressure as Rexon is prone. He's down. He's taken out. Anaton's found a double with the Glaz. Gunner once again under pressure, takes a bit of damage to the Rotero. Alligator taken out. And now Crixa must step up a quick peek. Can't quite jewel the angle out as Blackray has confirmed that diffuser.
Anderson's just doing such a great job on this Glaz. Not only has he covered the plant, but he's even got the double entry off. Gunner, though, he's looking for that retake now at the sandbags. Is able to take down Blackray in the site, but he's got so much more work to do.
This is winnable. The Rotero drone, a little bit more damage. Oh, here comes Anaton! How do you beat this? He's just so goated on the Glaz, and of course there's an Ossa shield on the stairs as well. Gunner down to 1 HP, and Soniqs won't be closing this game just yet. The Japanese want to see their team at the playoffs, and they won't go down without a fight.
Yeah, great push from CYCLOPS there. They took that big tower to perfection. They put down the Ossa shield, and aided by the smoke canisters, what that meant was that those impacts that came up from the side of the defense didn't connect onto the Ossa shield. They were able to get the plant down safely. Behind the safety of that smoke canister, the Glaz was perfect to cover. And usually what does fall apart in that attack strat is when you have anchors with impacts, right? When you have anchors with C4s, they can actually visibly see the plant going down and deny it with those explosives. If you have the Glaz and smoke combination, perfect, right? That's an amazing counter to it, and it works out amazingly for Anaton.
I have confirmation from production. Black Dragons have taken down MNM in regulation. MNM is completely out of contention, and CYCLOPS will be too unless they can come back into overtime. 3 rounds is all they need to confirm their first ever playoffs, and if they can't do it, they will be going home tomorrow.
Look, all I'm finna say, we APAC here, okay? APAC Miracle Run, come on CYCLOPS, it all begins from here if you want to make it into the playoffs. Grixer here starting out in the big tower. It's going to be an extended little roam from Soniqs. Not too ambitious though. Most of their reinforcements and utility has been dedicated to that late round. We've got the Goyo canisters for late round Denial, as well as the smoke and the Warden for when that smoke execute comes through.
Well, CYCLOPS, end of the road. There's no two ways about it. You've got to show us what you got now. You've lost too many points on overtime games. You cannot afford to lose any more here. Anaton on this Monty. We've seen how much he can do with it. We've seen what he can do on the Glaz as well. And the Ying, of course, which has been banned by the Soniqs, is going to have to deliver here when push comes to shove.
Yeah, CYCLOPS have been given a lot of the map control here from Soniqs. They are playing pretty conservative on the site now. That roam didn't last all too long for Grixer, who was in that big tower, and now they have full map control. They can start to work through that mid-round. Suzu will have those X-Karas in hand, and there is no Kaid being brought on the side of the Soniqs, so they can get those hatches open nice and easy.
Well, CYCLOPS. Good progress for them. Like you said, those hatches opened with ease. This meeting one about to be opened as well. I think you might need to put a couple extra pellets on that one, which won't be a problem. Here comes Anaton marching forward in Freezer as well.
Okay, so that Fluorescent is trying to create a walk-in hole for Anaton at the moment. Unfortunately, it just missed a jump in. The Soniqs are about to be pressured out of their positions, right? CAG have not telegraphed the push that they're going to go for just yet because they have the Monty in this front take, but they're still opening the back, and Suzu's got the kit that can really go anywhere. They're quite mobile in this attack at the moment. They don't need to commit to something just yet. Just take their time to probe out Soniqs, see if they make a mistake.
Anaton's done such a good job here dancing around the fire, and here comes CYCLOPS bringing fire of their own, but no, they go down. They drop like flies. And now it's all on Blackray and Anaton. Oh, but they both find kills. Now it's a 1v2 for the sick Geo. We thought he might sub out for this game, but he could well win it right here. Taken low and finished off. CYCLOPS, a win down in the basement. Mandy, this is doable. 2 more rounds for CAG is all that stands between them and playoffs.
It is not over yet, Dev. CYCLOPS on the attack. Now they're starting to bring the heat. This is some CYCLOPS that we love, right? They're starting to respect the Soniqs and the way that they're playing. They're playing it a little bit more slow. Imagine that. Using Anaton on that Monty, of course, the most iconic of picks in like the whole wide world. That is crazy. To make their way throughout the map. And I just think that was such a great attack onto the basement. Dividing the attention of those anchors, right? You had Anaton being a pest inside of Freezer. And that really enabled the back take to come through from the rest of the CAG players. Suzu made a great drop down in the E-box, followed up by one of his teammates, and CAG win it out on the trades. Just fantastic work from CAG.
Well, we're going to go back down to the basement for Soniqs, which means CYCLOPS cannot afford to make any mistakes. Such a strong bomb site to defend, but CYCLOPS have shown they can break through. Is CYCLOPS starting to read into this a little bit? They didn't do this roam quite so much last round, did they?
I was just about to say that. 100% change in philosophy, literally 180. Last round, they were playing Goyo, they were playing Smoke, they were playing for that late round Denial. This time, they are playing the most extended roam we could possibly see on Oregon. They've got the Oryx starting out early in Small Tower, as well as all these rotations throughout the meeting, security, and attic side of the map to enable these roamers to be super mobile.
This is a dangerous game to play against CYCLOPS. This is where they thrive. This is what they love, the roam game, the clears. They've got the Monty and the Dockerby to enable it. And Gunner's feeling a bit of pressure. Spray goes through the wall, he dodges those bullets and goes straight up through the kid's hatch.
CAG have a lot to go through if they want to clear this map. They still have this entire top floor segmented out by the defense, and they can pretty safely rotate back, right? There are avenues for them to fall back through attic, through the armory stairs. It's going to be so difficult to clear out this map.
That doesn't stop Anaton from marching on forward. Doesn't stop Soniqs from falling back. They're feeling that pressure. They hear that logic bomb detonate. Rexon feeling that pressure. About to be spotted out by the Monty. Just look at the mechanics of these players, the quick peeks. But CYCLOPS are getting a lot of information.
Okay, so this could be exciting. We've got the Oryx just around the corner of the Monty. So if they can combine powers here on the defense, they could definitely take him down. I don't think they know that Gunner's here. Okay, now
Gunner!
Gunner, he's just getting out. Oh no, don't turn away like that and run away. He's just gonna wait. Life tries to take another fight onto the player inside of Trophy, but it's A-Gator to take him down, now forcing Rexon to fall off back through Attic.
Yeah, and Grixer as well is gonna follow him. All of Soniqs fall back. They've done some decent damage, taken down Black Ray and all the util with it. But hang on a second, is there a cheeky little player in tier 3?
That's Kansan.
Kansan could break this round, break the backs of CYCLOPS. Or he could break down this Soniqs defense if he is not on site to support CAG forming up around Freezer.
Oh yeah, hold on a minute. This could get a little bit dangerous for Soniqs. They're going for this front-sided take now. Kansan is very far. He's inside of tier 3, so if he wants to go for that flank, he's going to have to time it really well if he wants to be impactful in the round. Smoke canisters still galore for Geo. He's got one more in the, actually no more in the pocket. That burn has gone out really early, and there's still 40 seconds left to go. The team flash throw onto the Monty. This is a scrappy round, Dev.
Here comes Kansan though. He's going to be able to take down the player bottom main. Alligator goes down and suddenly CYCLOPS have to decide, do they push the site or do they push the roamer? Anaton goes down and this might be the end of the line for CYCLOPS. A 2 versus 4 as Suzu C and Gatorada do their best to salvage this game, but it's done! The matter has been closed! The Soniqs take down the Japanese of CAG and end their playoff stream. Black Dragons will take their place in the playoffs, and Soniqs will continue their form onto the main stage in Jönköping.
Kansan in the big tower, of course, the final player to put the thorn in the side of CAG. 7-4 scoreline from the Soniqs, and honestly, absolutely deserving scoreline. The Soniqs felt like they were really in the ball on this particular matchup in this series. They were making the right calls both on the attack and the defense, playing on the same page, and it just felt like they were always a step ahead of CAG.
Fist pumps between these two teams. What a game. Well played by the Soniqs and a well-deserved end to their groups. Going into the playoffs, they have fantastic form, the best North American team that we've seen at this event. Unfortunately for CYCLOPS, they were unable to cut it, and they will be going home tomorrow. So far, no APAC teams have made it to the playoffs. If you've joined us from the A stream, welcome. You've just missed a banging match, so maybe you'll have to go back and watch it later, but we'll break it down for you in just a few minutes, so stick around.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Another huge dub for Soniqs. They're getting used to those now. As for CYCLOPS, if you're an APAC fan, rip the homies.
Rip the homies. APAC is dead, I think.
No,
entirely.
Direwolves.
Oh, Direwolves. Of course they could qualify. But,
The APAC dream right now relies on Direwolves 7-0ing the actual Wolves and FaZe losing 0-7 to Mirage. And then FaZe and Direwolves would play a rematch game, and then the winner would go to playoffs. That is the only way that APAC will get a team into the playoffs.
It's cursed. That's all I'm saying. It's cursed. There is no way. Look, there are a couple timelines in this universe, all right? You've probably seen, honestly, Sabruni's probably seen into them. I certainly haven't, and that is a very tough timeline for one of the APAC teams to make it through. But let's talk about this game, because this game was pretty nuts from the Soniqs. They look super composed. And even though Gio was sick, some of the calls that he was making, especially on that attacking half, were fantastic. The attacks that they were able to do, they were minimalist. They didn't have all their options open all the time because a lot of the walls were staying closed on their attack, but they were able to bring out some really cool stuff with the Amaru. It was just really fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. I absolutely loved seeing Soniqs, and this completes a 5-match winning streak for them. After dropping their opening game to MNM, they haven't lost a point since, which has been fantastic to see their growth as a team from stage to stage, despite some significant roster changes, bringing on, I'm not going to say rookies, like obviously Gio is a notorious player in his own right. He's a bit of an OG now, huge experience. Gunnar, not a rookie, but he's never played at a LAN before, never played at a major before. So it's quite a different scenario. Let's break it down though. Let's have a look at how this game went, because there were some big hitters here. Kansan and Rexon have been so good for the Soniqs. Look at that, double digits for Gunnar as well, actually. So nice to see him really finding his place here on the international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Grixer was a big show up in this game. Him and Rexon together did amazing here. We often say the Grixer, Kansan, Rexon death trio. I feel like of this squad is so terrifying. But I just feel like in that game, everyone really showed up to the role that they needed to play on the Soniqs. I'm really impressed by this roster. They definitely gain a fan in me. I don't think I've watched a lot of them until I was preparing for this major, to be honest. And the way that they've been playing together is very, it's kind of on the cusp of being an NA team while having some of that LATAM problem-solving skills. And I really like the way that they've been able to use their front line, their new power of Gunnar. It's essentially this just 4-man front line that is super powerful, but also really flexible. And I really like the way that they've been playing.
I'm really excited for Soniqs, honestly. It's been a big year. They really kicked off this year amazingly. I think Soniqs, of all the teams, was one of the biggest upset teams at the Six Invitational. They went phenomenally. They knocked out a huge number of really big teams. Let's have a look at how their group has gone so far, though. They are right at the tippy top. They've got almost every single point possible. In fact, tied first place in the combined standings of the whole league. Soniqs on 15 points, just like W7M and Liquid in their own groups. But, of course, after losing that, well, technically they didn't lose, but their opening game to MNM, they did lose outright. Sorry, I made that mistake. After losing that game, they've been flawless. They haven't even dropped a single point. Didn't even go to overtime. And yeah, a huge round differential of +12 as well.
Yeah, wow. This is a really great one from the Soniqs. I'm just super impressed by how dominant they have been on the top of this group. We did say right at the beginning of day one that this group was going to be one of the tighter groups. It did end up being a pretty tight group in the end, but the Soniqs did well and truly show that they didn't need to fight in that midfield battle. They do deserve that top spot in that first place group, in the first place seed of the group. They've just done such an amazing job, especially when you throw in the chaos of MNM, CAG, and Black Dragons. That must have been such a tough group to prepare for. I can only feel for Goddess, the coach, just watching these three teams going like, oh my gosh, what a play style. Like, there's such a stark play style difference to what they usually see in NA.
And while we've been harping on about Soniqs, there's one team that we haven't talked about yet because we didn't watch them play, but they played on the other stream, and those guys, they haven't really received the full credit here on a desk segment. Black Dragons. Unfortunately, we didn't ever get to cast a Black Dragons match this major, but since their game ended before ours, I guess that post-match desk, they wouldn't have really been able to talk about the fact that Black Dragons have been confirmed now for the playoffs. I did a real quick bathroom sprint between the match and this segment, and I saw tears, emotions. All of the Black Dragons players were having hugs with all the FaZe, W7M guys, all of the Brazilian players there to support each other, to lift each other up, as 4 of these Black Dragons guys are having their first ever international event here, and they've already made to the playoffs. Insane.
So I saw on Twitter a little bit earlier, so Cherry Gums, who's the owner of Black Dragons, she tweeted out to Goddess, please win this match for us. We need it to go to the playoffs. And Goddess actually replied saying, yeah, good luck in your match too. The dynamic of these teams is so adorable. I love seeing them here in person. It's amazing.
At the very first ever Pro League event where Brazil was introduced, Black Dragons made it to the grand final. That roster ended up becoming Team Liquid in the future, but a new Black Dragons has now taken its form. They will go to the playoffs. We'll toss to a break, and after that, we'll see you for the final matches of the Major.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has 1 bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Pre-fires the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Oh, look and do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship.
Working follow above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Colts on the case.
Vai partir terceiro triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des! That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed him more!
Consegue levar o round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! Vamos, Brasil!
He's connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy. Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing, Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in stage 1. What a performance. Beat the death. Surprise! Oh, no! What has just happened, Death?
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we're gonna be starting out. Think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Once again. Feels so high, you never know why.
it's for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. You never know why.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for crossplay. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
Well, it's time for our last cast of the group stage, and it is every caster's nightmare. It is Wolves versus Dire Wolves, trying to see who can howl the loudest. Is it the one pack or the wolf pack? Now, I have a question for you, Mandy. Can you guess which is the hashtag for which team?
Wolfpack is Dire Wolves.
Well,
right?
It was boring that you actually knew the answer.
Yeah!
I was really hoping I'd be able to catch you out with that one. Look, these two teams have been playing great this event. Wolves in particular already qualified for those playoffs. It's been quite a year for these guys. They've proven to easily be the #1 team in EUL. They've made it to every single major, but they've struggled to have an impact in Berlin. They did make it to the playoffs, but they went out early to exit. Here, they're hoping that they can actually be a serious contender for the finals. Quite a different story for Dials. This is their second major of the year and ever. And man, it's really looking rough for them. It's so unlikely that they're able to make the playoffs here.
Yeah, so I think the permutation is that the other game has got to be a 7-0, I believe, to Mirage.
So you got FaZe and Mirage on A stream right now. Now Mirage cannot make the major playoffs in Jönköping, and FaZe can, right? So this is actually between FaZe and Direwolves right now. It's pretty simple. Let's have a look at the group so we can break this down with a little bit of a visual asset. So as you can see right now, the round differential, FaZe is on +7 rounds, Direwolves is on -7 rounds. That means that the only way and also on top of that, right, like you look at the points, FaZe is on 9 total points, Direwolves is on 6. So the only way that Direwolves has a chance of making it to the playoffs is if FaZe get 0 points out of this game and Direwolves get 3 points out of this game. So that means a regulation win for Direwolves, a regulation loss for FaZe. But on top of that, because of that +7 round difference for FaZe and the -7 for Direwolves, the only way it can happen is if FaZe lose without getting a single round, 0-7, and Direwolves win without dropping a single round, 7-0. If that happens, both teams will be dead tied on points, dead tied on round difference, and we will have to go to a tiebreaker match, which has only ever happened once in Rainbow Six history, and that was between CYCLOPS and Team 1 in Mexico last year. If that happens, Mandy, it would be the most bonkers, unbelievable, unlikely scenario I have ever seen.
Look, I don't know what timeline you're peering into the multiverse, but like that is not the timeline of the multiverse that I'm peering into. I'll tell you what, it is very unlikely here that the Direwolves are going to make it into the playoffs. FaZe, they're pretty good. Mirage, they've got to be even better to 7-0 them, like a lot better to 7-0 them. That's a tall order. So I feel like Direwolves are unfortunately perhaps out of contention for this one, but we don't know.
Not technically out.
We don't know until we get into the server. We do not know just yet.
Or until FaZe win 1 round. And
Okay,
as soon as, so I've told production to keep me updated on the score, and as soon as FaZe win 1 round, we will tell you guys against Mirage. But, you know, Wolves are looking really chill right now. Again, like we were saying, there's not really much going for them here. They realistically can, I'm just going to double check. I'm pretty sure they've already locked in first place. They technically actually haven't. FaZe could overtake Wolves here and take first seed away from them. So for Wolves, there actually is something to play for. Whereas for Mirage playing FaZe, there's actually nothing for Mirage to play for. They're going to be dead last no matter what.
Oh, geez. There we go. Wolves, they're doing their final little last group stage pep talk. And they're such a cute roster. They were dancing a little bit earlier as well on the player cams. The map veto, here we go. We're going to Villa. That's exciting. And we've got Direwolves starting out on the defense. How's this one going to play out?
So, in terms of win rate right now, we've got Wolves undefeated on Villa of the 2 times they have played it, including against Direwolves just the other day. So this was actually where these teams played just yesterday, and it was a 7-2 in favor of Wolves. So quite the goal for Direwolves to go back to this map with the intention of beating Wolves on it after already losing by such a dominant scoreline yesterday.
Oh, jeez, this is a bit of a scary rematch. Brave one from the Direwolves. My hope is starting to slip away. You know what, actually? After we saw that CAG rematch earlier today, should I maybe put a little bit of hope in these guys? Yeah. CAG, they went for that rematch on Chalet against MNM, and MNM are like the Chalet team.
Yeah.
Direwolves are going for the rematch on Villa. Maybe they learnt something, a thing or two from that last VOD. They feel like they can nail this one down. Not sure. Maybe that's hopium. It probably is.
You know what's funny is Direwolves seem insistent on playing Villa, but the last 3 times they have played the map, they've actually lost it. That was to Wolves, to Fury, and to Gaming Gladiators. Admittedly, those latter 2 results were in a National League rather than APAC South, and when they have played it in APAC South, they tend to win it, even against Elevate. You know, they beat Elevate 8-7, which is pretty good. Probably a bit closer than they would like, however. I love that. We see the wolf there. I got to admit, I couldn't tell which team that was for until it zoomed out. Direwolves versus Wolves.
We're going to have a fun time doing this one, aren't we?
Yeah.
This is going to be a bit of a tongue twister one. I feel like we've been pretty tongue-tied at moments throughout the day as well, and this one is just going to throw a spanner into the works. The Direwolves and the Wolves, of course, getting ready to jump into this matchup. It's on Villa. I can't wait to cast some more Villa. I love watching this map.
And the guy that was on your screens a moment ago is the one to talk about Direwolves have picked up the Chinese prodigy of Reaps, and he has breathed new life into this team. I remember talking to Stokes and Blue after the Direwolves game they casted earlier, and the cliff notes was Reaps is nuts. Like, Reaps is the deciding factor of why Direwolves have been playing so well. Obviously, it's more complicated than that, but even if talking to the players, like ED's been really unhappy with his own performance and saying that he's been getting carried by his teammates. Reaps is definitely one to watch out for. As for Wolves, like, there's quite a few players to look out for. Shinka, in particular, earlier today when we casted, they went nuts. Like, Shinka was a 1v5 he nearly managed, and then a 1v4 he actually did manage.
It's unreal how good this guy is in clutches as well. A little bit earlier, if we want to compare some of the young gunners on the roster, Mowgli, he was on your screens just a little bit earlier. The guy with the curly hair, he's nuts. He's 19. He's crazy. 20 actually now in the server. And yeah, I think it's the pickup that Wolves needed a little while ago to inject that little fragging life into them. It's such an exciting two lineups to play against because both these lineups are very like front line and back line sort of structured, I think. And so I love watching these two kind of similar play styles and philosophies go up against each other.
Yeah, Wolves have been very hyped up in the last few events that they have played. In Berlin, they were one of the home crowd favorites, but they were bested by North America. And they're looking to make a statement here that they can hang with the big guys. Let's see if Wolves can head into the playoffs with yet another win under their belts and securing first seed into that single elimination bracket. Direwolves will fight tooth and nail with bare claws for a chance to make it to the playoffs. They will have to go 7-0 against the Wolves and hope that Mirage do the same thing against FaZe in order to prompt a rematch with FaZe and another final chance to fight for a spot in the playoffs.
Social vote is gone 71% to Wolves. Sounds about right. Honestly, maybe a little bit ambitious for the Direwolves. They actually have been playing pretty well this tournament. Maybe 70% is the right metric. Anyway, going into the attacks, going to the bans here, we've already got Thatcher and Nook being the first two to be taken out. Nook is a pretty important one here on Villa. Sneaking up, getting those red stairs or main stairs control with a Nook, even coming up Astro as well, can be quite challenging to face. Villa is one of those maps where stairs are actually a power position. You don't often see that on every single map of Rainbow Six, but it's very, very important on Villa.
Now, having a look at the last time these teams played, Wolves banned Nock and Valkyrie. Direwolves, mind you, banned Thatcher and Azami. So it's actually an exact repeat of the operator bans from the last time these two teams versed. Direwolves, man, you got to show something more than that match because they only found 2 rounds across 9. And, of course, they can't even afford to drop a single one here. As they do start on the defense, in theory, that is the favored side. And we'll see if they can deliver the goods.
Yep, Direwolves starting out on this Aviator and Games room hold. Looking pretty conservative so far in their operator lineup. We've got the Smoke and the Goyo to deny later into the rounds. On top of that, we've got Shields as well. I imagine that one's going to go top main or on the maps or something like that. It just it seems to be more site-centric on the defense.
Yeah, quite like the heavy anchorage utility, but I do expect a little bit of roaming as well, particularly from Pika. Got to take the fight to Wolves to slow them down and play that late game. If I was Direwolves, I would be a little bit worried about the Dockerby pick, though, from Shinka. Can make it much more difficult to roam. We talked about staircases being power positions. I quite like this shield. Instead of putting it at the top of the main stairs to fight against Study, it's actually on the main stairs itself to fight against the push from down below.
Well, that's only going to work if they actually do a bottom-up take here on the main stairs. Direwolves, interesting setup so far on Aviator Games, but how are Wolves going to approach it? So far, most of their players spawning on the opposite side of the building, over on that North Astro side, already starting to be contested by Souffle, sticking his head in the window.
You got to be careful not to lose it. I'm going to be keeping my eye on Reaps this game as well. He's been a real defining factor for this revamped Direwolves. They had quite a slow middle of the year, unable to qualify for Berlin. Now they are back and trying to make a statement. They've already played quite well. Beating FaZe was a big one, but they need to do a lot better than that. Jackie Wu taken low, and he falls back to the top main stairs. Very early exchange, and in fact, Peak is the one to go down first from Rise. A really strong opening pick from Wolves, and Direwolves looking pretty dire.
We might actually see that main stairs shield come into play in just a moment. It seems like the Wolves are pivoting over to a study-sided take instead of going for the map sweep. And now we've got Jackie Wu on very low HP on the main stairs. He's starting to be bombarded by utility from Bibu, who's just at the bottom of the main stairs. He sent in a grenade. I don't know if that one connected onto the shield there, but I imagine that's still standing.
This is a really good hard breach from Rise, managing to detonate on that main wall into Aviator. What's Reaps going to do here? As Direwolves hold on.
Next step in the push is pretty tricky for the Wolves. They've got to get open the breach to try and flush out the power position behind the bar. But of course, it's not super easy to get one off without it being shot through the line of sight. And they've got to contest top main as well. Mowgli's actually going to send it straight in for study control, juggling 2 angles now just behind the map. A player from the Skull, that is Reeves. He'll swing and take him down.
So still 4v4. That said, Rise has made good on this breach. He's moved on forward and he's looking to find another pick. Does a bit of damage onto Reaps. He's got a good position. He can actually crash into side, but here comes a bit of a flank. ED does take one down. It's Reaps to confirm it. Hello, Souffle. P4 and Shinka now left all alone with 40 seconds to go.
It's Shinka. You cannot count him out. It is not over yet. There's 30 seconds. It looks dire, but not for the Wolves. There's still Shinka left in the lobby. He's got flashbangs in hand, and P4 is going for a lurk up the red stairs.
ED still has one gas canister in pocket. Reaps down prone. ED taken low. Reaps may get flashed out. He's ready and watching. Shinka needs to grab that diffuser. Oh, nice shot there from Reaps. Can he secure the last kill? Bit of damage, but nothing as of yet. Shinka, the clutch god, doesn't have a lot of time to get this one done. He finds 1. 2 more kills needed, but it's not going to happen. And Direwolves take the first round.
Really great from the Direwolves. They kept their composure on that top main stairs push. I feel like it was a little bit ill-advised, if anything, actually, for the Wolves to rotate over and do that main push because they had a lot of utility that was holding on to that top brown stairs. Souffle was able to make good of it, using that C4 as the push came through, and eventually Direwolves just clean up the round. It just felt like the gunfight sort of went in their way through that mid-round. Wolves looked a little bit disconnected on that study entry. It's never an easy entry to make, and Direwolves clean up the first round.
So it's a nice start for Direwolves. It wasn't easy, but they did well.
Not easy.
Unfortunately, their chance of making playoffs has come to an end.
Oh no!
I have confirmation that on the A stream, FaZe Clan has won a round. Therefore, the miracle dream of Mirage 7-0ing FaZe, Direwolves 7-0ing Wolves, and us getting treated to a tiebreaker match between Direwolves and FaZe is unfortunately sailed us by. Direwolves cannot make the playoffs, but they can prove that they are the superior Wolves. And that's what they're going to be gunning for this game.
Look, I reckon you peered into the wrong universe, all right? That multiverse probably exists out somewhere, but now we're just seeing the Wolves play against some Wolves, you know?
I will say, there is still something for Direwolves to fight for, right? Like, in theory, Mirage can overtake them on the standings, which would put Direwolves last in their group. Nobody wants to be last in their group. There is a difference in prize pool and 6 invitational points. I don't believe the 6 invitational points will matter for Direwolves at this point. I believe they are locked out. I will get confirmation of that. But look, there's a bit of prize money and there's pride along with it.
Look, I reckon this is just going to be a game of Rainbow Six Siege. We already saw in the chat, y'all can't see because you don't have the lobby up before we put it on the broadcast, of course. But these guys were having a bit of a yarn. Jackie Wu was like, when this game's over, can we take a photo together? And Bibu was like, yeah, I love photos. Let's do it. So I reckon, honestly, these guys are just having a good time. They're playing some video games together. It's just guys being dudes, you know? They're having a fantastic time. Souffle is the one immediately contesting on this bricks position. The Wolves are going for a pretty minimalist take here. They're just getting onto that master balcony, trying to clear out in the closet. And in fact, Mowgli's actually been able to make that entry pretty early on.
Ooh, bit of a spray down. Rise taken down and finished off by Jackie, so nice little job there. Opening kill for Direwolves.
Nice little drone from P4 though. That's actually cutting off that master, that study side of the map. He knows already that 2 players have crossed over into this position and is looking to make good of this lurk.
Hoping to get an eventual refrag, but it's a bit hard now for Wolves. They've got some good pre-placed drones, but there's not a lot of live droning going on, so they're not hard hunting these 2 roamers, Jackie Wu and Reaps.
Ooh, P4. He's gone a bit sneaky-beaky down inside of Pottery, but Jackie Wu seems to know a little bit of a pre-fire through that hatch, but it doesn't connect onto anything. Oh, P4, look at that. He's screen peeking onto the player next to him because he's looking at his camera.
He sees the drone at top red and he gets to see it. He now pre-fires, but it doesn't matter. Maybe you should keep your eyes on your own screen, mate. But Wolves elsewhere do manage to bite back. Mowgli's found another one. That's a double for him. Oh, triple! Finally is taken down, but the damage is done. And Wolves have put down Dire Wolves with a round of their own. And now Dire Wolves will know for sure that their dream of playoffs is done.
This is very unfortunate. Wolves, Dire Wolves, all the chaos in the cast and the comms. Oh, goodness gracious me. Great entry from Mowgli. That was that closet control that we spoke about a little bit earlier. By getting in, he was able to disrupt that push that was happening in tandem with that red stairs. It was P4 who was screen peeking onto his teammate coming up the red stairs. Even though that push didn't quite work out, it was able to disrupt the attention of the defenders, and Mowgli hopped in, found that great timing, and puts a 3K on the board.
It's a good showing for Wolves. We're at the point now where I'm starting to wonder, like, what maps will these teams be taking into playoffs? Is Villa one that we might see from from Wolves come playoff time? They are undefeated on it, alongside, oh, they actually have quite a few maps they're undefeated on, mind you. Mostly pocket picks, though.
Looking pretty good. I think that for this major, a lot of the maps have been shown pretty early, right? When you get to the major, you got to show your hand a little bit, right? You can't just you can't play what you played in the stage because there's going to be heaps of VODs on you about it, right? So a lot of these teams have shown their hand, but keep in mind there are 9 maps.
Yeah, yeah.
9 is a lot of maps.
And also, I will say, like, I mean, compared to Berlin, remember Elevate just literally played nothing but Oregon?
Yeah.
Until, I think they just basically exclusively played Oregon the entire of the group stage. But, you know, other teams, they're not going to save things for later because they know that you need to get not only as obviously securing as many points as possible to confirm playoffs, but even first seed. It makes a huge difference, and that's really what Wolves are fighting for right here. There's a chance that FaZe can steal it from them. And, I mean, if Wolves secure first seed, it means they're less likely to be playing those big hit teams like Team Liquid and more likely to be going through to the semi-finals.
Right, so Wolves are looking for this direct attack onto the dining and kitchen bomb site, but they are starting to feel a bit worried about the vertical that's come up. Now, that's the Rooney of Reaps, and he's made some impromptu holes inside of Master. Thank you, Easy, for showing us, and that's denying the entry inside of Laundry, and so they've had to rotate a player up. That's Rise here on the Dokeby to try and disrupt this top floor control.
Keen DMR from Reaps, but still not a lot of map control yet from Wolves. They've done a lot of droning and sitting outside the building, determining the best course of action, but they haven't actually actioned yet. Oh, here comes Reaps. Surely there's no Claymore here. He could go for a huge jump out if he has the guts to do it.
Oh, that could be dangerous. A drone is in the way and he spots him out, but he's still playing pretty strong here inside of Master Bedroom. He doesn't want to give up this control. Now, for the Wolves, for the push they want to do, they technically don't need to enter into the top floor. They just need to make sure there's no defender actually watching the vertical, and they could achieve that just from the balcony. So the rest of the Wolves are still shaping up for that ground floor execute. The next thing they need to worry about is a player inside of Pantry. That's where ED is sitting at the moment, and he could definitely come up and disrupt where the diffuser is trying to get in from.
Oh! Reaps does take down P4, aggressive inside of Master, and he's looking for another one. He's got vertical lines here into Laundry, spots out the player, does a bit of damage, not able to secure the kill yet, but elsewhere, Pika's found a double here in Mem, goes for a 30, gets it! 3 headshots, leaves poor Shinka all alone. The clutch Meister, can he get it done? Absolutely not. Direwolves a flawless round.
big from Pika inside of Memo. Even though the Wolves had so much control on the just on the outer rims of that bomb site, they couldn't get in at all. The entry was being denied in totality by the Direwolves. There was one player, that was Reeves. He was sticking his head in the window on the upstairs. Then you had Pika, who was sticking his face in the doorway of a memorial, not allowing them to jump in through that cage window. The Direwolves just playing a really excellent entry denial game because Wolves were being a bit, well, maybe a bit too minimalist about the take they were trying to go for.
Really slow. And the thing is, if you're going slow, you have to be ready to punish those aggressive plays. But it felt like Wolves was a little bit lost in the sauce. Kind of didn't take into account that Direwolves actually do have legs. Able to flank into Master.
Actually got 4 legs if you're a Wolf.
That's true. I mean, technically, this team has 10 legs. And that's only counting the players in the server.
I'm confused.
Because each of the players have 2 legs, and there's 5 of them, and 5 times 2 is 10.
But didn't I just say a Wolf has got 4 legs?
Yeah, and then I was talking about the players.
Oh, okay. That makes too much sense.
The players aren't literally wolves. I don't know how they would hold a mouse if they were actually wolves.
That makes too much sense. We don't do that around here. We don't do that around here, all right, Deb? Okay, we've got to Aviator in games. Looking for an extended roam on the other side. Not too much has changed in the philosophy of the Direwolves. It's pretty much the same lineup that they ran last time they attempted this. Now the Wolves, they went for that direct study take last time. Ooh, a bit of a scary spawn peek. Oh gosh, not just 1, but 2 Direwolves. They're getting really aggressive here on the entry denial. They love it.
Yeah, I rate that. Takes a lot of guts to go for something like that. Pika's had a couple of big rounds, already hit 5 kills. Reeps is also still peaking SMG-11 and peaking those long-range fights outside. Very ambitious.
All right, so Wolves, what is the philosophy of this take? Last time they went for a direct take up through study. It didn't work out. Souffle was on the ball. He came back and he helped out his team. This time, they actually look like they're going for the roam clear. P4 about to hop in through bathroom, being live droned by his teammate. I think that's Shinka on the other side with that drone in hand. There is a player on the Astro stairs. I think that's Souffle just on the other side, getting ready to deny that bathroom position.
Oh, doesn't even finish off. Oh my God! Sit down, P4. You just got destroyed.
What?
That was absolutely nuts.
He had a full magazine of the Vector in his hand and he just decided to switch to the fist.
I would love to know what the comms are after P4 dies there. I would just like smash my mouse down and say, this guy's nuts.
This guy's just the best.
I think I'm going to uninstall.
Reeves is here making Red Stairs his own, reigning supreme in this position so far. He's even got a Goyo canister to help stall out some more time and leave him in this position. That cutoff is not being held by the Direwolves, that square window, or wolf cutoff as most people like to call it. Rise has rotated over.
You can't call a room wolf when we have a team called Wolves and a team called Direwolves, Mandy. There is a line and you have crossed it.
I'm so sorry. Look, we've done bad things, okay? This cast has absolutely taken it out of us. Shinka's making his way in through landing. It looks like the Wolves are going to go for a default execute onto that vault door. What they need to do here is just make sure that 90 wall is open and no one is pushing through long so that they can clear out vault. But in fact, that 90 wall has been mute jammed out, so there still could be a defender that's going to stop the execute from coming on.
I mean, this is a right headache for Wolves, isn't it?
Yep.
Shinka does have those EMPs, hasn't rotated over to it yet. I just love the confidence that Direwolves are playing with right now. They are not holding back. They do not give a damn.
Having a good time. Reeps is pretty lethal in this study position as well. He's going to be able to deny the entry from Shinka as well as the study door, juggling these 2 angles, but there's only 15 seconds left to go.
Okay, and he drops below. All right, Wolves, what are you going to do when push comes to shove? Here's a face full of buckshot. OED for the double. Mandy, that's back-to-back flawless rounds for Direwolves.
They're doing so well in this Villa map. Like, it's just fantastic how great they are in the early round, don't you think? So the Direwolves, they just get in the face of the Wolves, okay? All the laughs aside considered, okay? Souffle did an amazing job.
Oh, yeah.
He did an incredible job on the roam on the other side. He got in the face of the bathroom window, or the Astro window. He fell off, still took the pistol fight onto P4.
That was like fully reflex, by the way.
Absolutely.
I don't know whether, you said he still had a full mag. Like,
yeah, he did.
I think he switched to the pistol because he thought he hadn't reloaded the primary and he was just going to shoot the drone with it. And when he re-peeks and sees the player, he just like, there was no time to think. It was just flick, one tap.
It's pretty incredible from the Direwolves. Direwolves are playing a really great early game. I think that's the main thing, right? Wolves, they're taking a bit too long, I think, to problem solve in the early game. And it's allowing the Direwolves players to recompose their players around the map, be exactly where the entry is coming from, and directly contest it. We've seen it in the past 3 or 4 rounds, essentially, that have been played out, right? That last round, they directly contested the roam clear. The round before that, even though Wolves tried to go for a direct attack, all the Direwolves players reconvened really quickly back onto the site because the Wolves gave them a lot of time to work with.
We're just having a quick technical pause while we change Rise's headphones here, but I want to point out something you guys can't unfortunately see, but we have the game pause on the operator pick phase, and we can see Pika from Direwolves actually has the Mirage card background on as I guess, a nod of respect to their opponents in the same group who they did manage to take down, and then I believe they lost to them earlier today, didn't they? So yeah, I mean, the two teams are 1 for 1. I like that. Bit of mutual respect there from Pika. Just a shout out to their opponents.
You cannot go a single cast without a drip check.
Yeah. Do you want me to continue? Because P4 has a sick Ash card background, and it is ballin'.
Doesn't it?
See what I'm talking about, guys? Look at that Ash.
It doesn't end here with
Check out that Ash.
No, you can't say that. That's not safe for the cast at all. They're taking us over to Trophy and Statuary. Oh, the Direwolves. I can't believe you. I really can't.
It's all right. It'll all be over after this map, Mandy.
Why are we still here? Why have I been stuck with you here inside of Sweden?
Maybe see if you can cast with Parker instead. I'll take Pengu.
I reckon, honestly. Yeah, give me another duo. This is insane. They're doing an extension over on this study side of the map. They're opening up a line of sight to directly contest the entry if Wolves were to go for the map sweep. Now, even if they want to go for this direct attack, Wolves have to deal with these Kaid claws. That's Souffle. He's just put one down to block off some of that triple wall. Another one is going over on the bathroom side, so I believe, oh, that's a cheeky one. So that second Kaid claw has actually gone inside of the bathroom closet. Oh, there's no way that the Wolves are finding that one. Now, that wall, that left side wall is really important to stay closed because if you get that one open, you cut off the line of sight into split, and that's a big power position for the defenders, right? So this is the one. Thank you very much, Easy. If you get open this wall, you can see directly into split. You're cutting off the rotation. So that is the mission critical wall to stay closed if you're the Direwolves.
Hey, Easy, can we spectate BB for a sec? Oh, he just put it away. Never mind. That's cringe. All right. He has his... Okay, there we go. He gets it out. So you said they're never going to find that electric
No way!
And immediately, Bibu gets out the IQ scanner and pings it.
Oh, you're so right.
I think Bibu's going to look for it now, maybe with his drone as well. He's going to ping it and then look for it with the drone. It is a very unusual spot, isn't it? There's a lot of electronics. He's trying to figure out which is which and then drone it so that his teammates can take it out somehow.
Oh, and then P4 is going to try go below with the Ash as well with the charge to clear it. Okay, this is genius from the wall.
This is so cool.
Yeah, this is so great from the wall. So P4 is down below. There is a bit of a contest. There's a player inside of the Astro stairs as well, so he's going to have to be a bit cautious to get it. There we go. That's the ping through the floor. That's what P4 has got to deal with if they want to get open that right side of the wall.
Yeah, but guess what Pika says? Look, can you guys just stop talking about all this nerdy stuff? I'm going to go kill someone.
They don't even need to do that. They have a baby EMP.
Here we go. Exothermic to go out. What are they going to do about it? Pika's actually just going to evacuate. Go downstairs.
I so overthought that attack strat so much. All they needed to do was put a baby EMP on the wall and bam, it's open. Suddenly this line of sight is cutting off that player on the Astro rotate. Shinka can use that line of sight himself to take the gunfight onto Souffle, taking him down very low.
Yeah, but Souffle doesn't seem to care. He's still keen to peek this angle. Kaid might have lost the 1.5, but down below, P4 just sees the player of Pika fall back. Goes for a bit of a wall bang that almost found the player. But nonetheless, Wolves still at a bit of an impasse, deciding what their next move might be.
All right, this is a tough one for them, right? They could either send it in here with 43 seconds, or they could actually try for Astro control.
Oh my god.
Jinka's able to find another pick onto that player. That is the one rotating through the Astro rotate, and he's even good for 2, taking down Souffle, and that's your site almost entirely cleared, but he's good for 3. He can do it all. Open the walls, play your entries. It's Shinka for everything.
ED trying to flank Master now, but hang on a second. Shinka's gone deep into Trophy, into Astro. Is he good for a 4th kill? He is! Can't get the ace. P4 will steal it away. But Wolves now back in the game. Their second round.
Shinka can do everything, can't he? He's a support player. You have the hard reach. He jumps in, puts a very dangerous exothermic charge on the wall, right? Mind you, it's pretty scary to hop in as the first one. Hard reach, get a hard reach on the wall. Scary stuff. They did really well there. Not only that, but he entries into the site, finds 2 picks. He could go for the plan if he wanted to. He's like, nah, I reckon I'm good for 4. And he goes in straight for it. Not only that, but he's the clutch player of the Wolves as well. He's just trying to keep this team alive today. Everything rests on this man. He's done so well.
Yeah, he has. Top fragging too, not just for his team, but for the whole server tied up with Pika. Direwolves, though, still have a decent chance of winning the half as we go into the final round of their defense. They're going to go downstairs to Dining. Funnily enough, Stat Trophy was the only bomb site that Wolves managed to win on the attack. They won it both times. So probably the right move for Direwolves to go down to Kitchen Dining here.
Got some pog mats as well from Edie. I love Frost. Especially on this bomb site, right, where you have to worry about the pantry hopping, you've got to worry about cage as well, and you've got to worry about mudroom. Surely one of these is going to work. I have faith.
Yeah, it could well be. The thing is, Wolves do love a good drone, and they are spending so much time checking everything before they make a move that it's hard to imagine them dying to a trap, but hey, you never know.
Never know. Wolves are looking once again for this direct attack onto the bomb site. The only player that is still babysitting it is ED, I believe, who is inside of the kitchen. He's just taking care of things for now, making sure they don't get pantry control early. Ooh, he's able to actually shoot these Selma charges off, just protecting his position behind the kitchen for a little bit longer.
Bibu has managed to get his drone all the way into sight, looking for some util to clear, but at the moment he's just benefiting from the information that can be gathered. Oh, taking down some cameras as well, I guess. There you go. Eventually it's taken down, but that was worth its weight in gold.
All right, so last time that the Wolves attacked this, they were just simply way too slow. They didn't either commit to clearing through the top floor, and they didn't commit to going for the execute. Reaps! Hang on a moment.
Reaps.
He's just dropped through the hatch. He's going to get aggressive on this laundry door and takes down Mowgli.
Yeah, caught with a nade in hand. Mowgli's having a rough game. But Reaps, the playmaker, tying with his teammate Pika now for kills. Looking for more. Doesn't want to be shown up after all the hype we've given to him. And as you mentioned, P4 moving upstairs. Wolves are dedicating to this top floor push on the back of the Gon 6. Reaps not realize that one player's already gone inside. And just like that, Wolves actually have control of the top floor.
Yeah, good combination of the Gon 6 and Hoppin from P4 to be able to get this control. And now he's starting to use this angle inside of the split wall against the walls. He's cutting off that ground floor in half. Reaps, though, is looking for the retake onto that top floor. He's being sneaky beaky, but oh, that's actually a Mozzie drone as well. Pika is droning him into statue. This is exciting.
That is so cool. And on top of that, Peak is also moving into flank as well. Goes for the drone again. Ash might have heard that drone, but he wouldn't have necessarily thought that there's a player because that's the same sound of an attacker's drone. He probably just thinks it's one of his teammates. The flank is being held very well by the man himself, Shinka. Once again, the top fragger in the server, but Peak is looking to change that onto a flank now. But Wolves start to push into the site.
Yeah, 40 seconds as well. This seems like a pretty advisable time for them to start hitting the bomb site. It has actually been fully vacated from the Direwolves. They've given it up and Bebo is full control. Oh no!
That said, Jackie Wu is here in kitchen, ready to cook up a storm. For a second now, as Wolves not quite able to force that plant down as of yet. Rice takes a bit of damage and there's Pika. Back again, tied kill leader in the game. Shinka looking to change that, but Jackie Wu once again is in it. Shinka to clutch now the 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. He's been the clutch god, but Souffle says not right now. And can close out the round, evening the half, well, rather taking the lead in the half. 4-2 for Direwolves on their defense.
Yeah, nice stuff from the Direwolves. I honestly thought the site was completely clear when they went for that entry, and I thought, oh, genius from the Wolves. They're going for it. But really, there were still players that were keeping an eye on that laundry entry, and that was the Malusi that was sitting inside of kitchen. They did a really good job on that retake. They were all on the ball coming back into it. Eventually, the gunfights work out in their way. I want to put merit onto that top floor retake. It was Pika who was being really instrumental, using those Mozzie drones for intel and eventually winning out on all those gunfights on the top floor. Really closed out the round for the Direwolves.
But how will Wolves go on their own defense, I wonder? I'm going to do a little quick checkaroonie of the last time these two teams played. It was Wolves that won 5 of their 6 defense rounds. And Direwolves, of course, as a result, only managed to win 1 single attack round. They're also only won 1 out of their 3 defense rounds, so already I could say Direwolves have improved compared to the last time they played this map. In fact, they found twice as many rounds as already compared to what they did against Wolves last time. But Wolves, you can't take away from the fact that they are a really good defense team on Villa.
Absolutely, and Wolves looking for an extension over onto the north side type roam, as well as a shield on top main to aid the push if Study was to come out later on. The Direwolves, are they going to look for a roam clear or more of a bottom-up type thing? Their spawns would tell us that maybe they're looking for a pottery entry touch. Oh, this is really brave from Reeps, actually making his way straight towards the main stairs. He gets in, gets a kill, and gets back out again.
It's a big pick, especially since Bibu was roaming below, but not close enough to refrag as of yet. So it's going to be coming down to a late flank from him in all likelihood. I believe that means top main is now clear as well. No, in fact, they are doubling down. Wolves have sent 2 players, P4 and Shinka. They're reading into this as the push. It means a lot of the map is free, though, for Direwolves if they are to rotate.
Right, this is still a bit spooky business if they want to go for this bottom-up take, though. There is still a player, and that's Bibu, inside of the secret gallery vault, right? And so for the Direwolves, they need to be careful if they want to play this vertical nade game. There is still 1 more in the hands of Jackie Wu and 1 in the hand of Reeps as well. And Bibu could be lethal in this position.
He hasn't been drone. He hasn't moved all round. He's stayed there the whole time. Reeps, yeah, completely clueless. Bibu flanking, catches him with a nade in hand and evens up. Eventually trading back that opening kill. Jackie Wu now cautious of that position, but guess what? Bibu's just flanked all the way back up onto site.
Okay, not just that as well, but because they're trying to do a bottom-up take, they need to start worrying about the vertical too. And I think some of those Wolves players on the site are starting to get keyed into that. There is that vertical to worry about from inside a bar, but look at this from Pika. He's starting to go for a lurk on the other side of the map, trying to backstab what the defense of the Wolves might be.
Yeah, but Wolves will know about it now. He's made a lot of noise. He's gone prone. Did Bibo hear him get on camera?
Everywhere.
Yeah, he is all over the place. Oh, Pika's going to drone him, surely.
Oh, no.
Did he check the corner? Pika! You can't be doing me like this. You can't let it happen like this. Surely Bibu can't take advantage of this.
Oh no, disaster as well. The study push isn't working out for the Direwolves either. Mowgli takes a swing onto ED. Pika has got no idea. Bibu just oh gosh, almost the whiff, but thank goodness Bibu's able to clean that one up. The rest of the Wolves slaughtering inside of study. It's all over.
Yeah, well, great round for Bibu, worth his weight in gold, down in the vault, and then rotating back upstairs, being misdroned and taking full advantage. The rest of Direwolves unable to make that study push work without that flank available. And Wolves are getting closer to tying up this scoreline. Still, D-Dub are in the lead, but for how long? Wolves are an incredible defending team on this map. On Villa, they win 83% of their defense rounds. That is insane.
Yeah, good times from Mowgli. He was pretty happy in study. It just felt like everything that we were looking at the Direwolves trying to do wasn't really working out for them. We saw Pika on his lurk. That didn't really work out for him. And then on the other side as well, Mowgli was just there to disrupt the study push that they tried to go for. He just wins those. He just wins out the gunfight and the aviator door. Hey, when you leave it too late, that's what happens. Mowgli's a beast.
So for Wolves now, going over to Stat and Trophy. Now, this is the bomb site that Direwolves really struggled to defend. Wolves won it both times. Let's see if Wolves are just as good at defending the site as they are at attacking it. Or if Direwolves will be able to break on through. We got the Ossa picked up this round alongside those EMPs. So we talked a lot about that wall denial. There's no Kaid from Wolves, but we do have those jammers from P4. Won't be too much of a problem with ED's secondary EMPs to complement the Selmas from Souffle.
Of course, I always forget that secondary EMPs are a thing in this game, hey? Even though they could bring the K in on the board like what the Direwolves are doing, they could just deny them with the baby EMPs. Anyway, so Direwolves looking for this more direct attack onto the bomb site. We've got 2 players focusing their control on the ground floor, while the remaining 3 players start to shape up around that top floor, getting that master balcony control, as well as 1 player playing that cutoff inside of the window.
Reap's a little bit worried about the push from below. He's so close to just walking straight on inside. Wolves still have control down below. Oh, the impact trick's been so good here. And Mowgli, though, it costs him his life as he is taken down by Reaps. Threat of a C4 below, they think. It's P4, where is he? Is he in position to try and go for that C4? He's all the way down in the basement. But if he makes his way up, he could cause some serious damage, as all that floor in Master is soft.
All right, so Direwolves, technically, here now they've got what they need to go for a plant with the Ossa shield onto bricks. The problem is, that breach that is covering that split angle is not fantastic. They do need a prone to be able to cover it, and so it's a bit dangerous for them to go for that plant. It's very hard to cover.
We're trying it now. Oh, and also knifing the Ossa shield so you can't see through it. P4 is getting in position to go for a C4. Is this going to land? It doesn't find anything. Opens up a vertical line though. Rise amidst the chaos moves forward, but Bibu goes down thanks to Reaps pushing in from the bathroom. Direwolves have a real attack on their hands here. And the French feeling that pressure. Rise on the cusp of it. Right up close to that bricks position. A little bit of an opening in his wall, but he's mostly safe.
Still 50 seconds to go, and Reeves is actually going to get aggressive inside of this bricks position. The plant's starting to go down from ED. Wolves, what is your response? It's nothing. Reeves is there for a quad kill. Can he make it an ace?
Apparently not, but it doesn't matter because Direwolves lock in that final kill. A phenomenal round from them. Fist pumps across the board. Jackie Wu particularly happy about that one. What a round from Reaps. And a great strategy from Direwolves. Worked out to a T. They're just one round away from match point as the French take their tactical timeout.
It's good stuff from Reaps there in that top floor. He was really the instrumental player that was taking all the engagements to win that out. That was a 4K from him. He jumped in through the master window. He was able to take the fight into Astro. He covered the plan perfectly. He was just there in tandem with ED to make that push work. Even though the breach wasn't perfect, even though Wolves still could play in the power position that was triple, which was usually what would stop that bricks plant from working, the cover was there for it. Reaps is just nuts.
Yeah, he is. He's broken double digits. The first player in the game to do so. He's up at 11-6. I'm really excited to see that Reaps has demonstrated that he's not just an online player. He's converted his online performance here to LAN, and it's a really exciting prospect for his future and the future of Direwolves as a whole. As we mentioned earlier, with FaZe winning a round and with Wolves winning a round here as well, there's no chance for Direwolves to make it to the playoffs. That miracle 1%, that dream is dead. But Direwolves can confirm that they will end up third place in their group above Mirage, which is quite something. And what's more, if they take down Wolves here, that's a pretty big statement, and it's a pretty big booster of confidence. I'm sure they would learn a lot from a win like that. So Direwolves will no doubt be pushing for this, and to be honest, they played phenomenally so far.
They have. They've done really well so far, and Wolves are certainly no pushovers. Now the Direwolves looking to repeat the success of that last round. Same bomb site, trophy, and statuary. They're bringing a few more X-Factor operators as well. Not only do they have the Ossa, but they actually have the Ying to work in tandem with that minimalist push that they usually try and go for.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
I have word from the A stream that FaZe is currently on match point 6-2 over Mirage.
Oh dear. So,
well, I mean, it's not looking good for Mirage, and it's looking good for Direwolves. So Direwolves is currently in third place in the group. There's a chance that Mirage can overtake them, but they will need to, I believe, get a, let me have a look. So currently trailing by 2 points. So a regulation win would confirm it, assuming Direwolves don't win any points here, but it looks like Mirage are likely going to be going down. I think, in fact, if Direwolves get one more round, that means that they will confirm that they will remain above Mirage in the group. But, I mean, a win over Wolves here would be even better.
So nice quick entry once again for Reaps. Still 2 minutes on the clock and plenty of time. Baby EMP to go on the wall, and I can only imagine...
Oh, here we go!
Right here, Barter pellets! Oh, this time Reaps loses it out, though Mowgli, he's good for one, but not without being traded by ED.
Yeah, well, at least there's a little bit more of a breach on the wall this time around, isn't there? I like to switch onto the Hibana instead of that ace. It's a bit of a messy hole, but Souffle's at least managed to cook up something. ED's...
Oh,
yeah, a bit of an awkward one, isn't it? But ED's got something to peer through.
Okay, look, it wouldn't be Siege Hibana holes without some abstract art going on, okay? We've got the Yin Candles ringing up. I'm not sure what that's from. Oh, that's Jackie Wu actually from the roof raining down onto the site.
Yeah, I didn't know you could get up here. This is a very cheeky spot. I don't think many players know you can actually get on top of this. I certainly didn't. If you just stand on the side, you can't actually get any angles down. But this is a huge like amount of power that JackieWoo has in this position, especially as the Ying. It seems that Wolves know about this position though, as they're not exposing.
But what is ED doing on those Ossa shields?
So
this
filthy.
execute has got to come through from some time. The Candela's prepped for it. They're just teasing the execute. When's it going to happen, Direwolves?
Well, there's so much time left. Smoke starting to go down as we hear them, the Candelas, but here's P4. He picks them all the way from below. And Wolves quickly finish off all of the remaining Direwolves players. A little fist pump there. A chug of the last sip of water for Mowgli. And another good round for the Wolves.
All right, Direwolves, you did your pocket strat once. Is it really going to work twice? I don't think so. Not against people like the Wolves, right? That time they were a lot more disciplined in holding the crossfires on the site. They didn't overpeak from that trophy side. Trophy and statuary is so hard to call, by the way. I feel like I always get them mixed up. They didn't overpeak on that trophy side onto the breach like they did last time, and as a result, they didn't give away any more picks to Direwolves, especially to Reaps, who got shut down on that entry early. It just felt like that execute was a little ill-advised from the Direwolves, a bit ambitious to go for it twice, and Wolves can shut it down.
Hey, Mandy.
Yeah.
Look at what site we're going to.
We're going to Living Library!
I know.
Oh, I'm so excited!
How good is that?
Great.
How good is Living Library? Funny enough, Wolves actually have Aviator Games unlocked now. It's been 2 rounds since they won it, so they could be going back to what pretty much everyone determines to be the most favored bomb site on this map. And yet, here we go. It's Living Library, baby.
Okay, I'm going to break down this one because I love this bomb site, okay? They're playing these 2 vertical angles inside of the vault, and what that's doing is it's denying the entry from inside of the bicycle room and also denying the entry from these 2 soft walls as well. They're even playing footsie holes to stop that control from the grandfather clock. So if Direwolves want to get control of that kitchen side of the map, they've got to actually open up the vault, right? That's the mission critical wall that they need open if they're going to go for a plant from the kitchen side of the map.
Direwolves are not taking their time here, though. They are springing right on into action, maintaining some control upstairs. The Rotera is going in from JackieWoo, clearing out any util on site, checking what there is. I wonder if this desk actually gets destroyed. It looks like it does, pretty much at least. Can you see through it? Hard to tell for now. But that will make that really poor cover for a defender to play behind. And look at all this map control from Direwolves already upstairs, but Shinka, here we go. Man of the hour, what a phenomenal tournament he has had. Swiftly cleans Pika's head clean off.
All right, so the problem with this Direwolves push here is that they actually don't have hard breach. They don't have ranged hard breach. So that vault wall is staying closed no matter what happens. If they want to get this top floor control, they actually have to go deep for it, and it's pretty dangerous. Look at this, P4. He's actually going to backstab them from the back of Master Bedroom, taking down yet another Direwolves player.
Hunter becomes the hunted for Jackal. This isn't looking too crash hot for Direwolves, as the French have maintained a lot of map control here. Direwolves perhaps went a little bit too fast, a little bit too quick. Too many risks, and now they have to try and claw back this man advantage. Reaps in an awkward position. At least he will clear out that Banshee. Keep Wolves guessing a little bit more.
It's a bit of a rough one for the Direwolves. There's not much that they can do here in this situation except for Reaps, who's gone on a lurk just at the bottom of this red stairs here, and he's found a big gaping hole into the bomb site.
Time to cogitate. Time to sit and consider, says Reaps. As from this 3v4, he sees an opening. Bibu, though, here on the brown stairs. A big flank potential, but Reaps, or JackieWoo rather, already sent it into sight. Bibu's actually missed him.
Whoa, a bit of a hole from the defense of the Wolves has allowed the Direwolves to slip their way in. Rise is taken down. Great entry into the bomb site from JackieWoo. And can Bibu be there to trade? No, he cannot. JackieWoo is good for 2.
Yeah, and guess what? Shinka and P4, you got a retake now. 2v3. Oh, how great's fall. Direwolves in a great position, but Reaps caught out. P4 now looking for another. As Shinka above is going for the vertical game, JackieWoo to shut P4 down. 3v2 now down to a 2v1 as Shinka is above. JackieWoo forcing out that diffuser, but here's the vertical line. Can Shinka deny the plant? Souffle gets it, but Shinka, the clutch god, he does it yet again. And the Wolves will tie this scoreline. We head to break point, 5 rounds each. Thanks to the heroics from this man right here.
who else but Shinka, right? Who on this roster would pull something off like that? And that is this guy on the SMG-11. He is so lethal with it on those vertical lines. The Direwolves, they almost managed to claw that one back through the mid-round. The Wolves actually gave away that control of the bomb site, which was looking pretty scary, especially Jackie Wu. He was instrumental in making that entry into the site work. Pocket strat from Wolves somehow works out. In the end, those vertical lines did end up being lethal there in that late round. The Direwolves couldn't find the blind spot to get that plant and post-plant working for them. And there we go. 5-5 apiece. Oh, this is such a great match of Villa.
Really is, isn't it? It's getting more and more difficult to tell the difference between these two teams, as now the scores are the same, the Wolves part is the same. Ugh. It's a caster's nightmare, isn't it?
It is.
Direwolves versus the non-Dire Wolves.
The non-Dire Wolves?
Yeah, the Wolves of the non-Dire variety. It's like Wolves bracket 1 plus Dire plus 1. And close bracket.
I've lost it. I've got no idea
To be
what
the
you're on
engineer,
about.
you should understand algebra. Come on.
I've got no idea what you're on about. Wolves are going to Aviator and Games. They're extending their roam onto the other side. Nothing too special. Just aided by a couple mute jams as well to keep that wall closed for where they can. For the Direwolves, they're actually bringing along the Ace into their lineup as well as another 2 sets of grenades. So if they want to go for a bottom-up take and use that ranged hard breach on the sunny wall early, they could. Seems like that's what they're going to look for. Reaps immediately getting on this balcony.
Yeah, and in comes the Rotero. Also in comes the Selma, but it is muted out. The Banshee taken down on the door. Is this Selma going to be shot? It's possible to clear that off, but perhaps not safe to do so at the moment for Direwolves.
Both these teams, if I had to note anything on the attacks, is they telegraph their push very early on. Not only are the Direwolves doing it now, but even the Wolves, when they're on their attacking half, go for very direct takes that are honestly, they're pretty obviously happening. It's up to the Wolves to see if they can reconvene their plays over in time and adapt their setup for the push that's about to come through.
If you're joining us from the A stream, welcome. Wolves first seed in the group taking on Direwolves third seed in the group. Here we are at breakpoint. One team about to claim match point. Which will it be? Wolves have had a good defense so far. The Direwolves have made excellent progress on their attack, clearing off some pivotal utility as they now try and clear this position on the stairs.
Oh, both those nades actually caught out by an ADS. No burn came through aside from Reaps, who was just using the grenades in his own hands. Mowgli, though, he's been caught out from that skull rappel, and the Direwolves in the man advantage.
Yeah, Jackie Wu doing well from this Nani rappel. It's getting a little bit scary for the Wolves. Oh, and there you go from Reaps. What a shot onto P4, making his way up the red stairs now. Could be about to claim match point against the Wolves as the Southeast Asian team marches their way towards the bomb site. It is a full retreat from the French as they fortify their positions on site.
And the Direwolves as well have pivoted their control over to the skull side of the map. Reaps, unfortunately, going down has allowed Bibu to sneak his way back into Study, getting aggressive on this Study window. Oh,
no!
Oh, protected by his teammate as well. Rise there to helping hand. And Jackie Wu, well, he's there to claw one back.
Yeah, but what are the chances of a plant here? ED, diffuser in pocket as Jackie Wu makes his way inside. Wolves not going to rush this, but guess what? Shinka's still alive. And as long as Shinka is alive, Shinka, there is a chance. Rise from the top of main stairs. It's Shinka once again, gets the down, but not out as of yet. Rise looking to disrupt this push onto the side as ED's forcing that diffuser down. Shinka on for the flank, but ED's going to continue forcing this diffuser down. It's now all on Shinka. How many times has he clutched? How many times has he been called upon? Oh, he finds another headshot. He is on fire. 1 versus 1. ED low HP taking up his position inside the vault. The pre-fires with the SMG-11. And now a bait for Shinka. ED must push. It's the bait and Shinka! Nobody can touch this man! Thanks to him and him alone, Wolves go on to match points.
He's gone 2 for 2, Dev. Not just one 1v2 clutch, but 2 1-on-2 clutches for this man to his name on 2 separate sites as well. Both SMG 11 in hand. Could it be more iconic than that?
I mean, no one can touch him. If anyone thinks that they're a good at clutcher at this event, they've got to go through Shinka. And I can't believe it. I would not believe anyone else can stand up to this man's clutch ability. That should be Direwolf's match point right now, Mandy. It should be. And yet Shinka has things to say about it.
That's ridiculous. You really cannot ever count him out. That is crazy. He's nuts with that SMG-11. Just, Direwolves had such a great grip of that round. They played the early round super well, right? They made use of that ground floor. Reaps in particular, even though he burned the 2 nades on main, says he maneuvers his way around red. He just takes those gunfights. You know, it's Reaps in true Reaps fashion. But it doesn't matter when you've got Shinka in a 1-on-3. What are you going to do about it, right? It's just insane.
He's having the game of his life. Look at him, 15-5. Unreal performance from Shinka so far. On a support operator, no less. On his attack, he had a great one. And on his defense, he's been left to his own devices to clutch on the site. Direwolves still have a chance to win out this game, but they'll need to push overtime. No second chances now. This may well be the final round of their major, unless if they can push OT.
All right, Direwolves, what have you got to show for us? Reaps spawning over on this study side take, but actually considering rotating over. Okay, the Direwolves, they have brought along the Ossa, once again, bringing along the same philosophy into this bomb site, perhaps looking for a more direct take. Maybe I've called it completely wrong. ED has actually just gotten on that study cutoff as Reaps makes his way through the door.
But he hasn't able to take down P4 as of yet. As the mute falls back, Direwolves shift their attention instead. Reaps going for a bit of a lurk. He's going to go support his teammates. Thing is, like you said, last time Direwolves attacked Stat Trophy, they've made this Ossa trick work once before. It didn't work on the second time around. Now they're revisiting it for a third time, hoping, praying that things will be different. But I think Wolves are starting to clue in a little bit. Look at that. You've got 2 C4s and an impact for Rise. What's more, you've finally got the Kaid. It's going to make it a little bit difficult for Direwolves to clear off this util. Claw goes out.
Oh no. Okay, so that Electroclaw, I believe, is
painful.
Okay, so that Electroclaw is clearing all 3 walls, but there must be a second claw somewhere that is keeping that right wall closed, and that's the one that they're trying to get open at the moment. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So there must be a second claw that's only electrifying the left walls, and so they can really only get this breach on the right wall. Oh, and it's even been tricked. That EMP didn't last long enough for the second set of X-Caros to go off.
That's the danger of those baby EMPs, isn't it? A really short deactivation time on them. Reaps now taking a risky play. Takes a bit of damage, but he does destroy that deployable shield. Oh, and he's shut down by who else but Shinka. Of course it is. Mowgli now, the first line of defense for Wolves, but they have the advantage here. They have the match point, and they're very close to topping their group.
Rise as well is in a pretty nice spot here. He has got the impacts in hand now. That's very important if they're going to go for this Ossa plant. He doesn't want to give those impacts away for tricking or anything like that anymore, right? Because you need at least one more to take down the Ossa shield in the hand of ED.
A win here for Wolves will secure them as first seed above FaZe Clan going into the playoffs, and that they desperately want. But Rise goes down. Pika's got something to say about Direwolves' hopes and dreams. Direwolves might be out of it, but they can play to spoil Wolves' day and Wolves' tournament. Souffle to make his entry. Pika doubles down, and Souffle is good for one as well. It's all for Direwolves as Mowgli finds himself in a 1v4, can't get it done. And Direwolves, they're not out of the tournament yet. They're going to push to OT.
Here we go. It's not over just yet. The Wolves on Wolves onslaught continues. Well played from the Direwolves. They realized that getting that control inside of bricks wasn't going to work out for them, so they sent a couple players below onto the other side of study. Since the Wolves had given up that real estate, right, they decided to reclaim the space that had been given up to them. As a result, they do go actually for a different kind of push. The Wolves weren't ready. They didn't expect it, especially off the back of Rise getting naded out of his power position, and Direwolves are able to play him up another round.
Like I was alluding to before, Wolves have not secured first seed in their group. Currently, they sit on 11 points, with FaZe on 12 points. Now, that means that FaZe still have a chance of being first seed at the end of this. Wolves also don't have quite as good a round differential as FaZe do, so if it comes to that tiebreaker, they're currently behind. If they can win this game though, they get that extra point and they should be able to guarantee that they will go first seed into the quarterfinals. And if you don't think that matters much, just remember that in Berlin, Wolves went in to their quarterfinals against Exet and lost the match, failing to make it to the semis. They've never made it to those semis. And that is what they will be focusing on for this tournament, to go further than they've ever gone before.
Alright, so Wolves taking us over to this Aviator Endgame's bomb site, not doing anything too special, but something that is special on the side of the Direwolves is that we have the SAM cams of ED. So if he wants to make use of them through the ground floor or through the walls, he can use those zappies to try and clear anything that might be denying the breach. And last time what we saw was those mute jammers. It was preventing some of those walls from being open and making this study take kind of tricky for the Direwolves.
Reaps here, bottom main. Oh, there's a player right to his left. Reaps might have heard it, but it was too late. And P4 punishes him for his laziness. Bibu also has gone downstairs, maintaining this roam. Direwolves seemingly unaware of just how much presence Wolves have down below.
Yeah, not once but twice, Direwolves have started to get pretty sloppy on this entry, especially on this site in particular. Through the ground floor, Reaps has died twice now, trying to make his way in. Last time it was Bevo as well, playing in that secret vault with the rotate hole. Instead, the rest of the Direwolves are starting to put pressure on the other side of the map. They have been given the real estate of the master side of the map, and they're going to try and take it, aided by these drones. Now, this time, ED is definitely going to check that corner.
Yeah, but Mowgli's taken down Jackie Wu on that entry. Mowgli's hungry for more, feels a bit of pressure from that Wolf window. Once again, Wolf on Wolves, on Dire Wolves. ED moving on forward, looking to take out that shield. He does, but Mowgli gives him a birthday present straight to the face. Mowgli hungry for another, takes a bit of damage, and he falls back. Wolves now on the cusp of another match point, with Direwolves desperate to find something.
Ooh, P4 with a C4 through that arch. Doesn't quite connect, but a valiant effort. Souffle, he still gets away with his life, and P4 relocates onto the red stairs.
Mowgli's still hungry for more. Just look at the way he keenly watches this angle, but it's P4 to retake from red. Pika goes down, Souffle, the last one left. He can find one, but it's a 1v5. The AK-12 is good, but it's not good enough. Mowgli to lock it in. Huge round from him, from Skull. And once again, match point for Wolves as Direwolves finally take their tactical timeout.
All right, time to take the tactical timeout. Direwolves and Wolves. This game has been pretty interesting to me, right? Because the attack always feels telegraphed on these, pretty much every single round, right, Dev? They start doing something and they're pretty committed to it. We haven't seen that many times where they've made a cross-map rotation to try and do something else until maybe the last 1 or 2 rounds Direwolves have tried to change it up, right? So it's been a pretty linear game so far of Villa. I think that the Direwolves need to take this tactical timeout to maybe change their philosophy and keep the Wolves guessing, because so far they definitely have their number in the macro game.
Not gonna lie, these Direwolves guys look tired. I noticed that we've got Harambe actually behind the players instead of Odin. I believe on day 1 it was Odin, and then Harambe subbed in.
So Odin, he's sitting an exam, so he's had to go back.
Is that what's happened?
That's right.
He's actually gone home?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
We've lost Odin.
Well, Harambe, former player for this roster, is now their analyst, and I have no doubt that he knows exactly what the guys need to hear. And that said, you know, it's been a long tournament so far. It's been exhausting. And this is their final match. They know that their chances of making playoffs are dead, so perhaps there's not quite as much energy as they would otherwise like. But despite that, a win against Wolves would be huge. Even this overtime against Wolves is massive. Mirage managed to do it. FaZe managed to do even more than that, taking down Wolves in regulation. And so now Direwolves look to join the rest of their team and how competitive this has been. And really show everyone that they might not be making the playoffs, but they are a team to remember here at the tournament.
Dials have been pretty funny on the socials as well. When they won that FaZe game, it was also Harambe standing behind them, and they all started joking to each other that it was Coach Diff. It was Odin Diff because he's gone back home to sit his exam off for Odin. He gets so much from these players, doesn't he? Direwolves, like you said, they've made this incredible run through the major. Some of the performances that they've been able to put up have been so impressive. Taking down FaZe is no small feat. Taking the Wolves to overtime is also no small feat, and they're still not out of this game just yet. The Wolves starting to make their push onto the map. They've all spawned on this master side, and I anticipate we'll be going for the map sweep.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way with Mowgli starting off here. Actually, just a pre-nade onto the bricks position. Nobody there. Reaps is very lucky to have fallen back.
Who's that in the bathtub?
Is there someone in the bathtub?
Yes, there is.
Hang on a second.
Souffle in the bathtub.
Souffle, what are you doing over there? Game's not over yet. You can't go and relax. Oh, there's no way that this works.
Oh, I reckon yes way that this works. Surely it does. They haven't thrown him out yet. The barricade is closed. Oh, this is totally going to work. I'm excited for this one.
That said, Wolves haven't opened that barricade, so Souffle doesn't have as many options. In fact, no one seems to be going into bathroom at all, so this might actually be a late flank. Wolves seem completely unaware. They haven't droned it. In fact, there was a mute jammer to support Souffle's position, but will he be able to have impact on this flank? He would have heard the run-in. Oh, no! And now the jig is up. P4 knows about it, and Souffle is a dead man just waiting for his demise. Mowgli to go in with a nade, but it's Rise to secure the kill. How unfortunate.
Oh, he went for the rat flame, went for punish for it. He didn't have the trigger discipline on P4 repelling in through Astro. Nope, that cost him his life. And now Wolves, so far, they've got control up until this landing position. A minute left to go. They do have the hard breach in their hands of Rise as well, so they can start to work that 90 wall and get it open. There he is, rotating over onto the window to get it open from the safety of the rappel.
But Pika, holding that 90 position, has managed to do a bit of damage. Oh, love that drone at the top red stairs. Really good information here for Wolves. But information doesn't necessarily mean much if you still get out-dueled from a power position. As Bibu starts to make his way forward, it appears to be that Pika has fallen back. An attempt at breaching this 90 wall, aided by a nade to clear that mute jammer. Unsuccessful.
Uh-oh, gotta chuck in another one, otherwise that wall is not going to be open. So Rise has actually put 2 thermal charges on that vault wall, so it's going to be a running hole. That means that the Wolves need to hold on to this 90 control, just making sure there are no pesky defenders that are going to be running in and out of that position. P4, of course, holding a bit of an off angle inside of this 90 position as well, just making sure no one is pushing up through long or swinging in from Classical.
Here we go, finally that mute jammer taken down. P4 starts to fall back a little bit. But hang on a second, look at that timer. Direwolves to try and push the 15th round of overtime. I've just got to hold on in the 4v4, but Wolves start to march on forward. It's a trades back and forth as Bibu and P4 try and pick up the pieces. Just P4 now left, but the timer runs out. Caught sleeping were Wolves, and Direwolves push all the way to round 15. They finally have a match point.
That felt like a bit of a classic Villa demise. Okay, that was really poorly worded. Let's go again. That felt like a classic attack onto Villa, right? You start on one side of the map, you go through the middle, you try and open up the wall, but that takes a lot of time. Villa's a big map, right? At one point, you need to make that cross-map rotation over onto the study side and put the pressure from there. At one point, you need to get that 90 wall open. And if you take your time playing that micro game and you're sort of just wasting your time because you can't get a wall open or because you can't get drones into the site, you're going to get stuck in that choke point of 90 and of landing for a very, very long time, right? And so Wolves falling short to the timing. Even though that flank didn't work out from the Direwolves, I suppose it just wasted enough time, eventually able to win it out on time.
Well, Mandy, 1 round left. It's going to be either Wolves or Direwolves to claim this game. It's been such a long one. It's been so back and forth. Despite the fact that very, very early on, even before the first round had ended, we knew that Direwolves' chances of playoffs were done and dusted, thanks to FaZe doing so well in their match against Mirage. But that hasn't meant that Wolves aren't fighting tooth and nail to secure first seed in their group. If they lose this game, they won't have that first seed. Direwolves can play to spoil. And when you don't have much to play for yourself, that's the best you can ask for.
Wolves now looking for this roam, just trying to deny the entry, right? Here the Direwolves, they can either go for this map sweep across or they can go for a more direct attack. It seems like the direct attack is what they love. They haven't brought the Officer this time. There's only the Ying. And I can only imagine now the Wolves are starting to get keyed, and Direwolves do like telegraphing their push. They don't really like to do anything too special, except for Reaps, who might be on a lurk on his own.
Mowgli taken very low, but survives a little bit longer here. Oh, this breach upstairs is going to be very difficult with that Electric Claw once again from P4. Direwolves, what is their play? Are they going to go for that downstairs push? They're doing this again, Mandy. Can we actually see how he gets on the roof? I hope it doesn't take too long, but I really want to see how he gets on that rooftop so I can...
No, he's not going to do it.
Oh, Sag.
Not good. Direwolves are actually changing their approach. Look at that. They're rotating over to the study side. Okay, that's good. Not telegraphing the push that they're trying to do. A Yin Candela bait, I believe, to come out, anticipating that they might be able to force some Direwolves players back. Reeves, he's just spotted someone through that drone hole, and look at that. The cutoff has been set up by Jackie.
Oh, no, Bibu!
But in fact, Bibu wins out that engagement.
Yeah, and he manages to survive on top of that. The tricks come through on the Kaid, and Bibu's doubled down for Reaps as well. Minute 30 now, and Direwolves looking lost. They can't get a breach. They can't get Bibu. What are they going to do? They can finally find one kill. Rise goes down for Pika. But what more have they got?
So far, neither side of this push from the Direwolves has worked out too favorably. They've got 3 coming in from the study side and 2 going in from the master side. Unfortunately, the roam clear on this side hasn't worked out too great. Bibu has just gotten away with crimes. But instead, we do have Edie, who has got bathroom control so far. It's possible for the Direwolves to come back from this one, but really, they don't have a lot of time, and they don't have a lot of tools left to do it, especially with that triple wall staying closed.
What are you going to do, ED? What's the call? What's the play? Your last round at the Major. You better make good on it. Souffle now rotating off. No, going for the upside down rappel to take out the Alibi's Prisma. Flash to go through. What are they going to do?
Very, very tricky situation for the Direwolves. There is a player on that red stairs. Bibu, once again, the man of this round. Now in the 1-on-4 for Souffle.
Oh, but the Wolves, they settle this score. It is the one pack, not the wolf pack, that howl the loudest. Wolves will be going into the playoffs with first seed in their group, and Direwolves will be going home.
What a great game from the Wolves to close that one out. 2 points, first seed. That's exactly what you want to start your playoffs run. And for the Direwolves, what a great showing, honestly. When they came into this major, no one knew what to expect from them. They're an APAC South team. They haven't been at the international stage since stage 1. It's been a long time coming, and the results that they've been able to put up over these past 3 days have been nothing short of incredible.
And for Wolves, they're very happy about that win. They were pushed very hard all the way to OT. But they are just grateful to call that one a win.
Absolutely. 15 rounds takes a lot of stamina to get through. These players, they look really tired in the player cams towards the end there, but thankfully Bibu was still awake to the end. If there's anyone that's animated out of this roster, it's Bibu. His energy can last decades.
Yeah, absolutely. As for Direwolves, that is their major at an end, as they look a bit disappointed. We will come back in just a moment to break that game down, so stick around.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, that settles Group D. Wolves have closed the game against the Dire Wolves. They proved that they can howl the loudest. And with an 8-7, they just edge out. But it is, of course, enough to secure them first seed going into playoffs.
Yeah, they've done really well here in this group. The Wolves, they play a pretty basic game of Villa, all things considered. Same thing for the Dire Wolves. It kind of just felt like your pretty regular game of Siege, them just going at each other, seeing what frags they can find. I think some of these players got pretty excited, honestly. There was not a whole lot of discipline in this game. You got Mowgli out there swinging everything. As soon as he got one or two, he's like, all right, let me go. Same thing with Bebo as well. He was really great on the roam. And yeah, Reaps, of course, tearing it up in the server for the Dire Wolves.
Yeah, Bieber actually had, I reckon, a fantastic game, especially at the end there. He had some huge impact plays, but there's one player that we've got to talk about, and that's Shinka. The back-to-back clutches in the second half were utterly insane. Dire Wolves honestly should have won this in regulation, Mandy. Like, that's no question. Dire Wolves could well have won this in regulation. It wouldn't have affected their chances of making playoffs, but when Shinka's doing things like that, like, what are you meant to say? And here again the next round.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds, different sites, but still with the SMG-11 in hand. What an iconic combo. Of course, Shinka, SMG-11, beautiful stuff from him. I just think that this game was really, all just a fun one to watch, to be honest. It didn't feel like either team was trying to bring anything too fancy, any like weird shenanigans that were difficult to break down. It was just guys doing some good shooting. We had some great entries. Shinka had some amazing clutches. There was just not a lot of discipline in that game, and it made for actually a really fun series.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, let's have a look at the stats just to see how well Shinka did. He popped off. Let's see how many kills he ended up with. 16 kills. 16 kills in 15 rounds.
So I don't think that's the record of this major yet, right? Because we had KZ.
We've had 19 from KZ.
We've had 19 from KZ.
I think that is the record, or maybe the tied record. Yeah.
If we have that wrong, apologies, production. But that's a pretty good showing from Shinka as well. Not only that, but it's so impressive because he is on that support role. He's the one that plays your construction anchor on the defense and your hard breach on the attack. Now, admittedly, the hard breach does go between some of these Wolves players. They don't always have it on just Shinka or just Rise and that type of thing. They do kind of shuffle it between them a little bit. But still, that is some big numbers for being on that supportive role.
Yeah, overall, great game from a lot of the Wolves players. Dire Wolves guys had their moments as well. Let's have a look at the groups and how this has panned out, because as we said, Wolves have confirmed their first seed with 13 points, just ahead of FaZe Clan, who ended up, despite this being a really close contest, with 5 more points than Dire Wolves in third place. Despite Dire Wolves getting a win over FaZe, it wasn't enough to make their way through this major. And I think really where it went wrong for Dire Wolves was that loss to Mirage.
Absolutely. This group kind of ended up going the way we expected it to, all things considered. It got really exciting on day 2. We thought that midfield battle was going to be super intense. But I think, yeah, like you said, the nail in the coffin for Dire Wolves was that earlier series to Mirage today where they lost it out in regulation. That really, really locked them out of that playoffs contention. The stars had to literally align for them to try and make it through, and we weren't in that timeline, so it didn't happen.
On top of that, the fact that FaZe managed to get some revenge against Wolves yesterday and take them down, in fact, actually, sorry, that was earlier today, that's a huge advantage as well, right? FaZe, in theory, you're going against Wolves, it's the hardest team in the group to beat, and the fact that FaZe could come back, win it in regulation, that's what really separated them from Dire Wolves as well. So really, it was this morning games that ended up now, we have the perspective, being super impactful in this group, and as much as I know Sprabuni in particular, the stats guy, he really wanted to see that tiebreaker just because it was so unlike it would have had to be a 7-0 for Mirage over FaZe and a 7-0 for Dire Wolves over Wolves. That would have been so good. We would have had to go to a tiebreaker game, but alas, that'll happen in the future. Overall, I'm really happy with this game. I think it was phenomenal.
Me too. I'm really happy that we got to cast that one. It was a super fun series to watch. Both of these teams had just a really fun style of Siege that they played in there, particularly looking at the fraggers, not just your entries, not just your usual suspects, but even those supports going off. You've got your Jackie Wu, secondary entry for Dire Wolves. He was having a good game as well. It just felt like everyone had their name in the server, and it was overall just such a fun match to cast.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a great time this major, haven't we, Mandy?
Yeah.
That is our final cast of the group stage and perhaps our final cast of this event. So if you've joined us, thank you so much. We've had a great time. Up next is TSM versus Team Liquid, a banging rematch, and it's Parker and Pengy to take you through it, so stick around.
Dá não, me.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon?
Park? No? It's... Both of us have suits, right?
Cara...
Nossa.
É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one. No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but alright. It's easy enough.
That looks scary.
This one just beat me down. That one's definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Of course. There's three. It's Hi-Fi Night Mode TV.
Man.
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought too.
I never heard anyone call it dynamic.
I thought there was like a video setting that was like dynamic.
That's what I thought. I was thinking
contrast.
like monitors, there's like Dyac equalizer, but
So I gotta do this one now. Is that how
Is that
it works? Is this the first one? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wish we could. Recruit's overpowered.
You gotta tell me what it tastes like.
It's also very good.
What's it taste like?
It's not bad. Not spicy. SSG.
I'll guess. I want to say Rogue. Not Rogue.
That's wrong.
What?
Was it on Villa?
That wasn't his first Pro League game. I think we both just have to do it.
I mean,
I think
we both do the
we're
math.
both correct.
We both knew this first kill. We know the team.
Yeah, we both knew exactly what was up. We were both right, and now we pay the price.
Yeah. Ready?
Let's roll. 1, 2, 3.
It doesn't taste like anything to me. It's like there and it just goes away.
That one was very not spicy.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high, you never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it.
Welcome back, everybody. We got 2 more matches to wrap things up, and there are still a couple playoff spots left to clinch, Nick.
But not many.
Not many.
Really aren't many.
That's why I said a couple.
Yeah. Also,
Why is it a
I'm curious,
couple?
is a couple to you 2 spots or is it a few spots?
It's a few spots, but in this case, there's a couple spots still because we've got 2 in the next group on the next match. Then we got 2 here as well. So you look at this one.
2 couples.
2 couples. Right now, we're looking at TSM versus Heroic. One of these teams are going to go on to the main stage on Friday. Will it be yet another North American team or will it be yet another European team? All we know right now is 2 things. Number 1, every single Brazilian team has made it to Friday.
Yep.
Huge major for Brazil.
Massive.
Absolutely massive. They represent half of the teams that will be playing in the quarterfinals. APAC, the opposite side of that coin. No APAC teams have made it. They're going to be busy APACing their bags and going home, unfortunately. CAG falling just short in just a match or 2 ago. TSM and Liquid were on your screen. Liquid is already qualified.
Yes.
This matchup for them is not as consequential as it is for their opponents in TSM. TSM just need a single point. 1 point. If TSM loses, in overtime they walk away with 1 point, and that's good enough for them to be able to make it. This is why Heroic have the tiebreaker over TSM based on round differential. So if Heroic ends up winning and TSM doesn't get a single point, then Heroic is the team that will be going on. This is TSM's last chance.
Heroic will have to win regulation, of course.
Correct.
Not just win.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Because if they don't win in regulation, then they get 2 points.
Yep.
And 2 points are not enough.
So there's a lot to be playing for here, especially for TSM. And I spoke to Smack, who's a part of TSM's roster. As their, I think manager is the term, something like that. Works with the org of TSM. And he was like, we're here, and we made it. That was the first test for us. But the real test, of course, is to make it to playoffs, get that quarterfinals experience on stage, especially with these new players of Snake and Gasher. And they're almost here. But they are fighting up against Team Liquid, which is probably the second, if not the best team, looking at how they performed so far. Them and W7M are the 2 best teams, in my opinion. It's not going to be easy.
No, I completely agree with you on this. We're going to go to Villa. That's the map on which we will play. And while we get the stats ready for Villa, we can talk a little bit about what's happened with these teams. There's been some inconsistency issues with the North American squads. It was a rough first day for Soniqs, but then they bounced back, and they were the first North American team to clinch a spot in the playoffs. SSG have had their struggles with consistency. Mirage were unfortunately consistently poor in most of their matches, and they were the first team to get knocked out of the Jönköping Major. That just leaves TSM and SSG to represent North America again. Team Liquid, so dominant, but you wouldn't think that from the social vote.
Oh boy.
The people spoke, and they said TSM is the favored son in this matchup. TSM will be starting on defense against Team Liquid here on Villa, and the operator bands will roll on your screen.
Dokkaebi to go out first, of course, to target ban Team Liquid and that roam clear capabilities that Dokkaebi gives you, especially on a large map like Villa. Jackal actually, same exact story, so I'm not going to be surprised if both teams are going to be roaming all over the place now, because the only operator that can deal with you now is going to be Lion. Lion doesn't help you find opponents necessarily, but once you find them, you can keep them stuck in an area with that scanner going out. Mira, that's going to solidify how, again, you cannot just bunker down on the bombs that behind those mirror windows. You got to get out and get active. And the final event to fall is going to be Valkyrie Asami? Valkyrie, yes. TSM taking off that information game from Team Liquid. LATAM as a region, arguably the best at using information operators, such as Valkyrie. Nesk, back when he made his debut way back in year 1/year 2.
Oh, here we
he
go.
was known for his reflex scoped Valkyrie. Unstoppable. He got that 1 versus 5 against Black Dragons way back when. Back when Noted was a member on that team, actually, on Oregon.
Oh my gosh. That's a throwback.
That's a long time ago.
Border has been the most played map out of this group. No team in Group B has played on Villa yet. And when these teams first met, that was yesterday, to start off our Tuesday morning shows, it was TSM and Liquid playing on Border, with Team Liquid prevailing 7-5. Border and Villa are obviously very different maps, and they will be played very different. When we look at the history of rematches, the team that loses the first time tends to do better the second time. If that said, TSM, even if they do better, that still means that they will get 6 rounds, which still means that they go to overtime, or they go into go out of regulation into overtime.
Okay.
And then they go into the playoffs.
Yes.
I was trying to keep everything here with the stats in front of me to make sure that it made sense.
It made sense in the end. We got there, that's for sure. Achieved to bring out the Capcan. Uno from Heroic made a tweet how in yesterday's game that they had, it was like the Capcan was the biggest enemy in the server, and Achieved himself actually fell against Team Liquid on Border to a Capcan trap in a moment he could have won that round for his team easily. Sometimes those traps in the doorways, they are hard to spot, especially when things are going fast because time is running so low. It's why you can use the clock as a tool in these matches. Operator lineup from Liquid. Glass, Ying, Nuke, Finger, rather aggressive, but also you got that execution factor from Legonis and Ask. The Ying and Glass duo, 4 grenades, tons of flashbangs to come out, but you still keep things aggressive with the Nuke, Finger, and Sophia. Of course, it's Nesk and Paolo leading the charge for Team Liquid, but no one's died so far. We're just waiting.
Everybody's still alive. Look at Ask and Achieved. So close. Achieved hears it. Does he go for the run out? Ask is prepared and waiting for it. Candelas go off, and Ask was prepared. Down goes Achieved. First pick goes to Liquid amidst the cacophony of sounds of those Candelas.
I almost want to say it seemed like Liquid baited that jump up by throwing that one singular Candela, but a second jump up from Gasher punishes Ask right back. It's a good bait by Liquid and a nice read from TSM.
Absolutely said so well. Nesk on the Nook. Sight unseen. 2 picks, very quick order. Just winnowing down these numbers on TSM. Control of the bomb site as Resets gets on the scoreboard as well. Gasher down below. Only an inch away from his monitor, and TSM only an inch away from a loss in this first round. Gasher making noise. The tricky part, retaking from the stairs. Diffuser almost completed in the hands of Legonis, and Gasher gets slaughtered by Resets. No opportunity to get back in the bomb site. Liquid takes round number 1.
Nesk walking through top red there, just completely ignoring the entire setup. 3 ADSs, deployable shield, 2 members of the crossfire, behind a keep it barrier as well. That just opens up the round for Team Liquid, and the follow-up, you saw it immediately there. Paolo sprints to the bomb site and takes control of Vault, and then they can just start planting. Every single thing worked out for Liquid. And I just want to go back to that initial opening kill from Ask. Being a 90 repel and asking Lagonis to throw a single Candela at basically nothing to try and quote-unquote bait the execute to force something to happen was a very good read. And sure, Gasher, he answered right back, but he's smoked downstairs. So when they push to the bomb side, there's no toxic babes to help the side itself, and that's why Nesk just storm on through. No one's there to stop it, really. And I mean, we all saw it. Nesk, he won both of his gunfights with ease.
We're obviously running on a delay here. I just got a notification for the tweet that went out for this matchup.
Oh boy.
And it says TSM need just 1 point from Team Liquid to make it into the playoffs. Don't miss this match. Open B stream and say hi to Intero, but not to Pengu because he hasn't come to our office and said hi to the social media team.
That's actually true, I haven't. But I said hi to Salty in person, and I called him BK when I did it though, and he didn't like that.
Cool.
Yeah. I was like, hey, BK, I'm a big fan. He's like, what? I'm like, sorry, Salty, I'm just messing with you. I actually don't even know where their office is, but I'll go say hi before today's over. I'm terrible.
Yes, you should.
Yeah.
Always say hi to the people that you work with.
But no excuses, no excuses. I'll be better.
Anywho.
Hopefully so will TSM, because that first round is not how they want to keep things going. It's not going to bode well for them, and fate is up to themselves right now in this particular instance. Of course, if Heroic loses and stuff,
What is the other stuff?
Well, if TSM stays on the points that they are currently in Heroic, they also just get smashed in their game, then they also go through, right? Yeah. So it's like, they could just get smashed by Liquid and still be fine, but it's not up to them in that case. Whereas they can lock it in with that single point. A slow start for Liquid. They're feeling things out just like in that previous round, applying pressure in multiple avenues, in multiple ways rather.
Candles go off yet again, as Ying being a very important cog in the machine of Team Liquid. Bolo taking some damage, Warden, his operator, perfectly primed to deal with the Candelas. Nesk goes down. You saw how on Nook in the previous round, Nesk was able to find an opening and get those 2 fast picks. Merc from TSM will be the next to go, so both teams losing one of their soldiers. Half of the round, Bolo still on top of the corpse of Nesk, will reposition away from the landing. This is a trophy statuary defense, and TSM are hugging the bomb site quite intently. Now it's a Chief taking damage, and Lagonis capitalizing off of that. Bolo had taken a couple bullets earlier on. He'll put that to the test. Damage done to resets. Chip damage being done to both of these teams right now. Neither team have a medic on the board, so they will persist with those scars. Lagonis goes down from Liquid back to a 3v3. Even numbers.
Can't do much here. Asks a frost trap on the window of Wolves, can't just jump in safely. Resets has to find an opening because Ask, he cannot do it. He gets shut down as well. 3v2 in favor of TSM. All happens here.
Snake really putting in work for his team as he's got almost all of the kills in this round. Paulu's last man standing. He'll make his own opportunities, but he's shut down by the ADS in front of him, opening up a line of sight. You can hear the sound of Snake's carbine rattling away. Paulu does not have access to the diffuser. It's Bolo to go crossbody on him inside a bathroom as Paulu in Astro has nowhere else to go. Nice tracking by Bol. TSM pick up their first round, and both teams are now tied at 1.
It's a good initial setup from Liquid, but very isolated members. Paolo and Red Stairs could not go up because A, there's a barbed wire, 2, there's that beep boop. I actually don't know. Motion sensor? Is that the real term? We call them beep boops where I'm from. There's a beep boop and a barbed wire on the red stairs. Couldn't get up the staircase. Ask stuck on that wolf window. Frost map below it. Bolo holding jump in as well. The only real threats and pressure coming from Team Liquid was essentially just resets, just kind of trying to walk on in from Astro, but there you want to double crossfire as well. So when Nesk fell early on in that opening kill, that's really things fell apart for Liquid. No one really took his position back into their own hands. TSM, they're going through those bomb sites right now. Started in AVG, then went Trophy, and now they're going to that dining kitchen bomb site where This plays out rather differently. Normally we always see a pulse here with a mute with a C4, but TSM's gonna do something a little bit more aggressive. You see this shield out here in the master bedroom bed from Bolo? That's gonna give you some cover. The bomb site itself, rather vulnerable. No rotates on site, but there's a drone from resets. This could easily be a rush for Team Liquid with this information. The site, as I said, no rotations being made. The only thing that can stop them might be Capcom traps, but look at the Chief. He's got 3 spare in his pocket just now being put down. It's only Gasher here. It's a late site setup. But Liquid, they're not going to go for the rush. They will clear it out.
You think of all the teams that go quickly into a bomb site, Liquid doesn't usually jump to mind.
No. Not unless you go back to Atlantic City. Look at the Lion combination. They went really fast back then.
Oh, you have experience with that?
Oh, yeah. I have like trauma from back then. Say, the bomb site feels real safe and I'm dead. Literally out of nowhere.
And it was Nesk on Ying as well with the abundance of bullets in that LMG. I'm not even a player. I don't play at that level. Even Nesk scares me.
Yeah.
I will say that much. Gasher taking some damage. Liquid now moving on over, but it's Nesk to die yet again. He was so impactful in round number 1, but he was the first death in the match in round number 2, first death in round number 3 as well.
Yeah.
Not exactly where you want to be if you're Nesk. The man is single-handedly able to take over matches. We have seen him do so time and time again. The good news is that you have Nesk 2.0 and Palu on the team. You could even call him the upgraded edition. Nitro Cell goes off, and Ask decides to use the skeleton key. It does not work out. He falls to Snake. Palu takes one before Bolo ends his reign. And it's TSM in a 4v2. Resets close by, dragging the DMR. He can't outduel Gasher. Lagonis to repel in an act of desperation. Finds one target, flicks over. Snake is down for the count. But Achieved, who started things off, ends things as well. TSM take the lead in this match.
It's looking good for them. I mean, TSM are getting opening kills. That's very important. And they're shutting down Nesk in the process even better. And the thing is, this is without Merc even being activated really, so once he also shows up on that scoreboard, that's when Liquid are going to be in really big trouble. Now, this is Villa. It is defender-sided by most team standards, and it's where the map is much more comfortable for you to play on. You have a big map to work with, a strong bomb site, verticality, and you have information available to you. Bulletproof cameras, Maestro, Echo, etc. if you want to bring them out. The only thing that's banned off is the Valkyrie. Even Asami is available to you. So you have so many different ways you can play out this map based on what your preference is. And Liquid, they've been bringing the same stuff in attack, but we are seeing one slight change this time around, which could change. But As is going from Buck to the Amaru instead, which could signify, again, that aggressive kind of playstyle that they did in the first opening round, baiting out positions from TSM and acting upon that. On the final seconds before we start, it is going to change to a sledge instead, unfortunately. TSM and Achieve, in particular, he loves bringing the Captain every single round.
I mean, if it works, right?
I mean, it's good to bring. I mean, if Nesk is sneaking around and you can't catch him on cameras, he has to shoot the Capcom trap to get past it. It does give you a small sound cue, if anything, and at best, it does a lot of damage.
Waiting on calls, a subtle head nod from Snake as he sits by the window. Hey Snake, nice charm. He's getting calls and he can hear sound. Let's be quiet for a second. Play off of his audio. Missed opportunity, it seems. Droned out, so he's not going to be able to go for a jump out. Spotted and taking damage as he runs away, and it's the Miracle Mile. Somehow gets out of there with his life intact.
Or will he? Ask is there to catch when they ask for stairs. He has one way out, he's got to choose wisely. Drop down here could be dangerous. Oh, and Ask goes up.
Looks the wrong way. 1 minute off of the clock, and most of it have been trying to track him down, but true to his namesake, he's been a slippery snake.
But he has.
Merc, first one found, tagged down by Resets and eliminated. Resets into the bomb site, by the way. And he sees yet another. That yellow color, Resets good enough to take down Gasher. 2 players coming across the glass, both dying so far. Candela's going out as well. Achieved seems to have ripped the Nitro Cell, not connecting on anything. Down goes Bolo, Ask traded out. So they go 1 for 1 on each other. Achieved will have to retake, as will Snake, both remaining players from TSM, beneath the bomb site. Diffuser in hand of Lagonis. Candela still going off, but no more utility. 2 nades in that pocket of Nesk and flashbangs. Palu hasn't even used a single Rotero drone, and yet Liquid has full control of the bomb site.
The issue is that Gonis has the diffuser, as you mentioned. He's on the study balcony window. He can't really risk just jumping on in. He has no smokes, no candelas. He has to either rotate or have an escort to get that diffuser to the bomb site itself. And there it is. Just the escort.
Plenty of ways to cut off the opportunities that TSM have. Those staircases are where good players go to die. Through the holes above, Snake can hear the diffuser going down. He'll give his position beneath away as the impact blows up some of the floor. Timer now runs against TSM. Snake in a 1v4 with the diffuser at 35 seconds. And very limited intel for TSM. He'll ascend the stairs. Nesk is prepared, ready, waiting. Resets his 3 kills so far. It's Palu who drops down below. They were swarming him. He was on the run for most of the round, and Snake lasts until the dying moments of the round. Good endurance, but just unfortunately didn't really amount to all that much for his team. With that, Team Liquid will tie the game. Both these teams so evenly matched at 2 rounds apiece.
It's giving me a little bit of a throwback to back when Glass first got buffed to see through smoke grenades, because Glass right now is the entry player for Team Liquid, or entry operator rather, where typically when people play Glass in the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege, it's an execution style operator, right? You'll throw out a smoke, maybe try and plant, maybe get a kill, but that's not how Liquid is playing it. They will throw a smoke grenade, walk through the bomb site, get 2 or 3 kills, then slow things down, check all the boxes. Where are people? Where is the enemy? Where is the diffuser? Okay, how do we safely get that from point A to point B? And we saw it. Lagonis, or Lagonis, waited a whole minute on that study balcony, not taking a single risk or a single peek. He knew he had spent all his utility, couldn't safely get into the building, didn't want to risk jumping that window. He just waited for backup. When backup arrived, they got the kill, then he jumped on in, and he successfully gets down that diffuser. And ties it up 2-2. No one is running away with this game, even though it looked like for a moment that TSM winning those 2 rounds back-to-back, that they might just do that. The big difference right now, or the big factor, should I say, is the opening kill has led to the round victory 100% of the time so far. When TSM got their 2 opening kills back-to-back, they won the round. Same story for Team Liquid. So let's keep our eyes on who falls first. I said it earlier, Merc still yet to find the scoreboard, 0-4. When he gets there, that is when TSM will be at full force. We always speak about the trio. Back in the old roster of TSM, the same trio that is still here. The Merc, Achieved, and Bolo. When those 3 players are playing well, that used to be TSM's way forward to success. But now you have both Snake and Gasher. And there have been really solid key members of this new version of the roster who always seem to show up. Gasher on that supportive anchor position always plays it really smart, stays alive. TSM, they really needed that kind of player, especially in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of this year.
They love their DMRs. They love the fact that they hit like a truck, as Stokes had said in a previous broadcast. Palu walks right in, 1 minute off the clock. Bolo is no more. The alibi that was roaming over by Aviator Games, with Snake at his side, can do no damage. Palu still in this position, not far removed from where he came head-to-head with Bolo. If Snake knows this, he can be prepared and waiting. I think he might have missed that opportunity. He hasn't given himself away. Nice shot by Palu on the Snake, who was repositioning. Excellent stuff for Liquid. They've got 2 picks with still half the round to go.
It's hard to keep track of where exactly Liquid are in the map, because if you're Snake in that position, you're thinking, Palu surely left to do something more productive, but no, he was a little bit more patient from the side of Palu, and it rewarded him, because Snake started moving first, made enough noise for Palu to figure things out, and now we're 2-man down. TSM, they gotta go on the offensive now and try and find back those numbers.
Good patience from Liquid.
Very good patience.
Very, very good patience. Taking their time. You get those 2 picks, you don't need to rush into the bomb site, where you'd see teams that might be a little bit less experienced decide, hey, we can take the engagement. Liquid immediately go on to drones after securing those 2 picks, because they know that with a team like TSM, there are threats all across the board. Ness gets 1, but so does Merc. Numbers continue to favor Liquid, but a second kill for Merc now on the board, and that'll be all she wrote. Nesk walks right in on the brazenness of this man. as he's able to get 2 kills. Achieved is down below. He is a Nitro Cell, and he could stop the plant, but he won't do that. Desperately tossed up, and a flank drone now gone will give his position away as he heads to the top of Astro Stairs. There's a player from Liquid just patiently waiting by bathroom, and that's Ask with the F2 to seal the deal. TSM will not be able to win this first half as Liquid have picked up 3 of the rounds here on their attacks on Villa.
That flying drone that achieved shot right before dying in the round ending was the very last remaining drone in the entire round. Nothing in pocket, nothing on the ground. That was the 10th drone kill from the side of TSM. And it's been a trend for Liquid throughout all these rounds because, you said it, Parker, once they get a kill, they hop onto drones. Liquid are winning almost every single, well, and losing all of these rounds with 1 to 2 drones left remaining. They're spending so much time and utilizing every single drone that they have available to them for maximum value. And those few seconds that they're spending extra on a drone is getting them those few extra kills, getting them into a stronger position, and most importantly, they're staying alive. Team Liquid, throughout the history of Rainbow Six Siege, have always been known to be very good at utilizing the information game. Sure, Nest played Valkyrie back before Orbiter Bends were a thing every single round, that's one aspect, but how Liquid have been able to utilize their drones from the very beginning of their international debut as a core roster, that's always been a stable performance of theirs. Back on Clubhouse, when they played against me, they would smoke the kitchen hatch. Before dropping themselves, they would send down a drone, scout out the land, then the second time with the second smoke grenade, then the player drops. If they can, they will peek something with a drone to keep members alive. It's why they're losing so many of them. That was the 5th drone kill of this round as well. So half the info to work with.
Well, it's very valuable intel gathering devices for Liquid being taken away. Only 4 drones remaining at this point in the round for Liquid. That is quite brutal with still well over 2 minutes to go. Another crack at this kitchen defense for TSM. They were successful here last time around. Achieved was a key part of it. Down goes Ask. Achieved still on the roam, this time by Library. He'll take a brief pause as an EE1D goes off. Not far away, down by Bikes or Mudroom, depending on what region you come from. There's a player on Liquid staring in that direction. It's the familiar F2, not in the hands of Ask this time. It's on Reset's character. And, well, I mean, it's hard to beat the F2. That thing is an absolute bullet hose. Merc with another. He had 0 kills until the last round. Snake patrolling the hatch takes out Nesk. Lagonis answers back on the Gasher. 5 players dead, 5 players remaining, and we still have half the round to go. This is quite a good pace for both teams, but it currently favors TSM.
See what they can do, minute 30 on the clock. And it's not looking well, but now as I say that, Resets finds another Merc off the board. It's a 2v2, anything is possible, but Bolo, he finds Lagonis. Resets, this clutch could be huge. Going 4-2 scoreline on attack and starting side of Villa would be massive for this, because defending is the favorite side. Can't be done. Gets shut down.
I appreciate the fact that you were trying to sell that, but with the positioning that TSM had, both on the bomb site and off, locking down the few ways that you could have seen Resets get back into the bomb site, it just wasn't going to happen. Nick, first half, 3-3. No closer to settling this at all. Gasher, that is just really something. Okay.
Have you been swung by those skins in game at some point? We're like, what's happening? What's going on? Who's swinging me?
I have actually never played against one of those skins.
It's really rare for me as well, but
because you are at such a huge disadvantage.
It's a huge head. It happens to me sometimes when I play a quick match, and I'm always like, what am I fighting? It's like a flying head or something. It's always something. Gasher is attacking ripping onto Blitz. I recall TSM's first international debut was the Raleigh Major, I believe. And we played against them, G2. And we played Blitz, Jackal, Lion, Dokkaebi. Awesome Blitz. We're having a great time just chasing down Achieve, chasing down Bolo. All the boys. Now they might just do that to the Team Liquid. The aggression that Blitz offers you on various bomb sites here, whether it's main stairs rush into study, master bedroom into like the bomb site into Astro, you have multiple avenues you can utilize, red stairs as well. Just gotta choose one and go fast, because the one error Blitz suffers is when you take things too slow and you start taking a little bit of damage here, and then that chip damage right out the finger is really how the Blitz falls easily. Especially on land with 0 ping, you take so much damage so fast. Even the SMG-11 from Lagonis, just a couple bullets to the shoulder, and Gasher might just fall. Bolo waiting downstairs, could stun the main stairs after clearing that barbed wire. Take the sound away from Lagonis, and then Gasher can just fly on in. The C4 misses.
Bolo asserting his dominance on the stairs. Gasher's in, but will have to confront one of those Kiba barriers. It's not enough to stop him, and he just charges on in, and with the diffuser, he can get it down. Resets will have to stop it as Nesk circles around the bomb site to get in as close as he can. Bolo, who's watching over, can't do much. The one player down below achieved, finds him, gets him. Blitz is down. Suddenly Liquid are now on the diffuser. Nesk sitting on top to try and stop it. Achieved will need to nade. Oh, this might not work. This might be a little off base, and it is. It gets resets down to 1 HP. They will. They stop him. Merc to the rescue. Both players from Liquid falter, and just in the nick of time, he pulls it off. Their first attack, and TSM are triumphant.
Of course, Achieved, of all people, would go below as a sledge with grenades and Punk would be like, I can grenade this position, that's not a big deal. The thing is, he could be diffusing on the right-hand side or left-hand side of that diffuser, and there is this grenade nerf that occurred last patch about after the Berlin Major, where you do less, like basically, the further the grenade is, the less damage you do now. So the damage distance drop-off is larger. If that nade, exact same nade, had gone through 3 months ago, that kills Nesk in the defuse. But because that small change, he stays alive with just a slither of HP, which would have been enough for that counter defuse if Merc didn't win the first gunfight to then kill Nesk afterwards. Very close ending to that round, but a very decisive and convincing first half, especially led by Gasher and Bolo on that entry on the main stairs. Gasher ran up, Bolo got 2 kills off the Blitz. Blitz then killed the Asami, or helped kill the Asami, got the plant down. Things get a little bit dicey, but beautiful execution. In TSM, they're keeping that same thing. Gasher is going to lead the way, now on the Ying instead. Same fashion as Lagonis and Team Liquid. A big preference for this particular operator. The Candelas on a map like Villa that has a lot of big open rooms is so favorable for the attackers because it's so easy to blind the multiple defenders with a single Candela.
I'd like to keep you updated as to what's going on with the playoffs, and if you weren't paying attention during our pre-show of this match, TSM just needs a single point. That means 6 rounds confirm them at the, or to the dismay rather, of Heroic. Spoilers inbound for those of you that aren't watching the other stream. Clear your, close your ears for just a second. Yeah, that's right. Close them up. Right now, Heroic is winning in their match, 5-2 over SANDBOX. So the win conditions for Heroic are win your match, TSM doesn't get a single point, and Heroic makes it to the playoffs. TSM are 2 rounds away from securing themselves a berth in the matchup on Friday. One of the quarterfinals. Who will they play? We don't know. We will be doing a live draw after these matchups are done on the main channel. It'll either be you and I doing it, or it will be Fluke and Hap. It depends on which of the final matches finish first.
Yeah.
And yes, of course, it will not be rigged. Because I know that you will make fun of us for the fact that you think that it will be rigged. It will not be. Grenade goes off, by the way. Another one tossed out from Achieved. It hits onto Ask. Beautiful. No more Azami. All of those Kiba barriers should have been put down at this point, so you lose a warm body, you don't lose the same utility.
I mean, that's such good value from Achieved. He's so efficient with those grenades from below, despite the nerf. And Paolo now on the fire has to run backwards. And I mean, he has a C4, but he can't stay in this area. He's too far off the bomb site and 2 alone, with Ask dying as well. We need reinforcements up above. TSM, they have to use Gasher on the Ying now to enable the execute. And this C4 could stop it, but it doesn't.
Telltale sign of those Candelas going off as well. TSM trying to use that utility to dislodge these players from Team Liquid, not finding much success outside of that kill onto Ask. The fire will go as Merc just walks right in, takes some damage in the process that he started, by the way, and has now got it down on resets. Palu is gone too. Nesk falls. Lagonis the only one upright. TSM a single kill away from a flawless, but Lagonis will say not today. He's blinded out, and he won't be able to get more than one as Achieved shuts that down. And TSM are a single round away from the playoffs.
Achieved got 2 grenade kills in that round, and then 2 kills with his gun as well on top of that. 4 kills in the round. I mean, the value on this man right now. I mean, I always say arguably the best Sledge player in the world. He's played this operator since as far back as I can remember, and his utilization of grenades is a big reason to why he's still on that operator today. Not every single player in Pro League can throw grenades as good as he can. It all comes down to practice, of course. When you have played Sledge for like 5 years straight at this point, probably, why not go for one more and one after that? It is one of those operators that just takes expertise, both on how you do the vertical destruction, when to use the gadget, how to use the gadget. And you saw it. If you have confidence in your ability to grenade someone from below, you can even play the post plant from there, even though you're not a Buck, back when Buck, for example, had grenades. Let's see what Gasher does here. 14 seconds on the clock, hovering the ace currently. Snake on the Osa now. Maybe it's his turn to flex those different kinds of operators. As Bolo said, hey Snake, that Twitch looks mighty nice. Give the F2 to me instead. I'm gonna break a couple more kills on this board before we enter OT or take that match point situation. And again, this is the round that TSM needs. If they go to 6 points, they've done it. Or 6 rounds, rather, they've done it. It's gonna be a kitchen defense. It's not easy to break. Either you gotta go straight for the bomb site, which is never really a good idea, or you gotta go for a roam clear. Against the castle, the Capcan, the post near the bomb site can grant information as well. Open and kill, same story. Whoever gets it, they take the round. Whoever falls first, they also fall last.
The sounds of the game are a beautiful thing, are they not?
They are.
Sometimes it's nice to just let the match breathe and hear what the players are hearing. Late setup from Ask as one of those castle barricades goes down. After 2 attempts at Aviator, Team Liquid does not want to gamble on a third. Instead, they will go down to kitchen. Living room library is the is the son that nobody seems to care about. The redheaded stepchild, if you want to call it that. Nitrocell from resets goes out. Liquid gets their very first pick. It's on to Merc, who at one point was 0-4. Since then, he's gone 6-3. It was 6-2 before that untimely death. Snake and resets in the standoff at the moment. Resets tucked into the corner. There's nowhere for him to go that Snake won't be able to capitalize on. The Osa in prime position. Because TSM are trailing in numbers, that means that the longer that Snake sits there and waits, TSM is at an even greater disadvantage because the numbers for Liquid mean that they can just sit. They've got 1 extra body. Palu's in the exact same spot inside of living room. There he was before. There's a little bit of damage to Bolo. The Capcan trap seems to go off, though, and Bolo takes some damage from the dead Capcan operator. 1 minute to go. Team sitting at 4v4.
Bolo shot the one trap off the door frame before the second one exploded, so he could have died or gotten injured, but he stays alive. That could be the difference maker in this round. Ask has vertical side of laundry. Huge value there for Team Liquid, and TSM, they don't know this yet. 35 seconds left. Bolo has 2 smoke grenades. Those could be useful.
To keep your eyes on whether there's a Capcan trap or not. It was Capcan from Liquid that actually did so much damage to TSM last time around.
Ooh.
Look at how close they are. Snake just to the right of the door. We'll see the mute peek. Down he goes. Resets falters, as does Ask. TSM now have the advantage, but Snake and Bolo are just a tiny point of HP. Nesk will swing, losing the duel. Bolo takes matters into his own hands, and that's 6 rounds. TSM are guaranteed to play on Friday. Win or lose in this matchup, they make it to the playoffs.
It's gotta feel good, especially being down Merc from the very beginning of that round to a C4, and Snake waiting so long on that laundry door. He wasn't sure if he should leave that area, go somewhere else, or just figure something out. Ultimately, Liquid, They make the choice for them. They swing and they lose their gunfights. Something that Liquid is not known to do. They're not known to make those mistakes very commonly. And TSM doing really good work right now, despite being down in numbers. In 6-3, I mean, TSM can still play for the win, of course. Get more points and look fancier and get that W for social media game. But they've gotten their main objective. Playoffs. Quarterfinals. They get to play on the big stage with the new boys, and that is a very valuable experience for them. Liquid, of course, they've already qualified, so they're not too heartbroken by this.
I believe what they're called is Bing chillin'.
Bing, yeah.
They are Bing.
That's the cool kids with
Bing chillin'.
Yep. I guess the only thing that this does is that Liquid will not get a perfect run, because I believe they've been perfect. I'll double check. Yeah, Liquid has been perfect so far, not going to OT, won every game in regulation until this point.
Excellently done by TSM. 2 North American teams at minimum. Spacestation still have a chance to make it.
That's right.
They play against Fury, is it?
Yes, they play against Fury. And then we got BDS and W7M at the same time, and those 2 games at the same time will confirm who goes.
BDS right now are the favored team to do it.
Arguably so, yeah.
Arguably so. Another EU team would qualify. MNM won't make it. Heroic won't make it.
Not anymore, no.
It could be, in theory, it could be 1 EU team, 3 NA team, 4 Brazilian teams.
Oh boy.
Making it. Imagine you're in Europe and you're only able to send a single European team in Wolves.
You know what that means, right?
What does it? It means they're going to win.
It means Wolves has to go to the grand finals at minimum. Or just win the whole thing.
There were a couple people that we were talking to that said that Wolves Team Liquid would be an incredible best of 5.
Yes, it would be.
And I agree with that.
Absolutely. It's been a slow round for TSM. I can't tell if they're nervous to go forward because they might not win if they choke, or if they're just like, you know what, we're already qualified, it doesn't matter. Take our time. Figure it out. I also think that Merc might have been like, guys, let's slow it down. We've lost opening kills a couple of times too many now. I also want to play the game. Don't want to die to a C4 or a Captain Trap. Bombset is trophy statuary. And we're getting close to it. Achieving the hop reach this time, so no nades for him. Even though the value there was so big, and Paolo looking for a flank. TSM, they have 3 drones available. Not sure if any of those are watching the flank.
I mean, from this point onwards, the match is meaningless for both of these teams, Nick, because Team Liquid cannot finish outside of first.
True.
Merc gets the first pick. Bolo dies next to Ask, and then he's knocked over, resets in on the action. Down goes Merc. Nice shot by Paulu onto Snake. Diffuser goes down, and suddenly it's all fallen by the wayside for TSM. They've accomplished their goal. A victory here is a moral one at that. It doesn't get them any better standing in their group. Achieved is 30 seconds left. Yeah, make some noise, why not? 9 kills for Achieved. That's a tremendous score. He and Bolo leading the way on the team.
It does sound kind of cool to say that you're the only team to beat Liquid, though. Even if this is the case.
You know what sounds cooler, though? The only team to beat W7M, because it is yet to happen.
Oh, dude, yeah.
BDS could do it, should they so choose. Final kill comes in for Liquid, by the way, on what was largely a formality. They win the round. TSM still on match point. And with that, Team Liquid calls a timeout.
They call a timeout? Interesting.
It's a very serious business.
Yeah. This might be one of those, guys, do we want to show our full potential? Because there was this meme on Twitter that that Liquid gave SANDBOX Gaming a 5-0 head start, and then they started trying, and they did like 7 rounds in a row, 4 of them were flawless. It was like a complete slaughter, essentially, on Oregon that was. Of course, I'm pretty sure what happened was that Liquid got on defense, and that's when things get really dicey for SANDBOX, but I don't know. I do love to see when those decisions would be made. We had that decision once in the EUL finals against BDS back during COVID, where after the first map ended, that toe shot by Virtue on Theme Park, if people recall, we had a talk like, yo guys, do we try really hard to beat BDS? Or do we just say, meh, and go to like invitationals in like next month? And then we're like, you know what, no, we will be the European kings. So we'll try our very hardest. We did. We won. And then guess what happened? Invitationals got postponed to summer. And I retired. And I was like, I'm glad we tried hard because at least we won.
You should have tried harder.
We mean harder. We won. We beat BDS.
In general.
In general, oh yeah. Yeah. G2 as an org through history should have tried harder. Maybe in the later half of their existence. I'm not sure about the first half.
I wonder what they would have used that timeout for. I know you speculated, but we're no closer to an answer.
No, we're not.
5 seconds left.
No.
Attacker's objective is to
I mean, you could take a timeout for any reason, really. You don't really need a reason for it. You can be like, yo, guys, I want to get my hoodie off. It's going to take about a minute. Give me a timeout. Take the hoodie off.
You hungry? You guys want orange?
That happened in a different game, I believe, actually. Where a player like needed something and was like, I need a timeout.
Yeah.
They gave it to him. I mean, they had to take it, but they chose to take it.
I mean, you got one, why not use it, right?
Might as well, it's free. When we first got timeouts introduced into pro play, a lot of teams would almost never use them unless it was like a very dire situation.
Saw a lot of teams use them when they were on round 5 or 6 looking against them.
Yeah. And you're like, this might be a bit too late now.
Yeah.
We've gotten better at it with time.
There's a Lion that'll go out. Achieved is down below in Memorial. That's Snake on the Nook, sneaking in through the basement. Nade in hand. There it goes, doesn't hit anything. Achieved not having the success I think that he wants with a lot of those nades. He did get one nade, I think it was 3 rounds ago,
yeah,
on Aviator back in round 8, but that was it. The others have been botches. At one point, Achieved was racking up the nade kills, and he was getting more than everybody else in North America combined. But nades became very in vogue, and suddenly every team had somebody capable of throwing. What a shot by Merc. That's a good night, by the way. GN's in the chat, folks. Outdueling Nesk on that shot is a real thing of beauty. Merc can go toe-to-toe with the best of them. That shows exactly why.
Merc having a pop-off moment against no other than the legend of Nesk. And now TSM in a prime position here. It all comes down to, can you break this 90 and Red Stairs hold? Not so much hold, but breaking that line initially can be difficult. Once you get it, you're in a comfortable position, but you need somebody in that study balcony in the south side of the map. You can't all be pushing from one area. That's why Reset's playing. Gotta stop his position.
This is Midas still catching all those projectiles. 50 seconds left. TSM got that first pick. And now they've been quite patient themselves. Lagonis in trouble. Inside a vault. Grenade still going off around him. Now Gasher takes some damage. Ask has been dropped. It's by the default plant spot. Can he be retrieved? Will Liquid want to? Behind the Kiba, there's resets. Unloading. And he's good enough to take Bolo's head off. Pivoting towards Study before thinking otherwise. Evading team damage.
What?
Suddenly resets in this power play position. He's narrowing things down. Lagonis and Ask are so low on HP, but it's Resets picking up his 14th kill. And he gets 4 on the round, 2 of which in the kill cam. Liquid denying TSM the ability to get in. What a showing. That's 5 rounds for Liquid, 6 for TSM. 1 round away from overtime.
And this is often why we see the Asami being banned, because that right there is more damage done to TSM than a deployable shield could do. And you get 4 of them that you could potentially use throughout the round. I am a little bit concerned for TSM that round because they had 2 frag grenades downstairs. The first one hit Lagonis at a vault, did a ton of damage. But the second nade was a bit of a guess, right? No solid information to work with. And that grenade could have been rotated over to deal with that keeper barrier, which would have made TSM's lives that much easier. Instead, Resets gets a pop-off moment. 15 kills now to his name. Second closest person is going to be from TSM's side. It's going to be Achieved and Bolo tied on 9. And Team Liquid are going to take us back to that dining kitchen bomb site, bringing that information as you need. The Pulse, the spare C4, 2 at that. Ask and Resets 1 each. Campkin and Mute on duty.
5 seconds left.
Don't need to smoke for this bomb site because utility is more important to work off the Pulse. Bolo gets have fun on the Amaru instead. No Twitch for him this time around. Gasher's been playing Flex for the half of the attacking rounds, the first half. The second half he's playing the half-reach role instead. Remember, neither team really needs to show anything new, anything special, so keeping their cards close, playing a quote-unquote default round of Rainbow Six Siege. As they should.
It's a competitive match now where after TSM hit those 6 points, Team Liquid said, all right, you know what, we've let you hold the lead, we'll take it now.
Yeah.
We'll take it from here. This could, in theory, be a primer for the finals. Both of these teams are absolutely capable of making deep runs. Liquid in an SI final fell short to NIP. Yeah. TSM in an SI final, they triumphed over Empire. So we know that teams are capable of it. This iteration of Team Liquid with Lagonis at the head has shown incredible promise. Beating up the competition in BR6, beating up the competition in CES.
And frankly, in the group stage as well.
Well, they were 5-0. They could still end up 6-0. Technically 5-1-0-0 because they cannot win without overtime. But what an impressive comeback that would be. And they know a thing or two about impressive comebacks, just as SANDBOX in their match yesterday.
Yeah. That was something.
I couldn't believe it. It was 5-0 SANDBOX when we got in the shuttle.
Yeah.
By the time we got back to the hotel and then got back downstairs, Liquid had won. Really fantastic stuff.
Minute to go here in TSM. They're not knocking the door yet, but they're right next to it. 5 versus 5 in this final minute. Now that's when Ness gonna strike up the staircase. Gets shut down.
He just can't buy a kill. 2 guns from TSM finding their marks. Achieved losing some life in the process. Merc down for the count, but Palu's the one to die. Bolo is there. TSM very quick to get in to support their teammates, but oh no, a Capcan trap, and suddenly Liquid is back on the board. They've tied things into a 2v2. 35 seconds remaining. Lagonis can make calls from below. He's got access to that cardiac sensor. Great information, and if you ask, then he shall do as you say. There's one target for Lagonis. Making calls, achieved, going for the plant. Bolo watching, has one isolated. Bolo turns his back to Lagonis, but he knows that there's one from above. Achieved falls off of the plant. Ask drops. Bolo takes out Lagonis. Now it's all up to Ask. No damage to Achieved, and he'll take the engagement. Bolo needs to win it, and he does it at the last second. TSM, they come out on top, 7-5. They didn't need the victory. All they needed were the 6 rounds. They got it, but they wanted a little bit more, and they pick up a win and are the first team to beat Liquid in the groups.
They are. I mean, look dire there at that final moment. Achieved was trying to get to a safe location to plant once Bolo figured out that final member of Liquid's whereabouts. He died. You know, it must have been on 0.something seconds left because honestly, I thought time was going to run out on Bolo there, but they make it happen. They make it work. And that means Heroic, they aren't going. Well, they meant it a while ago. Heroic ain't going. TSM, they are. So is Liquid. And we almost now have all the teams for playoffs on Friday.
Spoilers inbound for you. Apologies if you're gonna listen, but Heroic did win their match. Doesn't matter though.
Oh, yeah.
The victory here for TSM clinches their spot. They knew that coming into this matchup, and it was a huge victory for them. We still got one more game to go though. Will it be Spacestation who makes it into the playoffs?
Or will it be BDS?
We don't know, but we're going to find out shortly. Before we get there, let's talk a little bit about this match after the break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
With their victory over Team Liquid, TSM secure their spot in the playoffs on Friday. We'll see them on the main stage. You, the fans, who will be here in attendance in Jönköping, will see them as well. For fans of Heroic, that means that they won't be making it. So we say goodbye to them. Another European team shown the door, but the good news is it's not a short flight from Sweden for most of them to get home.
Did you say it's not a short flight?
For Heroic?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a short flight. Or sorry, it is a short flight.
It is a short
Not a long flight. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
It's been a long group stage, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, our opening day, we had all 3 OT games we had on that opening day.
We've casted up until the last match before this, the Wolves-Dire Wolves matchup. It was, we'd casted every single OT, I believe we were told.
Yeah, before that game.
It was an endurance run for us. It was 5 matches in a row on that first day. It was long. I don't know about you, but I've been, I wake up at 6:45 every morning. Today our call time was 1 p.m. and I still woke up at 6:45 and failed to go back to sleep, so.
Oh boy.
It's been an especially long day for us, and for many of you, we've seen on Twitter saying that you've absolutely destroyed your sleep schedules as well, waking up at ridiculous hours to watch these matches. This one was an exciting affair for fans of TSM. For Team Liquid fans, they knew coming into this match that the only thing that was on the line was bragging rights.
Yeah.
If TSM had 7-0'd Team Liquid, it would not have changed Team Liquid's standing at all because they'd already amassed more points than TSM could get. TSM just needed 6. They got all 7. The loss obviously hurts Team Liquid's morale to a certain extent. W7M at the moment still undefeated. Team Liquid was as well. W7M is undefeated for the day, and for the groups, Team Liquid will not be. Here are the team stats for you, just in case you're curious as to who did what. It was achieved in Bolo, standing out for TSM.
Yeah, and a very high fragging power from Reset. Set that 4 in the round on the AVG defense, and he's been looking really great throughout this tournament, you know, all across the board. But again, Liquid as a team, they've done just that as well. There's not really any, like, what's it called, like, not outstanding performers on that roster. Frankly, neither does TSM. Gasher and Snake, the 2 new boys, the additions to that roster, they've shown up time and time again, and they stepped up to the challenge, particularly in this matchup against Liquid.
Absolutely. 2 new players, both of whom were slept on by a lot of fans and wondering, you know, Chala, Geo, no longer on this roster. That was a world championship winning roster, and they moved 2 of these players off. Geo is doing quite well, not literally. He's actually quite sick at the moment. But he and Soniqs have guaranteed themselves a spot on Friday, as TSM will now as well. And it looked like a beneficial move for both teams, and you love to see that.
Yeah.
Geo obviously going over to Soniqs proved to be an integral part of that team that now competes in the playoffs, and TSM bounced back after those roster changes, and both Snake and Gasher certainly look like they're fitting into the system as well. With TSM's victory, we said they made it to the playoffs. Here's what the group standings look like for you. Fans of Heroic, we are sorry.
Yeah, it was
they
close.
Did not make it. This was a very top-heavy group. Heroic and TSM doing battle for that final playoff spot to the bitter end. Team Liquid clinched earlier today when they went up 5-0. The real standout for us on the wrong side of the equation is how APAC underperformed. SANDBOX picking up 0 points, 6 regulation losses with a -25 round differential. Do keep in mind that the worst possible round differential is what? It would have to be you play 6 games, -7, so it's a -42 is the worst it could be, and they're -25, which means that they are about halfway to as bad as humanly possible. And I mean, if you watch the SANDBOX games, they had a number of 7-1 and 7-2s. It's a disappointing performance for a team that has performed well, and SANDBOX has made it out of the groups before.
Yeah.
And still, ultimately, this event, it just wasn't APAC's at all. No APAC teams will make it to the playoffs on Friday. And according to Guz, only a single APAC team has made it out of the groups and into the playoffs over the last 3 majors. If that math is wrong, by the way, blame Guz on Twitter @GuzCasts. I claim no responsibility for it whatsoever.
And they aren't even here to defend themselves, right?
No, Guz is not here.
Oh, I meant that one Kia, but...
Oh.
Guz isn't here either.
Either way. That's it. We got one more matchup for you on this channel, and there are, of course, playoff implications at play. BDS, Spacestation, fighting for the final spot to see which team makes it to the playoffs on Friday. Who's it going to be? W7M are undefeated. Will that streak break just as Liquids did, or will W7M finish 6-0 in a match that, frankly, doesn't mean anything to them? But for BDS, it means the world. We'll be back after this short break, and then we'll conclude our final matchup in groups.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server. But we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least 1 team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are very glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at a teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
I'm win. Yeah, let's go, let's go. LMG Fuse. I think the Zofia one. Okay, let's go. Isso vai. Dá-lhe mesmo lá. Botei. I'm gonna try to the. Which is this? The let's go. Depois você fecha e bota ali. De boa? It's good. Not very hot. It's good, like a jelly. It's good. That one. Approve it. The first one's approved. Not done yet. Napier Furry. I'm win. It's still not that much. Let's try. Nossa, eu vou ficar com essa aqui, certeza. The first one. It's good. I like jalapeno, so it's jalapeno, you know? It's good.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our very final matchup of the group stages, at least on this stream, because Spacestation versus Fury is going to be happening on the A stream. But if you're tuning in here, it's probably because you're a fan of W7M or of BDS.
I was going to say, where's the or? But you got it.
Maybe you're a fan of both. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. Are you a fan of either team?
I'm a fan of both teams, I would say. I think they're both top teams in their respective regions. W7M, they're the new kids. BDS is a team who's done so well for so long, but they've never ever won. I mean, they won the Saudi event, but like I want to say like a real major event internationally, but like top tier competition. They've never done it. But everyone has been saying for the last 2 years that they should have at least won one of those.
They made a roster change.
Yeah.
They're looking good. They finally make it back to an event. They've been absent for a while. W7M undefeated coming into this matchup, 5-0. We saw another undefeated team from the same country of Brazil and Team Liquid fall short against TSM. And W7M have an opportunity to go 6-0 on the day. Here's what the group looks like for you, by the way. Our last playoff spot is up for grabs. Fury is done. They cannot make it. That leaves it a shootout between Team BDS and SSG. Spacestation need to win. That is imperative for them.
Yes.
BDS also have to win. Here it is. There is a chaos scenario. If SSG win 7-5 and BDS lose 3-7, then it is a tiebreaker match. If SSG wins better than that, then they just move on. But it's relatively even for both of these teams to make it to the playoffs based on this statistic. Obviously, BDS has a smaller edge to it, but still a good shot for SSG. If you're a fan of the North American squad, then you are hoping and praying that they topple Fury. With the way that they played earlier today against W7M,
I was gonna say.
Every match might be a challenge. They're going to need to bounce back after their matchup today that unfortunately didn't go the way that they wanted. Rampy, Fultz, and Bosco having miserable performances in that one. As for BDS, they need to beat W7M. Beat W7M, and you're in. That's it.
And it was close last time. In fact, BDS had the closest match against W7M. They went 5-7 against them, which is a loss, but it's the closest anyone's gotten. So it's something.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Where are we going to go? That's the real question. We need to get to the map veto in just a moment or two, as actually all of the players look to be ready to compete. We know it's been a long day. We know that you've been watching a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. I promise you, we don't want to keep you waiting any longer than we need to. Clubhouse is where we are going to go.
So it's going to be a test of strategy and execution here. A little bit of a mental gymnastics before bedtime as, of course, both of these teams have been going at it early on. You wake up early. Some teams might want to hit the gym, get early breakfast, etc. Wake up. Then you got to prepare for the first game, play that first game, prepare for the second game, have a bit of relaxing time, and then the second game begins shortly after. So, yeah, Clubhouse, all about the fundamentals. It really tests people's both droning capabilities and execution, open up the walls in the right order, at the right time, in the right way. And both teams, they play Clubhouse. BDS, they're known to mess up breaching the wall, but then still somehow find a way through those rounds. It's going to be BDS starting on defense and W7M starting on the attacking side for this one.
Ooh, boy. I am very excited to get underway. W7M, hands in. They are not playing for anything, and I don't want to discourage you from watching this, but we want to be honest with you about what these teams have at stake. BDS can 7-0 W7M, and it's not going to change the results at all. W7M will come out on top of this group no matter what happens. They are not playing for bragging rights. They are not playing for a better result. They have an opportunity to kick back, take it easy, maybe save some strats, maybe play a map or two, or play on a map that they don't want to play on. Maybe they just want to have an easy time. Or maybe they want to be the only team to go 6-0.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible.
Send a message.
They can do that. But they don't need to. That's the point.
No, they don't. And there is value in considering that rest is important, right? I mean, Gio from Soniqs earlier made a tweet saying, oh, because they're locked in, he might actually sit out a match because he wants to save his energy because he wasn't feeling too well. He did end up playing regardless, and he also won that following match. But there is value in it, both here in esports and also seen in traditional sports as well, where you can sit out a great player, rest his arm a little bit, and then come swinging out stronger tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is an off day for every single team and also for us talent as well, because we're traveling to the main event in playoffs. Bit of a shuttle ride, a couple hours drive, and the players too. So no one's going to be working too hard tomorrow, but then Friday is when everybody gives 110% until they get sent home.
I just want to take 1 second here. Just break from this matchup and talk about the match that just concluded.
Okay.
TSM came out on top, and because of that, Heroic now goes home. After yesterday's matchup, Uno tweeted that, and I quote, hardest opponent on the server was actually Capkin Traps. Good game, TSM. Obviously a bit of BM saying that TSM did not perform up to snuff.
Yeah.
Gasher, quote, retweets it. Just now that TSM have won and knocked Heroic out of a shot in the playoffs, Gasher retweeted it and said, have a safe flight home.
Snake did the same thing I saw as well.
Did he?
Yeah, I believe Snake did too.
Excellent stuff. I love that beat. I absolutely love to see that kind of stuff.
It's good because Uno's comment was such like an underhanded one. It wasn't like, oh, these guys suck. It's like, no, the hardest enemy was the Capkin Traps, which can be understood as he died a lot to Capkin Traps, or that TSM wasn't really shooting back. Either way, I like that kind of banter on my social media platform.
I greatly appreciate it.
Operator bans are underway. The first operator to fall is going to be Hibana, a stable ban here on Clubhouse. It massively affects the basement bombs because of those hatches. Nuke. No surprise there. Everyone pretty much brings her and plays her if she's available. You get a second set of grenades, can sneak around the map. And I will argue that every single team can easily fit her in your lineup. Asami, another one of those really common operator bans. Same story as Nuke, arguably the strongest defending the entire game right now at the tier 1 siege level. And then we got the good old information game being shut down. Valkyrie. She had a brief moment a few months back where she was actually getting played rather commonly again, but at this event in particular, banned left, right, and center. So your final lock-ins are going to be Hibana, Nuke, Asami, Valkyrie off the board. BDS rather are going to go on the defense and W7 on the attack, and we're going to be going to church basement bomb site first with both a Mira and a Bandit on the board, kind of signaling a more passive approach for BDS in this opening round.
By the way,
if
you're watching this, We are going to be updating you on the SSG Fury match as this match goes along. I apologize in advance if you do not want spoilers, but we are in a current live situation. We are going to be following both of them. We will try to tell you when something is coming up so that you can cover your ears for a second. Okay. But at the end of the day, we have other matches going on that impact this match as well. As far as I'm aware, BDS will not know what is going on in the SSG match, just as SSG won't know. Team BDS are the team that is in the driver's seat. If BDS is able to get a single point, that's it, they move on.
Yeah, that's accurate. Now, LMG in the mirror is going to be Leaky Fact, actually, on the Bandit. Surprise, surprise. Normally when I enable this match, you just roam around the map and take gunfights, but W7M is a very lethal team. Taking gunfights that are unnecessary is not a wise choice. We saw that when they played against SSG earlier. SSG could not get comfortable in those gunfights at any moment, and they played on Oregon. Very explosive map. Now on Clubhouse, you can kind of limit the enemy's aggression a bit more, because it does come down to how you utilize your utility, not just the gun skill itself. Just slow start here for W7M on the attack inside. League Effect slowing down the Jacuzzi Breach by putting down those Bandit batteries. That's going to trick the wall. Nicely done.
Well done by Licky Fac. That's actually my first time saying his name. Well, in a cast.
Yeah, it would be, actually.
I've never casted him before.
It's also new.
Like Lickitung, but with a fac at the end.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
I don't make these rules. I feel like that name, though, it's just you're constantly living in fear.
You are living in
You're living in fear of a single vowel being moved around, and you are doomed.
You're done.
I've never actually sworn on broadcast before, which is something that the entirety of the EUL talent cannot say.
No,
the
they
same
cannot.
on. They actually joke that they swear at least once a show.
It's been allowed.
Amateurs. W7M right now playing for bragging rights again. And Renshiro has been downed. Please ignore the player cameras. They are wrong. That is Shaiko, not Volps. And that is not Renshiro either. So
they're flipped.
They are, indeed.
Now, Renshiro got wall bang injured, so W7M does not know this, but that doesn't matter because Renshiro will still only be on 20 HP, and that is only if he gets revived, which he does not. So the opening kill goes the attack inside. Numbers advantage always in favor, of course. Kurt's gonna pop the hatch, but a C4 from Brede shuts it down. No, actually, the Heartbreach goes out, but he died for it.
JV finishes off Licky Fac. I can't get it out of my head. It'll take some time.
He's just planting. On the other bomb side.
At the halfway point, KZ far enough away. A second pick for JV, and W7M will be able to get out of there with the diffuser down. Volps dies to Alems. Alems yet another as he engages. A 2v2. Time continuing to run down against this BDS squad. Alems on such low HP. A bullet or two will be enough to take Mira out of action. There's JV for kill number 3. A fourth is there, and there's the quad kill. W7M take round number 1.
JV with a nice start. It looked to be a kitchen hatch execute, but while all 3 members of BDS was holding that angle, they just walked into that soft on church and started playing behind the mini bar. They knew it was clear because of good drone work, good information game, and then BDS, you know, that's like, they're not dropping. What's happening? Oh, plant is down. This is not looking good. And it's going to force a bomb site change from basement all the way up to the top floor of gym bedroom instead. And honestly, with Hibana being banned, normally we do see defenders go to basement first because that's where Hibana has the most impact. And it was BDS themselves who banned this particular operator, so that all makes sense. But they chose to go for this very passive kind of approach. I mean, sure, League Effect was roaming early on, and Lemsh was too, but they fell back rather quickly, and then W7M, they could just make work of the verticality, open up the walls accordingly, and then go for that bomb site execute. I think Gym's gonna bode better for BDS. They have more tools to work with. They can roam more across the map, extend to CCTV like you see here right now from a Lemsh, barbed wire on that red staircase for information gain. Barricade the door, why not? Give them garage, but don't give them more than that. W7M bringing out that very stable operator lineup. Clubhouse is one of the few maps where you're a little bit more limited on what operators you can and cannot bring, because it's a checklist, right? You always need at least 1 Heartbreacher. On some bomb sites, you need 2 of them. If Thatcher's open, it's almost silly if you don't bring it because it helps everything. Wall deny, ADSs, utility, etc. You always need at least one set of grenades and verticality. That's Sledge. So you have very little wiggle room and options, but in this case, with this lineup, Hurts on Iana and Casey and Sophia would be the two operators that you could change if you wanted to. This could be a rush, hatch trap plus reach.
Well, they're waiting for it, they're waiting for it. Hurts fishing for a kill, trying for something, can't find it, comes back empty-handed, the nade goes in, can it secure and follow up? No, it takes out some of the floor. Renshiro watches another blow up in front of him. He's the intended target for all of this aggression. W7M cannot capitalize on it.
Looked like they were going to pull the trigger there, but they don't. Almost got a kill with the grenade, but it's not enough. Breed inside a bathroom is safe, has ADSs and a mirror window to watch over this jacuzzi breach. Hurts can open up the top of that reinforcement. It won't matter unless you can ADS or EMP clear it, and that's why Thatcher is so strong. Time it correctly, you might get a free kill here.
There it goes. Oh, Shaiko engaging into KZ. Down he goes. JV runs in. Unable to do much at all. Shaiko trading off that HP for the first pick. Very worthwhile for BDS.
So really good coordination with that EMP and grenade, but Brede, he read into it, saw that blue color on the ground, ran away and got away with his life as well. W7M, they might have gotten the breach and the mirror window, but they have no real way in through that breach. Brede has sacrificed bathroom. BDS, they don't know if it's clear or not. They have to assume that it might not be. W7M, if they drone this out, they could make a play.
At Thatcher, JV still standing at the window, 4 kills in the previous round. Shaiko, who got the 1 pick inside of construction. Scouting mission goes in from the Gemini of Herds. JV engaging. His first death as Shaiko jumps out of the window in construction. BDS's superstar has 2 kills at the moment. More to be had. Down goes Renshiro. Julio, the first pick for W7M. Still an advantage for BDS. Nades go in. Shaiko doing some work. Won't get the ace as Brede picks up a kill for BDS as well. But Herds is the last one left. Which player of BDS will be able to find him? Oh, it's Shaiko. A 4K from JV in round 1 and a 4K from Shaiko in round number 2. Both these teams now 1 round apiece.
That could just be how this plays out. His key members showing up when they need it the most. I was gonna say a tactical timeout? No, never mind. We change. Oh, I think we're going for a quick rehost here, which is actually the first, like, quote-unquote rehost that we've encountered on the final day in the final game, unless it goes to a tiebreaker, of course, which is rare, but it can happen. Yeah, first actual rehost. That's actually impressive. BDS, of course, winning that round. It's gonna feel nice for them. Getting back into the round score against W7M early on, I think is very important because the playstyle of W7M is very aggressive and it feels like they're boxing you in both mentally and physically. What happened against SSG is that, well, Fultz, he dropped 0 and 9, if I recall correctly. He never really got into the server. Once you go 0-4, 0-5, it kind of starts to play with your mental, your confidence. You start being like, how do I get into this gunfight and how do I actually come out ahead or on top? And for some players, it matters more than others, but the point is, if you can't thrive in the server, in the game, and you get into your own head instead, that's a massive negative outcome for you and your team. Also why we always say those like vibey teammates, those yes boys saying, come on, we got this, 1 more round, let's push on, you got this, don't worry about it, keep going. It matters. As silly as it might sound, it matters so much. I have a personal experience with this. We played against Team Fund on Border, and the only kill I got in like a almost overtime game was somebody, like, I think Goga injured somebody and I took the kill, and I finished the match with that 1 kill. We won the map, whatever. And Fabian and the rest of my team kept saying, don't worry, Pingu, next round you'll get it, next round. And the map finished and they were like, don't worry, next map you'll get it, next map you'll get it. And when Oregon started, they were like, what operator do you want to play? And I was like, I want to play Ash. Get me in there. Let's just like shoot people or whatever. And that was actually, that was the map where I got at the time, the world record for most kills in the map. After dropping 1 kill in like a, 5-4 or 5-3 or whatever score time it was back then, to go into the world record kill of 21, 22 kills afterwards. So your teammates believing in you and you like regaining that confidence, it really can make a big difference. When a player like Shaco in the opening round doesn't really get much done, but in the second round he jumps out the same window twice, gets 2 kills, and ends that round with a 4K, he is forcing himself into this server and believing in his skills as a player and swinging with confidence. That's how you get those 4Ks. That's how you get back into the game and shut the enemy down.
I appreciate you providing us with that anecdote.
I figured it was a nice time with that rehost as well.
This is the Maverick Elite, by the way, that was shown, what was it, well, alongside the Yana Elite as well.
Yana Elite got really good feedback on social media.
Near Automata?
Yep. That is correct.
You ever play that game?
No. I've wanted to.
Yeah, I've never done it either.
But
I'm almost certain somebody's going to hear that and they're going to just tweet at me, oh, you should play it. Okay, I'll get around to it.
We should probably play it.
Yeah, I'll get around to it at some point. Either way.
Well, I always like seeing like collaborations as well in general with skins and whatnot.
You know what I like to see?
What?
I like to see the increase of bar stage being played on this map. And I like to see a lot less cache CCTV. And boy, oh boy, it warms my heart to see that on the 3rd defense, BDS will be going onto that main floor bomb site.
It seems like most teams have figured out that CCTV is a pretty bad idea unless you're under like quote-unquote perfect circumstances or if nothing else really is working out. And it's ironic because Bar used to be the worst bomb site on this map essentially. Well, actually that's a lie, there were worse bomb sites, but it was a second choice bomb site, but it sucked. But these small reworks that CLOPS have received the last 4 years, been 2 reworks or 5 years or so, they've made a massive difference. The first one was major, it kind of changed that to what it is today. They made a second mini rework that only really affected the Bar bomb site, and with time, players have accepted it. They've welcomed it, and it's now being played consistently across all 4 regions.
Clubhouse is the most played map so far through the group stages. This will be the 9th time that it has shown up, and it is a perfect 50-50 in terms of rounds won by the attackers and the defenders. Very quick action. As those pocket EMPs go off, and the jacuzzi wall will be opened up on both sides. Lems falls back, and he's able to get some bandit batteries down. Volp's first pick onto Leaky Fack.
In the basement. That's far off the bomb site, but a kill is a kill. Leaky Fack on the Oryx, so not the most valuable operator to lose. You are fast, you can go up hatch, that's about it. Breedy's position, again, crucial. Lemj there for support. That's bathroom and gym. This is a bar defense, the first line of defense.
Ooh, impact from Breedy to try and save the wall. It's accomplished its goal. That'll frustrate W7M as they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Those castle barricades, the utility expended upstairs that you spoke about, is slowing down the advance of the Brazilian team. They'll have to go elsewhere. They'll find that there's no real contest inside of Strip Club. Problem is that once you go through Strip, you need to worry about the defenders that will be playing above it. First logic bomb goes off, and JV can break into Kitchen as there's just under a minute left to go in the round.
As long as BDS has top floor control, they can hold this bomb set and Lem's getting a kill onto Hurt as well. It's gonna bode well for BDS, and you almost have to go back upstairs now for Volps to try and find something here. Otherwise, you gotta just walk onto the bomb site itself. That's not gonna bode well for you.
Volp's on the stairs, a few steps away from being able to get into the bomb site. He doesn't hold on to the diffuser. Julio does, who will now go above, trying to maybe get control of Jim. BDS answers back. 2 very fast kills on their side of things. And a third to add to that as Renshiro picks up more than 1 on the round. Volp's the last one from W7M. Not a ton of time to go with diffuser miles away. Kills are the only way Volps will be able to make it out of this with a win. But BDS has Zen-like patience, and they won't engage in any duels, leaving Volps to twist in the wind until Lems decides, you know what, there's only 2 seconds left, I might as well try it. And try as he does. He accomplishes his goal. 2 rounds in a row from BDS, and now they take the lead.
The hero in that round really is Breedy. Playing inside a bathroom upstairs, both impact grenades denied, a Selma charge each. That stopped them from breaching that wall to bathroom, so they kept top floor control. Lems was there for support in case he needed it, but he didn't. While Breedy also got those 2 impact tricks, he also avoided 2 frag grenades while barely taking any damage, with basically no support of any ADSs or my discs. It's well done for him. And as I said, W7M, you kind of need to take top floor control on a bar attack unless you have a Glass, an Oser, a Monty, something to deny that line of sight from up above, or something to smoke off the vision at least for those vertical holes that's been made above you. If you don't do that, it's not gonna work. And that it did not. volps was in the basement early on, did get that opening kill to Leaky Fact, but they can't convert that into much map control. That's really what Clubhouse is about. The execute and the map dynamics. Not so much just the kills themselves. The bomb sets are very strong if you don't pick them apart. Although if you can manage to break it, defenders are looking mighty fine once they get to that bomb site. We are starting to see some execution-based operators from WCNM now. The Capital from Hertz being brought out. Secondary Heart Breach and that fire and smoke can have a high impact on the round if used correctly. BDS have changed their approach as well. No mirror on the board. Goyo instead to burn down that clock, no smoke. And a semi-aggressive roam. 2 people offside, 3 people on the side. volps on this side almost as well. Could have just walked on in, but thinks better of it. Breedy is now aware of the positioning, and he's going to hold that entry point in case volps tries again.
Approach on this bomb site down on the bottom floor. W7M clearing out all except for that basement right now. Flush out the roamers. Have they spotted Leaky Fact playing above? I don't know if they're aware of this. He's got the hatch open. JV is not too far off. The answer to that question, a resounding no. They did not know that he was up there on that top floor. So the drone and discovery work for W7M falling just short. Not uncommon to see teams roam on the top floor when defending the basement. I'm certain W7M thought that they had a good idea, that it was empty, and ultimately they were wrong. Leaky Fact is still up there.
BDS, they like to hold on, and Lemsch typically is the player that does this. Wolves, also from Europe and the EUL. It's Rise that plays that position. W7M, they can push to the bomb side perhaps, but they gotta worry about that flank possibility, and they're already down a member.
Oh my, Shaiko getting put to the test in blue. Teams trading out, but BDS coming out ahead, continuing to rack up kills. It's an answer back from volps, but W7M still find themselves on the wrong side of this numbers advantage. For them, a disadvantage. Julio and volps to work together in tandem, waiting for Julio to get down towards the bomb site. He'll go through the main double doors that you see that lead to the corridor. BDS playing far enough back. Allow them to take church. Exothermic charge from Julio gets taken care of by Renshiro's impact grenade. Easy entry, not happening whatsoever.
That was the last exothermic charge. Nothing left in pocket. I'll walk in through this moto door, long hallway. That's all you got.
Renshiro has all the bullets and just continue to fire away. What can he accomplish? Goyo shield blows up, smokes go out. Julio taking a pummeling in the meantime. And he'll walk right through, but Brede with the shotgun makes so much magic. A 2-for available depending on what happens with volps, but it's Renshiro to peek and get it finished. BDS 3 in a row.
I like how they use Shaiko there. It's just a shovel in towards W7 on the blue stairs. One member came down from garage, one came from blue stairs itself. Shaiko swings both of them, does a bunch of damage and gets shut down. But then Renshi and Lemsch are there to trade 2 for 1, basically using Shaiko's aggression as a tool to get more value out than he could just get from it for his own accord. And it's one of those areas where BDS they've really improved upon. In their earlier days, it would be Shaiko's solo show. He would go in as a hero, either come out victorious or he would fall. But nowadays, BDS, they play around every single member so well, where Shaiko can say, I want to go for a swing, and someone goes, I'm right there with you, and they get so much more success because of that. And with W7M being down 1-3 in scores, they're going to call their tactical timeout on this attacking start side of Club. And typically, as you said, I mean, it's a 50-50 in preference here for how it's played out over 9 games. But if you know how to pick apart these bomb sites, if you do the execution correctly, you don't falter along the way, you typically see the attackers have more success than not because of how many different attacking operators you can bring. Whether it's ranged breach and Ace, or to burn through walls with Maverick, bring in 4 grenades or a Ying. And with the operator bans right now, I mean, the nuke doesn't change that much. Sure, you don't get one-step frag grenades and you can't sneak around the map, but you got Ying, Capital, shields available, Glass, Osa, Thatcher's open. There is really no reason to be struggling on your attack inside if you go through that ABC 1-2-3 motion, which, to be honest, with W7M, they haven't really been doing that throughout this match. They've been kind of lingering around, looking for that opening kill, and even when getting it, BDS, they still hold that bomb site, impact trick denying, breach after breach. And you can't walk in anywhere but a single doorway, you just can't win those rounds.
Well, if you didn't listen to the odds of making it to the playoffs, which will be the main focus of this matchup, BDS wins, they get even a single point, they make it to the playoffs. They deny Spacestation a berth on Friday. Two things need to happen. Number one, BDS needs to lose by a certain amount, and SSG needs to win by a certain amount. But again, if BDS picks up a single point, that's all she wrote. Exactly the same as what happened in that TSM Liquid match right before us, where all TSM needed to do was secure 6 points. Even if they lost in overtime, doesn't matter. So tricking on Jacuzzi Wall. Does it work in time?
Damn.
Sadly, no, it does not. The Jacuzzi Wall gets opened up.
They spend 2 EMPs, 2 Selma charges, 1 exothermic charge, and a Sophia stun just to get that wall and the bathroom wall opened up. That's a lot of utility. Arguably worth it, because this now secures 1/2 of the map, and it's a way in, which W7M has needed every single round and failed to do so far. The server wall is closed, but there is still 1 exothermic charge in pocket, as well as 1 singular Selma charge. There it goes. Wall gets opened up. The last EMP as well to follow. This allows W7 to work upon those bomb set windows if they want to do so, or they can outright take control of CCTV and cache, which is clear, by the way. No BDS members are there. It's up to them now to choose how they approach this round.
The slowest round so far in terms of action, in terms of pacing. BDS on quite a tear. W7M not really looking like themselves so far. BDS have shown up to play, that's for sure.
I mean, their playoff dreams depend on it. They want this more than anything else, whereas W7M, I mean, they can go undefeated, but they can't win anything from this.
Not a great start. Shaiko removed from play since coming back from the rehost after his 4K. Shaiko has not been able to find the scoreboard at all. JV finds a nitro cell and then a very quick and painless death afterwards, where I believe the course of action is to fly up into the air and split into multiple pieces, which is exactly what happens. Renshiro is also another loss for BDS, and now Lickifak is gone. BDS on the wrong side. Oh. Lambs decides to swing, but it's W7M's guns that hit all of their marks in the final moments of that round. And after the timeout, they managed to stitch together quite an impressive performance on that execute. And with it, W7M get their second round.
Now they gotta show if they can go 3-3 and tie things up in the first half, or if BDS takes the lead before they go onto their attacking side. BDS will go to Bar as their final destination as we go to OT. Maestro, Mute, Alibi, Castle, and the Bandit again, signaling they will be extending upstairs, where it is going to be Elemsh who can bandit trick those walls. In the previous round that we just saw in Gym, we almost wished for BDS side that they had a Bandit. They could have tricked that bathroom wall instead and kept that mirror window position alive, which could have changed things for them. But when you only bring a Kaid, that's where it gets problematic with the Thatcher. We did have a meta about 6 months ago, before the Nuke ban came around, before the Asami bans came around, where Kaid was often left open and the Thatcher was outright banned. And it meant that the defenders could just throw those Kite Claws in very tricky positions that were very hard, if not nearly impossible to get rid of with grenades, and the walls would just not get opened up. And it forced teams to get very creative in their approach on how to make their way through the map. And it's where we saw Ryzen operators like Monty and Ying to brute force your way through those areas. But now, teams will still on occasion bring out the Kaid, and it's more of like a check. Does the enemy have EMPs? Yes or no? If they do, the Kaid is very low in value. If they do not, however, this wall is never gonna get opened up. So it's a back and forth, kind of like Valkyrie IQ. If they bring the Valkyrie, you should bring the IQ. If you don't, one side gets a lot more value gain or value loss than the other.
We have an update for you on the other games. Close your ears for just a couple seconds while we run through it. The first half is in the books. SSG won that first half 4-2. Again, we remind you, SSG must win, and more importantly, BDS must lose. If BDS lose by the right score and SSG win by the right score, it will be SSG who make it to the playoffs. W7M, the best friends of Spacestation right now, and if you are an SSG fan, you are the biggest cheerleaders of the W7M team, stemming from Brazil.
The trick, successful. No Sophia this time, you can't Sophia's in the drone hole.
Oh my. That is doom and gloom. CYCLOPS the first kill for BDS as W7M had some struggles to get the jacuzzi wall open. I'm assuming that's a graphical glitch, by the way. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Because he's looking through it, or trying to, but yeah. Either way, massive value there for Lemsh. I mean, that's the bandit tricking versus kite tricking. And the difference, as I said, no Sophia to stun the drone hole. Nobody from W7M on the gym window that's likely going to be castle barricaded, or maybe the door inside of gym itself. And that's the difference maker. By having the castle, again, the check mark. You need a guard gym window if you don't have a Sophia. They didn't do it, they get punished. Volps, can they let us from the hatch? Might just drop.
Hey, the checkmark thing is my thing, Nick. Okay, back off. CYCLOPS down for the count. Renshiro to take an engagement with the UMP in hand. Easy to control that weapon as the drop comes in from W7M. Herds patrolling that stage bomb site, looking for anything. Can't find anybody. But JV does on the Bride up above. Leakyfac taking some damage. It's Renshiro down for the count. But Herds is suddenly the last one from BDS. 2v1. French squad looking to go up 4-2 in this first half. Ever closer to guaranteeing themselves a berth in the playoffs on Friday. Oh, there it is. 4-2 indeed the scoreline they get as Leakyfac closes the door on that particular round. Lots of doors being closed today. BDS up 4-2. The teams will swap sides.
It's a great look for BDS, but this is where things get a little bit more difficult. Not only is it now up to BDS to problem solve whatever W7M chooses to put in front of them, but also it's W7M's map control now. You know, defenders' style with everything in their control, and the way W7M can play, especially on maps that allow for it, like Chalet, like Clubhouse, where you can kind of shape your defense very well with these pieces of utility like the castle barricades. It's not gonna be easy. Way back, there was this SSG roam that got very famous across the scene. The mute in the mossy top floor inside a master bedroom and cache, and you don't know whether there's any roamers or not because you just can't drone it out. Well, W7M to do a similar approach, but instead of denying information with mute and mossy, they also just have a lot of guns, and they will find you every single place they can find you, and that makes things even more difficult. But they are bringing those key operators. A kite to follow, again, to force out either a Maverick or EMPs from the attacking lineup. BDS, they've opted for Maverick this time around. So a triple hot breach scenario for them, as they also bring the box secondary hot breach. The thing for this means there's no smoke grenades on the board for BDS. Bride is forced into flashbangs for more ADS burn for utility, because you need to bring that in case there's a Jaeger available. There isn't, but there's one why. It means 4 grenades and 6 flashbangs here.
BDS getting their 4th round before the side swap means that there is no tiebreaker match to be had, so we will not need another game to be played. If BDS had lost 7-3 and if Spacestation had won 7-5, then similar to what we saw at a CAG and Team 1 all the way back in Mexico about a year and a bit ago, we would have needed a 5th match in order to put this one away between these teams. Or, well, technically, it would have been their 3rd match between them. Julio taking some damage as he engages with CYCLOPS. CYCLOPS having a slow start. Ooh. And it's a secure from Julio, having done some damage. 2 Titans of their respective regions. The Yana of CYCLOPS will not be able to have much influence on the remaining minute and 40 seconds of the very first execute that BDS has.
So half your frag grenades gone as well, but Julio and Hertz are so low on HP, a single bullet would take them out, or at least down to the ground. It's a basement defense though. You can fall back, you don't have to just fight for this area. Casey still active on the roam. Could be an issue for BDS, especially Breedy outside the third tunnel, because the main stairs window is open, but they miss each other. They just walk past one another. Casey is more focused on the main stairs itself. He knows someone's nearby, but does not know exactly where he is. The timing again, Breedy looks away and Casey gets out. 2 members in dirt. Changing up the attack here. A different approach, a different avenue, but Hurts, he's ready for it.
Inching in closer, but the proximity alarm will give him away. Herds reads into it, gets droned down and tries to take the engagement, but cannot do it. Nobody giving themselves to him. W7M starting to add things up. They lose Herds. That's the first player of the team to go down. They answer back. Volps and JV in on it, and there's KZ to shut down Renshiro. And a round goes for W7M.
And that's what I'm talking about. Not only do you bring Mute and Mozzie on the roam game, but they stay their ground despite BDS trying to flush them out originally. Casey does not move from that top floor. It becomes difficult for BDS to find any breathing room. You get flanked main stairs, the roamer top floor. So BDS tries to go dirt instead with no real backup and no real support. Kitchenette's closed. Doesn't work in their favor. But basement bomb side, arguably going to be the hardest one for BDS because of how much map control the defenders can use against them. Whereas with CCTV, it can be much more straightforward, right? You work this server breach in front of your very eyes, or Hertz is currently reinforcing, and then you either go garage on the bottom side of your screen, or you go construction side on the left-hand side of your screen. It's very straightforward. And it's very unfavorable positions for the defenders to play in, especially with W7M banning out the Asami themselves. Those keeper barriers can be the easiest tool for defenders to make either garage or master bedroom or the bomb site itself that much stronger. And you see in the orbital lineup, there's not a single deployable shield besides the one top red, which doesn't give you anything unless you walk in the breach, which most teams don't even go for. An aggressive spawn peek attempt by Hertz. Doesn't seem like anyone spawned there though, so it's empty. Yeah, it's burning down the clock at this point.
Fighting shadows. BDS still with the lead, but you need a better performance from Shaiko in these closing moments. He had a bit of a slower match to start off with. It was the victory that they needed just to edge themselves ahead of Spacestation. Discovery phase still ongoing. About to hit the 1-way mark, or 1 minute mark.
Has been a slow start for both teams. I mean, no one wants to make a mistake, right? Breedy droning every corner of office in case somebody's ratting around hiding there. Better be safe than sorry. You hate to make the call, oh, the coast is clear, and Lems goes in, and Lems is dead. Or in this case, Leaky Fac. Oh, he hit Shaiko with a skeleton key.
Just a tiny bit of damage done. Look at how close Shaiko is to this cache CCTV bomb site. He finds an opening and engages with KZ, who takes him down. W7M emerges from the first fray with a numbers advantage. They've only lost JV. Shaiko and Renshiro won't be able to accomplish much. Shaiko 1-5. He had 4 kills in round number 2, if people will recall. So the stats don't look as dire as 1-5, but ineffective over the last 6 rounds. That's not where you want to be.
BDS making a classic mistake of not checking their box again because you want to get this breach open first, then start swinging that side door. Sure, Shaiko saw an opening, but risk versus reward. Maybe he gets a kill, but they can't do anything with that. However, if he dies, they're playing with 1 less member on the board. So now instead, the rest of the BDS members have to pick up the pieces, but it looks more unlikely now that they will win this round.
Lems from long range takes out KZ. He's still outside. Oh my goodness, far, far, far away from the action. Sitting near spawn. Herds decides to engage with the buck of Leaky Fac down below, but it's Leaky Fac to come out ahead. And now it's BDS with the advantage. Just trying to buy time. Volps on those Evil Eye cams, prone on catwalk. BDS don't seem to be putting anybody in that position, but maybe a Lems will contest, no? He drones it out. The smoke comes to his rescue. That means both players from W7M are in the garage. Lems walks right in and picks up 2 kills, stretching BDS's lead to 5 rounds. They are a single round away from that magical number of guaranteeing themselves a spot in the playoffs.
Also our classic BDS moment from EUL where they mess up the breach in the 1-2-3 strat, but they just walk on in and they go Shaco go kill, or in this case, Elemish go kill, and they find those vital openings. Also, Volps and Julio, the last two defenders there, playing really far back and really passive, probably not having good enough information as to where the members of BDS are, because having one member top catwalk and one member bottom garage, you have no real side presence. You gotta retake either through a staircase or through the breach in the window in the bomb site itself. It's less ideal. Then imagine Julio just playing top of red. One guy holds the breach, one guy holds garage / construction walk in. All of a sudden, you can set up a crossfire. Play off one another. Instead, they're both isolated in garage on different floors. Didn't work out for them. Julio did have one toxic babe in pocket, but again, not in the right position to necessarily use it. He finds no value. BDS attacker repick, taking a look here. Thermite, Iana, Ash, Thatcher, Ace. So again, double hard breach. Thatcher, check. Soft breach, check. And that last operator is going to go to the secondary hard breach of Ace. Not necessary for a gym attack, but definitely welcomed at that, especially because Casey's on that mirror. You want ranged hard breach so that you can have another way to deal with those mirror windows than running in and punching them, or going below and bar and shooting that canister from below.
Could be moments away from finding our last team to make it in. I'd like to remind everybody that the groups show, the seeding show, will transpire only after these matchups are done. I assume it'll be on both streams, but
yeah, I imagine so.
We made an agreement. Whichever match finishes first, that's the casting duo that ends up doing the groups draw. And I have a spoiler for you. It's 6-2 SSG. About to put Fury out to pasture. SSG winning is one step of the way. BDS not hitting 6 points is the other. Saw a bit of a mismanagement there, by the way, from that Selma of Alems. I think he intended for it to go onto the bathroom wall, but instead it caught a corner of the jacuzzi wall.
Yep. It can be hard sometimes with those Selma charges. You can throw them freely. No indicator like the X-Kairos from Hibana or the Exothermic charge from Thermite. But they're also very quick, which is the benefit. You're not going to be stuck in motion or stuck in a bad position by tossing them on out. Minute and 20 on the clock. BDS have not found an opening yet. Leaky Fact still searching from downstairs. One grenade in pocket of Shaco as well could be vital here. If that grenade can find a kill, that could be the way forward.
There goes the Gemini to scout out for information. Final minute of the round. No clear off-site. I don't know if he'll see both members of W7M that are playing over towards Cash, but Alemj is the casualty for BDS. Leaky Fac up the main stairs. Not too far removed from some of these players from BDS, but he's taken to pasture by Herds as well. Shaiko in, looking for a pick. BDS in rough shape. KZ first one to die, but they're traded out. W7M only need to find Shaiko. He's won a 1v4 before, and he's primed to do it again. He's picked off two, and he's got 30 seconds to find Volps and Herds. He's already softened up Herds, but Volps is ready for it. It's Herds, actually, to get the kill instead. They were both there. A late rotate from W7M. Shaiko walks into weight room, and they are denying BDS that sixth and fateful round. 4 rounds for W7M, still trailing, but in good position to come back.
So close yet so far. I mean, as a fan of Rainbow Six Siege, you can look and go, oh, you know, if the team is up 5-0, they've basically already won. But that's the wrong way to look at it. You gotta look at every single round in a vacuum. Because every round is different, and you always start from 0 again. Sure, right now BDS, they are 1 round away from guaranteeing overtime at minimum, which then confirms them for playoffs. But every single round can play out for a win or a loss. Doesn't matter how close they are. If they don't get another victory, they're not gonna get there. W7M, they're allowing them to get close, but they have not allowed them to verify their spot just yet. BDS have to fight for it. Right now, they're going quite slow on their initial attacks. I really like this Leaky Fact Jackal attacker repick. Start speeding things up. Get guaranteed information, especially against those mute jammers. Mossy was played previously as well, isn't this time around. Get aggressive. Shaiko in that 1 vs 4 just jumps in the window, gets 2 kills, 1v2. But Shaiko needs to do that before it being in a 1 vs 4. Do it in the middle of the round, the beginning of the round. The end of the round is too late. Things have fallen apart. It's a fine balance between striking too soon at a disadvantage and striking too late when the round is statistically over. We saw Shaiko fall 1 round before the breach got opened up. We saw Shaiko strike when every single member was in the grave from his team. Small things. Jacuzzi Vault opened up with that can opener, CCTV by an exothermic charge, both sides of top floor being applied pressure towards. Now it's Leaky Fag, Shaiko, and Elemsh's turn to clear this out. Renshi on the Thatcher, required to stay alive. Brede on the exothermic charge of Thermite, very important for later in the round for that last bit of destruction. The young gunners have to wake up and seize this opportunity, because Casey and Red W7M, they're staying around. They're not falling back just yet. They're gonna challenge and get the kill into Elemsh. It's a huge kill for them.
Nicely done with a minute off, and now it's Leaky Fact to get the feet of Legion. KZ will retreat into Strip Club. Some exquisite pole dancing to be had to get out of that spot. But he's got the castle of Julio getting ever closer just to be able to go in for support. While we have a brief moment, another spoiler inbound, cover your ears. With Fury winning the round, because of the way that the round differential works, even if Spacestation win, there is a possibility that BDS lose, SSG win, and SSG still don't make it, BDS still gets the spot. We are fast approaching that. Fury just took their 3rd round.
Yeah.
And there it is. Unfortunately, because BDS has 5 rounds, SSG have allowed Fury to pick up their 4th round. That means that no matter what, BDS are the team that will get the playoff spot. Space Station will not make it.
But BDS doesn't know this yet. The coach can't talk to their players. The players can't check their phones. They don't even have phones when they play. They're still fighting for this. Unless a tactical timeout comes out, they'll have no idea.
Exactly. They're playing assuming the worst. They've lost to Lems. KZ is down from W7M. Brede encroaching over towards blue. Could have been a team kill there as Shaiko goes for the drop. His coordination will need to be impressive as Herds with a kill by the bomb chassis. Another. All of a sudden, W7M are cleaning house. Brede wants to do something about it, but he only gets a single kill. That's it. W7M have tied the game at 5 rounds apiece. But the bigger story, win, lose, or not draw, BDS are the last team to qualify for the playoffs. And also, both CYCLOPS and Soniqs have now qualified for the 6 Invitational based on points. That means that it should be all 16 teams for SI locked in. The only remaining spots will come through the qualifiers. Each region will be able to send 1 more team to the 6 Invitational in February, come next year.
I would love to listen in to this tactical timeout because I am curious if the coach, by seeing the team, like players walk out or whatever the case might be, he might know the result of the match. And I'm very curious if he is feeding that information right now and saying, guys, boys, listen, we made it. This doesn't matter anymore. Or if this is going to be, guys, 1 more round. Even if W7M, they get 6 rounds, if we just tie 6-6 and goes OT, we make it to playoffs. We still got this in our hands. It can go both ways, this conversation, because there is a chance the coach knows. There's also a chance he doesn't. We do not know for a fact whether that is true or not. So CCTV, the game is on. Both teams have now gone through their tactical timeouts. W7M took it back in round number 4. BDS, as you saw, they just had it themselves when they tied things up on their side. Last time on CCTV, it came down to a bit of a too early aggression on the construction side of things from BDS. They got the right wall opened up on the CCTV side, and it didn't quite get the wall open in construction. Or they did, but it was too little too late. Look at the attacker repicks. That's going to define how they attack this round. From Flores to Maverick, from Twitch to Sledge. We want utility and a guaranteed way through this wall. The Maverick or the Thatcher are your go-to operators with the breach. The Maverick can guarantee to open up the wall, but it takes longer. Whereas with the Thatcher, you do risk running into a Bandit trick or a Kaid trick if you misplay the timings of the Breach and the EMP. It's a safe choice for BDS, but it's a slower choice at that.
The worst case scenario for Spacestation fans would be W7M winning 7-5, but because Furies won 4 rounds against SSG, SSG wins, BDS loses, and yet still BDS is qualified.
Oh boy.
I will say though, there's less predictability, or less unpredictability now because of the results.
Yeah.
We know the SI teams, we know the 8 teams that will be competing in the playoffs. You've got the 4 LATAM teams. From North America, you have Soniqs and you have TSM, and from Europe, you have Wolves and BDS. If you need to know what the 4 LATAM teams are, by the way, FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, Black Dragons, and W7M. One of those teams will become a major champion. TSM have already won a major. They won the 6 Invitational. FaZe Clan has won a major as well. They won on Swedish soil. Javla this time last year. So 2 of those 8 teams competing have actually won in Sweden before. That's a nice little fun fact for you. By the way, Shaiko, the first to die again, not having the best day. Struggled in the matchup earlier today against Fury, and now having some difficulties. Oh, I can't believe that grenade did not kill KZ.
That's the nade nerf for you. Small change with massive an impact. You're attacking CCTV Catwalk with a Maverick Jaeger on the board. It's very difficult to do so. JV, they're holding on. KZ falls, 4v4, minute on the clock. 1 member last in this Catwalk Rafters position. That's so vital for the defenders.
You can hear the ADSs go. The magnets also working. JV totally blind, but enduring. As a storm right now is building up in the garage, and it could sweep JV and the rest of W7M out. But the longer that he persists on that catwalk, the longer that he sticks around, the more time that BDS loses and won't have for that execute. Because it's almost impossible for you to get through that main breach and get a diffuser planted inside of CCTV with the catwalk still being controlled by your opponents. Alem's on the top of, or on Alem's in construction, staring towards the top of red. They know that the smoke is there, but they're stalled out. BDS having some difficulties. Brede down for the count. Volps will fall as well. Number still very much in the favor of W7M. They've got 3 rounds in a row, and now the Brazilian team, the undefeated Brazilian team, moves to match point.
They won it. I mean, you can see it in the player cams. Coach is celebrating between every single round victory. W7M, they're holding on strong and firing up. They're fighting tooth and nail every single chance they get. What might be the final round is going to go to the gym bedroom defense. No mirror on the board, no castle, just that Frost operator. The Bandit actually being shown here. Hertz could trick out of Jacuzzi wall or go to CCTV and try and go for a trick. BDS, they got the walls opened up. They tried to go for that catwalk attack last round, and the checklist for some teams is if the enemy plays both the Jaeger and the Wamai, or they play one of them plus Asami, normally we see them go for a master bedroom construction attack because it's too difficult to attack the catwalk rafters with those operators in play. Now there's 2 things. Either BDS didn't know the exact lineup, which is very possible, until it was too late, or they said, screw it, let's force the garage. We got 4 grenades, we have the right tools for it, but then 2 things happened. Shaiko died early, that's half your grenade utility. Secondly, you got Wamai Jaeger, so their flashbangs aren't gonna flash much, and your nades aren't gonna hit their marks, and you also have lost your man advantage. So they tried to brute force it and they were unsuccessful. It's an extension to CCTV as we see. Rotate top red, no shield inside, but a Wamai magnet will be there. It's a soft hold for W7M, likely going to be falling back earlier rather than later. I do like the finger here for chip damage. Boost yourself up against the opponents of W7M that are so formidable in their gunfights. And BDS, I mean, almost every single round, they're taking a bunch of damage throughout these rounds. Same with W7M, those grenades, they never quite find a kill, but they always do about 90% of the enemy's health and damage.
Doc seeing a resurgence after the changes to his kit. Rook as well has actually seen some play at this event, which is quite abnormal. Thunderbird has been largely absent. She's been replaced by Doc in most circumstances. I think it's a grenade that went in that took most of KZ's health away. This is a gym defense. Yet most of the action happening around Cash. Shaiko starting to warm up right when it matters the most. And it's the BDS lineup by that gaping doorway, or gaping entranceway rather, that's been created. There's a down as well onto Shaiko. Bride was not too far off. The adrenal surge will pick him right back up to his feet and give a nice top up to everybody else on the team. All the while, W7M sustaining some injuries.
Hurts going for a flank.
No way for them to get back to the top.
Bomb located by attackers.
And blue stairs, Herds is in this very critical position. I love the sound of the suppressed spear, by the way.
I too do love that. Hertz is flanking with 6 drones on the board remaining, and we just saw BDS. Oh, the timing. I think he snuck past it. They don't know. They have no clue.
Herds is still there.
He can't find anybody. Oh, there's one. Trigger discipline.
Excellent play by Herds. Traded right back, but a team kill. No, no, no. The adrenal surge goes off, but the Finka is dead. BDS with 40 seconds left. That's it. This could be the match for W7M. Volps and Julio. Julio again having a very quiet game. Nothing flashy, but providing that rock for W7M that they desperately needed. That's why he was brought onto the roster in the first place. Outside, looking for something. Alems is down. Bride has clutched so many times. Can he pull it off again?
15 seconds left.
His entry, greeted by a Banshee. They know he's in there. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with this. To the double doorway, the crossfire from W7M shouldn't be able to lose, but it does. Bride wins onto Julio, but he has 1 second left to find the last player, and the clock will give it to the Brazilians. Undefeated W7M will emerge from the group stage with a perfect 6-0 record. The best team from the group stage. They topple BDS, but for the French squad, it doesn't matter because they've secured their spot in the playoffs on Friday. Congratulations to the undefeated W7M. But BDS
they just found out.
Just found out. And they made it.
Oh, they thought they were going home. They had no idea. And let me just face when he got told.
The elation sweeping through. Renshiro knew first.
Oh, they thought they were going home. I can't believe it. I mean, we had the discussion about whether the coach told them during that timeout or not, but no, they're playing for real. What you saw was genuine heartbreak from BDS. What a relief it must have been getting told, guys, don't worry, you made it. Oh, that's phenomenal. I mean, that's it. W7M undefeated in the groups. They proved a very big point that they were going to this tournament as a team to be reckoned with. And they're going to go into playoffs with confidence, that's for sure. Last time, they were beaten out by another LATAM team who knows them so well. And I think if W7M can go through playoffs without facing a LATAM team, they might go the entire way. The thing is, there's 4 of them. Probably not going to happen.
Oh my. On the other stream, by the way, spoilers inbound, Spacestation did win. So Spacestation won, but because Fury won enough rounds, SSG's round differential is not good enough. They do not make it. And that is heartbreaking to think that 1, 2, maybe even 3 rounds over the entirety of this group stage.
Yeah.
That's what ultimately decided your fate. Look at the W7M match earlier today.
Yeah.
They got absolutely skunked by W7M. 1 or 2 more rounds in that game, even with the same loss. And it's SSG competing, not BDS.
That is wild. It's why every single round matters so much when you say, whether you win 7-4 or 7-5 doesn't really matter. And normally it doesn't. But in cases like these, every single round matters.
No break for you. We're just going to go into the post-match analysis because this is our last match of the day. We know that you want to get out of here and into the group drawing for the playoffs. I know that I want to go through it as well. SSG competed the last time we went to DreamHack Winter, all the way back in 2018, and they made a deep run where they were only a couple rounds away from making it to the 6 Invitational. Because back then, if people remember, the minors that we had at the DreamHack events guaranteed you a spot at the next event, whether it was the Paris Major, whether it was SI, etc.
Yeah.
Space Station ultimately lost to, I believe it was Mocket at the time? Or no, it was Penta. It was the old Penta roster that you actually beat.
Oh, the French version.
You beat the Panics-led Penta that Jesco was the coach of at the time.
Yeah.
But because they beat Space Station, it was Penta who got the spot to go to SI. And SSG came so close, yet ultimately failed. And yet again, a similar thing has happened. Space Station came so close, but ultimately fell a little bit short. So we know the 8 teams that are going to be competing on Friday. BDS in that matchup, despite losing, they make it. And you might be wondering what the groups look like. So let's show you, just in case you haven't been paying attention. Earlier today, Soniqs were the first team to clinch their spot out of Group A. Black Dragons were right behind them. Because of the round differential and the way that the matchups went, CYCLOPS came so close, yet ultimately not close enough, and they did not make the cut. Black Dragons and Soniqs will represent Group A on Friday.
MNM didn't really get any points outside of day number 1, so they're at the bottom of that group. And the next group, we got Team Liquid, of course, also having a fantastic group stage, only losing that final match against TSM, but still getting 15 points is very impressive, plus 15 round diff as well. TSM and Heroic, they're fighting for that second spot, but ultimately, because TSM beat Liquid or went to overtime with them, Heroic, they got sent home.
SANDBOX having a very bad performance. All of APAC having a tough go of it. The only one that we really did see succeed in any manner was CYCLOPS. Over in Group C, W7M and Team BDS just played, and you watched W7M become the only undefeated team by the time the groups ended. Every single point available they got. And if you look at BDS and Space Station, this is what we were talking about.
2 rounds.
2 rounds being the difference here. If Space Station, who at one point were up, what was it, 5-2, 6-2 over Fury, if they had prevailed 7-2, it would be Space Station going into the playoffs and not BDS. Fury, yet another disappointing performance for APAC. The Thai team just not able to get it done. And Group D, the disappointing result in this one was for Mirage.
Yes.
They picked up a victory, but this was also their first LAN event coming out of North America. It was Fury's first LAN event too. So, I mean, you have to cut these teams some slack as they find their way through a major event. But it's Wolves and FaZe Clan who will be playing on Friday as they topped Group D.
Very, very close group here. 13 points for Wolves, 12 for FaZe Clan, 10 round diff for Wolves, 12 for FaZe. So it really could have been either team there getting first and second seed, but it's Wolves on top for that group and FaZe the second to go.
Some of the best teams in the world will be assembling in just a couple days. They get Thursday off to rest, maybe scrim, prepare, maybe go to the sauna, the spa, whatever they want to do in their time off. It's their time, of course. But I'm sure you want to know who's going to play who. Well, the good news is that we have the group draws that will involve balls and paper. And everybody loves balls and everybody loves paper.
Sure.
And we don't want to keep you from the suspense that will happen. It's going to be going on the A stream, which is twitch.tv/rainbow6. We would very strongly encourage you to move on over there because this stream is over. Thank you so much for watching the group stages. It has been a phenomenal 3 days.
Yeah.
That's been marked by some wild upsets. There's been some absolutely stunning performances. There's been heartbreak along the way.
Few disappointments.
Some few disappointments. No real Cinderella story.
No,
We
actually
were
not.
missing a Cinderella story. But that's okay. Not everybody can be Cinderella. Sometimes that clock does indeed strike midnight. That's it for Pengu and I, and that's it for the group stages. We'll be back for the playoffs on Friday, but do go over to twitch.tv/rainbow6 to see which teams will meet in the playoffs as we have our group draw. Have a great night, great day, great morning, depending on where you are, and we'll see you in a couple days for the playoffs here at the Jönköping Major.
I'm not Easier said than done. Give me